In an unexpected twist of fate, Wang Teng found himself transported to the world of Dragon Ball Super. And remarkably, he arrived at the palace of the Omni King. The Omni King held Wang Teng in high regard, promptly appointing him as the inspector of the divine realm. As he activated the sign-in system, he was rewarded with a transformation into Super Saiyan 5 right from the outset. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the Omni King's palace. Reward: Ultra Instinct Technique. Beerus exclaimed, "What? The esteemed inspector has arrived. Quick, let us welcome him." While Vados remarked, "Lord Wang Teng is so handsome. I truly wish to accompany him and become his personal angel." Chapter 1. Signing in at the Omni King's palace. ***. Within the temporal expanse of Dragon Ball Super, at a certain location in the Omni King's palace. Boom, boom, boom. Two figures clashed relentlessly, each impact sending tremors throughout the entire palace. A ferocious gale ravaged the battlefield as their speeds escalated to dizzying heights, rendering them as mere shadows colliding in the air, radiating rings of white energy ripples. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed. Boom! One figure was violently propelled from the center of the collision, crashing heavily onto the Grand Hall's floor, creating a deep crater where he lay. Wang Teng, are you all right? The Grand Minister descended gracefully from the air, smiling as he inquired of Wang Teng, the young man who had just engaged in battle with him and was now embedded in the ground. "I'm fine, I can still fight. Let's go again." Wang Teng struggled to rise, brushing off the dust from his attire, and declared earnestly. Seeing that his opponent was unharmed, the Grand Minister chuckled, "Your strength has improved significantly. Let us conclude today's bout here. Moreover, your advancement is remarkably rapid. At this moment, you could contend with some of the less powerful destroyers." Gazing at Wang Teng, who resembled a red monkey in his Super Saiyan 4 form, the Grand Minister felt a sense of satisfaction. This young man, known as Wang Teng, was a Saiyan who had achieved the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. What the Grand Minister was unaware of, however, was that this young man, who had suddenly appeared in the palace of the Omni King, was a traveler from another world. 2 years prior, he had inexplicably crossed over into the realm of Dragon Ball Super, and upon his arrival, he found himself directly in the presence of the Omni King. Faced with inquiries from the Omni King and other deities, Wang Teng remained composed. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he was well-versed in the personality of the Omni King and, devoid of any power or cunning, candidly answered all questions. Ultimately, he earned the Omni King's approval to reside there. Subsequently, his daily task was to entertain the Omni King, and fortunately, having learned many tricks before his crossing, he managed to keep the Omni King in high spirits. Due to his favored status, the guards and the Grand Minister treated him with considerable respect. Thus, whenever the Grand Minister had some spare time, he would occasionally impart a few techniques to Wang Teng. Fully aware of the dangers in this world, Wang Teng tirelessly trained day and night. After 2 years, his strength had reached the level of a destroyer. Of course, there was another reason behind his rapid advancement, a secret unknown to all. That on the second day of his arrival at the Omni King's palace, he awakened the sign-in system. With each sign-in at the palace, he gained a foundational battle power of 10 million and acquired the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Along with the Ultra Instinct technique. Achieving the level of a destroyer in such a short time was largely due to the system, along with the abundant divine energy of the Omni King's palace. Even an ordinary person residing there would see a swift enhancement in their strength without any training. Under such favorable conditions, Wang Teng's primary objective was to elevate his foundational battle power. Only with a robust foundational power could his Super Saiyan 4 transformation be fully realized. Naturally, he had yet to grasp the nuances of Ultra Instinct, but he believed it was merely a matter of time. "Grand Minister, I understand that with my current strength, I still fall far short of the other destroyers." Wang Teng smiled as he spoke. As a traveler, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the destroyers, especially Beerus of the 7th universe. Even the weakest destroyers were beyond his current capabilities. "Mr. Wang Teng, achieving this level in just 2 years is truly remarkable. You may be considered a genius," the Grand Minister remarked. "Those destroyers have been divine beings for millions of years, taking eons to reach their current status. In comparison, your potential and talent are unparalleled in my experience." Hearing this, Wang Teng immediately expressed his gratitude to the Grand Minister. After all, there was no reason for him to shower Wang Teng with such praise unless he had made a favorable impression on the Omni King, leading to positive relations with others. Regardless, Wang Teng felt immense joy at the Grand Minister's words, and he sincerely thanked him. In a couple of days, he resolved to prepare a delightful meal for the Grand Minister as a token of appreciation, for he had once been a renowned chef before his crossing, and the Grand Minister had been enchanted by his culinary skills after tasting them on a chance occasion. Although he had dedicated himself to training over the past 2 years, devoting nearly all his time to it aside from accompanying the Omni King, his battles with the Grand Minister, had proven tremendously beneficial. Without the Grand Minister's patient guidance and willingness to train with him, his progress would not have been so swift. At this moment, his foundational battle power had undergone a qualitative leap. For Saiyan, foundational battle power was of utmost importance, as all transformations amplify from this base. Mr. Wang Teng, you are truly too gracious. It was merely that exquisite fish tofu soup from last time that left a lasting impression. The Grand Minister replied with a smile. Indeed, the gods of the Dragon Ball world were known for their culinary indulgences. If one could satiate their appetites, everything else would be manageable. Rest assured, Grand Minister, I have been experimenting with a new soup recipe lately. I shall invite you to taste it soon. Wang Teng responded eagerly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister's face lit up with delight. In that case, Mr. Wang Teng, continue your training. I must attend to my duties, but do remember the new soup. As soon as the words left his lips, the Grand Minister departed like a tea that moment. The cold voice of the system resonated once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 600 sign-ins at the Omni King's Palace. Sign-in reward. Super Saiyan 5 transformation. Wang Teng gasped in astonishment. What? Super Saiyan 5 transformation? His body quivered with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that this time the system would reward him with the form of Super Saiyan 5. This transformation was an incredibly powerful enhancement for Saiyans within the realm of Dragon Ball fan fiction, unparalleled in its augmentative capabilities. This is fantastic. My strength will soar to new heights, and next time I battle, I shall surely surprise the Grand Minister. Wang Teng was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling that this was the most electrifying moment in his 2 years in the Dragon Ball world. For now, his battle power could firmly place him among the elite in the entire realm. Through 2 years of relentless enhancement of his foundational combat prowess, complemented now by the transformation into Super Saiyan 5, he harbored the conviction that even the mightiest among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus, could be vanquished. Yet at this moment, his spirit surged with an insatiable desire, a yearning to engage the Grand Minister in a contest of strength for the warrior blood of the Saiyans coursed through his veins, igniting a fervor within him. At that instant, a guardian of the Omni King suddenly emerged from the depths below. Mr. Wang Teng, the Omni King requests your presence. Upon delivering the message, the guardian vanished without a trace. Wang Teng hesitated no longer. He instantly disappeared from his location, propelling himself at great speed towards the throne of the Omni King. Chapter 2. The Decisive Battle with Kampa. In a brief moment, Wang Teng traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the Grand Hall. Within the majestic chamber, the Omni King was seated upon his throne, flanked by 2 formidable guards. Your Majesty, I have arrived, Wang Teng proclaimed to the Omni King. The Omni King responded with a voice reminiscent of a child's, gently acknowledging his presence. Upon seeing Wang Teng, the Omni King's small eyes gleamed with excitement, and his lips curled into a smile. Little Teng, you have come. Do you recognize the 2 standing beside me? Only then did Wang Teng notice the 2 figures beside the Omni King. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were none other than the angel Vados and the god of destruction Kampa from Universe 6. True to the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Vados donned an elegant angelic attire predominantly in dark green, wielding her angelic staff, her silver-white ponytail elegantly styled, exuding an air of grace and tranquility. Her figure was nothing short of perfect, with a voluptuous silhouette where it counted and a slender frame elsewhere. Having previously admired Vados in Dragon Ball, Wang Teng was taken aback by her stunning reality, which surpassed her televised appearance. This was his first encounter with an angel other than the Grand Minister, and it was none other than Vados. In every aspect, Vados was truly exceptional. Meanwhile, the god of destruction Kampa was drenched in sweat, hunched over, and appearing utterly flustered. Your Majesty, this is my first meeting with both of them. Wang Teng addressed the Omni King. The Omni King soared into the air, hovering in front of Wang Teng. Kampa, upon seeing the Omni King approach, became even more agitated, lowering himself further and not daring to lift his head. Vados, on the other hand, maintained her icy demeanor, her expression unchanged. Little Teng, I have noticed your diligent training lately, and I am quite curious to witness your combat prowess. Therefore, I have summoned the god of destruction from Universe 6 for a friendly spar. Would you be willing to engage in a match with him? If you emerge victorious, I shall reward you with a splendid gift. The Omni King's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meeting the Omni King's gaze, Wang Teng smiled warmly. If it pleases your Majesty, I shall gladly spar with the god of destruction. Upon hearing this, the Omni King leapt with delight. Let us commence. It promises to be truly spectacular. Vados observed with a newfound respect for the Omni King's enthusiasm towards a mere human. The Omni King returned to his throne, and Kampa finally felt a bit relieved, though he still dared not raise his head. Kampa, you shall face off against Little Teng. At this command, Kampa was instantly drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly. He quickly replied yes. In the next moment, Vados gently tapped her angelic staff on the ground, and a battle stage materialized within the grand hall. Wang Teng leapt onto the platform, followed by Kampa, who finally raised his head, initially filled with panic. His chubby face now bore a fierce expression upon realizing his opponent was merely a human. Listen here, kid. Though I am unsure why the Omni King holds you in such high regard, today I must defeat you, Kampa declared coldly, glaring at Wang Teng. In response, Wang Teng's demeanor grew serious, and he replied in a calm voice, "There is no need for formality. Unleash your full strength. I am eager to witness the prowess of the God of Destruction from Universe 6. The Omni King beamed with excitement as he looked upon the stage. Let the match begin. I can hardly wait. With the Omni King's command, Kampa let out a low growl, surrounding himself with a purple energy that caused the entire stage to tremble slightly. He did not unleash his full power, believing his opponent to be merely a human. However, the Omni King's attitude suggested otherwise. He feared that if he were to overexert himself and inadvertently cause harm, the Omni King would surely turn his ire upon him. Ah! A deep roar erupted from Wang Teng's throat as he erupted with a golden aura. A terrifying presence surged forth, shaking the entire Omni King palace. Little Tung Tung has transformed. How magnificent! The Omni King exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. The fearsome golden aura crackled as it clashed against the air. Wang Teng's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. His black hair now tinged with red, a crimson tail swaying freely behind him. Surrounding his body, waves of energy rippled outward. Silver lightning intertwined with the golden aura. Wang Teng had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4th stage. Little Tung Tung seems to have taken on a new visage. How impressive! The Omni King's spirit soared. Although Vados' expression remained unchanged, she felt a twinge of surprise within her heart. It was astonishing to discover that Saions could achieve such a form. While she was aware of the existence of Saions in Universe 6, she had only heard of their transformation into great apes, and was unaware of any other forms. The overwhelming power seemed to fill the Omni King's palace in an instant. What a joke! How can a mere human possess such strength? Kampa muttered in disbelief. In his mind, no human could possibly match such formidable power. Humans were but ants easily crushed beneath his finger. Yet, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Such strength is truly remarkable. Kampa, do not lose. Vados remarked with a subtle smile. Hearing Vados' words, Kampa snorted derisively. In the next moment, Wang Teng sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering across the arena. His red figure darted about, a blur upon the stage. Oof, how arrogant. Kampa scoffed, charging forward and throwing a punch at Wang Teng. As he faced the rapidly approaching fist, Wang Teng met it head-on. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that erupted forth. As their fists clashed, a terrifying wave of energy melded in the air, their roars escalating, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged as the entire Omni King palace shook violently. What a spectacle! The Omni King exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, Wang Teng transformed his fist into an open palm, seizing Kampa's fist and yanking him forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to Kampa's abdomen. Witnessing this, Vados shook her head disapprovingly. Kampa, this is the consequence of neglecting your fitness. Kampa, clearly incensed by Wang Teng's maneuver, erupted with a terrifying purple energy and charged at him. Both combatants moved at blinding speed, shadows darting across the arena. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows dozens of times. Taking advantage of Wang Teng's momentary lapse, Kampa seized his arm and hurled him away, unleashing a purple energy blast in pursuit. Wang Teng regained his balance upon landing on the stage, swiftly countering the approaching purple blast with a decisive wave of his arm, sending it hurtling away. Just as the purple blast was about to detonate within the palace, Vados gently tapped her staff against the ground, causing the purple energy to vanish into thin air. Gazing at the formidable Kampa, enveloped in a radiant violet energy, Wang Teng spoke solemnly. You have indeed not disappointed me, truly. You are the God of Destruction from Universe 6. It appears I must unleash my full power. Chapter 3, Wang Teng, the Divine Realm Inspector. After a brief exchange, Wang Teng immediately sensed the overwhelming strength of the God of Destruction, prompting him to prepare for a full transformation into Super Saiyan Level 5 for their ensuing battle. Deep down, Wang Teng understood that the amplification provided by Super Saiyan 5 was incomparable to that of Super Saiyan 4. While the latter offered significant power, it would still fall short in overcoming the God of Destruction. Only upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5 could he genuinely contend with such a being. Over the past 2 years, Wang Teng had diligently enhanced his foundational combat strength, which had now ascended to the level of a deity. At this moment, Transforming into Super Saiyan 5 offered him a reasonable assurance of being able to withstand the god of destruction. If Goku and Vegeta were to transform into Super Saiyan 5, they would still find themselves at a considerable disadvantage against Kampa. The Omni King's small eyes sparkled with excitement. I am about to transform into Super Saiyan 5, Kampa. You had better be cautious. In response, Kampa merely sneered, foolish little human, no matter how many times you transform. Your power will remain worlds apart from that of a god of destruction. As soon as Kampa's words fell, Wang Teng's aura began to surge. Oh! A deep roar erupted from his throat, causing the entire Omni King palace to tremble. Golden energy surged around him, reminiscent of an impending cataclysm. As cracks swiftly appeared on the arena. Oh! The roar persisted, with small stones lifting off the ground and a cacophony of sounds resonating through the air. Golden energy swirled around Wang Teng, fierce lightning crackling amidst it, radiating a blinding brilliance. What an awe-inspiring power! How could this individual possess such formidable strength? Kampa's face was etched with astonishment. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed, his waist-length white hair flowing and a white tail flickering in the air. The power of Super Saiyan 5 marked a qualitative leap compared to before. He's transformed. He's changed. How incredible! The Omni King appeared utterly captivated. At this moment, an overwhelming and terrifying energy coursed through Wang Teng. No wonder the Omni King holds this human in such high regard. It seems he is indeed a prodigy of martial arts. The angel Vados remarked with a soft chuckle, covering her red lips. Having completed his transformation, Wang Teng confidently turned to Kampa and declared, "Let us commence the second round." Now, the contempt had vanished from Kampa's face. He felt an undeniable sense of danger emanating from the human before him. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng surged forward, disappearing from his original position. Kampa clenched his teeth, violet energy immediately enveloping him as he too vanished from sight. Bang! 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 As the battle commenced, the two engaged in rapid-fire collisions, the air resonating with the waves of their energy clashes, intensifying with each moment as the fight grew ever more fierce. The Omni King's small eyes remained glued to the sky, his expression brimming with excitement. How thrilling! Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. It was Kampa. With a swift motion, Wang Teng charged in, unleashing a fearsome punch. Kampa's face contorted with anger. As the god of destruction of Universe 6, he had never been subjected to such relentless assault. Oh! With a thunderous roar, Kampa unleashed a terrifying aura, violet energy surging around him. Wang Teng's punch halted midair, for he had lost his target. Kampa had vanished. Over here, Wang Teng pivoted, sweeping his fist horizontally, but Kampa caught his arm, delivering a powerful throw that sent Wang Teng flying. As he regained his balance midair, he searched for Kampa's presence, only to find that he had once again disappeared. With a cold smirk, Wang Teng sensed a fierce punch heading his way. He tilted his head slightly, causing Kampa's fist to strike empty air. Quickly, Wang Teng seized Kampa's arm and, with an explosive shout, spun rapidly, flinging Kampa away. Boom! Kampa's body crashed heavily onto the arena, creating a massive crater. Receive this! Wang Teng unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his hands, followed by a multitude of them soaring forth. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions echoed throughout the palace, thick clouds of dust enveloping the entire Omni King palace. As the dust settled, Kampa's furious visage emerged on the arena, his attire as the god of destruction now sullied and disheveled. Here is one for you. Kampa conjured a purple energy orb in his hand and hurled it at Wang Teng. Reacting swiftly, Wang Teng also launched an energy orb. Boom! The two orbs collided, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Whoosh! Purple and golden lights darted through the dust. The two opponents clashed palm to palm, a fierce struggle ensuing as tremendous waves of energy surged forth, sending countless pebbles flying. Sounds of crackling energy resonated in the air. Their auras escalated, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Such power! The Omni King stood up in amazement. At that moment, Vados' voice broke through the excitement. Lord Kampa, Lord Wang Teng, please cease. If you continue, the Omni King palace will collapse. Upon hearing this, the Omni King managed to temper his excitement. Wang Teng, cease your actions. Kampa, you as well. Hearing the Omni King's command, Kampa hurriedly reined in his power and stood respectfully to the side. Wang Teng's voice of complaint rang out, Omni King. I was on the verge of determining the victor with Kampa. Why must we stop? As soon as he finished speaking, the Omni King smiled at Wang Teng. Little Tung Tung, if you enjoy fighting so much, shall we host a martial arts tournament next time? The prospect of combat stirred excitement within Wang Teng. At that moment, he realized he was increasingly embodying the spirit of a Saiyan, the warrior's essence deeply ingrained in his very being. Then, the Omni King spoke slowly. I mentioned that if you win, I would grant you a small reward. Although you both are evenly matched, I sense that you, little Tung, are truly remarkable. I hereby appoint you as an inspector. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. To receive such a title was no folly. The Omni King was the supreme deity across the entire universe, and any position he granted would undoubtedly hold great significance. He quickly responded, "Thank you, Lord Omni King." Upon hearing that the Omni King had casually appointed Wang Teng as an inspector, Kampa was astonished, though he dared not show it. For the inspector was an official who executed the oversight authority on behalf of the Omni King, ranking alongside the High Priest, and could be said to be second only to the Omni King himself, even above the gods of destruction. Lord Zeno, while Lord Wang Teng is indeed commendable, is it appropriate for him to be appointed as the Inspector General? Angel Bardos inquired. I firmly believe that little Tung is more than capable of fulfilling this role. I have complete confidence in him. Upon hearing Zeno's response, Angel Bardos realized that Zeno had made up his mind and chose not to voice any further objections. Wang Teng, from now on, you shall serve as the Inspector General of the Divine Realm, wielding the authority of oversight and instilling awe across the universe. If the High Priest were to learn of this development, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. Chapter 4, Arrival on Earth. In the next moment, Zeno suddenly levitated into the air, gazing at Wang Teng with a measured tone. Now that you are an Inspector General, it is imperative that you fulfill the responsibilities that accompany this position. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Responsibilities? This was the first time he had ever heard of the role of Inspector General, and he was uncertain of its specific duties. Bardos stifled a light laugh and said, Esteemed Inspector General, your duty is to oversee every deity in the lower realms to ensure they are dutifully fulfilling their responsibilities. And you must report to Lord Zeno once every year. Upon hearing Bardos' explanation, Wang Teng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had been contemplating how to confront Sun Wukong, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga, and now, as an Inspector General, the opportunity had presented itself. Furthermore, with his current strength, he was capable of sweeping through all 12 universes. Wang Teng promptly assured Zeno that he would excel in his duties. Zeno chuckled. Since little Tung is now the Inspector General, it seems we can no longer call you that. The time for your trial has arrived, Inspector General. I eagerly await your report in a year's time. When you return, it will coincide with the grand tournament of the 12 universes, which I am truly looking forward to. A radiant smile adorned Zeno's face. Very well, Wang Teng readily agreed. After taking his leave from Zeno, he made his way out of the Grand Hall. Upon returning to his training ground, he resumed his rigorous training. He was determined not to slack off simply because he had attained the title of Inspector General. After all, he still had to contend with the angels, the High Priest, Zeno's guardians, and even Zeno himself. To feel secure in the world of Dragon Ball, he must stand at the pinnacle of power and seize control of his own fate. Thus, he must defeat all those stronger than himself. While continuously honing his foundational combat skills, he seized every opportunity to comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. However, Wang Teng still had not mastered Ultra Instinct. Yet, he had made significant progress, and it was merely a matter of time before he fully grasped it. Maintaining a calm mindset was essential. If he rushed, he might never achieve mastery of Ultra Instinct. Rising to his feet, Wang Teng exhaled deeply. It is time to depart. He understood that he needed to inspect the various universes, with his first destination being Earth in the 7th universe. Having traversed from a weakling to someone possessing power akin to a god of destruction, he was finally ready to leave Zeno's palace. Wang Teng eagerly anticipated meeting the warriors of Dragon Ball, given his current strength. The journey from the god of destruction's realm to Earth in the 7th universe would take him approximately 20 minutes. After preparing himself, he transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from the palace. The Inspector General Wang Teng had finally departed from Zeno's palace. At that moment, the High Priest stood beneath Zeno, slowly articulating, Lord Zeno, the Inspector General has left the palace. Upon hearing this, Zeno exclaimed, Oh, has little Tung already departed? I truly look forward to his return. When he does, we shall have matters to discuss. The High Priest's expression grew unusually solemn at Zeno's words. Were those beings indeed planning to descend upon this world once more? A flicker of seriousness crossed Zeno's seemingly innocent gaze. 20 minutes later, Wang Teng appeared in the skies above Earth, murmuring to himself, So this is Earth? It certainly feels familiar. As the primary planet of the Dragon Ball universe, Earth not only boasted breathtaking scenery, but was also remarkably suitable for human habitation. Moreover, the Earth Wang Teng knew before his traversal bore a striking resemblance to this Dragon Ball Earth, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Shaking off his reverie, Wang Teng immediately dove downward. Upon arriving on Earth, he sensed an immense energy rapidly moving in his direction. Could this energy belong to Gohan? He pondered. Before setting off, Wang Teng had consulted the system to ascertain the current timeline on Earth. Presently, it was during the Dragon Ball Super timeline, after Beerus had visited Earth, with Goku and Vegeta training on the God of Destruction's planet alongside Whis. Consequently, the strongest warrior on Earth at this moment was none other than Gohan, leading Wang Teng to deduce that the energy he sensed was emanating from him. As he contemplated this, the system's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Earth in the 7th universe. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Kamehameha technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining instant transmission. At that moment, Gohan, who was preparing to go shopping with his mother in West City, suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy. What is this energy? He exclaimed, feeling a mix of terror and confusion. It was a power far more fearsome and unfamiliar than any foe he had previously encountered. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Gohan soared toward Wang Teng's location. In an instant, he became a mere speck of light, vanishing into the horizon. Gohan's approach was quickly detected by Wang Teng, who had just completed the system sign-in. Thus, he chose to sit atop a mountain peak, awaiting Gohan's arrival. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a swift rush of air and a glimmer of light, Gohan appeared before Wang Teng. Upon halting in front of him, Gohan's expression turned grave. The man before him was unfamiliar, and his attire was quite peculiar, reminiscent of the clothing worn by the Kaishin. At that moment, Wang Teng donned the garb of the Inspector General of the Divine Realm. Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? Are you a deity like the Kaishin? Gohan inquired. In response to Gohan's questions, Wang Teng merely smiled softly. Then, as Gohan caught sight of Wang Teng's deliberately revealed tail, a look of shock spread across his face. A Saiyan. At that moment, Gohan was rendered speechless, although he was reluctant to accept it. The presence of the tail confirmed that this man was indeed a Saiyan. Furthermore, Wang Teng's head of black hair only solidified his conclusion. Yet, Gohan remained apprehensive. Are you a Saiyan? He attempted to ask again. Though he already had an inkling of the answer, he still wished to hear it from Wang Teng himself. After all, Saiyans were a warrior race known for their fierce temperament. Vegeta had felt the warmth of family and been influenced by Goku, while Goku himself had experienced a head injury in his youth. If the individual before him was a purebred Saiyan, the situation could turn dire. Understanding Gohan's unspoken concerns, Wang Teng smiled reassuringly. Indeed, I am a Saiyan. Upon hearing Wang Teng's affirmative response, Sun Wukong could not help but feel a surge of anxiety within his heart. What brings you to Earth? Do you intend to conquer it? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong, despite his waning strength, would also exhibit a diminishing courage. Thus, Wang Teng resolved to awaken the warrior spirit within Wukong, and he spoke. You are a Saiyan. Are you not? Show me your power. Startled, Wukong replied, You want to fight me? Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Wukong immediately fell into contemplation, but just then, Wang Teng's voice echoed again. I am not proposing a discussion. If your strength is lacking, I shall obliterate this planet without a second thought. Chapter 5. The First Encounter with Bulma. Upon hearing Wang Teng's threat to destroy Earth, Wukong clenched his teeth, his fists tightening. In that case, I must take offense. With a serious expression, Wukong swiftly removed his glasses and assumed a combat stance. He gazed intently at Wang Teng, and then launched a rapid punch. In the face of Wukong's swift assault, Wang Teng merely extended a single finger and effortlessly blocked the oncoming fist. An instant later, Wukong was stunned as he felt a sudden impact on his forehead from that one finger. In the blink of an eye, he found himself spiraling backward uncontrollably. Boom! Wukong's body crashed heavily into a small mountain, shattering it into rubble, dust swirling around him as he became entombed beneath the debris. Wang Teng gracefully descended, remarking, Is this all you can do? He had not expected that Wukong's lack of training had led to such a significant decline in his abilities. Surely, Chi-Chi's strictness had been excessive. As the dust gradually settled, Wukong shot forth from the rubble, his expression grave as he regarded Wang Teng. You should transform into a Super Saiyan, Wang Teng stated coldly. Wukong's expression wavered. He had not anticipated that his opponent was aware of the Super Saiyan transformation. However, recognizing the formidable strength of Wang Teng, Wukong ceased to hesitate. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his energy, golden aura erupting from beneath his feet, his hair instantly transforming to a radiant gold. Super Saiyan, now emanating a terrifying aura, Wukong felt a surge of confidence, declaring, You better be careful. Wang Teng observed Wukong, surprised that the once mighty warrior capable of overwhelming Majin Buu had now diminished to such a state. Truly, knowledge alters fate. In that moment, Wukong, now a Super Saiyan, was unaware that Wang Teng remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and inscrutable. At that instant, Wang Teng beckoned Wukong with a hand gesture. Infuriated by the seemingly mocking invitation, Wukong exclaimed, "How dare you look down on me?" No longer wasting words, he vanished into the sky, swiftly moving as a Super Saiyan. Wukong aimed a ferocious punch at Wang Teng. In response to the rapid attack, Wang Teng again extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking Wukong's blow. Stunned, Wukong gritted his teeth and ascended rapidly into the sky, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands. Tat 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 tat. The barrage of energy blasts detonated against Wang Teng, creating a cacophony of explosions. Boom boom boom. Another terrifying energy blast was launched. Boom. A brilliant fireball erupted into the sky, dust billowing forth. Wukong gasped for breath, proclaiming, Now you know my strength." But as the thick smoke began to dissipate, Wukong's eyes widened in shock. For Wang Teng stood before him, utterly unscathed. A calm voice emerged from Wang Teng. "I am truly disappointed. I did not expect your strength to be so minuscule." Wukong gazed at Wang Teng in utter astonishment. Then, with a fierce explosion of energy, golden aura surged from Wang Teng's feet, a terrifying power radiating outward, causing the very earth to tremble. His hair transformed to a brilliant gold, and he became an unimaginable force. Swish, 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 swish. The golden waves of energy surged forth. Wukong swallowed hard, stating, Super Saiyan. Let me teach you how to harness your energy." Wang Teng let out a thunderous roar, vanishing from the sky, reappearing with a fist crashing into Wukong's abdomen. Instantly, Wukong felt a piercing pain radiate throughout his body, and he reverted from Super Saiyan to his normal state, darkness engulfing him as he collapsed. When Wukong regained consciousness, he found Wang Teng seated beside him. Startled, he quickly sprang to his feet, distancing himself from Wang Teng. "What do you want? Are you still intent on destroying Earth?" Hearing Wukong's words, Wang Teng chuckled softly. "Destroying Earth is not of my interest. I am no destroyer." At the mention of a destroyer, Wukong frowned. "What? A destroyer? Do you know Lord Beerus?" Wukong ventured to inquire. Just then, the voice of King Kai resonated within Wukong's mind. "Wukong, before you stands the divine inspector of the realm. Do not be disrespectful." After conversing with King Kai, Wukong sighed in relief. Since Wang Teng was a divine inspector, he surely would not destroy Earth. Wukong's tone softened considerably. Realizing the immense strength of Wang Teng instilled a fear unlike any he had experienced before. Moreover, Wang Teng's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Lord Beerus and the Supreme Kai. "My lord, what brings you to Earth?" Wukong inquired nervously. "Do not fret, Wukong. I have come to Earth merely to explore, to enjoy the sights, and I shall not damage your planet," Wang Teng stated, observing Wukong's evident apprehension. In truth, Wang Teng had always held a fondness for Wukong while watching Dragon Ball Super in his previous life. He admired Wukong's kindness and strength, having been thrust into the conflict against Frieza at a young age, yet bravely shouldering the burden. Furthermore, during the Cell Games, he transcended to Super Saiyan 2, reaching the realm of divine power, thanks to the Elder Kai's awakening of his potential. However, due to Chi-Chi's desire for him to become a scholar, and his inherently gentle nature, he had heeded her wishes, leading to a decline in his combat prowess. "Oh really? If my lord wishes to explore, I would be honored to guide you around Earth," Wukong exclaimed excitedly, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Moreover, he could discern from Wang Teng's gaze that he was indeed a very benevolent deity. Wukong had long been puzzled as to how Wang Teng knew his name, considering they had never met before, and he had not introduced himself. "Wukong, I have heard that Earth boasts a plethora of delectable cuisines. May I accompany you to sample them?" Wang Teng inquired, because he was aware that, at this moment, the pinnacle of culinary delights on Earth resided within the confines of Bulma's home. Gohan would undoubtedly take him there whenever the topic of gastronomy arose. Wang Teng was genuinely eager to meet Bulma from the Dragon Ball Super timeline. Gohan appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "So you enjoy fine cuisine? I understand. Please follow me." As anticipated by Wang Teng, Gohan led him soaring toward the Capsule Corporation. This was the era of Dragon Ball Super, and little did they know, Goku and Vegeta were currently training under Beerus, having reached incredible heights. Upon entering Capsule Corporation, they soon encountered Bulma emerging from within. "Gohan, have you brought a friend to visit?" Bulma cheerfully greeted Gohan, immediately assuming Wang Teng was one of his acquaintances. Despite Wang Teng's rather unconventional attire, Bulma had an extensive network of friends across the universe and was unperturbed by his appearance. Then, Bulma noticed Wang Teng's tail, exclaiming in surprise, "A tail? A Saiyan?" In Chapter 6, Frieza's Onslaught, Bulma was astonished to discover that Wang Teng was indeed a Saiyan with a tail. "Aunt Bulma, allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed prosecutor." Gohan promptly introduced Wang Teng's identity, anxious that Bulma's fearless demeanor might offend this important figure. "Prosecutor? Gohan, are you mistaken? He appears to be a Saiyan. How could he possibly be a prosecutor?" Bulma inquired with evident skepticism. In response to Bulma's doubt, Gohan quietly reassured her, Aunt Bulma. This is what King Kai informed me. There must be no mistake. Just as Bulma was reeling from the shock, Wang Teng smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I am Wang Teng. Bulma instantly extended her hand to shake his. Hello, I am Bulma. Welcome to our home. At that moment, Wang Teng took a closer look at Bulma. The Bulma of the Dragon Ball Super timeline indeed exuded an extraordinary aura, appearing ageless. In Wang Teng's eyes, Bulma and Android 18 were equally stunning. Aunt Bulma, the prosecutor has come to Earth to savor its culinary offerings. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately grasped the implication and nodded, saying, Gohan, please keep our guest company while I prepare some food. She then headed to the kitchen, her sharp intellect quickly discerning that this individual was likely a powerful deity not far beneath Beerus' strength. Gohan, do you wish to reclaim the formidable power you once possessed? Wang Teng suddenly inquired, as he did not want Gohan, a warrior of the Saiyan race, to ultimately meet a fate akin to that of Yamcha. I want to grow stronger, just like my father, to protect our Earth. Gohan's declaration elicited a satisfied nod from Wang Teng. At that moment, an immense energy surged toward Earth, immediately sensed by the conversing Gohan and Wang Teng. That energy feels so familiar. Frieza, Gohan murmured. Above the Earth, a colossal spaceship swiftly descended. Inside the spacecraft, an assembly of aliens clad in battle gear knelt before their leader, the cosmic tyrant Frieza, who had been resurrected by his minions using the Dragon Balls. Beside Frieza stood a diminutive figure, Sobel, the one responsible for his revival. Lord Frieza, we have arrived at Earth. Sobel reported respectfully. Oh ho ho ho, splendid. This time, I shall settle the score with those Saiyans. Frieza's expression gradually morphed into one of seething rage as he recalled the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Saiyans, particularly the merciless defeat dealt by Super Saiyan Goku. Later, upon his resurrection, he sought revenge on Earth, only to be vanquished by future Trunks. A disgrace he could never forget. Upon his revival, Frieza had trained and become far more powerful than before. Issue the command, land swiftly. Upon hearing this, Sobel immediately responded. As you wish, Lord Frieza. Meanwhile, the warriors of Earth had begun to sense Frieza's terrifying energy, but Goku and Vegeta were not present. The North Kai gazed gravely toward Earth. Goku, hurry back. A calamity is imminent. Yet, it seemed the prosecutor remained on Earth, leaving one to ponder the fate that awaited the planet. In the midst of training, Piccolo sensed Frieza's menacing energy. Meanwhile, Gohan and Wang Teng hastened toward this ominous presence. Prosecutor, I did not anticipate your willingness to accompany me. I am truly grateful. Gohan expressed his appreciation to Wang Teng. I, too, wish to witness the grandeur of the cosmic tyrant Frieza. I hope it does not disappoint. Gohan could only manage a few hollow chuckles in response to Wang Teng's remark. At Capsule Corporation, Bulma emerged carrying a delicious bowl of ramen, only to find the hall completely empty. Where did Gohan and that esteemed guest go? Suddenly, Gohan and Wang Teng descended swiftly, landing beside the already arrived Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, is that Frieza's energy? Piccolo's demeanor appeared even more tense, his forehead glistening with cold sweat as he solemnly nodded. Indeed, it is Frieza's energy. Wang Teng promptly found a stone to sit upon, quietly awaiting Frieza's arrival. Piccolo then noticed the youth accompanying Gohan and remarked, Gohan, who is this young man? I sense an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Wang Teng glanced at Piccolo before averting his gaze. That single glance instilled in Piccolo an unprecedented sense of pressure, causing him to break into a cold sweat and gasp for air. Gohan promptly noticed Piccolo's distress and inquired, Uncle Piccolo, what is wrong? Piccolo composed himself and slowly asked, Gohan, who exactly is this individual? Gohan looked at Wang Teng and replied, Uncle Piccolo, this is the esteemed prosecutor. Prosecutor? Piccolo's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, and with a grave expression, he shot another glance at Wang Teng before hastily averting his gaze. In a short while, the Dragon Ball warriors of Earth began to arrive. Simultaneously, on a small island in the northern region, a massive spaceship descended. As the doors of the spaceship opened, a throng of soldiers poured forth. In the next instant, Frieza rose from his throne. Oh ho ho ho! Earth, I, Frieza, have returned. Frieza proclaimed with his signature sinister grin. You there, step aside. He commanded the soldiers before him. They immediately parted to form a path, and Frieza declared, Prepare my greeting gift for the Earthlings. With a delicate flick of his finger, a crimson energy coalesced at his fingertip. Whoosh! In the next moment, the red beam shot forth from Frieza's fingertip, piercing into the city. Boom! The crimson beam of light erupted with terrifying destructive force, reducing the entire North City to mere ashes. Frieza gazed at the masterpiece he had created and chuckled. This is merely a little greeting. Whoosh! 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 Three figures swiftly approached, finally landing atop the massive rock opposite Frisia. It was the hastily arrived Wang Teng, Gohan, and Piccolo. Staring at the smoldering remnants of North City, Gohan and Piccolo were left utterly astounded, while Wang Teng's gaze continuously scrutinized Frisia. So, this is the cosmic Emperor Frisia. In reality, he exudes far more elegance than in the anime. This scoundrel dares to be so brazen. Gohan glared furiously, his fists clenched, as his energy began to rise steadily. You must be the son of Son Goku, Frisia remarked with graceful poise. Just then, a figure descended rapidly. It was the arriving Tien Shin'an. Uncle Tien. Gohan greeted him with a smile. Tien nodded, then turned to Frisia and said, I didn't bring any dumplings or tea, as it seemed far too perilous. In the next moment, Krillin, accompanied by Master Roshi, also arrived on the battlefield. Krillin, having once again shaved his head, evoked a wave of nostalgia among his companions. Master Roshi turned to Gohan and asked, Gohan, are you still practicing martial arts? Gohan instantly looked dejected, replying, I'm sorry. However, transforming into a Super Saiyan is still within my capabilities. Chapter 7. Wang Teng vs. Frisia. Frisia leisurely floated over from his throne, asking, Has Son Goku not yet arrived? Krillin anxiously responded, He'll be here shortly. Please bear with us. At that moment, a jet aircraft descended, and Bulma jumped out. It turned out Bulma had been unable to locate Gohan and Wang Teng, and, upon seeing the news of North City's destruction, had rushed over in the plane. The moment she leaped down, she spotted Gohan and Wang Teng, who had vanished from her home. So, you really came here. I searched for you both at home for so long, and you left without a word. How inconsiderate. Hearing Bulma's reproach, Gohan smiled sheepishly, while Wang Teng responded, Miss Bulma, I sincerely apologize. Circumstances compelled our departure. I hope you can forgive us. Upon hearing Wang Teng's polite demeanor, Bulma felt embarrassed to continue her scolding. She turned to see Frisia across from her. Could it be that the round figure seated there is Frisia? Krillin approached and asked, Miss Bulma, what brings you here? And do you know this young man? Bulma smiled and replied, With such a significant event occurring and Vegeta not present, I decided to come. This is the esteemed officer, and he is Gohan's friend. Everyone stared at Gohan in astonishment, while he could only manage a wry smile. I am Wang Teng. A pleasure to meet you all. Wang Teng's courteous introduction prompted everyone to respond in kind. Bulma added, At such a critical moment, both Son Goku and Vegeta are completely unreachable. I attempted to contact Whis, but he did not respond. Then, Bulma turned her gaze back to Frisia. Weren't you dead? How have you returned for revenge? How did you come back to life? Krillin immediately interjected, Miss Bulma, please be mindful of your wording. Frisia smirked. It seems you are aware of my history. So, you have visited planet Namek as well. Sitting upon his throne, Frisia inquired, Where's your friend Son Goku? Bulma clenched her fists and asked, Why wait until now to seek vengeance? Frisia laughed. Much has transpired. Indeed, I am late. Bulma, appearing relaxed, remarked, At this point, Son Goku could easily defeat you. You should retreat while you still can. Krillin quickly cautioned, Miss Bulma, do not provoke him. Frisia's smile widened. When he arrives and sees that his friends have all been slain, he will surely be devastated. Bulma turned to Gohan. Gohan, you can surely defeat him with ease, right? Gohan glanced at the calm Wang Teng, feeling a lack of confidence. The fate of Earth now rested upon Wang Teng. With a grave expression, Gohan warned, Miss Bulma, you may not have noticed, but Frisia is not to be underestimated. This fellow is like a different person from before. His power has significantly increased. Bulma's face paled. How can this be? She looked to Wang Teng. Lord Wang Teng, are you not a great deity? Surely you can defeat Frisia? In response, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. Miss Bulma, leave it to me. But remember, you owe me a feast. Upon hearing Wang Teng's willingness to assist, Bulma immediately agreed. No problem. If you defeat Frisia, I'll treat you to 100 banquets. Frisia, having lost patience, declared, Since Son Goku is absent, let the games begin. His voice turned cold. Upon hearing Frisia's command, Sobel waved his hand. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. In the next instant, over 1,000 soldiers surged forth like a swarm of locusts. The surrounding warriors braced themselves for battle. Wang Teng stepped forward, gently raising his right hand to draw a line in the air. Instantly, a beam of light appeared, and the 1,000 soldiers began to plummet as if dumplings were being dropped. Shock. Unparalleled astonishment. The Dragon Ball warriors stared wide-eyed. Lord Wang Teng is indeed formidable. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Frisia stared in disbelief at the suddenly materialized youth before him. You, who are you? Wang Teng smiled slightly. Greetings, Frisia. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your name precedes you. Upon hearing that Wang Teng knew him, Frisia laughed. Ah, my fame has spread throughout the universe. Lord Wang Teng, please defeat Frisia quickly. Bulma cheered, waving her tiny fists. Frieza soared into the sky, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept through the air. Wang Teng quickly ascended, hovering opposite Frieza. Frieza, transform. Let me witness your true power. Frieza, taken aback, replied, You know this so well? Very well, I shall oblige. Wang Teng remained calm, and the two locked eyes. Then, Frieza grinned wickedly, letting out a roar as he commenced his transformation. A dreadful energy wave surged around Frieza, causing the very earth to tremble. His body began to undergo a gradual transformation, with his power escalating rapidly. Wang Teng observed Frieza's metamorphosis, noting, The Frost Demon clan is indeed a uniquely gifted lineage. After a minute, Frieza finally assumed his ultimate form. I apologize for the wait. This is the transformation you have eagerly anticipated. Before Wang Teng could react, Frieza moved at blinding speed, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, Wang Teng swiftly struck, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's face. Frieza touched his injured cheek, saying, I never expected Earth to harbor such a formidable expert, but you have chosen the wrong opponent. Frieza's fingertips began to gather crimson energy once more. At the sound of his low growl, a crimson beam surged forth with great speed. Wang Teng extended his palm, and with a vigorous sweep, the red light was deflected away. Observing that his ultimate move had been effortlessly repelled, Frieza's countenance immediately darkened with fury. Have you become overly complacent? Frieza exclaimed as he charged at Wang Teng with unrestrained rage. However, his fierce punch struck nothing but air, leaving only Wang Teng's afterimage in its wake. Below, Wang Teng's voice echoed. Frieza, I am right here. Where are you aiming? How dare you mock me, the great king? With that, Frieza lunged at Wang Teng below, unleashing a flurry of punches. His strikes were as swift as lightning, yet predictably, each one missed its mark. Frieza's teeth clenched in frustration as he gazed at the elusive afterimages. You coward, do you only know how to evade? Lord Wang Teng is truly formidable. Frieza cannot even touch him. Bulma murmured in awe. Gohan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the depth of Wang Teng's power, astonished that Frieza was at a loss against him. In response to Frieza's enraged outcry, Wang Teng chuckled lightly. It seems you still do not comprehend. Try attacking once more. Frieza, completely incensed by Wang Teng's taunt, bellowed in fury, You underestimate me. How infuriating. In response, Wang Teng waved his hand invitingly, further igniting Frieza's wrath. He charged furiously at Wang Teng. His powerful fists aimed directly at him. Wang Teng, with a mere finger extended, observed Frieza's underestimation of him, which only solidified Frieza's resolve to eliminate him. Frieza unleashed a rapid succession of punches, yet Wang Teng effortlessly blocked each with his fingertip. At that moment of Frieza's astonishment, Wang Teng's figure flickered, appearing directly above him. Grinning as he declared, This is how a fist should be used. His ghostly punch descended upon Frieza's head. Frieza instantly felt an overwhelming force coursing through him, sending his body uncontrollably plummeting downward. Boom! Frieza crashed heavily into the cliffside, clouds of dust billowing around him. Chapter 8, Golden Frieza. Wang Teng descended gradually, casting his gaze upon Frieza, now buried beneath a pile of stones. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted as Frieza shot out from the rubble. A multitude of stones flying in every direction. He glared at Wang Teng, demanding, Who are you? And how do you possess such immense power? Wang Teng replied with a smile, I am a Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. You claim to be a Saiyan. Impossible. The Saiyans should have been eradicated. Aside from a few remnants on Earth, there can be no more Saiyans. Wang Teng responded with a grin, There is nothing impossible. He then revealed the distinctive tail of a Saiyan. Upon seeing the tail, Frieza's teeth ground together in fury. A tail? You truly are a Saiyan. You wild monkey shall be annihilated by me today. Wang Teng shook his head. You are no match for me now. Frieza, hearing Wang Teng's words, laughed derisively. You have great confidence in your power. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Without further ado, Wang Teng unleashed a low growl, a terrifying aura erupting from within him, causing the very ground to tremble. In an instant, a golden energy enveloped his form, an unparalleled power exploding forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Super Saiyan. Frieza staggered back in shock, his silver teeth gritted tightly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball warriors watching were left in stunned silence. Gohan. Is he really a Saiyan? Can he actually transform into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo questioned, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Gohan nodded affirmatively. Unlike the others, Bulma's face radiated with excitement. This is wonderful. Lord Wang Teng will surely defeat Frieza. It seems we won't need Goku after all. How infuriating. Frieza roared in anger and charged forward. Boom. The two fists collided with tremendous force, a violent gust of wind sweeping through the area. Frieza was immediately knocked back by the impact. You should transform into Golden Frieza, Wang Teng remarked, and Frisia, taken aback by this knowledge of his transformation, felt as though he had seen a ghost. Who are you? How do you know this? In the face of Frisia's terror, Wang Teng replied with a smirk. Who am I? If I must say, I am the one who will slay you. Arrogant. Frisia's fury surged to new heights. Next, I shall make you feel the terror of the Cosmic Emperor. You should feel honored to be the first to witness my transformation into Golden Frisia. With that, he unleashed a surge of energy, a purple aura rising dramatically, his face contorting in pain. Aya! Frisia's shouts echoed as his power escalated, causing the earth to quake, the skies darkening ominously. Frisia's fury was astounding. What is he planning? Piccolo observed the battlefield, his face paling. Damn it! What kind of training has Frisia undergone to amplify his power so drastically? Gohan clenched his fists tightly, murmuring. Wang Teng, watching Frisia's transformation with a smile, felt a rush of excitement as Frisia's power grew formidable. He too was eager to test the strength of Golden Frisia, capable of rivaling Goku's Super Blue form. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying aura gradually stabilized. Ho ho ho. This is my ultimate transformation. Wang Teng gazed upon Frisia, who was now adorned in a golden hue. Is that all? I expected something more impressive from your transformation. What a disappointment. Wang Teng taunted deliberately. Frisia's face hardened at the mockery. Ignorant Saiyan. Soon you will be left speechless. Golden Frisia unleashed a fierce punch, his speed reaching unbelievable levels. Wang Teng met him with a smile, and their fists collided, unleashing a tempestuous gale. Boom, boom, boom. Their speeds were unfathomable. The sky was filled with swirling white energy ripples, rendering their figures invisible. As the white ripples intensified, it was clear the battle was escalating in ferocity. With a resounding crash, both combatants were sent reeling apart. At that moment, Frisia suddenly appeared above Wang Teng, launching a rapid, powerful punch. Facing Frisia's terrifying blow, Wang Teng crossed his arms defensively against the strike. Boom! A colossal force battered him, propelling him downward. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground, gazing up at the triumphant Frisia, now possessing a clear understanding of the power of Golden Frisia. Golden Frisia truly lives up to his reputation as a transformation capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. Although Wang Teng possesses an exceptionally formidable base combat strength that far surpasses that of Son Goku, facing Golden Frisia in his Super Saiyan form proves to be an arduous challenge. Oh ho ho ho, how does it feel? Are you sensing fear? Do not panic. I shall grant you liberation shortly, Frisia proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Wang Teng, gazing skyward, responded with a smile. What of it? You are not the only one capable of transformation. Allow me to demonstrate what true metamorphosis entails. Frisia was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Transformation? Surely. You jest. However, I shall grant you this opportunity. Come forth and showcase your power. With that, Wang Teng shouted down to son Gohan. Gohan, watch closely. The mighty Saiyan knows no limits. Feel the essence of the Saiyan transformation and strength. Gohan had always exhibited remarkable talent, having been the first to attain Super Saiyan 2, a testament to his innate prowess. Moreover, the Elder Kai had unearthed his potential, enabling him to surpass Super Saiyan 3 and become the Divine Gohan. Yet, a life of peace had led him to neglect his training, compounded by Chi-Chi's insistence on him becoming a scholar, thus further forsaking his power. Today, Wang Teng aimed to rekindle that fiery passion within Gohan. In the next moment, Wang Teng began to unleash his aura. A deep roar erupted from his throat. Instantly, the golden waves of energy became increasingly ferocious, enveloping the battlefield in a terrifying aura. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The very ground of the earth trembled violently. Waves of golden energy surged forth, white lightning flickering like serpents within the gusts. At Wang Teng's feet, a fierce wind swept through like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, and his expression turned fierce, exuding an immeasurable power. Since Gohan could already transform into Super Saiyan 2, there was no need for further demonstration. This is Super Saiyan 3. You may have seen your father assume this form. However, due to the immense energy drain associated with Super Saiyan 3, Wang Teng did not intend to engage in battle while in this state. The onlookers below gaped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief, for apart from Goku, they had never witnessed another achieve such a form. Now comes the main event. Prepare yourself. Wang Teng's voice rang out calmly. Is this not the limit? Has Lord Wang Teng truly surpassed my father? Gohan exclaimed in shock. What nonsense is this? The Saiyans' power can surge to such heights? Surely he must be jesting. Frisia's eyes were filled with trepidation. At that moment, Wang Teng's low growl resonated once more, and simultaneously, the earth quaked again. The entire planet shook violently. A terrifying whirlwind rendering the onlookers unable to keep their eyes open, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The deep roar persisted. The sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, and Wang Teng's formidable power pierced through the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless white bolts of lightning danced around the golden aura, radiating a blinding brilliance. Incredible. Lord Wang Teng is astonishingly powerful. It is simply unbelievable how strong a Saiyan can become. The overwhelming pressure compelled Gohan to take a step back. In the next instant, Wang Teng finally transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A crimson tail swayed freely behind him. His hair had turned black, with red energy entwined within it. His body adorned with a coat of red fur, emanating an overwhelming force. His visage now radiated confidence. This is the form of Super Saiyan 4, a completely new transformation. Wang Teng stated calmly. The Dragon Ball warriors below were left in utter disbelief, their mouths agape. They could hardly fathom that the Saiyans possessed such a transformation. The aura of annihilation surrounding Wang Teng was terrifying. Gulp. Gohan swallowed hard. At this moment, even Golden Frisia's eyes widened in shock. Damn it. The Saiyans' power has ascended to this level. Frisia's expression darkened, for Wang Teng's energy had subtly surpassed his own. Regret washed over Frisia. Had he known Earth harbored such powerful Saiyans, he would have trained longer before seeking revenge. Let us continue. Wang Teng provocatively beckoned Frisia. Enraged, Frisia's veins bulged as he seethed. You arrogant monkey, do not get too cocky. In a fit of fury, he charged at Wang Teng once more. The two clashed again. Boom, boom, boom. Energy ripples echoed through the air as their speed intensified. What kind of battle is this? They are both as powerful as demons. Krillin murmured in awe. Bang! The two quickly separated, Frisia struggling to regain his footing, while Wang Teng remained composed. In the next moment, Frisia unleashed a terrifying energy blast from his hand, but with a swift motion, Wang Teng deflected it effortlessly. Boom! The energy blast detonated high above. Just then, Frisia suddenly appeared behind Wang Teng, launching a fierce punch. Wang Teng's expression remained unfazed as he grasped Frisia's arm firmly. With a powerful shout, he hurled Frisia away. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered by Frisia's impact. Wang Teng's palm glimmered with radiant energy, and in an instant, countless energy blasts rained down upon the battlefield. Boom! Boom, boom! The resounding explosions lit up the sky, billowing clouds of smoke. Krillin and the others were ecstatic, exclaiming, Excellent! We defeated Frisia. Yet only Gohan and Piccolo remained solemn, sensing that Frisia still possessed a faint energy signature. Wang Teng floated above the chaotic battlefield, chuckling softly. Come forth, Frisia. You cannot be so easily vanquished. As if on cue, a battered golden figure emerged swiftly from the rubble, wearing a fierce scowl. Damn you, I shall end your life. In the next moment, a terrifying energy erupted from Frisia, coalescing ominously above his head into a massive golden sphere. Oh ho ho ho, disappear with this. With a swift downward motion, he sent the golden energy blasting towards the ground. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, gazed up, murmuring, Frisia has lost his mind. If that lands, Earth may very well cease to exist. Gazing upon the ominous golden energy orb suspended in the sky, Wang Teng's lips curled into a smile as he declared, What a perfect opportunity to test the Kamehameha wave I acquired through my sign-in. In the next moment, Wang Teng began to radiate energy, as golden flames slowly began to rise around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kamehameha. The white-blue light immediately shimmered in his hands, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Gohan exclaimed, Is that my father's Kamehameha? When did Lord Wang Teng learn it? At this moment, Gohan and the others perceived Wang Teng as even more enigmatic and inscrutable. Wang Teng bellowed, Incoming. The white-blue shockwave immediately surged forth with a deafening roar. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided instantly, and in a fleeting moment, a wave of terrifying energy rippled outward. The surrounding cliffs and trees were instantly reduced to rubble, and countless shards of earth were sent flying. Gohan, with a grave expression, observed the clash in the sky and lamented, Indeed, Frisia is far stronger than before. If it weren't for Lord Wang Teng being here on Earth, we would be in dire straits. As they beheld the two forces locked in a stalemate, Wang Teng chuckled, Frisia is indeed stronger than I anticipated, but it's still manageable. Huh. An even greater force surged into the Kamehameha, and the white-blue shockwave promptly repelled Frisia's golden energy blast. Frisia's eyes turned a fierce crimson. No, this is impossible. Boom. Frisia's entire being was engulfed by the terrifying shockwave. A colossal explosion reverberated through the air, flames erupting like a magnificent firework display. Then, a thick cloud of dust billowed forth. We won. This is wonderful. Lord Wang Teng has triumphed. Bulma exclaimed, jumping with joy. As the dust slowly settled, Frisia's golden form re-emerged, yet he appeared exceedingly worse for wear, battered and bruised. Frisia gasped for breath. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at the smiling Wang Teng below. Cursed. How could I lose? I have trained to be powerful enough. Why am I still defeated? In the throes of his rage, Frisia's voice echoed, only to be met by Wang Teng's calm response. Do you understand why you have been defeated? It is due to your two weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Frisia's brow furrowed in confusion. Weaknesses? You dare claim that I, the great Frisia, have weaknesses? Ha ha ha, you arrogant wild monkey. How could I possibly have weaknesses? Wang Teng disregarded Frisia's retorts and spoke steadily. Your first weakness is your overconfidence in your power. Should you encounter someone stronger, you would be ruthlessly annihilated. The second and most fatal weakness is your stamina. Your training has not reached perfection, and you hastily rushed here for revenge. Your energy has already been significantly depleted. Frisia, you no longer stand a chance. Chapter 10, The Annihilation of Frisia. I, Frisia, am the strongest. I cannot lose. Silence. Frisia roared, his face flushed with fury. He then erupted with energy and charged directly at Wang Teng. His strikes were as swift as lightning, raining down upon Wang Teng like a torrential downpour. Yet as Frisia's assault approached, all that could be seen in the air were Wang Teng's afterimages, and after a flurry of attacks, Frisia's rapid strikes met only empty air. What? What is happening? Frisia's expression turned grim. Wang Teng, your speed has diminished considerably since earlier. This form must be quite taxing on your stamina. Wang Teng remarked with a smile. Silence. I am invincible. Ha 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 ha. Countless energy blasts erupted from Frisia's hands, filling the air with terrifying explosive sounds. Instantly, the sky was engulfed in flames. Frisia laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Perish, perish without a grave. This is the fate of those who underestimate me. Boom, boom, boom. Gohan and the others anxiously watched the terrifying explosions above. Uncle Piccolo, do you think Lord Wang Teng will be all right? Piccolo, sweating profusely, responded solemnly. That esteemed individual should be fine. He has had the upper hand so far. Frisia continued to unleash energy blasts, his manic laughter echoing through the chaos. Just then, Wang Teng's figure appeared like a specter behind Frisia, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Frisia plummeted downward, but Wang Teng was even faster. Reappearing above Frisia in an instant, his fists raised high as he struck down with tremendous force. Boom! Frisia crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Debris flew everywhere, and dust swirled chaotically. Huh! Wang Teng unleashed another energy blast, striking the deep crater in the ground. Boom! Flames shot skyward, and the earth trembled violently. We won. Lord Wang Teng has won. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, a voice rang out. I will not be defeated. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia. Bang! Frisia erupted from the pile of rubble, and in the next instant, he surged upwards, enveloped in a swirling tempest of energy. Wang Teng maintained an unperturbed gaze, calmly facing Frisia as he approached. Frisia's expression twisted with rage as he gasped for breath. His energy was now significantly diminished, reduced to only about 30% of his peak strength. Frisia, you find it difficult to maintain this golden form now, don't you? You have already lost. Wang Teng stated matter-of-factly. Lost. How could I, the Cosmic Emperor, lose? Curse Saiyan, I will make you pay. Frisia roared in fury, and in the next moment, numerous energy orbs materialized around him. A terrifying aura radiated outward. Wang Teng immediately sensed the impending danger. No, this fiend is attempting to self-destruct. I won't allow you to succeed. He activated the instantaneous movement skill obtained through the Earth Saiyan, appearing directly behind Frisia. A horrifying energy blast erupted forth, this time utilizing all of Wang Teng's strength. Frisia was sent hurtling away, soaring into the sky. The white-blue shockwave propelled Frisia beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Frisia, in utter horror, realized the energy blast below him was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering him completely immobile. No, I cannot lose. I am Frisia. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated in outer space. The Cosmic Emperor Frisia had thus been reduced to cosmic dust. Below, the Z-fighters gazed in disbelief at the spectacle above. They had never anticipated that the Cosmic Emperor Frisia would meet his demise in such a manner, and that Goku and Vegeta had yet to make their appearance. Wang Teng gracefully descended. Miss Bulma, I wonder about the delectable feast you promised? Upon hearing this, Bulma instantly beamed with a charming smile, replying, Lord Wang Teng, rest assured. Upon our return to West City, I will prepare a lavish banquet for you. Nodding in satisfaction at Bulma's promise, Wang Teng's expression suddenly shifted. It seems I have forgotten someone. As Wang Teng's expression suddenly shifted, everyone was taken aback, uncertain of what the esteemed Wang Teng was referring to. Indeed, a crimson beam had already locked onto him. However, Wang Teng acted with swiftness, unleashing a rapid energy blast. Boom! Amidst a chilling scream, the unfortunate Salb who had concealed himself behind the spaceship, met his demise. Wang Teng fired another energy blast, obliterating Frisia's entire spacecraft. Once he had tidied up the situation, he sighed with relief and remarked, "Now it is all concluded. I nearly forgot about that petty minion." Although Wang Teng harbored no doubt that the ambush could harm him, his cautious nature shunned recklessness, recalling that even the Super Saiyan Blue Goku had fallen prey in the original storyline. "Wang Teng, what was that just now?" Bulma inquired, her confusion evident. "It's nothing, just taking care of a few loose ends. Now, everything is fine." Wang Teng chuckled. The others nodded, somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Bulma heard Whis' voice resonate in her mind. "Miss Bulma, did you contact me regarding new delicacies?" Bulma was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Why are you only reaching out to me now? Everything here is finished, and there are no delicacies." Bulma's character remained fearless, refusing to show deference based on the other party's status. "Is that so? What a pity. Lord Beerus and I were rather looking forward to it," Whis replied. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Teng's voice echoed in Bulma's mind, engaging in conversation with Whis. "Hello Whis, this is Wang Teng. I will be visiting the God of Destruction realm in a couple of days." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Whis paused, quickly realizing, it is the esteemed inspector. I had no idea you were on Earth. Lord Beerus and I are always ready to welcome you for your inspection duties." After the connection was severed, Bulma's face was filled with astonishment. "Lord Wang Teng, you are indeed a magnificent deity. Even Whis treats you with such respect." Wang Teng merely smiled mysteriously, remaining silent, his actions deepening the air of intrigue surrounding him. Subsequently, he and the others soared towards West City, their destination being the Capsule Corporation. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta were clad in heavy training uniforms, diligently honing their skills. Meanwhile, Lord Beerus lay in his chamber, indulging in dreams filled with culinary delights, even blowing a small bubble from the corner of his mouth. "Lord Beerus," Whis gently called, but there was no sign of the God of Destruction waking. Whis shook his head, thinking how irresponsibly Beerus behaved. Should the inspector arrive early, he would be in peril. Thus, Whis' angelic staff tapped the corner of Beerus' bed, causing it to shake violently, jostling Beerus awake. In another part of the room, there was no commotion whatsoever, a testament to Whis' remarkable control. Pop! The bubble at Beerus' lips burst, and he slowly opened his eyes, asking, "What happened? Is there an earthquake?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized that it was Whis' doing. There was no way the God of Destruction realm could experience an earthquake. With a glare, he demanded, "Whis, you better explain yourself. You have interrupted my delightful dream of strawberry sundae." Chapter 11, The Arrival of the Inspector. In that instance, Beerus flipped over, standing before Whis with a decidedly unfriendly demeanor. Facing the wrathful God of Destruction, Whis maintained his calm demeanor, smiling as he said, "Lord Beerus, you were sleeping far too soundly. I had no choice but to wake you in this manner." As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus' grand bed came crashing down to the ground. "Is there something you need? You better clarify, or else." Whis served as Beerus' attendant angel, as well as his mentor. However, should Beerus perish, Whis too would fall into a deep slumber, awaiting the arrival of the next God of Destruction. While Beerus was the mightiest of the gods of destruction, having mastered half of the Ultra Instinct technique, in a real fight, he was not truly Whis' match. At that moment, Beerus was simply disgruntled, demanding an explanation from Whis. After all, he was a god of destruction. It was unacceptable for someone to disturb his dreams without facing consequences. "Lord Beerus, it is indeed for a significant reason. Please calm down," Whis said with composure. "Humph, speak. What is it?" Beerus huffed, his indignation slowly dissipating, as he recognized that his strength paled in comparison to Whis'. Gazing at the still, irked Beerus, a smile crept onto Whis' face. "Lord Beerus, I have just received news that the inspector will be visiting you for an inspection." Upon hearing this, Beerus froze for a moment, muttering to himself, "Inspector? Why does that sound so familiar?" His expression then shifted to one of alarm as he anxiously asked, "Are you referring to the inspector appointed by Lord Zeno to oversee the affairs of the entire universe?" Whis replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Indeed, Lord Beerus. According to information relayed from Lord Zeno, the new inspector, Lord Wang Teng, has departed from the Zeno Palace to commence inspections across various universes." Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard. "Are you implying that the inspector is coming to the 7th universe?" Sensing Beerus' growing anxiety, Whis observed him with a smile. "According to the latest intel, Lord Wang Teng is currently on Earth in the 7th universe and will soon arrive at the God of Destruction realm." Beerus' eyes widened to the size of saucers, and he shouted, "What did you say? The inspector has already arrived on Earth, and now he is coming to the God of Destruction realm?" Whis nodded affirmatively, a smile still gracing his face. The position of inspector had been vacant for over 1,000,000 years, allowing various deities to develop some undesirable habits. such as Beerus's tendency to sleep for millennia. The previous inspector had not permitted such behavior. Any god of destruction like Beerus, who dozed for thousands of years, would likely have been replaced numerous times. Thus, the deities across the cosmos harbored a deep-seated respect and fear for this unique inspector, fully aware that a single word could alter their fate. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through Beerus's mind. If he offended this inspector, his reign as god of destruction could come to an abrupt end. Panic set in, and he began to pace anxiously, clearly unsettled. Whis, should we not go to Earth to welcome the inspector? After all, he has arrived in our 7th universe. Yet Whis maintained his characteristic enigmatic smile, offering no indication of agreement or disagreement. That is entirely up to you, Lord Beerus. Observing Whis's playful demeanor, Beerus felt a twinge of irritation. Falling into silence, he remained under Whis's watchful gaze, who relished the opportunity to encourage Beerus to amend his lazy habits, as the arrival of the inspector was fortuitously timed. As Whis, an angel, also served as Beerus's mentor, servant, and overseer, he was determined to instill a sense of responsibility within the god of destruction. However, after Beerus's strength surged under Whis's tutelage, he became somewhat lethargic, spending his days indulging in gourmet cuisine and napping, which left Whis quite exasperated. As the guardian angel of the 7th universe, Whis has always been diligent in his duties. Beerus has been trained sufficiently well, ranking among the top in strength among all the gods of destruction. Yet, in the recent millennia, Beerus has succumbed to an advanced stage of laziness, leaving Whis at a loss for solutions. As the guardian angel of the 7th universe, it would be disingenuous for Whis to claim he harbored no resentment towards Beerus. With the arrival of the inspector, he resolved to reform Beerus's undesirable habits. While Whis was deep in thought, Beerus suddenly proclaimed, "No, I must go greet the esteemed inspector." Although he had heard much about the newly appointed inspector, he had yet to meet him in person. At that moment, Whis shook his head and replied with a smile, "Lord Beerus, the inspector has clearly stated that he will come as soon as he finishes his tasks. If you were to hastily approach, it might displease the inspector, for which I could not be held responsible." Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically, and he sighed. "Then let us quickly tidy up the realm of destruction and await the arrival of the inspector." On Earth, Wang Teng and Gohan were quietly waiting at Bulma's house for the feast to be served. After Bulma revealed Wang Teng's identity, everyone felt uneasy lingering there and departed under various pretenses. "Rest assured, Lord Wang Teng, Aunt Bulma's culinary creations are sure to be exquisite." Gohan chimed in from the side. "Gohan, you needn't call me Lord anymore. Just refer to me as Wang Teng." Wang Teng replied directly to the polite Gohan. Having traversed from 2022, Wang Teng was indifferent to titles, as their era emphasized equality among all. "Very well, Mr. Wang Teng." Seeing Wang Teng's amiable demeanor, Gohan couldn't help but smile a bit more. "Gohan, I asked you from the very beginning if you wished to become stronger than you are now. Your answer was quite satisfactory. How about training with me from now on?" Wang Teng truly did not want a gifted Saiyan to be wasted. He believed that with proper training, Gohan could become a super warrior rivaling Goku. Furthermore, with the upcoming tournament of power organized by the Omni King, it was crucial for the 7th universe to bolster its strength against Jiren. As Wang Teng was originally a human from Earth, he harbored an unbreakable emotional connection to it, and did not wish for this beautiful planet to be erased by the Omni King. "Mr. Wang Teng, I wish to grow stronger. I would like to follow you. However, regarding my mother, Gohan had experienced several battles defending Earth, and each crisis relied on his father. He yearned to protect Earth with his own strength. All right, since you are willing, you'll need to handle matters with your mother on your own. I must admit, I'm not particularly adept at dealing with such issues." In response to Wang Teng's irresponsible answer, Gohan felt a bit exasperated. Just then, Bulma brought forth a grand feast. "Here you go, Lord Wang Teng, please enjoy." In truth, Bulma had overheard the conversation between Wang Teng and Gohan. Her thoughts differed from Chi-Chi's. She was genuinely happy for Gohan, understanding that this was an opportunity. Chapter 12, Arrival at the Realm of Destruction. "Thank you." Wang Teng expressed his gratitude. The meals he had eaten in the Omni King's palace over the years were truly unsatisfactory. He had only resorted to cooking for himself when absolutely necessary. Finally, he could indulge in a hearty meal, for the appetite of a Saiyan is eternally a mystery. Within mere minutes, Wang Teng devoured every morsel of Bulma's culinary creations. Bulma was accustomed to this, for her husband, Vegeta, was a Saiyan. She had long since experienced the voracious appetite of Saiyans. Bulma went to prepare more food for Wang Teng. Half an hour later, Wang Teng finally felt full. "Thank you ever so much for the hospitality." Wang Teng sincerely expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing, Lord Wang Teng. You helped us eliminate Frisia. This is the least we can do. As long as you wish to eat, feel free to come by," Bulma said with a smile. Indeed, for Bulma, who owned the Capsule Corporation, food was never a concern. After satisfying his appetite, Wang Teng stood up. Gohan, let us go. I will take you to a place. With that, Wang Teng took Gohan's hand, and they vanished from the spot. Bulma stood there, gazing at the two disappearing figures, lost in thought. Realm of destruction. Wang Teng and Gohan appeared here directly. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and remarked, "Instant transmission is truly convenient. After our conversation, I confirmed the location with Whis, and I never expected we would arrive so swiftly. This must be the realm of destruction." As soon as Wang Teng and Gohan arrived, Whis and Beerus immediately noticed their presence. Beerus stood upright, adopting a posture befitting a welcoming committee. Wang Teng approached in a friendly manner. Beerus promptly bowed and stated, "Welcome to the arrival of the esteemed inspector. How has the inspector been lately?" Whis replied with a faint smile, "No need for formalities, Beerus. I appreciate your concern. The Grand Priest mentioned you to me last time." Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta stood behind Beerus and Whis. "Is that the esteemed inspector? Is he very strong?" Goku inquired excitedly. "Oh, isn't that Gohan following behind?" Goku waved at Gohan. Gohan, upon seeing his father, quickly ran over, first politely greeting Whis and Beerus before reaching Goku, saying, "Dad, I didn't expect Lord Wang Teng to bring me here. What a delightful surprise. Is everything all right with you?" Before Goku could respond, Vegeta interjected with a scoff. Gohan, why are you not training properly on Earth? Have you come here? Your combat power seems to have declined." Gohan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "I came here with Lord Wang Teng, Uncle Vegeta. I'll make sure to train hard from now on." Upon hearing Gohan mention Wang Teng's name, Vegeta was taken aback. Who exactly is this Wang Teng that commands such a grand reception from Beerus and Whis? And before this, they had warned us not to disrespect him? As Vegeta pondered this, Goku quietly asked, "Gohan, is that Lord Wang Teng very strong?" Gohan nodded vigorously. "Dad, you may not know, but Lord Wang Teng's strength is unfathomable. He was the one who eliminated Frieza when he sought revenge." Upon hearing this, Goku exclaimed in shock, "What did you say? Frieza? That villain is still unrepentant. If that lord could eliminate Frieza, his strength must be extraordinary." Goku's exclamation immediately drew Beerus's ire, who reprimanded, "Goku, keep your voice down. Do not disturb the esteemed inspector." Beerus's admonition reached Wang Teng's ears as he conversed with Whis. He slowly approached and inquired, "Beerus, who are these two?" Confronted with Wang Teng's inquiry, Beerus was immediately drenched in sweat, unable to articulate a single word due to his anxiety. At that moment, Son Goku stepped forward, extending his hand and "Greetings, Lord Wang Teng. I am Son Goku, a Saiyan. I have heard from Gohan that you assisted in eradicating Frieza from Earth. I am profoundly grateful." In response, Wang Teng smiled and said, "There is no need for thanks. I hold a deep affection for Earth as well." Hearing Wang Teng's fondness for the planet, Goku seized the opportunity and boldly asked, "I've heard that your power is unfathomable. May I request a duel with you, my lord?" Goku's audacious suggestion startled Beerus, who hastily interjected, "Goku, what are you saying? The esteemed Lord Inspector cannot engage in combat with you." Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he declared, "How utterly disgraceful, Kakarot. It is I, the Prince of all Saiyans, who should be battling Lord Wang Teng." Wang Teng's gaze swept over the two, remaining silent, which left Beerus perplexed regarding Wang Teng's intentions. He nervously exclaimed, "Lord Inspector, please disregard the remarks of these two subordinates." Just then, Wang Teng suddenly chuckled, "How intriguing. Let us have a match then. Whis, you shall act as the referee." Whis responded with a light laugh, "Very well, Lord Inspector." At this moment, Beerus was in a state of panic, fearing that an unfortunate turn of events could arise during the battle, and he quickly attempted to intervene. "No. It is improper for the esteemed Lord Inspector to engage with you. Goku and Vegeta, do not act recklessly. Step back immediately." In the face of Beerus's opposition, Goku touched his face, murmuring, "But Lord Wang Teng has already agreed. Why does Lord Beerus disallow it? It is merely a test of strength." Beerus, now infuriated, shouted, "What I say goes." Goku, unable to retort, began to wave his hands in surrender. However, at that moment, Wang Teng's expression sharpened, his eyes fixed intently on Beerus. "Do you have an objection to my decision, Beerus?" Under Wang Teng's piercing gaze, Beerus broke into a sweat, stammering, "And no, of course not. If the esteemed Lord Inspector is interested, then let Goku and Vegeta engage in a duel with you." Upon hearing Beerus relent, a smile instantly graced Wang Teng's face, while Goku and Vegeta exhibited expressions brimming with eagerness. In contrast, Gohan's expression turned solemn as he cautioned, "Father, Uncle Vegeta, you must be careful. Lord Wang Teng's power is formidable." Goku's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he nodded affirmatively. "Do not worry, Gohan. Your father will not be easily defeated." Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. Kakarot, who will go first? Goku replied with a grin. Naturally, I shall go first, as it was I who proposed the duel. Vegeta grumbled. Humph, very well, you may initiate, but it is my victory that must follow. Goku acknowledged with a nod, stepping forward quickly as Whis and Beerus moved aside. Beerus whispered to Whis, why aren't you intervening in this match? What if the Lord Inspector suffers a defeat and directs his ire towards Universe 7? Whis maintained his serene smile. Lord Beerus, you worry unnecessarily. For Goku and Vegeta to triumph over the Lord Inspector is far from an easy feat. I sense the aura of the Ultra Instinct emanating from Lord Wang Teng, albeit faintly. It clearly indicates the extraordinary nature of his power. Meanwhile, Gohan remained visibly anxious. Chapter 13. Wang Teng vs. Son Goku. Goku slowly approached Wang Teng, assuming a battle stance. Wang Teng furrowed his brow. Surprised that Goku entered the fray without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he decided to impart a lesson to Goku, emphasizing that one must always give their all when faced with any adversary. Goku made his move, channeling energy into his legs as he launched a fierce kick toward Wang Teng. In response to Goku's onslaught, Wang Teng's form became elusive as he vanished from sight. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng's prowess is remarkable. Goku is in for a tough challenge. Whis remarked with a subtle smile. As expected, Goku's attack missed its mark, leaving him without a target. By the time he sensed Wang Teng's presence again, a powerful blow was already upon him. A resounding punch struck Goku squarely in the chest, sending him staggering backward several paces, nearly losing his balance. Gritting his teeth, Goku chuckled. Impressive. I couldn't even discern how he struck. Then I shall unleash my full power, he declared, letting out a mighty roar. With that, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then further ascended to Super Saiyan 2. His power surged dramatically, an overwhelming aura radiating outward, golden flames rising around him. Watch out, Lord Wang Teng. Goku charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Wang Teng. As Goku's fist loomed larger, Wang Teng swiftly countered, their fists colliding with tremendous force. A gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward. With a loud bang, both fighters leapt back, only to clash again in midair, exchanging blows with relentless vigor. Waves of white energy rippled outward with each strike. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. Father! Gohan gasped in alarm. Indeed, it was Goku, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, who had fallen from the sky. As Goku regained his balance, his expression turned serious as he focused on the mysterious figure hovering above. While the onlookers may not have fully grasped the situation, Goku, immersed in battle, felt acutely aware that despite their brief exchanges, each of his punches felt as though they were striking against cotton, yielding no resistance, leaving him frustrated. Kakarot, give it your all. Your opponent is formidable. Vegeta shouted fervently. Goku glanced at Vegeta, a smirk forming on his lips. Vegeta, I was just about to do that. Goku erupted with energy, a blue aura emanating from beneath him, unleashing a terrifying force. Wang Teng regarded the transformed Goku, now as Super Saiyan Blue, with a grave expression. This is Super Saiyan Blue. Truly extraordinary. In that case, I too shall reveal my strength and engage you in earnest. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a deep growl resonating from his throat, a golden aura surged from Wang Teng's feet, creating a rumbling sound. In an instant, the entire realm of destruction trembled, golden flames illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. Circles of fierce winds rippled outward from beneath his feet. He is a Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. At this moment, Goku's expression was not much better than Vegeta's, his face also etched with astonishment. It turned out that the esteemed prosecutor was a Saiyan. Beerus murmured. Upon seeing Whis's confident smile, he realized that Whis had known all along. With a tone laced with displeasure, he pressed, Whis, did you already know that the inspector was a Saiyan, which is why you consented to this battle? Whis feigned innocence, replying, Lord Beerus, you wrong me. I only just discovered it. At these words, Beerus snorted coldly, choosing to remain silent. In the next moment, Wang Teng transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Goku had already ascended to Super Saiyan Blue. Although Wang Teng's foundational combat prowess far exceeded Goku's, the transformations of other Super Saiyans might not yield the desired probing effect. This time, Wang Teng aimed to ascertain whether Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue was the stronger form. Now transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A vivid red tail swayed adeptly behind him. Red energy radiated from his hair and body, his entire form covered in crimson fur, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. This is Super Saiyan 4. We can begin. Upon hearing this, Vegeta remained unable to extricate himself from his shock, muttering to himself, a Saiyan? How can this be? Aside from myself and Kakarot's family, There should be no other Saiyans left. And what is this Super Saiyan for? Goku gazed intently at the newly transformed Wang Teng, his expression growing increasingly serious as he immediately assumed a combat stance. Boom! In the next instant, Goku was struck as if by a heavy blow, clutching his abdomen and collapsing to the ground. It hurts. Damn it, how did he attack me? I didn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. In the following moment, Wang Teng appeared beside Goku, speaking in a calm tone. You'd best take this seriously, otherwise, it will lose its meaning. Hearing this, Goku swiftly leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Wang Teng. So fast. The inspector's power is already nearing that of a god of destruction. It's truly astonishing. Whis remarked with a faint smile. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted, concealing his thoughts from everyone. Kakarot, shall I take my turn? Vegeta shouted from the sidelines. Goku straightened slowly, declaring, don't joke around. To have the chance to battle such a formidable opponent, I'm thrilled beyond words. How could I let you take my place? Vegeta, trust me. Just as he finished speaking, a red shadow surged towards him, delivering a heavy kick to Goku's abdomen. Goku was propelled backward like a cannonball. Boom! He landed heavily on the distant ground. Wang Teng maintained his kicking stance, taunting, is that all? Vegeta's expression darkened. You want me to trust you, but given the current situation, how can I? A moment later, a furious shout erupted. Damn it! Goku charged forward, unleashing a terrifying punch. Wang Teng immediately countered. Boom! Their fists collided with tremendous force, and in an instant, an astonishing wave of energy surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged several blows, yet without exception. Goku found himself at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, Goku charged again, his fists raining down like a storm. Wang Teng extended his palm, steadily blocking Goku's punches. As Goku's assault intensified, he swiftly utilized the recoil from their clashes to retreat, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand and launching it forward. Faced with the rapidly approaching energy blast, Wang Teng pressed his hand against it, the overwhelming force continually battering his palm. As time passed, the energy sphere dissipated into countless specks of energy across the arena. Did he manage to block it? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Goku's forehead. Chapter 14, Vegeta takes the stage. In the God of Destruction realm. At this moment, Wang Teng and Goku stood locked in a gaze. You should team up with Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Goku clenched his teeth, his face brimming with rage. Lord Wang Teng, I haven't even begun to unleash my full power yet. As soon as the words left his mouth, Goku erupted with energy. Huh! With his shout, a terrifying aura exploded from him, and not only that. A hint of red light began to manifest amidst the surrounding blue flames. Kakarot, you actually have such a trick up your sleeve. Vegeta's fists tightened in disbelief. He had trained alongside Goku, yet remained oblivious to this hidden move. Damn it, what an infuriating fellow. Beerus glanced at Whis, inquiring, what does Goku plan to do? I've never seen him utilize this technique. Lord Beerus, please watch quietly, Whis responded with a smile. As the red light surrounding Goku intensified, a terrifying energy erupted, causing the entire God of Destruction realm to tremble violently. What is this? Could it be? Vegeta's face paled. He finally remembered this technique. It was the very one Kakarot had used during his first assault on Earth. So this is Kakarot's trump card. Ah! Goku shouted with growing fervor, his energy escalating to an inconceivable magnitude. Tenfold Kaioken. With his cry, his power peaked. Lord Beerus, this move was originally meant for you. What? Beerus's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. To use against me? Goku has such intentions, hiding them well. Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, are you perhaps afraid? Whis chuckled. Beerus's face darkened, yet he quickly regained his composure. Fear? While he is indeed formidable, he is still a century away from being able to challenge me. As Goku maximized his power, the entire God of Destruction realm became engulfed in his terrifying energy. Son Goku, you are indeed powerful. You have not disappointed me. Unleash your strength. Wang Teng beckoned to Goku, his expression unchanged. Yet, at this moment, Goku's face radiated excitement. Lord Wang Teng, be cautious. Here I come. Whoosh. In that instant, Goku moved, his speed astonishing as he reached Wang Teng in the blink of an eye. Boom. A punch struck like lightning. Bang bang bang. Facing Goku's formidable blow, Wang Teng swiftly retaliated. Their fists collided with an explosive force, staggering back. Both warriors were momentarily pushed apart. Not bad. Your power has indeed increased significantly. Wang Teng shook off his slightly numb arm, finally breaking into a smile. At this moment, he too felt exhilarated. The warrior spirit of the Saiyan blood coursed vigorously within him. In response to Wang Teng's praise, Goku smiled slightly. I am thrilled to spar with a strong opponent like Lord Wang Teng. Although his right hand also felt a tingle, his heart brimmed with excitement. In the following moment, Sun Wukong sprang into action once more. His speed was astonishing as he moved rapidly across the battlefield, amplifying the power of his Super Saiyan Blue form combined with the tenfold Kaioken to its zenith. Bang! The two combatants clashed again, their formidable strengths evident as they darted through the air at breakneck speed, each collision generating ripples of white energy. Below, Whis seemed to have already discerned the outcome. It appears that the inspector will emerge victorious. Beerus, incredulous, replied, Whis, how can you be so certain? The battle seems evenly matched. To this, Whis smiled enigmatically, Lord Beerus. Do continue to observe. Beerus, frustrated by Whis's cryptic words, furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, the aerial conflict far exceeding his comprehension. Yet he fervently wished for a swift conclusion. Vegeta, too, bore a grave expression as he watched the fierce skirmish unfold above. Damn it, Kakarot is truly infuriating. The two warriors in the sky fought fiercely, each punch landing with devastating force. Boom! Another explosive exchange occurred. As they separated, they immediately engaged again, a terrifying wave of energy reverberating through the air. At this moment, the astonishment within Sun Wukong surpassed that of anyone else. He had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, augmented with the tenfold Kaioken, wielding what could be deemed his strongest technique. Yet, his opponent, Wang Teng, showed no signs of yielding and rather seemed to gain the upper hand. This revealed the inspector's unfathomable strength. Cyberman, it appears there are transformations yet unknown to me. Clearly, my training is insufficient, murmured Beerus. Whis interjected, Lord Beerus, you are mistaken. The true terror does not lie within the Saiyan race itself, but rather in the inspector. Huh. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed as the two warriors unleashed their escalated battle prowess. The sheer might they exhibited was formidable, ravaging the god of destruction's realm. Even the once unyielding landscape of the realm cracked under the strain of their escalating combat. Bang! A figure plummeted swiftly from the sky. At that moment, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He surged forward to catch the descending Sun Wukong. Kakarot, it's my turn. Wukong, gasping for breath, turned to Vegeta, but Vegeta, you might not be a match for Lord Wang Teng. Vegeta's expression darkened. Kakarot, how dare you underestimate me? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Surely, I am not inferior to you. Recognizing the futility in persuading the prideful Vegeta, Wukong stepped back. Just then, Wang Teng's voice resonated. Vegeta, I suggest you and Sun Wukong join forces. Vegeta, incensed by Wang Teng's suggestion, retorted, enough of your nonsense. I will not team up with you. A divine aura erupted from within Vegeta, and in an instant, blue flames surged around him. With no reservations, he elevated his power to its utmost. Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta charged forward. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and he vanished in an instant. The next moment, Vegeta searched for Wang Teng's presence, only to be met with a fist hurtling towards him. Wang Teng unleashed his strength, delivering a heavy blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta cried out, spitting saliva as his body trembled from the excruciating pain. Wang Teng followed up with an elbow strike, sending Vegeta flying. Vegeta quickly steadied himself, kneeling on the ground while clutching his aching abdomen. He had not anticipated that a single strike from his opponent could inflict such damage, truly unforeseen. Wukong, let's attack together, he shouted. Hearing this, Wukong urged, Vegeta, this is no joke. I would rather die than team up with you. Chapter 15, Wukong and Vegeta unite. Vegeta swiftly rose, his aura surging as the blue divine energy flickered brilliantly. Even the proud Vegeta wore a serious expression now. Cloaked in blue light, he charged once more at Wang Teng. Wang Teng observed the resurgence of Vegeta's astonishing energy with an indifferent gaze, as expected of the Prince of the Saiyans. Quite impressive. With that, he met Vegeta head-on, and the two clashed again. The battlefield reverberated with thunderous sounds. A tempest of fierce winds swept across the arena. With a resounding bang, Vegeta was forced back several steps to regain his footing. Take this. He concentrated his energy to its peak, a radiant power shimmering in his hands. Wukong's expression shifted. Is Vegeta about to unleash that technique? In mere moments, the energy in Vegeta's hands had coalesced to its pinnacle, a dazzling golden light emanating forth. Ultimate Flash, a fearsome shockwave shot from Vegeta's palm, illuminating the entire battlefield. Wang Teng immediately sensed the formidable nature of the attack. Without hesitation, he executed an instantaneous movement. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, a mushroom cloud forming above the god of destruction's realm, with a staggering gale sweeping across the battlefield. Haha, this is the consequence of underestimating me. Yet, the next moment, his expression changed dramatically, for Wang Teng had appeared at his side, effortlessly evading his attack. What was that? Instantaneous movement? Wukong's face paled, shock flooding his expression. Not only did his opponent possess unimaginable strength, but he could also wield instantaneous movement. A revelation that left Wukong astounded. Had he known that Wang Teng still retained the power of Super Saiyan 5, he would have urged Vegeta to concede. Wang Teng offered no respite, swiftly delivering a decisive elbow strike that sent Vegeta hurtling away. Why? Vegeta felt a wave of agony wash over him, but more so, a profound sense of defeat. He had not anticipated that his ultimate flash could be dodged so easily. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta surged forth again, filled with rage. At this moment, Wang Teng showed no inclination to evade. He extended his hand to firmly catch Vegeta's ferocious punch. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Let me show you how a punch should be thrown. Wang Teng delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's abdomen. The latter was sent flying like a cannonball. Wukong leaped up swiftly, catching Vegeta securely, yet he continued to clutch his stomach, still unable to recover from the onslaught. Moments later, Vegeta's eyes slowly fluttered open, casting a glance at Goku behind him. Who gave you the audacity to meddle, Kakarot? At that moment, Goku's expression bore an unusual gravity as he replied, Vegeta, you must have noticed that Lord Wang Teng's power far surpasses both of ours. If we engage him separately, it will only lead to our demise. We must unite our strengths to confront him. At these words, Vegeta turned his head defiantly, though he acknowledged the truth in Goku's statement. His proud ego could not bear the thought of cooperation. Just then, Wang Teng's voice echoed ominously, Vegeta, how can you, a prince of the Saiyans, be so inflexible? Would you rather see your entire army perish than collaborate with your comrades? No matter how much you train, you will remain nothing but refuse. Enraged by Wang Teng's taunts, Vegeta seethed, you dare call me refuse? Do you even know who I am? I am Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. Today, I shall surely defeat you. Kakarot, let us strike together and show that wretch the true terror of the Saiyans. Hearing Vegeta's declaration, Goku touched his face, pondering. But Lord Wang Teng also seems to be a Saiyan. Vegeta, incensed, bellowed, enough chatter. Let us move. In an instant, Vegeta and Goku stood poised against Wang Teng, with the three warriors' auras clashing in fierce opposition. Whis, is it acceptable for Goku and Vegeta to join forces against the esteemed inspector? Beerus inquired with concern. Whis replied with a smile, Lord Beerus, do you not see how much fun the esteemed inspector is having? Moreover, Goku and Vegeta are no match for him, so you need not worry. Beerus glanced at Whis and chose to remain silent. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta sprang into action, both transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Their extensive training together had forged a remarkable synergy between them. Suddenly, the trio vanished from sight, and the air was filled with the rippling energy of their clashes. The heavens reverberated with deafening roars, illustrating the intensity of their battle. Daddy, Uncle Vegeta, and Lord Wang Teng, Gohan cried out from below, filled with concern. Beerus's expression turned grave, evidently astonished by the young inspector's formidable prowess. In the air, Vegeta was struck in the abdomen twice, his face a mask of fury. The proud prince of all Saiyans, today faced repeated setbacks. Had it not been for Kakarot's interference, he would have already faced defeat, a reality he found intolerable. Contemplating this, his inner pride writhed in anguish. Suddenly, his power surged, the blue aura blazing brighter, shifting from a light azure to a deep navy. Goku and Wang Teng, engaged in their own fierce exchanges, noticed Vegeta's transformation. Vegeta's energy seems to be escalating. Just as Goku's focus wavered, a voice pierced the air when facing me. It is best to stay vigilant. With a ghostly swiftness, a punch struck Goku squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Vegeta had now pushed his power to the utmost limit, though he had yet to fully transition to Deep Blue. He stood on the precipice between Super Saiyan Blue and its deeper form, his strength skyrocketing. Kakarot, let us advance. With that, he charged forward. Gritting his teeth, Goku shouted, Kaioken times 10. The blue divine aura encased in a crimson power surged forth with astonishing might. He dashed forward with fervor. Vegeta and Goku revealed their full arsenal to Wang Teng, who smirked and unleashed his golden aura, ascending to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4's power. The three collided in midair. Goku hurled a punch, which Wang Teng effortlessly caught, retaliating with a swift elbow strike. Vegeta joined the fray immediately. The trio engaged in a fierce exchange, each blow escalating in speed and power, a relentless back and forth that seemed evenly matched. Yet, Wang Teng appeared to be testing the limits of Vegeta's near-deep blue power, maintaining a delicate balance of strength. As Vegeta and Goku's fists flew faster and stronger, Beerus remarked, Lord Whis, it seems Vegeta has transcended to a new realm, one that no one has previously attained. Whis replied nonchalantly, indeed, Lord Beerus. Vegeta's overwhelming pride, compounded with today's humiliation, has driven him to break through. Chapter 16, the battle concludes. With a resounding crash, the three figures separated swiftly. In the next instant, Vegeta charged at Wang Teng once more. As he lunged forward, Goku followed suit. Wang Teng, now fully aware of the threat posed by the duo, transformed into a blur of red, intercepting their advance. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of rapid punches aimed at Wang Teng, yet the latter deftly evaded each one. At that moment, Goku's fist arrived at breakneck speed. Wang Teng pivoted, striking back. Their fists collided with an explosive impact, but suddenly, Wang Teng's fist morphed into a claw, seizing Goku's arm. Goku was hurled away, crashing into the incoming Vegeta, resulting in a rather intimate encounter. Kakarot, move aside. Vegeta roughly shoved Goku aside, rubbing his head. Goku groaned. That hurt, Vegeta? Your body is far too solid. Shut your mouth. Vegeta roared in fury. The two then turned to face Wang Teng, who wore a mocking smile. Vegeta's rage ignited anew, his magnificent blue aura soaring. A Saiyan will never be defeated. The more desperate the situation, the greater the power we can unleash. With a mighty shout, Vegeta charged at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened as a terrifying aura bore down upon Vegeta. Undeterred, Vegeta's blue energy clashed with Wang Teng's pressure, his face resolute with determination. Vegeta, I am here to assist you. Goku unleashed his own power, and the three auras collided fiercely above the realm of destruction. The very fabric of the destruction realm trembled violently, their roars echoing louder. In the next moment, the three vanished once more. What a terrifying clash! Gohan murmured, gazing upward. The space within the destruction realm still quaked, emitting a low, resonant hum. Boom! The sounds of their clashes intensified as Wang Teng, Goku, and Vegeta soared from the heights to the ground and back again. The atmosphere crackled with formidable energy, the air filled with the deafening noise of their fist-to-fist impacts. Whis, I never anticipated the Inspector's strength to be this formidable. Will Goku and Vegeta truly prevail against him? Beerus pondered, watching the battle unfold in the skies. At this moment, a blank expression adorned Whis' visage, before he chuckled. Who does Lord Beerus believe will emerge victorious? I cannot say. Beerus replied coldly. Heh. Whis maintained a broad smile, choosing silence. Suddenly, a cacophony of collisions erupted from ahead. All eyes converged as they beheld Goku and Vegeta sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, evidently devoid of the strength to continue the battle. Lord Wang is truly formidable. I concede. Goku remarked with a wry smile. Vegeta, however, clenched his teeth and resolutely closed his eyes, clearly displeased with the outcome. Wang Teng descended slowly from the sky, equally breathless, having evidently expended considerable energy. With the battle concluded, Beerus and Whis instantaneously appeared before the trio. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku simultaneously declared, I shall challenge you again. Vegeta, surprised to find himself echoing Goku's sentiment, turned his head away in a huff, while Goku chuckled softly. Wang appeared to be influenced by the Saiyan's combative spirit, responding with a smile, Very well. I shall accept your challenge at any time. After this confrontation, Wang Teng had subtly transformed in the eyes of Goku and the others, shifting from mere curiosity about his identity to an admiration for his strength. Whis, please arrange for me a room. I wish to reside here for a while. Upon hearing this, Whis nodded with a smile. Wang Teng then turned to Beerus. Beerus, is it permissible for me to stay here for a few days? In response to his inquiry, Beerus promptly replied, It is an honor for the entire 7th universe that you can reside here. You are most welcome. Just then, Wang Teng added, By the way, Gohan will be staying with me, so please prepare 2 rooms. 3 days later, in the God of Destruction realm. Bang, bang, bang. After enduring countless assaults, the attacks yielded no results. Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground. Following his battle with Wang Teng, Vegeta and Goku clung to Whis, embarking on a grueling training regimen. Yet the chasm in strength between them and the angel was unfathomable. Thus, in their interactions with Whis, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. All right, let us call it a day, Whis announced with a smile. At that moment, Wang Teng approached. Whis, your prowess is quite impressive. Perhaps we should test our skills against each other? Whis responded with a chuckle, Lord Wang Teng is jesting. How could I possibly engage in combat with you? It would be quite the predicament if Lord Zeno were to find out. Wang Teng rolled his eyes, well aware of the angel's capabilities and unique status. Whis' words were merely a polite evasion. What if I were to treat you to a culinary masterpiece? Upon hearing Wang Teng's proposition, Whis' eyes instantly sparkled. Are you serious, Lord Wang Teng? A culinary masterpiece? Is it even more delectable than instant noodles? Wang Teng, accustomed to Whis' naivety, brushed it aside. Before his crossing into this realm, he was a top-tier chef. Comparing his skills to instant noodles was laughable. Even the simplest dish he crafted would likely be a gourmet delight in Whis' eyes. Whis, I assure you, a culinary masterpiece is guaranteed, but we must engage in a spar first. Whis' expression shifted to one of understanding. This prosecutor was clearly a battle enthusiast eager to face a worthy opponent. However, his love for food was something Whis could not refuse. After pondering, he ultimately declined. I think it best to pass. I may not possess the fortune to savor the culinary creations of Lord Wang Teng. He had no qualm with sparring. Yet he found Wang Teng's strategy rather distasteful. Moreover, he doubted that a prosecutor residing in the divine realm could concoct anything of note. Thus, he was convinced that Wang Teng was merely attempting to play him. Hearing Whis' refusal, Wang Teng silently vowed, I refuse to believe you can resist the allure of exquisite cuisine. Given Whis' insatiable appetite, even the most mundane of dishes would surely be impossible for him to reject. As Wang Teng had recently made little progress in his training, he recognized that a bout with the angel Whis would undoubtedly propel his strength to new heights, for the Saiyans thrived in the face of adversity. Having resolved this, Wang Teng ceased his pursuit of Whis and swiftly made his way to the kitchen of the god of destruction. To his surprise, the kitchen was fully equipped with all necessary utensils. He promptly retrieved the multifunctional capsule Bulma had gifted him, containing fresh ingredients she had meticulously prepared. With deft movements, Wang Teng filled the kitchen with delightful aromas, which soon wafted outside, reaching Whis' senses. I see that the esteemed prosecutor truly possesses culinary skills. Chapter 17. Transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Minutes later, Wang Teng presented a sumptuous dish, 4 happiness meatballs. Gazing at the culinary creation before him, Whis was utterly astonished. The aroma was irresistibly enticing. He had never encountered such a delightful scent. With eyes closed, he seemed to be enveloped in the rich fragrance. It is truly exquisite. I have never inhaled such an inviting aroma. Lord Wang Teng, what is the name of this dish? Observing the rapture on Whis' face, Wang Teng responded. This dish is called 4 happiness meatballs. For one who relished gourmet food like Whis, there was no way to resist such a delectable offering. Whis, regarding my earlier proposition, lost in his culinary reverie, Whis nodded eagerly. Yes, of course. His unreserved acceptance of Wang Teng's request was clearly anticipated. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Wang Teng's mind. With whom did the Grand Priest procreate such a multitude of angels? Could it be, akin to Piccolo, he spawned them from eggs? Shaking his head, he dismissed these strange musings and courteously declared, Please, partake. This was prepared for you. Whis took delicate steps forward, covering his mouth with a smile. In that case, I shall not hold back. Watching Whis' dainty approach, Wang Teng could only sigh in exasperation. At that moment, Beerus was drawn in by the enticing aroma as well. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Teng, he immediately sniffed the air. Upon seeing the delectable dish before Whis, he bellowed, Whis, how dare you indulge alone? The two began to bicker, though this no longer concerned Wang Teng, as he had achieved his goal. Within mere minutes, they had devoured an entire platter of 4 happiness meatballs. Roar! This is utterly divine. Whis' voice echoed throughout the god of destruction realm. Wang Teng inquired, so? What do you think, Whis? Beerus? Observing their lingering delight, Wang Teng provocatively asked, What an incredible dish. It is the finest cuisine I have ever tasted. I never imagined Lord Wang Teng possessed such culinary prowess. Might you prepare 2 more dishes for me? Wang Teng chuckled. That is not out of the question. It all depends on your performance shortly. Upon overhearing the conversation between Wang Teng and Whis, Beerus softly inquired, Whis, what are you discussing with the Lord? It feels as though there is some secret being kept from me. In response to Beerus's puzzled tone, Whis chuckled, Lord Beerus, this matter is something you could also accomplish. Lord Wang Teng is in need of a worthy opponent, and who better than yourself? Beerus replied, Nanny, why do I feel as if I've been sold out? Within the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, 2 figures stood aloft in the air, Wang Teng and the angel Whis. In the next moment, Wang Teng erupted with energy, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, his golden aura surging dramatically. Very impressive, Whis remarked, observing Wang Teng's swift transformation. Fully aware of his battle prowess, although Wang Teng had reached a level comparable to that of a somewhat weaker god of destruction, Whis perceived him as still somewhat lacking. Yet, given Wang Teng's youth, he could indeed be considered a prodigy. Below, Goku and Vegeta fixated their gazes intently upon the 2 figures in the sky, while Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his heart brimming with an insatiable yearning for power. Despite Wang Teng's formidable strength, the magnitude of Whis' power was beyond his wildest imagination. Beerus muttered to himself. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, he understood Whis' prowess better than anyone else. Even he had never witnessed Whis exerting himself to his fullest potential. Just then, Wang Teng's calm voice resonated. I never claimed that my strength was merely this. Filled with confidence, he spoke to Whis before turning to Gohan and declaring, Watch closely, Gohan, for I shall now transform into Super Saiyan 5, transcending Super Saiyan 4. my power will undergo a qualitative change. Wang Teng was acutely aware that Super Saiyan 4 could only contend with relatively weak gods of destruction, even against Beerus. A Super Saiyan 4 would swiftly succumb, let alone against someone as formidable as Whis. Only by surpassing his limits and evolving into Super Saiyan 5 could he hope to truly challenge Whis. Although the system had significantly bolstered his foundational strength since arriving in the realm of the gods of destruction, Wang Teng remained uncertain about his ability to match Whis. After all, Whis ranked among the most powerful angels. While what? Super Saiyan 5, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were utterly astounded. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with defiance. Damn it, what is this Super Saiyan 5? It must be an empty boast. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is already so immense that it requires me and Goku to join forces just to manage it. Yet now Wang Teng claims there is an even more powerful Super Saiyan 5? How can I accept this? Is Lord Wang Teng truly speaking the truth? Does Super Saiyan 5 genuinely exist? Goku murmured in disbelief. Whis covered his mouth, chuckling. Lord Wang Teng truly enjoys jesting. The aura you are currently emitting is already quite formidable for someone of your age. Moreover, having only been a candidate for less than a year, I find it hard to believe you possess such power. Indeed, achieving the strength of Super Saiyan 4 at this age is already extraordinary. If you were to advance further, would it not imply that your potential surpasses that of any angel or god of destruction? Whis, I believe Lord Wang Teng is not jesting. You should be cautious. Beerus suddenly stated with seriousness, though internally he was profoundly astonished. Huh. At that moment, a deep roar emanated from Wang Teng's throat. In the next instant, the entire realm of the gods of destruction, indeed the entirety of Universe 7, began to tremble, as terrifying power erupted from Wang Teng. The very fabric of the realm quaked violently. A whirlwind swept through the god of destruction's domain, akin to a typhoon of unprecedented magnitude. The thunderous roars continued to echo. Lightning streaked from the heavens, darkening the sky with ominous clouds. An overwhelming aura radiated from Wang Teng, golden flames piercing the sky like the aurora. Silver lightning crackled around him like serpents, the dazzling golden flames shining so brightly that one could scarcely look directly at them. Beholding the silver-haired Wang Teng and the terrifying power he exuded, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan instinctively recoiled several steps under the weight of that formidable force. Had they not been powerful warriors capable of shaking the very universe, they might have retreated even further. Chapter 18, The Encounter with Whis. Oh, so Lord Wang Teng had been concealing his strength, and now he can transform into Super Saiyan 5, a mighty surge of energy. Whis was equally astonished. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Wang Teng's power had reached its zenith. Given that his base combat power was already astonishing, upon achieving Super Saiyan 5, it ascended to an unfathomable level. At this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from him surged like a tidal wave, altering the very environment around them. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart overwhelmed by astonishment. The power Wang Teng displayed was such that even he could not fully guarantee victory. No wonder Lord Wang Teng possesses the confidence to contend with Whis. This power is indeed astounding. Beerus murmured in awe. I never imagined he could reach this level in such a short time. It is truly beyond comprehension. Whis pondered. Having often learned about Wang Teng's status through exchanges with the Grand Minister, he understood that Wang Teng's battle prowess was merely at the lowest tier of the gods of destruction. Yet, what he demonstrated today far exceeded all expectations. Based on Whis' estimations, even the mightiest god of destruction would struggle against Wang Teng. As the tremors of the god of destruction's realm gradually subsided, the clouds in the sky began to disperse. Golden flames enveloped Wang Teng, while silver lightning flickered in and out of view. Super Saiyan 5? Is this truly the ultimate form Lord Wang Teng spoke of? The intensity of this aura is terrifying. Gohan stood frozen in place, fixated on the silver-haired Wang Teng, murmuring in awe. For Wang Teng's current strength transcended his understanding, leaving him incapable of fathoming just how powerful this force truly was. Having elevated his prowess to its zenith, Wang Teng finally made his move. With remarkable swiftness, he dashed toward Whis. One must admit, at this moment, Wang Teng's speed reached an astonishing level. He transformed into a streak of silver light, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng appeared right before Whis. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The force of his fist sent a resounding roar echoing through the surrounding air. Although Wang Teng was not exerting his full strength, he was still utilizing 50% of his power. The onlookers below were left astounded. They had not anticipated such terrifying might from what was merely a probe. Lord Beerus, will Whis be all right? Goku expressed his concern. Beerus shook his head, replying, I do not know. The situation has now surpassed my control. All I can say is that Whis is formidable. As he gazed at the ever-enlarging fist before him, Whis extended his palm, a faint blue aura swirling around him. Approximately 50% of his strength. Heh, Lord Wang Teng truly holds me in high regard. Whis mused with a slight smile, sensing the might of Super Saiyan 5 emanating from Wang Teng. The next moment, to the astonishment of all, the fist collided with Whis's palm. Bang! A fierce gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward. Feeling Whis's unyielding and terrifying strength, Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly leapt backward. Whis's power far exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. He had assumed that at this moment, even if he was not as powerful as Whis in his Super Saiyan 5 form, the difference would be negligible. However, upon collision, he realized that Whis resembled an unfathomable abyss, imparting an impression of inscrutability. Whis's aura was strikingly similar to that of the Grand Minister. Indeed, Whis was a being among the angels known for his combat prowess, truly extraordinary. It seemed he would have to summon his full strength. Opposite him stood the pinnacle of divine beings, an angel. As his body began to radiate with energy, all of Wang Teng's might surged toward his fist. Golden flames enveloped his fist, crackling with silver lightning. Whoosh! The fearsome punch surged forward. Faced with Wang Teng's full might, Whis's expression finally turned serious. Whis too clenched his fist, a white divine aura flickering around him. Whis was evidently taking this seriously, indicating that the power of the Grand Minister was indeed fearsome beyond measure. Beerus's eyes were fixed intently on the sky. Bang! The two formidable fists clashed violently. The ground beneath them immediately cracked open, leaving a deep fissure. The terrifying energy waves swiftly spread outwards. Get down! Vegeta shouted. Goku and his companions quickly dropped to the ground. Beerus was enveloped in a purple aura, slowly ascending. Hiya! Wang Teng continuously erupted with energy. A terrifying aura rising, causing the entire God of Destruction realm to tremble, with countless fragments of rock levitating, rendering the battlefield a chaotic scene. Though Whis maintained a composed demeanor, the power radiating from his fist was indeed unnerving. Rumble! Rumble! A massive roar reverberated throughout the God of Destruction realm. With a thunderous crash, both combatants were forced backward. Wang Teng immediately felt an overwhelming force assaulting his body, propelling him uncontrollably backward. He crashed through several mountain peaks, carving a long trench before finally halting. In contrast, Whis executed several flips in midair before stabilizing himself, gracefully landing on the ground. The disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. Wang Teng's fist clenched tightly, and he struck the ground with ferocity. What? Whis was actually pushed back? The sight before Beerus left him utterly astonished. He understood Whis's strength better than anyone. Even if he intervened, the result would likely be no different. Could it be that Wang Teng's power had surpassed his own? Incredible! Lord Wang Teng's strength is truly remarkable. Based on his current performance, he may very well reach the level of an angel. Observing Wang Teng's remarkably youthful appearance, Whis felt a surge of astonishment within him. For Wang Teng's combat prowess had evidently reached the pinnacle of a god of destruction, potentially rivaling that of an angel at any moment. This realization was undeniably moving. Wang Teng gradually rose, his gaze steady as he regarded Whis. Whis, you are indeed strong, but I will surely surpass you. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan, leading him away. Goku, witnessing Wang Teng's evident regard for Gohan, felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Gohan, seize this opportunity. Lord Wang Teng is among the world's top-tier warriors. However, I will not be outdone by you, nor by Lord Wang Teng. As he watched Wang Teng depart, Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, how can there be a Saiyan who surpasses me so greatly? This is utterly unforgivable. Kakarot, we must train. Goku and Vegeta were both left in awe by Wang Teng's terrifying strength, silently resolving to intensify their training. Beerus, with a serious expression, turned to Whis. Tell me truthfully, has Lord Wang Teng surpassed me? Whis feigned contemplation before smiling and responding. Lord Beerus, you worry too much. While Lord Wang Teng is indeed powerful, he should be on par with you. Upon hearing Whis's answer, Beerus burst into laughter. Is that so? This situation seems to be getting interesting. Chapter 19, Angelic Combat Power. Through his battle with Whis, Wang Teng gleaned much wisdom, and promptly addressed Gohan. I shall commence my seclusion. I have a premonition that this time, I shall break through my limits and reach an entirely new level. His power had now ascended to that of the strongest god of destruction, and with another period of seclusion, coupled with the rewards from signing in, he believed he could indeed transcend his current realm. Simultaneously, Wang Teng felt a burgeoning anticipation. This time, he must attain angelic combat power. Gohan nodded in agreement. Lord Wang Teng, please focus on your seclusion. I will ensure that no one disturbs you. As he observed Wang Teng's departing figure, Gohan wore an expectant smile. He eagerly anticipated what heights Lord Wang Teng would ultimately reach. With that thought, he tilted his head, his gaze landing on Whis not far away, and then drew a deep breath, murmuring, "Whis's strength is also unfathomable. I wonder if Lord Wang Teng will surpass him upon completing his seclusion?" Gohan had no definitive understanding of Beerus and Whis's powers. He merely sensed that both were superlative warriors, and he had the impression that Beerus was slightly stronger than Whis. Given their usual titles, Beerus as the master and Whis as the servant. At this moment, Wang Teng stepped into the gravity chamber that Whis had specially prepared for him, capable of adjusting gravitational intensity at will. At his current level, the gravity's multiplicative effect was inconsequential. However, Wang Teng sought to enhance his foundational combat strength, necessitating the most primal training, thus making the gravity chamber imperative. Following his training, he would also receive the system's signing rewards in the God of Destruction realm, promising delightful surprises. Although he diligently honed his foundational combat abilities with remarkable rapidity, they paled in comparison to the combat power attained through the system's sign-in rewards. Wang Teng harbored a premonition that this seclusion would usher him into an entirely new realm, possibly enabling him to reach the combat prowess of an angel, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. Thus, he embarked on a grueling regimen of training. Before long, the sound of swift movement resonated within the gravity chamber. Time has a peculiar way of slipping away. 3 months later, Wang Teng emerged slowly from the gravity chamber, his face alight with excitement. Through this period of intense meditation, he had finally shattered the bottleneck of his foundational combat power, ascending to a new echelon. Furthermore, just 3 days prior, the system's rewards had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 100 days of sign-in in the Destruction God realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a foundational combat power of 100 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the King of Worlds Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the time reversal skill, capable of reversing time by 3 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 Zen beans. Moreover, Wang Teng's attribute panel manifested in his mind. Host, Wang Teng, Bloodline, Saiyan, Combat Power, Angelic Combat Power, Skills, Kamehameha, King of Worlds Fist, Instant Transmission, Time Reversal, 3 seconds. Beginner's Ultra Instinct. Items held, 20 Zen beans, as he scrutinized the attribute panel in his mind. The system explicitly indicated that his combat power had indeed reached the angelic tier. However, angels possess varying degrees of strength, and only by engaging in combat with them could the true extent of his power be gauged. Astonishingly, he had also acquired the time reversal skill, which would prove invaluable for a warrior of his caliber. The ability to reverse time by 3 seconds during battle could yield unexpected outcomes, reminiscent of Hit's time skip technique. Given that Hit could evolve his time skip, Wang Teng was confident that through training, he too could enhance his time reversal ability. Should he reach the level of Whis's time manipulation, it would become a significant trump card. Indeed, Wang Teng's spirit soared, and his ambitions extended beyond merely becoming an angel. He firmly believed that he would soon ascend to the pinnacle of power within the Dragon Ball universe, compelling even the Omni King to bow before him. With a swift motion, Wang Teng vanished from his location, reappearing outside the door, where he unexpectedly found Gohan sitting at the entrance, lost in thought. Gohan. At this, Gohan appeared momentarily stunned, then sprang to his feet with palpable excitement. Lord Wang Teng, you have finally emerged. Your expression suggests you have achieved remarkable gains. Observing the genuine joy in Gohan's eyes, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. I managed to break through. Gohan, you may take a rest now. I shall be commencing special training with you next time. Upon hearing that his special training was finally about to begin, Gohan responded enthusiastically before heading to his room. During Wang Teng's seclusion, Gohan had indeed stood guard at the door for a full 3 months, anxious to prevent any disturbances to Wang Teng's cultivation. The sincerity of the Goku family, devoid of any ulterior motives, was genuinely endearing. Wang Teng gradually made his way to the training grounds where Goku and Vegeta were engaged in practice. At present, the two were sparring with Beerus. Uncharacteristically, Beerus was not napping. Rather, he was actively training Goku and Vegeta, which was quite unusual. Previously, their training had been handed off to Whis, and should their training become too loud and disturb his rest, he would unleash his wrath upon them. Meanwhile, Whis, sipping coffee, observed Wang Teng's approach, his initial reaction one of astonishment. As Wang Teng drew closer, Whis's gaze sharpened, and he intoned, Lord Wang Teng, is it truly you? Taken aback by Whis's inquiry, Wang Teng touched his face, wondering if his appearance had changed. That should not be the case. Gohan had recognized him immediately. Moreover, this was the first time Wang Teng had witnessed such an expression from Whis, who typically bore a relaxed smile. Wang Teng took a seat beside Whis, who continued. It seems that your recent seclusion has yielded significant results. Your demeanor and the power radiating from you are markedly different from before. Wang Teng pondered for a moment. Perhaps I have transcended my previous limits. At this, Whis shook his head solemnly, stating, your transformation during this seclusion is far more profound than merely transcending a realm. I can sense a formidable aura emanating from you, accompanied by an indescribable essence. Whis fell into contemplation. After a brief interval, he exclaimed, that's it. It's the intent. Lord Wang Teng now exudes an aura of formidable intent. Intent. Wang Teng, perplexed by a term unfamiliar even to him as a transmigrator, blinked in confusion. Intent, also known as is an ethereal concept, Whis elaborated. The primary condition for its emergence is the breakthrough of combat power beyond the level of a destroyer god. As of now, even Lord Beerus has yet to comprehend the existence of intent. To my knowledge, only Lord Hellas, the destroyer god of Universe 2, has grasped it. And he is the very being Lord Beerus aspires to surpass. Hearing this, Wang Teng was profoundly astonished. It turned out that transcending the power of a destroyer god could manifest intent. Yet, what exactly intent entailed remained shrouded in mystery for him. What your intent truly represents is a journey of exploration you must undertake yourself. Upon achieving a state of intent, one can apply it in combat, marking a true transcendence beyond destroyer gods. If only Lord Beerus were less lethargic. With his talent, he could certainly master the perfect Ultra Instinct and harness the power of intent, thereby elevating himself to the strongest destroyer god. Whis stated gravely, and Lord Wang Teng, you have likely already surpassed the level of a destroyer god. As these words left his lips, Whis scrutinized Wang Teng with astonishment. Chapter 20. The Visit of Kampa. However, Wang Teng's youth was strikingly incongruous when juxtaposed with the agelessness of Whis and Beerus, who had existed for countless years. His age was but a mere fraction of their lifetimes. To achieve such supremacy at such a tender age was utterly unfathomable to Whis. Indeed, I am uncertain. But I have undoubtedly broken through. Wang Teng replied with a smile, clearly in high spirits. Boom. Vegeta and Goku were sent flying by a single swipe from Beerus. All right, that will be all for today, Beerus stated nonchalantly. The two, regaining their footing, abandoned their intent to retaliate. Lord Beerus, why the sudden halt? I was just beginning to find my rhythm. Goku grumbled. In response, Beerus replied sternly. I said today as training ends here. Do you have an objection? Noticing Beerus's rising ire, Goku immediately waved his hands in a flurry. All right, Kakarot, let us depart. Vegeta and Goku then sped off into the distance. As Beerus approached, he spotted Wang Teng enjoying coffee alongside Whis. He promptly bowed in greeting, Lord Wang Teng. When did you emerge from your seclusion? Wang Teng gently sipped his coffee and remarked, it was just now. Although Beerus sensed a formidable aura emanating from Wang Teng. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Could it be that the aura radiating from Lord Wang Teng is identical to that which I felt from Hellas? The essence. Beerus gazed at Wang Teng in astonishment. Lord Wang Teng, have you truly transcended the level of a god of destruction? It must be so. Wang Teng replied with a subtle smile. Shock. An unparalleled astonishment. At that moment, Beerus stood frozen in place. How could this be? Lord Wang Teng is so young. Yet he has comprehended the essence, becoming a formidable being on par with Mei. Observing Beerus's stunned expression, Wang Teng casually stated, I have just completed my retreat. I shall return to rest now. Without waiting for the two to respond, he departed with purpose. Whis, has Lord Wang Teng truly transcended to the essence? Beerus questioned, still grappling with disbelief. Indeed, Lord Beerus, you are not mistaken. Upon receiving Whis's affirmative response, the shock within Beerus lingered, refusing to subside. Lord Beerus, perhaps it is time for you to engage in earnest cultivation. It seems you have made no progress for quite some time, as the inspector has surely noted. At these words, cold sweat trickled down Beerus's brow. Subsequently, he surprisingly made his way to his training room, a place Whis could hardly recall the last time Beerus had visited. Observing his retreating figure, a smile graced Whis's face. A month later, in Universe 6, Vados. What shall we eat today? I am absolutely famished. The god of destruction, Kampa, bellowed. Is it possible that Vados intends to starve me? Just then, the lovely Vados approached. Lord Kampa, I have deliberated for quite some time and have decided to share with you a most crucial piece of information. Vados spoke with grave seriousness. Cut the nonsense. Whatever you have to say can wait until after we have dined. Kampa dismissed her, solely focused on the prospect of a delectable meal. It concerns the inspector. Vados insisted. Are you sure you do not wish to hear it? Given that Vados and Kampa had both witnessed Wang Teng's appointment as inspector, they were acutely aware of his mission to patrol the various universes. That kid? He has become an inspector and is likely off enjoying himself elsewhere. What does that have to do with me in Universe 6? Kampa replied dismissively, though it was evident that he was sensitive to the position of Inspector, as it held the power to remove him from his role as a god of destruction. Currently, Lord Wang Teng resides in the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 7. Upon hearing this, Kampa leapt from his seat. What did you say? That kid is in the realm of the skeletal figure? Initially dismissive, Kampa's expression shifted to one of shock as he murmured, why on earth would he choose to reside there? Knowing Beerus's notoriously lazy nature, Kampa's mind raced with suspicions. As he pondered, a sense of unease grew. Despite their frequent bickering, Vados understood the depth of the bond shared between the brothers. Vados, we must journey to Universe 7. I need to uncover the truth behind Wang Teng's decision to stay in the realm of the skeletal figure. This situation is undoubtedly complex. After all, they were brothers, bound by blood and the shared experience of being gods of destruction. If there was an issue concerning the skeletal figure, Kampa felt compelled to intervene on his behalf. Lord Kampa, you intend to visit Universe 7? The Inspector has not permitted us to do so. Would it not be presumptuous? Vados whispered. Enough of this chatter. I command you to take me to Universe 7 at once. As for that kid Wang Teng, I will manage it, Kampa declared resolutely. I cannot merely stand by and watch the skeletal figure be dismissed. I must assist him. Hearing Kampa's assertive words, Vados acquiesced. Just as Vados was about to set forth, Kampa's voice rang out once more. Wait, Vados. She turned, puzzled. What is it, Lord Kampa? Bring along the boiled eggs of Dong Dong Bird as a gift for that kid Wang Teng. Kampa instructed. It would be best if nothing is amiss with the skeletal figure. Should any complications arise, I would like to plead on his behalf. After all, we have shared an acquaintance with Wang Teng. And if we delay until he returns a year later, it may be too late. Upon hearing Kampa's remarks, Vados paused her actions and replied earnestly, Lord Kampa, you must consider that Wang Teng is now the Inspector. You should be cautious in your demeanor, or both you and Lord Beerus may suffer the consequences. Acknowledging Vardos's warning, Kampa nodded. I understand, Vados. Let us proceed to Universe 7 at once. I simply wish to see that skeletal figure for myself. I hope he does not provoke Lord Wang Teng. With the addition of the boiled eggs, there should be no issue. Such delicacies are rare in Universe 7. Very well. Vados consented. Prior to informing Kampa of this matter, she had anticipated such an occurrence, for they were brothers. She could only hope that upon reaching Universe 7, Kampa would refrain from clashing with the Inspector, lest it endanger not only himself, but also involve Lord Beerus. After all, Wang Teng had been personally appointed by Lord Zeno as Inspector, wielding unimaginable authority. Soon, Vados and Kampa vanished from Universe 6. Just hours later, they arrived in Universe 7. The moment they stepped into Universe 7, Kampa was filled with excitement. I wonder if that skeletal figure will be moved to tears upon seeing me. Swiftly, the two made their way towards the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 7. In the realm of the god of destruction, Whis had just completed training with Goku and Vegeta and was preparing to enjoy his afternoon tea when he suddenly sensed something, causing his expression to shift slightly. What brings Lord Kampa and Vados here? In the training room, Beerus abruptly opened his eyes. This divine aura belongs to Kampa. What is he doing here? In the next instant, Beerus vanished from the training room. Chapter 21. The Boiled Eggs of Dong Dong Bird. Beerus materialized directly beside Whis. Lord Beerus, we have guests, Whis remarked, having felt Kampa's presence long before. Unfazed, Beerus smirked. What does that guy want? Surely he isn't looking for trouble? Whis chuckled. Come, you know Kampa's nature well. If he does not see you today, he may very well cause a ruckus. Beerus tapped his head in exasperation. Let us see what he wants. I hope he doesn't stir up unnecessary trouble. By the way, should we inform the Inspector? Whis contemplated for a moment and said, let us proceed to take a look. You should be well aware of Lord Kampa's temperament. His arrival is likely to concern trivial matters, so it would be prudent not to disturb the esteemed Inspector. Beerus nodded in agreement. As Whis and Beerus stepped out of the god of destruction's realm, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Beerus, come forth. They immediately covered their ears. Lord Kampa, please lower your voice. The Inspector is present in the god of destruction's domain, Whis gently reminded. Kampa then realized the gravity of the situation and promptly ceased his outburst. Whis shook his head in exasperation, pondering why Lord Kampa always seemed so foolish. At that moment, Beerus's voice rang out. Kampa, what is all this ruckus about? Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Kampa's face as he replied. Ah, Beerus, it appears you are well. Kampa, with his rotund figure, swiftly appeared before Beerus and Whis, followed closely by the angel, Vados. Beerus, with a displeased expression, warned, if you do not provide me with a valid reason, I shall turn you into a roasted pig today. Kampa responded, I was genuinely worried about you. Why do you treat me so coldly? Beerus momentarily paused, astonished by Kampa's unprecedented concern. Worried about me? What is there to worry about? Kampa glanced at Vados and whispered, Vados, what is going on? Did you not say that that rascal, Wang Teng, was in the God of Destruction's realm? Why does Beerus seem so unfazed? Given his habit of sleeping through anything, he should be harboring a grudge against that boy. If Lord Zeno were to learn of Beerus's negligence, the consequences would be dire. Vados shook her head in response to Kampa's musings. I am not privy to the specifics. Observing the two whispering to one another, Beerus furrowed his brow. Hey Kampa, what brings you here? Kampa was reluctant to admit that it was out of concern for him. Just then, Goku and Vegeta arrived, drawn by the commotion. Who is that? He looks just like Lord Beerus. Goku inquired with curiosity. Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, thought, Lord Beerus is a god of destruction. But that chubby fellow's attire resembles Lord Beerus's. Could he also be a god of destruction? But how could there be two gods of destruction? The sudden appearance of Goku and Vegeta caught Kampa's attention, prompting him to smile and say, Beerus, it seems you have quite the lively gathering here. Who are these two? Beerus replied coldly, Listen, Kampa, what exactly is your purpose for coming here? As for these two, they are Saiyans from Universe 7, currently training here. Kampa displayed a look of astonishment. Beerus, so you have taken on disciples? But to choose such a lowly race as Saiyans, your taste is truly lacking. At this, Vegeta's eyes narrowed with disdain. Hey, who do you think you are to look down upon the Saiyans? Kampa was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected a mortal to speak so boldly. He then retorted, Beerus, your disciple is quite rude. Have you not informed him of my identity? At this juncture, Whis interjected softly, Calm down, Vegeta. The individual before you is the god of destruction from Universe 6. The god of destruction from Universe 6. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. But what exactly is Universe 6? He asked, glancing at Whis. Before Whis could elaborate, Goku exclaimed excitedly, You are also a god of destruction. So you must be incredibly powerful. Kampa, pleased with the expressions of Goku and Vegeta, chuckled, Indeed. Goku, clearly intrigued, asked, So who is stronger, you or Lord Beerus? Suddenly, Vados, who had remained silent, interjected softly, That question is not appropriate. One can tell by appearances alone. Kampa, feeling self-conscious, shouted, Hey Vados. Beerus, clearly growing impatient, barked, Kampa, what is your reason for being here? Kampa, with a mysterious smile, replied, Vados, bring it out. Since Beerus is fine, let them sample the delicacies of Universe 6. At that moment, Vados gently remarked, Lord Kampa, did you not say this was a gift for Lord Wang Teng? Upon hearing this, Kampa recalled that the inspector was still in the god of destruction's realm, and he exclaimed, Hey, Beerus, I heard that Lord Wang Teng is in the god of destruction's realm. Has he already departed? Beerus paused, realizing that Kampa's visit was indeed to pay respects to the inspector. Observing the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward, Whis suggested, Lord Beerus, perhaps we should allow Lord Kampa and his entourage to enter. Beerus nodded in agreement. In the grand reception hall of the god of destruction's realm, Beerus and Kampa sat at opposite ends of a long table, while Whis and Vados stood beside the two gods. Breaking the silence, Beerus stated, Kampa, so you came to visit the esteemed inspector, but unfortunately, he has just entered seclusion. Kampa waved his hand at Vados, saying, Then let us bring it out. We can allow that rascal Wang Teng to sample this delicacy another day. Vados promptly waved her angelic staff, and a beautifully crafted box appeared on the table. The box opened automatically, revealing several peculiar eggs before the gathered assembly. Kampa proudly declared, These are the boiled eggs of a newly discovered species, the East bird. They will render you speechless with delight. Beerus summoned one of the eggs into his hand and took a bite, but remained silent. Kampa waved his hand again, sending 2 eggs before Goku and Vegeta. Goku took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. Delicious. Kampa's face lit up with pride. Well, Beerus, are you convinced now? Universe 6 truly deserves the title of a culinary paradise. Beerus scoffed. Kampa, you are utterly clueless. This cannot be deemed gourmet cuisine. If we are to speak of true delicacies, we must refer to the dish prepared by the esteemed inspector last time. What was it called? Whis gently interjected, For happiness meatballs. Beerus slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Yes, for happiness meatballs. Kampa, hearing this peculiar name, wore a skeptical expression. Hey Beerus, could it be that you are unable to find good food and are using that rascal Wang Teng as a scapegoat? Vados promptly reminded him, Lord Kampa, please be mindful of your words. It is Lord Wang Teng. At that moment, a faint voice echoed, Rascal? Is that what you taught him? Chapter 22, The Alarmed Kampa. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kampa's face flushed a deep crimson. Wang Teng, Lord Kampa, please be mindful of your words. It is Lord Wang Teng. Vados reiterated. As Wang Teng entered the scene, Beerus quickly rose to offer his chair to Wang Teng, standing quietly at the side. Kampa then realized that Wang Teng's status had changed entirely. He hurriedly stood and approached Wang Teng, bowing deeply. Little god, I pay my respects to the esteemed inspector. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope you will not hold it against me. At that moment, the angel Vados gracefully approached. Lord Wang Teng, how have you been lately? In response to Vados' greeting, Wang Teng nodded gently. I've been quite well, thank you. You look even more beautiful these days. Upon receiving Wang Teng's compliment, Vados smiled modestly. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Wang Teng. Meanwhile, Kampa was drenched in sweat, bowing his head in trepidation. Wang Teng summoned a boiled egg from a don bird, took a bite, and found it indistinguishable from a regular chicken egg. Kampa, have you been diligently working of late? Why do you seem preoccupied with food all the time? Are you a destroyer or a deity of cuisine? Wang Teng spoke nonchalantly. Hearing this question, Kampa's heart raced with anxiety, for he had long neglected his duties in favor of pursuing his culinary interests, leaving his responsibilities as a destroyer far behind. He had assumed Wang Teng would not inquire about his work. Kampa stammered, drenched in sweat, casting a pleading glance at Vados. He struggled to articulate a coherent response. Observing this, Vados interjected, Lord Wang Teng, Kampa has merely developed a fondness for gourmet food recently. Just look at his physique. However, he is still committed to his work. Upon hearing the initial part, Kampa's heart nearly leapt from his chest, but he exhaled in relief at the latter half. Well, since Vados has vouched for you, it seems you are indeed putting in the effort, especially since she is your supervising angel. Please stand up, Wang Teng said softly. Kampa cautiously rose, casting a grateful glance at Vados. Though he stood upright, his demeanor became increasingly wary. He had not anticipated the immense pressure that Wang Teng's role as prosecutor would impose upon him, akin to the presence of a grand judge. This was largely due to Wang Teng's profound understanding of intent, which naturally felt oppressive to a relatively weaker destroyer like Kampa. I have a good grasp of your work, Kampa. You ought to learn from Beerus. At Wang Teng's words, Kampa inwardly scoffed, thinking, what could I possibly learn from that slothful, bony creature? Nevertheless, he maintained a smile on his face. Beerus is slender because he must be working tirelessly. Look at your own physique. It seems you may have been slacking. In response, Kampa cried out in protest, Lord Wang Teng. Our physiques are both innate and unrelated to our work. Wang Teng turned to Beerus and inquired, is that so? Beerus, at that moment, had mentally berated Kampa countless times, but showed no outward change in expression. Lord Wang Teng, my physique is indeed natural, but I assure you, I have been diligent in my duties. Wang Teng shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled, very well, let's put work aside for now. By the way, Kampa, what brings you to the 7th universe? I don't recall summoning you here. Kampa immediately donned a flattering expression, saying, esteemed prosecutor, I wish to hold a martial arts tournament and have come to invite you as a spectator. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's interest piqued. A martial arts tournament. It sounded quite intriguing. Whis instantly understood Kampa's intentions, realizing he had seized upon the prosecutor's passion for martial arts to curry favor. A martial arts tournament. Goku, who had been silent until now, suddenly perked up. There must be many skilled fighters in the 6th universe. Just then, Vegeta, looking bewildered, asked, what exactly is this 6th universe you speak of? Ha ha ha. So you are unaware. There are a total of 12 universes. We reside in the 7th universe. As soon as he finished speaking, Whis tapped his staff on the ground, and the entire cosmos unfolded before everyone's eyes. He then pointed, this is the 7th universe. While Vados and Lord Kampa hail from the 6th universe. The two universes are essentially identical, like twin siblings, with every phenomenon having its counterpart, existing in pairs. For instance, the 1st universe and the 12th universe form a pair, as their numbers sum to 13. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, Wang Teng finally grasped the structure of the Dragon Ball universe. Goku whispered to Vegeta, did you hear that? He called her sister. Vegeta nodded, replying, she is indeed a formidable fighter, with no openings in her movements. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. I had no idea there were so many fighters stronger than us. Wang Teng turned to Beerus and stated, Beerus, you should join the 6th universe in this tournament. It would be rather dull if only the 6th universe participated. At this, Kampa's eyes lit up. What say you, Skinny? Are you afraid of my 6th universe? Hearing Kampa's taunting words, a flicker of anger crossed Beerus's face. How audacious. You dare to challenge the 6th universe led by a glutton like you? Aren't you worried about being ridiculed by the prosecutor? Kampa's expression immediately darkened with rage. Mind your tongue, you bony wretch. The two glared fiercely at one another, a terrifying aura emanating from their beings. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Wang Teng stood up. The pair, noticing the shadow that had suddenly appeared between them, promptly reined in their ferocity and bowed, realizing they had overstepped their bounds. However, unbeknownst to them, Wang Teng had always relished battles, and he had long heard that Beerus was among the most formidable of destroyers, yet had never witnessed it firsthand. He smiled. If you two wish to fight, let us do so outside. This space is too confined and may hinder your performance. But both Whis and Vados interjected simultaneously. Lord Wang Teng, that is not permissible. A battle between destroyers could spell doom for both the 6th and 7th universes. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded. Understood. However, there are always exceptions. Vados and Whis, please create a sealed arena for me, ensuring that no energy escapes. I trust that with your prowess, you can manage it. Upon receiving Wang Teng's directive, Vados exchanged a glance with Whis, who wore a serious expression. After pondering for a few minutes, Whis replied, Since Lord Wang Teng is keen on this, my sister and I shall certainly do our utmost. However, the arena we construct may not be flawless. I kindly request that you imbue the protective barrier surrounding the arena with your intent power to ensure its invulnerability. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Whis. We shall proceed as you suggested. Chapter 23, Beerus vs. Kampa. 1 hour later, a colossal martial arts arena materialized in the realm of destruction, encased in a crimson protective barrier. Nearby, a lavish resting area was established. At this moment, Wang Teng sat beside Vados, munching on sunflower seeds as he awaited the commencement of the tournament. Whis, after surveying the arena for any issues, gently took a seat on the other side of Vados. Goku and Vegeta stood at the edge of the resting area, their eyes locked intently on the arena. Vegeta, do you think Lord Beerus might be defeated? Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, Kakarot, both are gods of destruction, their strengths should be closely matched. Let us observe quietly. On the arena, Beerus and Kampa stood on opposite sides, their gazes locked in a fierce stare. Kampa smirked lightly, skin and bones. It seems we haven't crossed swords since we became gods of destruction. I assure you, I am not the same as I once was. In the past, he was indeed no match for Beerus, but under the tutelage of Vados, his power had surged dramatically. After all this time, he believed he had surpassed Beerus by leaps and bounds. In response, Beerus smirked, Fat pig, aside from noticing you've grown even fatter, I see no other difference. At Beerus's blatant provocation, a look of anger instantly crossed Kampa's face. Just then, a ki blast shot from Wang Teng's hand, striking the bell on the arena. Both warriors immediately understood. The match had commenced. Kampa, come forth. Show me if your decades of training have yielded any progress. Beerus's gaze remained fixed on Kampa, his tone indifferent. He knew that the inspector's decision to allow him to battle Kampa must have a purpose, and if he were to lose today, it could lead to troublesome consequences. Most importantly, he was eager to witness the extent of Kampa's growth since becoming a god of destruction. Beerus, prepare yourself. Kampa roared, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Beerus snorted coldly, following suit into the air. Suspended above the arena, Beerus and Kampa faced each other defiantly. Beerus, this time, I shall make you understand that effort surpasses talent. For Beerus had always possessed greater innate abilities, leaving Kampa feeling suppressed throughout their lives. Today, he finally had the opportunity to prove that his diligence was worthwhile, and his heart raced with excitement. With a fierce shout, Kampa vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Beerus in the blink of an eye. Bang! Kampa's speed was astounding, and Beerus, with a slight smirk, immediately met his approach. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, sending a fierce gust of wind rippling outward. However, the wind dissipated into nothingness upon contact with the crimson energy shield. In the next moment, the two quickly separated, and a purple aura erupted from Beerus, the terrifying power of destruction rising ominously. In an instant, Beerus transformed into a shadow of purple, vanishing from sight. His speed was so extraordinary that even Kampa had not anticipated it. A powerful punch struck him squarely, sending Kampa hurtling backward. Whoosh! Beerus pressed the advantage, charging at Kampa once more, and unleashed another devastating punch towards his chest. Bang! Beerus's eyes widened in shock. Kampa had captured his fist directly, not bad in strength, and speed as well. Kampa laughed, and at that moment, a surge of purple energy erupted from him, instantly sending Beerus flying away. Tap, tap, tap. Beerus only staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. Whoosh! The two charged at each other once more, their fists clashing in midair. In that moment, the arena reverberated with thunderous sounds. Outside the arena, however, tranquility prevailed, thanks to the formidable protective shield created by Wang Teng and his companions. From the looks of it, they are evenly matched. Wang Teng remarked casually, munching on seeds. Though he had surpassed Beerus in strength, he still lacked experience and combat skills compared to him. With time, the inspector will undoubtedly grow stronger in all aspects. Whis glanced at Wang Teng and chuckled. After all, the Lord has comprehended the essence. Wang Teng understood this well and nodded slightly. His gaze then settled on Vados, who appeared as noble as a goddess, her strength far surpassing that of ordinary angels. Noticing Wang Teng's gaze, Vados turned her head to him, smiling. Inspector, do I have something on my face? Wang Teng brushed his hair back. I was just looking around. There's nothing on your face. Oh, Vados replied lightly, then turned her attention back to the arena. Vegeta, I never imagined that Kampa's strength would be nearly on par with Lord Beerus. It's truly astonishing. Goku exclaimed, watching the fierce battle unfold on the arena. Vegeta clenched his teeth, arms crossed. Damn it, I didn't expect there to be so many formidable warriors. And to think there are 12 gods of destruction this powerful. Seeing that Vegeta did not respond, Goku patted his shoulder. Vegeta, what's wrong? Didn't you hear me talking? Vegeta turned and shouted, Kakarot, spare me your nonsense. Goku could only take a couple of hurried steps back, offering a wry smile. Why are you so fired up? Boom. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their clash in the sky grew increasingly terrifying. Wang Teng looked on, witnessing Beerus and Kampa battle from the air to the arena and back again. A fierce wind swept across the entire arena. The terrifying energy waves continuously radiated outward. Gazing at their intense confrontation, Wang Teng felt a surge of excitement himself. The inspector had grasped the power of essence at such a young age, surpassing both Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus, undeniably showcasing boundless potential. At that moment, Vados's melodious voice chimed in Wang Teng's ear. I've heard that the inspector's culinary skills are exceptional. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to sample them before I depart. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng shot a glare at Whis, who merely covered his mouth and chuckled. That is certainly possible, but if Kampa loses, it will be off the table. For Wang Teng, gourmet food was merely a trifle, and currently, he held a very favorable impression of Vados. Indeed, beauty is justice, at least in Wang Teng's eyes. Chapter 24, Kampa's defeat. Boom. Bang. At this moment, the arena was filled with the terrifying sounds of collision. Wang Teng finally turned his gaze to the arena, where Beerus and Kampa were engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists leaving blurred afterimages in the air. A testament to their extraordinary speed and power. At the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, are you planning to participate? Vados suddenly inquired softly. Upon hearing her words, Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, the reason he had allowed the 7th universe to join the tournament was that he wished to witness the prowess of the elite from both universes. Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from you. Yes, I too shall partake in the tournament. A smile graced Vardos's face as she cast a glance at Whis beside her and added, if the esteemed inspector participates, the other competitors would stand no chance of victory. Wouldn't it be even more intriguing if Whis were to join alongside you? Wang Teng interjected promptly. If Wang Teng were to participate alone, he would undoubtedly have no rivals. Only his time-skip technique would be worth anticipating. However, if Whis and Vados also joined, the competition would become far more captivating. Miss Vados, what do you think? Wang Teng inquired. If the esteemed inspector could prepare a few culinary delights, that would indeed be delightful. Vados mused with a smile. Then it is settled. Upon hearing Vardos's agreeable response, a look of anticipation and excitement blossomed on Wang Teng's face. He believed that engaging in combat with either Whis or Vados would prove to be immensely interesting. Moreover, it would serve as an opportunity to gauge the extent of his own strength. According to Wang Teng's assessment, he still lingered at the weakest level of angelic power. Yet, might the 6th universe's participation bring forth some unexpected surprises? I look forward to the esteemed inspector's culinary skills. Vados displayed a mysterious smile, her countenance radiating excitement, which did not escape Wang Teng's notice. Bang! Boom! At that moment, a cacophony of collisions erupted from the tournament stage. Wang Teng gathered his focus and turned his gaze toward the source, where Kampa had heavily descended upon the platform, evidently devoid of the strength to continue. Thus, the battle had concluded. Beerus, I never anticipated you would become this formidable, capable of defeating me, another god of destruction. Beerus gradually descended from the air, gazing at the sprawled Kampa with a hint of astonishment. He had not foreseen Kampa's considerable progress, which exceeded his expectations. Yet, Kampa's expression was far from favorable. It was known that he had devoted countless millennia to rigorous training, while Beerus, given his understanding of Beerus, it was likely that he had merely slept through those eons. Consequently, Kampa felt a tinge of frustration at his own efforts. Beerus, I shall challenge you again, Kampa declared defiantly. In truth, Wang Teng had long discerned that Beerus had been deliberately holding back against Kampa. Had he fought with all his might, Kampa would have been defeated long ago. For Beerus was among the most powerful of the gods of destruction, while Kampa lingered at the bottom tier of strength. The disparity was significant. Kampa slowly rose, casting a glance in Wang Teng's direction. He had initially aspired to conquer Beerus and salvage his dignity, but now he felt utterly humiliated. Esteemed inspector, I shall take my leave. I look forward to your esteemed presence at the tournament in 9 days. Vados, Kampa called out. Here, Lord Kampa. Vados softly replied. You may return. Kampa murmured. Indeed, but what about the esteemed inspector's culinary skills? Vados nodded, her gaze fixed on Wang Teng, her meaning unmistakable. At that moment, Wang Teng's calm voice reached them. Kampa, I have heard that you have spent considerable time collecting 6 wish orbs. Is that true? Upon hearing this, a cold sweat trickled down Kampa's forehead. He shot an accusatory glance at Vados, suspecting she had divulged this information to Wang Teng. Vados, however, offered no explanation, maintaining her serene smile. Yes, Lord Wang Teng, they are miraculous orbs that can grant any wish upon request. Kampa replied begrudgingly. Oh, if the 6th universe were to lose, would you be willing to hand over the wish orbs to us? In exchange, should the 6th universe emerge victorious, I shall provide you with an endless supply of culinary delights. Wang Teng spoke slowly. Initially, Kampa was somewhat reluctant, but upon hearing the mention of endless delicacies, his eyes sparkled with interest. Then I shall abide by Lord Wang Teng's words, and I hope you shall not go back on your promise. Upon hearing Kampa's excited response, Wang Teng nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I shall not break my word. Meanwhile, Goku whispered to Vegeta, do you think the wish orbs are the Dragon Balls? Beerus immediately overheard Goku's murmured words and chuckled. Kampa, the item you collected, could it possibly be the Dragon Balls? Kampa visibly froze. Dragon Balls? The ones crafted by the Namekians? At this, Beerus glanced at Goku, who nodded in affirmation. So that is it. However, the Dragon Balls have certain limitations in the wishes they can grant. In contrast, the power of the wish orbs is far greater. One might even call them the orbs of wishes, capable of fulfilling any desire. In the parlance of the 7th universe, they are akin to the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa declared proudly. Hearing this, Goku turned to Beerus and asked, Lord Beerus, do you think I could enter the tournament? Beerus glanced at Goku and inquired. You wish to participate? Goku's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, absolutely. To engage with the elite from other universes is a thrilling prospect. Beerus then looked toward Vegeta, who, arms crossed, nodded slightly in agreement. Observing the interest peaked within Beerus and Kampa, Wang Teng declared, very well, Kampa and Vados, you may return. We shall arrive at the 6th universe in 9 days to partake in the tournament. Subsequently, Wang Teng tossed a universal capsule to Vados, stating, this is a storage device known as a universal capsule, containing numerous culinary creations I have prepared for you. Thank you, Lord Wang Teng. The envy in Kampa's eyes was unmistakable, yet he dared not express it in the presence of Wang Teng. Vados accepted the capsule, her beautiful visage illuminated with a broad smile. Farewell. Vados waved her hand in farewell, then departed the realm of the gods of destruction with Kampa. Beerus, I leave the task of finding the 7th universe's contestants in your capable hands. Just reserve 2 spots for me. Upon hearing Wang Teng's directive, Beerus promptly acknowledged it. Wang Teng then turned to leave, his voice echoing once more, I will be taking Gohan out for a while. I will return to the realm of the gods of destruction in 8 days. In the gravity room, Gohan was swiftly moving about, throwing punches with fervor. Observing him, a smile crept across Wang Teng's face. For this upcoming tournament, he intended for Gohan to participate and shine brightly. Therefore, to facilitate Gohan's rapid advancement in strength within a mere few days, Wang Teng contemplated a certain place, the hyperbolic time chamber at the Earth's sacred world. Chapter 25, the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan, I am taking you to a place that may help you surpass your limits. Wang Teng informed Gohan. The hyperbolic time chamber is undoubtedly the most suitable training ground for Gohan at this moment. The passage of time within is not in sync with the outside world. A single year inside equates to merely a day outside. Wang Teng intends for Gohan to remain inside for 2 days, which would correspond to 2 years in the external realm. There exists a substantial possibility for Gohan to transcend his limits, and whether he can transform into a Super Saiyan 4 hinges upon his own destiny. What location? Gohan inquired, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Before his eyes widened in realization. Is it the hyperbolic time chamber that you speak of? It is noteworthy that during his initial foray into the chamber alongside Goku, Gohan comprehended the essence of Super Saiyan 2, thus he was quite familiar with it. Wang Teng nodded with a smile. Gohan, you are quite astute. Let us proceed. With that, the two vanished from the realm of the god of destruction. On Earth, at a certain location, Piccolo floated mid-air, engrossed in his training, when abruptly, 2 figures appeared before him. Their sudden manifestation startled him, sending a chill down his spine. Who goes there? His eyes snapped open, and upon recognizing the familiar silhouettes, he exhaled in relief. It was none other than Gohan and Lord Wang Teng. Gohan, upon seeing Piccolo, wore an expression of pure excitement. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo reciprocated with a smile. Wang Teng, ruffling his hair, remarked, I must have taken a wrong turn, sensing the energy of that Namekian. I initially thought it was the Supreme Kai. Realizing it was Piccolo, he resumed his energy sensing. Moments later, Wang Teng's eyes widened. Gohan, I found it. Let us depart. Gohan nodded and waved goodbye to Piccolo. Farewell, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo smiled and nodded back. Gohan, seize this opportunity. May you grow even stronger. In the Supreme Kai's temple, Wang Teng and Gohan instantly materialized. There, they encountered the Supreme Kai and Kibito. Supreme Kai? Kibito! Gohan exclaimed with delight upon seeing the two. The Supreme Kai and Kibito approached Wang Teng, their expressions radiating humility and reverence. We pay our respects to the esteemed Lord Inspector. Simultaneously, they knelt, their foreheads touching the ground. Gohan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although he understood that Wang Teng held a significant position in the divine realm, he had never witnessed anyone, including gods of destruction or angels, bowing so low as to kneel. Moreover, how could the Supreme Kai of Earth do so? Unbeknownst to Gohan, the hierarchy within the divine realm was exceedingly strict, making such acts of veneration quite customary. The inspector held a rank akin to that of the Grand Supreme Kai, commanding respect that even the god of destruction overseeing an entire universe must acknowledge, let alone a mere Earth Supreme Kai. Rise, Wang Teng said softly. Upon hearing his voice, the Supreme Kai and Kibito felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Thank you, Lord Inspector. They chorused, standing respectfully to the side. Gohan, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his face and said, Kibito, I wish to bring Gohan into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Please lead the way. Kibito immediately adopted a respectful posture, hesitating to step ahead. The origins of Mr. Popo remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew how many generations of deities he had outlasted, and the young Goku had once trained under him. Remarkably, the strength of Goku, molded by Mr. Popo, had surpassed that of the Supreme Kai. In the later arcs of Dragon Ball Z, he even managed to contend with Goten and Trunks, two Saiyans. Guided by Kibito, the two adeptly entered the hyperbolic time chamber. After settling them in, Mr. Popo respectfully departed. Creak. Wang Teng opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber. A blinding light burst forth, prompting Gohan to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm, while Wang Teng remained unfazed, for such brightness posed no threat to him. In Wang Teng's hazy recollection, it seemed that one could only remain inside for 2 days. Otherwise, the exit would vanish, leaving the occupants eternally trapped within. However, for one as powerful as Wang Teng, such a predicament was trivial. He could easily forge a temporal pathway back to Earth. The moment Gohan stepped into the chamber, he was immediately beset by a wave of gravity, the air thinning and the temperature rising significantly. Indeed, it's just as it was before. Being here is quite a burden, Gohan muttered. The gravity within the hyperbolic time chamber is merely tenfold that of the outside world. It should not pose much of a challenge for you now. First, I want you to rediscover the essence of combat. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Gohan nodded eagerly. Lord Wang Teng, let us commence our training at once. Gohan seemed impatient, eager to recover his former strength, or perhaps even surpass it. Very well, let us begin. Transform into a Super Saiyan. No sooner had he spoken than Gohan unleashed his energy, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden aura surged, yet at that moment, Gohan's power remained teetering on the threshold between Super Saiyan 1 and 2. Observing Gohan's transformation, Wang Teng contemplated, Gohan, you must first rediscover the feeling of rage. Recall the fury you felt when Cell annihilated Android 16 and harmed your comrades. At these words, vivid memories flooded Gohan's mind, causing him to tremble, and the veins on his forehead bulged. However, within mere moments, he fell to his knees. I cannot find that feeling. Wang Teng approached him with an expression devoid of emotion, stating, Gohan, for now, focus on honing your foundational combat skills. The stronger your base power, the greater your strength upon transformation. Remember, this world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. Goku and the others cannot protect you forever. When the day comes that Earth faces peril, that sense of helplessness may well plunge you into despair. Upon hearing this, Gohan rose to his feet, determination etched across his face, and began his training with deliberate steps. 1 month later, Gohan had transformed into the Super Saiyan 2 form, his entire being enveloped in crackling silver lightning. Wang Teng felt a sense of gratification. In just a month, Gohan had not only reclaimed his fighting instinct, but had also reverted to Super Saiyan 2, with his foundational combat power significantly enhanced. Presently, Gohan's strength far surpassed that which he possessed during his battle against Cell. Wang Teng unleashed a roar, his golden aura soaring as an overwhelming energy erupted forth. Super Saiyan. Remarkable. This power is astonishing, truly befitting of Lord Wang Teng. Gohan marveled. The disparity in their foundational combat powers led to a notable difference in their strength upon transformation. Wang Teng's combat prowess, having surpassed Gohan's Super Saiyan 2, was now at the level of an ordinary deity. Alright, let us commence. Wang Teng beckoned to Gohan. Whoosh. Gohan surged forward with unparalleled speed. Wang Teng effortlessly dodged Gohan's attacks, simultaneously clenching his fist as a golden aura enveloped it. With a powerful punch, he struck Gohan's abdomen, causing an immediate surge of excruciating pain to radiate throughout Gohan's body. However, surrender was not an option for Gohan. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Wang Teng once more. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Teng swiftly parried all of Gohan's assaults with remarkable dexterity. In Chapter 26, The Search for Warriors, Wang Teng felt a sense of delight at Gohan's progress, for his perseverance exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. Suddenly, Wang Teng unleashed an energy blast towards Gohan. Sensing the impending danger, Gohan raised his hands high above his head, crossing his palms as he rapidly concentrated power into them. Magic flash. Boom. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending flames soaring into the sky and clouds of dust billowing forth. At that moment, Wang Teng appeared behind Gohan, who instinctively reacted by elbowing towards the rapidly approaching Wang Teng. Yet, Wang Teng effortlessly blocked the attack and countered with a punch that struck Gohan directly. Gohan plummeted to the ground like a bullet. Wang Teng gazed down at Gohan, a serious expression adorning his face. Get up. This is utterly insufficient. You are far from being able to protect Earth. Struggling to rise, Gohan let out a fierce roar as the power of Super Saiyan 2 surged to its peak, an astounding force erupting from within him. Noting Gohan's anger, a smile graced Wang Teng's lips. In the days that followed, Wang Teng trained Gohan diligently, and the latter's strength grew immensely. In the realm of the seventh universe's god of destruction, Whis pondered, have you decided whom to send for this tournament? The inspector is placing considerable importance on this event. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, do not fret. The inspector has already provided instructions regarding the participants. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus's eyes widened in surprise. What? Whis, why didn't you mention this sooner? In that case, I shall take a nap. Please wake me before the Lord returns. Observing Beerus drifting off to sleep again, Whis couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Goku and Vegeta stood nearby, contemplating the lineup for the upcoming tournament. Upon hearing that the participants had already been decided, they instantly felt a surge of anxiety. I was hoping to have Krillin compete. After all, he is the strongest Earthling. I can't believe the roster is already set. Goku murmured. Meanwhile, Vegeta, eyeing Whis, inquired, can Kakarot and I still participate? Realizing this, Goku gazed at Whis with hopeful anticipation. Ho ho ho, rest assured, you are indeed on the list. However, you must find one more participant, as Lord Wang Teng has specified that there will be 5 competitors. Whis responded with a smile. Then let Krillin join. Goku exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta scoffed, he is inadequate. He can only compete against fellow Earthlings. Should he face formidable warriors from other universes, he would stand no chance. Goku sighed in resignation, fully aware of the truth in Vegeta's words. At this moment, the strongest beings on Earth remained Piccolo and Majin Buu. Yet Majin Buu seemed unreliable, while powerful. He might not be suited for a tournament. Vegeta remarked coolly, very well, let us recruit Piccolo. Vegeta, will you join? Gohan smiled. Vegeta crossed his arms, proudly declaring, you go ahead, I shall train with Whis. This time, I shall surpass you. Goku paused momentarily, saying, then I shall take my leave. I'll bring back Piccolo shortly. In the next instant, Goku appeared on Earth, swiftly locating Piccolo. After explaining the situation, Piccolo shook his head, expressing his reluctance to participate in such a tournament, as he understood that with his current strength, he could not hope to defeat the elite fighters of the universe. Moreover, he didn't wish to embarrass himself against competitors whose powers far surpassed his own. However, upon hearing that Gohan would compete, he expressed his intention to attend the tournament. For Gohan was indeed his surrogate son. Goku scratched his head in frustration. If Piccolo isn't participating, who should I recruit? After much contemplation, he resolved to seek out Majin Buu. In Satan City, within a luxurious villa, Mr. Satan was comfortably enjoying a cigar, while Majin Buu feasted on an enormous mountain of delicacies. Whoosh! Goku suddenly appeared before them. Mr. Satan was startled, tumbling off the sofa, but upon recognizing Goku, he sighed in relief. Goku, you gave me quite a fright. Meanwhile, Majin Buu continued to devour the food on the table without lifting his head. Goku's stomach grumbled in response to the delicious aromas. Mr. Satan chuckled and, at his beckoning, the servants promptly brought forth a sumptuous feast. Goku's eyes sparkled with delight. I won't hold back then. He began to devour the food with fervor, 10 minutes later, Mr. Satan inquired with a smile, Goku, did you come here for something specific? Hearing this, Goku abruptly halted, ignoring the remnants of food on his face, and exclaimed, how could I have forgotten the main matter? After Goku elaborated, Mr. Satan and Majin Buu grasped his intentions, and eventually, with Mr. Satan's encouragement and persuasion, Majin Buu agreed to participate. Having accomplished his mission, Goku let out a sigh of relief. After finalizing the lineup, he instantly teleported back to the God of Destruction's realm. With the team assembled, it was time to train diligently with Vegeta. Whis smiled at Goku. As the tournament approaches, the warriors are engaged in intense training. Gohan was currently undergoing Wang Teng's rigorous training, while Goku and Vegeta were continually strengthening their powers under Whis' guidance. Time flew swiftly. Only a week remained until the tournament. At this juncture, the door to the room of spirit and time swung open, and Wang Teng emerged with Gohan. Inspector, Gohan greeted respectfully as they stepped out. Gohan. Tian immediately welcomed Wang Teng's exit with reverence. Gohan exchanged a knowing glance with Tian, who beamed with joy upon seeing Gohan. As they were friends who had faced life and death together on Namek, Wang Teng observed Tian and remarked, this room of spirit and time is indeed a remarkable place, if only it were not bound by time constraints. To this, Tian responded respectfully, Inspector, the power of time exceeds my capabilities. The room of spirit and time has existed since ancient times. Modifying the time constraints could lead to temporal chaos, and Earth might face destruction as a result. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. He pondered who had constructed this room of spirit and time, realizing that only angels could wield the powers of time. What events transpired in ancient times to allow Earth to possess such a place? At that moment, Gohan suddenly spoke up, Tian, may I request a favor? Tian smiled. Gohan, just say the word, as long as it is within my ability. I shall certainly assist you. I yearn to don a martial arts uniform akin to my father's, for I wish to participate in this tournament dressed just like him. Gohan exclaimed with a smile. Instantly, Goten comprehended Gohan's intention, and a brilliant light materialized in his hands. In a mere moment, he adorned Gohan with an orange turtle school martial arts GI. Gohan, filled with joy, gazed up and down at the uniform, which mirrored Goku's. After a brief interlude, Wang Teng escorted Gohan away. From Wang Teng's perspective, the ensuing week was to be a delightful respite, a much-needed break from their rigorous training. Thus, for the next week, the duo indulged in various culinary delights across Earth, their remarkable appetites inciting quite a stir. Chapter 27, Journey to the Sixth Universe, the realm of the destroyer of the Seventh Universe. With just a day remaining before the competition commenced, Wang Teng returned with a relaxed Gohan. Ho ho ho, esteemed Inspector. You have returned. Whis greeted with a smile upon noticing the sudden appearance. Wang Teng scanned the surroundings and inquired, where's Beerus? Well, that is, Whis stammered. And Wang Teng immediately discerned Beerus's activities, knowing his temperament all too well. Inside Beerus's chamber, the sound of loud snoring echoed. Wang Teng, observing the scene before him, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Suppressing his fury, he commanded, Whis, awaken him. Whis, sensing the gravity of the situation as it was his first time witnessing such an expression from Wang Teng, quickly tapped his angelic staff on the ground twice. In an instant, the entire bed flipped over, causing Beerus to tumble unceremoniously onto the floor. Realizing Wang Teng was on the brink of fury, Whis acted decisively to prevent a disaster. Startled awake, Beerus exclaimed, Whis, how dare you? Only to halt mid-sentence upon seeing Wang Teng's figure. An unsettling feeling washed over him, making him bow at a 90-degree angle. My apologies, Inspector, I merely dozed off. Humph. Wang Teng scoffed. I saw you preparing to strike. Should your anger remain unquenched, feel free to proceed. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing Beerus to break into a sweat. I dare not. I humbly beseech your mercy. Wang Teng coldly turned away, his voice echoing. Should the Seventh Universe lose this tournament, both of you shall face the consequences. Initially, Wang Teng intended to compete on behalf of the Seventh Universe, but now, he resolved to form a new team to confront the Sixth Universe directly. After Wang Teng departed, Beerus bellowed, Why didn't you wake me earlier? You owe me an explanation. His eyes were bloodshot with frustration. He knew he was no match for Whis, otherwise, he would have acted sooner. You are unjustly accusing me, Lord Beerus. The Inspector's movements are elusive. I had no inkling of your return. Whis replied, feigning innocence. This incident was indeed not Whis' fault, as Wang Teng had utilized instantaneous movement, making his presence undetectable from Earth to the realm of the Destroyer. Humph. Beerus simmered in irritation. Thus, the day swiftly passed. Goku arrived early from Earth with the members of the Seventh Universe. Bulma? Vegeta? They exclaimed in surprise. Bulma flashed a playful smile at Vegeta. What do you think? Surprised? I'm here to cheer for you. Meanwhile, Beerus's mood soured, and he glared at Goku. What is the purpose of bringing so many people? We are going to compete, not attend a banquet. Goku could only smile awkwardly, glancing pleadingly at Whis for assistance. At that moment, Bulma interjected. Oh, come now, Lord Beerus, don't be so petty. A competition without spectators would be dreadfully dull. Just then, Wang Teng approached, nodding in agreement with Bulma's sentiment. Indeed, a lack of audience would render it quite monotonous. I said as much. Bulma winked at Wang Teng. Beerus turned his head away, choosing silence. All right, since everyone is gathered, we shall depart. Whis announced, surveying the assembled group. Piccolo, Tien, Yamchu, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Majin Buu, Mr. Satan, Goten, Trunks, and Krillin were all ready. Whis gently tapped his staff on the ground, enveloping everyone in a wondrous energy. Lord Wang Teng, shall we set forth? Wang Teng nodded in response. The group transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the realm of the destroyer. Whis, I was not jesting earlier. Wang Teng spoke to Whis during their journey. Are you truly proposing to form a new team to face the 6th universe and the 7th universe? Whis sought confirmation once more. Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Whis opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. Suddenly, Whis abruptly slammed on the brakes. The group collided into one another. The fiery-tempered Bulma shouted, Whis, what are you doing? Both Whis and Wang Teng gazed into the void, spotting a man dressed in similar attire to Whis, his expression devoid of warmth, who bore a striking resemblance to Gohan's high school classmate. Sava, Beerus exclaimed, standing rigid. Then added in astonishment, Sava, Hellas, what brings you here? Wang Teng finally noticed a tall, beautiful woman, seemingly of Indian descent, standing beside the angelic figure, who smiled warmly at them. Judging by their attire, they were likely an angel and a destroyer from another universe. Lord Beerus, Whis, it has been a while. Sava greeted nonchalantly. Sava, Lord Hellas, it is indeed a pleasure to see you. Whis responded with a friendly smile. Ah, Whis, long time no see. As for that one who only knows how to sleep, I shall refrain from greeting him. A female voice chimed in. Wang Teng turned to see the female destroyer, who was fixated on him. And who might this be? She inquired, an overwhelming divine aura emanating from her. Hellas interjected, at this moment, before Beerus could respond. The angel Sava whispered, Lady Hellas, this should be the newly appointed inspector of the divine realm. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over Hellas' face. Little deity Hellas pays respects to the esteemed inspector. Meanwhile, Sava merely inclined her head slightly in a show of respect. All right, rise. Wang Teng's voice resonated calmly. Just then, Whis lowered his voice, Lord Wang Teng. This is the destroyer of the 2nd universe, Lord Hellas. And she is also a formidable being who has grasped the essence of the divine. Lord Beerus can only hope to defeat her by utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng glanced at Beerus, realizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he is renowned as the strongest god of destruction, capable of overcoming Hellas, who has comprehended the essence of the realm. It appears that his current strength is quite comparable to that of Beerus, oscillating around the level of a first-class angel. Previously, the thought of surpassing Beerus had proven to be somewhat presumptuous. Whis, let us take our leave. Wang Teng addressed Whis. Sava, Lord Hellas, we must attend to urgent matters. So we shall take our leave for now, until we meet again. In response to Whis's farewell, the two waved at him. Subsequently, Hellas bowed respectfully to Wang Teng, while Sava also inclined his head. Farewell, esteemed prosecutor. Should the opportunity arise, please visit Universe 2 for guidance. Wang Teng nodded gently. The group swiftly transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the void. Once they departed, Hellas furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Sava, we should visit Universe 7 when possible. That prosecutor is quite remarkable, as I sense the power of essence within him. Given his close ties to Universe 7, I believe we shall encounter him again there. Oh, Sava raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the realization that such a young official was indeed a master who had grasped the essence. He had not paid much attention earlier. Chapter 28. The tournament begins. Universe 6, an uncharted planet. At this moment, on this lifeless, brown-hued planet, a colossal arena had been erected in advance by Kampa. On one side of the arena stood a massive sign bearing Kampa's likeness, which he had specifically instructed Beerus to create, symbolizing that the host was the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa. Lord Wang Teng is surely on his way. Kampa inquired with a smile. Arrived. Beerus replied with a gentle smile. Just then, a streak of light swiftly descended, revealing Wang Teng, Beerus, Whis, and the others from Universe 7 appearing at the venue. They promptly entered the resting area prepared by Kampa. Bulma gazed at Kampa, who resembled a plump version of Beerus, and murmured, that is the god of destruction, Kampa, of Universe 6. Kappa and Beerus quickly approached Wang Teng's side. Beerus, still smiling, inclined his head to Wang Teng, while Kappa executed a formal 90-degree bow. Welcome, esteemed prosecutor, to Universe 6. Meanwhile, Bulma, hands on her hips, remarked, Hey, you traveled from afar. Are you only welcoming Lord Wang Teng? Kappa glanced at the alluring Bulma. But with Wang Teng nearby, he refrained from saying anything, maintaining his bow. All right, rise now. Are all the warriors present? Wang Teng spoke mildly. Kappa immediately responded, Yes, they are all here, and if you deem it appropriate, we may commence. Wang Teng nodded. Kappa then stood up and prepared to return to Universe 6's resting area. At that moment, Bulma plopped down, immediately feeling the hardness of the seat. Hey, we journeyed thousands of miles just to sit on this. Are there no cushioned seats? Anger surged within Kappa. Being reprimanded by a mere mortal had reached his limit, and he coldly retorted, I did not invite you here. What qualifications does a mere human have to dictate to me? However, unexpectedly, Wang Teng interjected, Bulma is right. It is quite shabby to offer guests such seats. This does not align with your stature, Kappa. Upon hearing this, Kappa began to sweat profusely. Whis, Wang Teng softly called. Thereupon, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his angelic staff, and a dazzling light enveloped the entire resting area of Universe 7. As the light gradually dissipated, an opulent set of cushioned seats appeared before everyone. Kappa turned to Beerus and whispered, Why not set up such luxurious seating from the start? Beerus, with a helpless expression, replied, Creating an artwork that even Lord Kappa cannot comprehend would be a desecration of your stature. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng chuckled. Truly, you are remarkable, Beerus. Originally, a written examination was to be conducted, but that bizarre assessment was cancelled at Wang Teng's behest. Just then, the Kais of Universe 7 and Universe 6 knelt before Wang Teng. We greet you, esteemed prosecutor. Wang Teng, observing the suddenly appearing Kais, smiled and said, Rise, please, and take your seats. The representatives from Universe 7 included the Old Kai and the East Kai, as well as their attendants, who exchanged greetings with Goku and the others. At that moment, the contestants from Universe 7 gradually made their appearance at the venue. Their arrival instantly captured the attention of everyone from Universe 7. Goku exclaimed, It's Frieza? Is he also from that universe? And there's one that looks like a bear. Meanwhile, Wang Teng's gaze remained fixed on Hit, who had his eyes closed. The Saiyan Kaba from Universe 6 was also casting glances in this direction. With all participants gathered, Beerus slowly announced, The contestants for this tournament are from Universe 7 and Universe 6, along with the esteemed prosecutor from the Divine Realm. Prosecutor, may we commence? Wang Teng nodded. Upon receiving the signal, Beerus promptly proclaimed, Then let the tournament begin. The first event will be a free-for-all. The duration is 30 minutes, and those remaining on the stage will advance. Subsequently, all contestants ascended the arena. Wang Teng stood on the stage and nodded at Kappa. Kappa immediately unleashed an energy blast from his hand, striking the bell suspended in midair. The referee promptly declared, The match has begun. After an intense battle, only 6 contenders remained on the stage after 30 minutes. They were Frost and Hit from Universe 6, Goku and Vegeta from Universe 7, along with Wang Teng and Gohan. Following the conclusion of the free-for-all, the 6 selected participants returned to the resting area. Meanwhile, the large screen in the sky began to swiftly scroll. After a moment, the images of Goku and Frost appeared on the screen. Kappa cast a disdainful glance at Frost, stating, If you lose, you know the consequences. The referee below immediately announced, This match will be between contestant Goku and contestant Frost. Goku exclaimed excitedly, My opponent is Frost from Universe 6. In no time, the two stood on the stage. Wang Teng closed his eyes, as he was aware that Frost was not a virtuous character. Frost appeared quite sophisticated, bowing to Goku and saying, A pleasure to meet you. For the upcoming match, I look forward to your guidance. He extended his hand, and without a second thought, Goku shook it. Let's give it our all. Just then, the referee's voice resonated. The match begins. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both fighters charged toward each other. Goku took the initiative, launching a punch, while Frost chose to evade Goku's fierce blow. After dodging Goku's fist, Frost swiftly retaliated with a kick. In the face of his adversary's assault, Goku seized Frost's ankle and hurled him away with great force. Goku suddenly laughed and said, Transform now. Use your final form. Frost slowly rose to his feet and inquired, How did you know I would transform? Goku elucidated, In our universe, there exists a being named Frieza, who bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Upon hearing this, Frost nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. In that case, I shall transform and engage you in battle. Immediately, he began to emanate energy, a violet aura erupting from within him, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. As he bellowed, his energy surged rapidly. Boom. The immense power enveloped the entire stage, with the purple aura spreading outward incessantly. His form began to undergo a transformation. As the radiance gradually subsided, he had completely changed, though not into his final form, but rather akin to Frisia's third transformation. At this moment, his mouth resembled that of a duck. It seemed Frost still had some power in reserve. He declared, "This is my ultimate form." Kampa looked astonished, clearly taken aback by Frost's unexpected ability to transform. Meanwhile, Goku, who had previously battled Frisia, understood that this was far from his final form. In the resting area, Vegeta seethed with anger. "You fool, pretending to be oblivious. What kind of ultimate form is this?" Goku chuckled wryly. "Well, it is what it is. Let's go." Frost instantly erupted with energy, the violet flames soaring swiftly. Whoosh! He vanished from his position. In response to the enemy's onslaught, Goku swiftly advanced. The two of them began to move at high speed through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sky echoed with the sounds of their fierce exchanges. Their velocities were astonishing, as they engaged in a flurry of strikes without a clear victor emerging after dozens of exchanges. Bang, bang, bang. With a resounding crash, their fists collided fiercely in midair, waves of white energy rippling outward. The spectators were left utterly astonished. Chapter 29, Goku vs. Frost. Bang! The two separated in an instant, and Goku immediately concentrated terrifying energy in his palm. An astonishing energy sphere shot forth, illuminating the entire arena. Krillin and the others shielded their eyes with their arms to withstand the intense brilliance. Just then, Frost erupted with energy, the purple flames surging instantaneously. He transformed into a streak of purple light, colliding heavily with the energy sphere in the air. An incredible clash of energy ensued. Goku shouted fervently, continuously channeling his strength into the energy sphere. Meanwhile, Frost, who was bracing against the sphere, gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as he unleashed a relentless surge of energy. To the shock of the onlookers, Goku's energy sphere was gradually being pushed back by Frost. Witnessing this, Goku was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Frost in his third form possessed such formidable power. He had been somewhat overconfident, and should have transformed into a Super Saiyan to fight. Amid Goku's astonished exclamations, Frost's head collided heavily against him. Boom! Thud, thud, thud! Goku staggered backwards several paces before stabilizing himself, breathing heavily. Everyone was left dumbfounded by the thrilling battle. Vegeta's face contorted with fury. "Kakarot, what are you doing? Are you truly willing to embarrass yourself against such a foe?" At this, Goku hesitated no longer and unleashed his energy. The golden flames surged immediately, an aura of terror spreading forth. "Super Saiyan, I've already revealed my power. Will you still hold back your final transformation?" Goku smiled. Frost's eyes widened in surprise. Yet he remained silent. In the resting area of Universe 6, Kampa appeared momentarily stunned, murmuring, "That little fellow named Goku can also transform? I thought only Lord Kampa had such a gift." However, compared to Lord Kampa's transformation, Goku's was significantly lacking. Vados smiled brightly. Of course, Lord Kampa is no ordinary Saiyan. Meanwhile, Hit, seated at the edge of the resting area, opened his eyes momentarily, glancing over, before closing them again, exuding an air of mystery. Goku dashed toward Frost, his speed now vastly superior to before, as he instantaneously appeared before Frost. Faced with the sudden appearance of the golden figure, Frost swiftly threw a punch, only to strike nothing but a golden afterimage, followed by a powerful gold elbow strike landing heavily upon him. Bang! Frost was sent flying like a cannonball. He grit his teeth, only managing to stabilize himself at the edge of the arena. However, when he lifted his head, Goku had already vanished from the stage. "I am right here," a voice called out, as Goku suddenly materialized above him, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Instantly, Frost felt a searing pain radiate through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he murmured, "I did not conceal my ultimate form merely to reserve my strength." Then, with a great roar, a black-purple aura surged forth, darkening the sky with ominous clouds. The black-purple light intensified, gradually dissipating, revealing a form that was indeed identical to Frisia's ultimate transformation. "I cannot control the final power. I have inadvertently killed before, so I have not used this form in quite some time," Frost confessed softly. Goku gazed at the transformed Frost and chuckled. "Now that you have completed your transformation, it is my turn." Goku transformed into a beam of golden light, hurtling toward Frost, leaving behind a lingering golden afterimage. Bang! The two collided. Golden fists met purple fists in a relentless barrage. Waves of terrifying winds swept downward. Their battle escalated, soaring from the ground to the air and back again. With a resounding crack, they separated. Goku beamed. If this is your full strength, then I shall claim the first victory. No sooner had he spoken than Goku vanished from sight. Frost's eyes widened in disbelief. What? When Goku reappeared, he was already in front of Frost, who had no time to react before receiving a heavy punch to the face. He was sent flying once more, blood streaming from his mouth. Yet he quickly steadied himself and charged at Goku again. Frost threw a punch, only to find Goku firmly grasping his fist, rendering him unable to move. With a fierce shout, Goku unleashed another punch, sending Frost flying yet again. Struggling to lift his head from the ground, Frost remarked, I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Vegeta crossed his arms and chuckled. That idiot Kakarot has dragged this out for far too long. However, at that moment, Lord Kampa's gaze was fixed coldly on the arena, for he knew that the effects of Frost's poison needle were about to take hold. Indeed, Frost struggled to rise once more, charging towards Goku with a flurry of rapid punches. Goku extended a palm, steadfastly defending against the onslaught of his opponent's swift attacks. It's futile. You might as well concede. At that moment, Goku seized the opportunity presented by Frost's lapse in offense, delivering a powerful blow to his adversary's abdomen. Frost felt an excruciating pain radiate throughout his entire body, trembling as he staggered backward. I shall not yield, no matter what transpires. I will rise again. Defiantly, he lunged at Goku once more, but his unsteady form was incapable of inflicting any harm. Just then, Goku perceived a haze clouding his vision. He vigorously shook his head. Yet the dizziness only intensified. Frost immediately noticed Goku's peculiar state, a slight grin curling upon his lips, delight filling his heart. Has the moment finally arrived? Seizing the chance, he swiftly aimed a punch at Goku. At that instant, a figure materialized between them, firmly grasping Frost's fist. Astonished, Frost looked up to meet the icy gaze of Lord Beerus. Kampa immediately stood up, murmuring, What on earth has transpired? Why is Lord Beerus so furious? In the next moment, Kampa and Beerus appeared on the arena. Beerus spoke first. Lord Kampa, have you discovered something? Thud. Goku finally collapsed onto the ground. Kakarot. Vegeta dashed down in haste. In response to Beerus's inquiry, Kampa remained silent, instead lifting Frost's arm. The agonized cries of Frost echoed immediately. Beerus then noticed the fine, poisonous needles protruding from Frost's body. How audacious to resort to cheating. Kampa, this is one of your 6th universe warriors. How do you account for this? Frost protested. This is merely a part of my body. Why can't I utilize it? Hearing this, Kampa erupted in fury. Silence. At this moment, the referee rushed over, confirming the situation repeatedly before rendering a verdict. Frost has violated the rules. Goku is the victor. Chapter 30, Super Saiyan God Gohan. Meanwhile, Kampa was drenched in sweat, knowing that losing the match was trivial, but incurring Lord Beerus's wrath would be disastrous. Kampa, this matter is now yours to handle. Should I witness such a violation again, all competitors from your 6th universe will be disqualified, Lord Beerus stated coolly. Kampa felt a wave of relief wash over him, understanding he had narrowly escaped disaster. Once Beerus released his grip, Frost collapsed to the ground. Kampa seized Frost and tossed him back to the 6th universe's resting area. Vados, quickly tend to that boy Goku. Kampa commanded immediately. Aware that he was at fault, he sought to ensure every detail pleased Lord Beerus. In truth, Lord Beerus had already lost interest in the ensuing events, turning to return to the resting area. Vados' angelic staff shone with a brilliant light, and in no time, Goku opened his eyes. Gazing at the supporting Vegeta, he mumbled, What happened? Why is everyone on the arena? Oh right, I'm still in the match. Where's Frost? Vegeta promptly released him, causing Goku to tumble heavily to the ground. He then turned and haughtily remarked, What a fool. Ouch. What are you doing, Vegeta? Goku clutched his head, wailing in agony. The others exchanged amused glances and departed the arena, leaving Goku alone, preparing to face his next opponent. Just then, the large screen began to roll once more. At last, Gohan's face appeared on the screen. The referee's voice rang out immediately. All right, the next match will feature the contestant Gohan against the victorious contestant Goku. Goku gazed at Gohan's image on the screen, murmuring, So my next opponent is Gohan? I wonder how much he has progressed under Lord Beerus. Truly, it is something to anticipate. In the 7th universe's resting area, Chi-Chi clenched her fists tightly, exclaiming, Is Goku going to fight Gohan? This is madness. My Gohan could never win against Goku. Subsequently, she broke down in tears. Gohan immediately stood up. All right, it's my turn now. Lord Beerus, I'm going. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan leaped and stood opposite Goku. Piccolo, watching Gohan enter the arena, silently cheered him on. Gohan, give it your all. Beerus, intrigued, thought, So this is the boy who has been shadowing Lord Beerus? I wonder about his strength. Whis covered his mouth, chuckling. Ho ho ho, Do not underestimate Gohan, Lord Beerus. His association with Lord Beerus speaks volumes of his extraordinary prowess. Dressed in the same GI as Goku, Gohan locked eyes with his father across the distance. Dad, please don't hold back. Strike with all your might, Gohan declared. Hearing this, Goku smiled. Gohan, it seems your strength has greatly improved. In that case, I shall fight with all my power. If you can't endure, surrender immediately, and I will cease at once. Gohan nodded vigorously in response. Just then, the referee's voice sounded. Let the match begin. As the words fell, Goku immediately erupted with energy. In the next instant, a surge of blue divine aura burst forth from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the entire planet began to tremble violently. Around Goku's feet, waves of energy rippled outward like concentric circles. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. The astonishing energy left everyone around him in awe. In the 7th universe's resting area, Vegeta exclaimed in shock, is Kakarot truly going to use his full strength against Gohan? Trunks and Goten whispered their worries. Gohan, brother. Chi-Chi stood up, shouting, Goku, are you insane? Do you wish to harm Gohan? My Gohan. With a thud, Chi-Chi fainted in the resting area. Bulma and the others hurriedly caught her, though their eyes remained fixed on the arena. In the 6th universe's resting area, Kappa murmured, it seems all Saiyans can transform. That Goku has employed yet another strange transformation. Clearly, he had been concealing his strength during the previous battle. That Goku appears to have reached a divine realm. Such a surprise. Vados chuckled. Gohan gazed at his father, now a Super Saiyan Blue, and his eyes gradually hardened with resolve. He turned his gaze towards Lord Beerus, who nodded in approval. With Lord Beerus's blessing, Gohan's heart swelled with excitement. A deep, resonant roar erupted from Gohan's throat, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. A golden aura immediately ascended, amplifying with each bellow, as his strength surged exponentially. Super Saiyan 2. Yet, Gohan's energy showed no signs of abating. His guttural growls continued to resonate, and the golden flames grew increasingly fierce. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Silver lightning flickered around his form. The golden aura crackled ominously against the air. Gohan's roar persisted. Could he possibly ascend further? Had Gohan truly transcended his limits? Vegeta's face was a mask of astonishment. They all understood Gohan's capabilities. Yet the power he now exhibited far exceeded their comprehension. The entire arena transformed into a sea of gold. As time passed, the golden radiance gradually dimmed, revealing a red-clad warrior upon the stage. In that moment, Gohan had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. A crimson tail swayed dexterously behind him. His hair had lengthened significantly, his body adorned with a coat of red fur, and his physique appeared more harmoniously sculpted. Father, this is the surpassing of Super Saiyan 4. Gohan murmured softly. Goku's expression was one of sheer astonishment, followed by a grin. Gohan, when did this happen? Following Lord King Tien was indeed the right choice. Meanwhile, in the resting area, Piccolo was the most shocked of all. As he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Gohan, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Was that truly Gohan? It was utterly unbelievable. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. This kid Gohan might actually be able to defeat Goku. Although Gohan was showcasing incredible power at that moment, he could never forget the grueling 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. First came the arduous foundational combat training. The rest of the time was spent battling King Tien, which was more akin to receiving a beating. Ultimately, in his quest to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he was forced to become a great ape, and should he lose control, he would face a brutal assault from King Tien, reverting to his former state once his power was depleted. Through countless beatings, Gohan finally mastered his sanity while in great ape form and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. King Tien gazed at the transformed Gohan on the stage, his heart swelling with pride, for this was his handiwork. To claim he felt no sense of accomplishment would be disingenuous. Chapter 31. Goku vs. Gohan. On the arena, Gohan and his father exchanged silent glances, both standing still upon the stage, allowing the golden and blue auras to rise unimpeded. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Father, let us begin. Gohan broke the silence, to which Goku nodded in agreement. Gohan, be careful. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the two vanished in an instant. Bang. In the air, they reappeared simultaneously, each launching a powerful punch. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy instantly radiated outward. They swiftly resumed their high-speed movements, the air filled with the sounds of their clashes. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud, thud. Both retreated several steps. Breathing heavily, they vanished once more, their silhouettes weaving through the air. Goku and Gohan grew bolder with each exchange, their speed escalating. In mere moments, They had exchanged blows multiple times. They danced through the air, colliding. Goku's voice rang out. Gohan, your power has grown astonishingly strong. I am genuinely happy for you. Gohan's heart brimmed with excitement, for he had finally caught up to his father's prowess. Father, your strength is also terrifying. Had it not been for King Tien's rigorous training, Gohan would never have stood a chance against Goku. However, even as Super Saiyan 4, Gohan needed to remain vigilant, for Goku's strength and combat experience were formidable. Since the match began, Piccolo's astonishment had not waned. Was this really Gohan? It was simply unbelievable. He could match Goku blow for blow. Beside him, Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, even Gohan has become this formidable. Huh. A battle cry erupted as the two collided fiercely, then quickly sprang apart. Gohan smirked. Father, here it comes. Kamehameha. The golden aura around him surged skyward, a terrifying power coalescing in his hands, a dazzling white-blue light shimmering. Goku momentarily paused, then chuckled. Ah, so it's the Kamehameha. However, this technique won't work on me. Ha, here it comes. Gohan bellowed, launching the white-blue wave toward Goku with incredible speed. The entire arena was engulfed in a blinding white light. Goku's aura erupted, a blue divine flame ascending as he amassed tremendous force in his hands. He met the oncoming Kamehameha with both palms, the collision igniting a brilliant flash and a thunderous roar. Just then, Gohan vanished from sight. Goku shouted as the Kamehameha was deflected skyward. See, I told you it wouldn't work. In that instant, Gohan reappeared behind him, unleashing a rapid punch toward Goku. Caught off guard, Goku received a heavy blow to the face. He landed hard on the arena floor, bracing himself with his hands to stabilize his form. Not bad, kid. Goku remarked with newfound seriousness, realizing that Gohan could no longer be viewed through the lens of his past. He had undergone a complete metamorphosis, his strength reaching unfathomable heights. Whoosh. In the next moment, both fighters vanished. Bang, bang, bang. They resumed their frenetic movements on the arena, their bodies shifting, punches becoming ever faster, leaving only their afterimages in their wake, their actions imperceptible to the spectators. As they collided, their fierce auras intertwined, the gusts of wind howled, and the sounds of their clashes grew louder. Huh. Goku seized an opening, landing a punch on Gohan's face, sending him staggering back. Yet, he quickly regained his balance and charged at Goku once more. Goku retaliated with another punch, their fists colliding with a resounding thud. Their forms vanished again, suddenly reappearing in midair, exchanging blows with fervor. At that moment, Gohan raised both hands above his head. Masenko. A blinding light erupted from Gohan's palms, forcing Goku to extend his hands to push against the energy sphere. Goku's body was pushed backward as he struggled against the force. He crashed against the arena, still sliding back, leaving a long gouge on the ground. It wasn't until he reached the edge of the arena that the energy dissipated, and Goku blew on his smoking palms. That hurt. Are you alright, Dad? With a worried expression, Gohan inquired, is everything alright? In response, Goku stood tall, grinning, no worries. You can unleash your full power. You won't harm me. In the 7th universe's resting area, Krillin chuckled. Gohan has become so formidable. I bet Goku is happier than anyone. Tien nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. Yamcha raised his arm, grinning. Goku, give it your all. Don't let Gohan defeat you. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Chi-Chi was in tears, exclaiming, Goku, Gohan, please stop fighting. At that moment, Beerus's gaze turned grave as he murmured, I wonder what method the inspector employed to train Gohan to such an extent that even Goku is struggling in battle. Hearing this, Whis' laughter echoed, Lord Beerus, you ought to be cautious. Beerus, utterly perplexed by Whis' remarks, chose to disregard them and focused his attention on the arena. Goku and Gohan resumed their rapid movements, colliding with a resounding crash. The two forces clashed, sending shockwaves through the arena as they created a deep crater beneath them. They roared, their tremendous energies erupting forth. The golden and blue auras dominated the sky, with countless fragments of stone flying into the air, causing the venue to tremble violently. I never expected that the Saiyan brat on Beerus' side would be this powerful, exclaimed Kampa, astonished. Even the lad accompanying Lord Kampa is impressive, Vados remarked with a smirk. Even Hit, who had been with his eyes closed, opened them to gaze at the arena. Meanwhile, Wang Teng in the 7th universe resting area remained utterly unfazed. Observing the battle between Gohan and Goku, he quickly deduced that their strengths were nearly equal. Despite Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his foundational combat power was still relatively weak. Had his base power been comparable to Wang Teng's, he could have easily outclassed Super Blue Goku. Wang Teng silently encouraged, Gohan, give it your all. As their powers escalated, the surroundings lay in utter ruin. With a sudden bang, The two fighters swiftly retreated, panting heavily. It was evident that their earlier clash had taken a significant toll on their energy. Then, Gohan let out a fierce shout, his golden aura surging once more. Goku instantly prepared for defense, but unexpectedly, Gohan unleashed an energy blast. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the arena. Goku leaped swiftly, but Gohan seized the opportunity. Employing the prince's fighting style, firing countless energy blasts at Goku. Facing the barrage of energy blasts, Goku crossed his arms to shield himself. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts continued to detonate, and Gohan's attacks grew increasingly rapid and numerous. The cacophony of explosions was relentless. At that moment, a powerful shout rang out. Tenfold Kaioken. A terrifying energy emanated from Goku as a crimson wave enveloped the blue aura. Upon utilizing the tenfold Kaioken, Goku's energy surged to unimaginable heights, repelling all attacks, and even forcing Gohan back several steps. Chapter 32, Goku's Victory. Gohan stared in awe at Goku, who had unleashed the tenfold Kaioken. His heart filled with bittersweet emotions. He had never learned the Kaioken technique, and after so many years, witnessing this ultimate technique once more, especially layered over the Super Blue form, was overwhelming. Dad, can you still use the Kaioken on top of the Super Blue form? Gohan asked, voicing his curiosity. Goku smiled. Gohan, you are truly remarkable to push me to this form. Once the match is over, I'll teach you the Kaioken technique. Gohan nodded, smiling. Dad is indeed powerful. Goku chuckled and scratched his head, saying, reaching this level took immense effort, but your progress has truly astonished me. Shall we continue? My strength has surpassed yours. Gohan felt a surge of excitement at Goku's question. Although Goku's power exceeded his own, he was still eager to engage because he had never been so close to his father before. So, Gohan nodded vigorously. Observing Gohan's determination, Goku smiled. Be careful now. I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku charged forward at lightning speed, startling Gohan. Bang! Before Gohan could react, a powerful punch struck his abdomen, and he cried out as he was sent flying. So fast. Gohan quickly steadied himself, scrutinizing Goku's movements. Goku darted through the air, his voice echoing. Gohan, I'm right here. Gohan's expression grew serious. He showed no signs of backing down and swiftly charged at Goku. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, fists colliding fiercely. Suddenly, Goku unleashed a surge of energy, amplifying the Kaioken several times over. The red aura surged dramatically as he tightly clenched his fists, exploiting an opening in Gohan's attack to deliver a devastating blow. Boom! Gohan plummeted downward, a colossal impact resonating from the arena as a massive crater formed. Gohan quickly got back up, gritting his teeth as he soared from the depths of the pit. Goku fired an energy blast. Whoosh! Gohan vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was directly above Goku, his fists clenched and descending with tremendous force. Goku reacted swiftly, gently deflecting Gohan's fists, redirecting them off course. Seizing this moment, Goku delivered a kick directly to Gohan's abdomen. Ugh! Gohan spat out saliva. Wiping his mouth, he looked up, only to find Goku had vanished from the air. As he searched for Goku, the latter suddenly appeared above him, launching a powerful elbow strike downward, sending Gohan spiraling down again. Kamehameha. Goku focused his energy. A brilliant white-blue light radiating through the air. Piccolo, witnessing Goku's formidable Kamehameha, shouted, Old son, stop. Do you want to kill Gohan? My Gohan, murmured Chi-Chi, fainting once more. Go, brother. Goten clenched his fists tightly, clearly favoring Goku over Gohan, as Gohan and Chi-Chi had always been the ones by his side. While Goku's presence at home was scarce, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Gohan gazed at the dazzling white-blue light in the air. He too erupted with energy, his golden aura surging forth. The terrifying momentum escalated once more as Gohan pushed his energy to its zenith. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden aura continued to rise. Kamehameha. The azure and white Kamehameha was instantaneously unleashed by Gohan. High above, Goku had also completed his charge, swiftly propelling himself downward. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the two Kamehamehas collided with a thunderous impact. Two formidable beams of energy clashed violently. Boom! The terrifying force reverberated through the sky, producing a series of resounding roars. A fierce gale swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. The garments of Goku and Gohan rustled ominously in the face of the tempest. Both warriors unleashed their energy to its utmost limit. The arena was enveloped in a brilliant white and blue radiance, prompting those nearby to shield their eyes with their arms. As Gohan's Kamehameha began to falter, the determined Gohan gritted his teeth and persevered. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? Do you truly wish to kill Gohan? Vegeta exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. At that moment, Goku made his move. With a swift instant transmission, he appeared behind Gohan in the blink of an eye. Gohan, lend me your hand. Gohan extended one hand, meeting Goku's. Boom. The terrifying Kamehameha completely engulfed the arena. Rumble. Rumble. The entire stage was shrouded in a blinding white light. Boom. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, thick clouds of dust began to rise, revealing that the arena had vanished, leaving only a massive crater shrouded in smoke. Piccolo gazed at the scene below, collapsing in despair. Gohan. Gohan is dead. Son Goku, you must bear full responsibility. Piccolo roared in anguish. At that moment, Chi-Chi awoke. What happened to my Gohan? Bulma shook her head in response. Impossible. How could Goku possibly kill Gohan? Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face. Beerus cautiously glanced at Whis, noting that the latter remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. He then softly remarked to Whis, is the prosecutor overly saddened? How can he show no reaction at all? Ho ho ho. Lord Beerus, look closely. Whis maintained his cheerful demeanor. Just then, whoosh, two figures appeared in the sky, revealing Gohan and Goku. Gohan extended his fist, colliding it with Goku's. Thank you, Dad, for teaching me what it means to fight for my life. I feel I have grown immensely. Goku chuckled, stroking his head. Gohan, you have indeed matured greatly. Through his battle with Goku, Gohan fully comprehended the necessity of giving his all against an opponent. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. And he held a deep-seated admiration for his father. For his father, Son Goku, is a true warrior. At that moment, Gohan's voice rang out. I concede. Upon hearing Gohan's concession, the referee crawled out from a corner to announce, the victor of this match is Son Goku from Universe 7. A smile finally graced Piccolo's face. Old son, you really pulled a fast one on me. Thank goodness Gohan is safe. Returning to the resting area of Universe 7. Gohan lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Lord Wang Teng. I lost the match. In response, Wang Teng stood and patted Gohan on the shoulder, saying, Gohan, do not be disheartened. You performed admirably. Leave the rest to me. Gohan then lifted his head to gaze at Wang Teng. Yes, go for it, Lord Wang Teng. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the large screen began to roll rapidly once more. Wang Teng's visage appeared prominently opposite Goku. The referee's voice immediately followed. The next match features the victorious Son Goku against the newly entered contestant, Wang Teng. Just then, the referee awkwardly realized that the arena had vanished, leaving only a deep pit. While pondering this dilemma, Vados and Whis descended gracefully. Chapter 33, Time Reversal. Under the powers of Vados and Whis, the arena was instantly enveloped in dazzling light, and soon, the crater began to fade away. A brand new arena reappeared before the eyes of the spectators. Vados and Whis bowed respectfully to Wang Teng above. Subsequently, they returned to the resting area. Goku, observing the restored arena, remarked, Gohan and I shattered the arena. We owe it all to Whis and Vados. Otherwise, the match could not have proceeded. Suddenly, the referee's voice announced, Now, may contestant Wang Teng please come to the stage. As the words left his lips, a shadow flashed by, and Wang Teng appeared on the arena. Gohan looked at the two combatants on stage, murmuring, Go for it, Lord Wang Teng. Go, Dad. Goku regarded the emerging Wang Teng earnestly. I never anticipated that I would have the opportunity to battle Lord Wang Teng again. I hope you will not hold back. In response, Wang Teng nodded. As the two stood at the center of the stage, the referee promptly signaled the commencement of the match. Goku immediately erupted with energy. As he shouted, a terrifying force surged forth from within him. A blue divine aura rose from his feet. An astonishing pressure enveloped the entire arena. Faced with Goku's overwhelming aura, Wang Teng immediately assumed a combat stance. Goku was taken aback. He hadn't expected his opponent to remain in his base form, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. If that's the case, then here I come. His entire being was enveloped in blue flames, and his formidable energy swiftly locked onto Wang Teng. Whoosh! Goku charged forth with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Kappa stood up, exclaiming in astonishment, Lord Wang Teng seems to be in perfect harmony with the universe, truly impeccable. Hee, Lord Kappa, your perception has indeed improved. At this moment, Lord Wang Teng has mastered the power of intent, achieving the true state of unity between heaven and man. Vados remarked with a smile. As Goku's fist loomed larger before him, a white aura emanated from Wang Teng. Time reversed. Time instantly rewound 3 seconds. And Goku's fist was suddenly a great distance away from Wang Teng. Then, Wang Teng effortlessly evaded the attack. What just happened? I clearly struck Lord Wang Teng just now. How did he dodge? Without time to ponder further, Goku unleashed a flurry of punches at Wang Teng. Yet each time, just as he seemed poised to land a hit, Wang Teng inexplicably slipped away. Now it's my turn. Wang Teng's voice resonated slowly, utilizing the time reversal. He swiftly found an opening in Goku's onslaught and launched a powerful punch. Goku, confronted by the oddly approaching fist, quickly dodged, thinking he had evaded it. Yet the very next moment, the fist he thought he had escaped struck him squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Goku crashed heavily onto the arena. Piccolo exclaimed, "What just happened?" Krillin gasped, "That's impossible. He clearly dodged." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, seething inwardly. That damned guy. I didn't even see how he threw that punch. What a ridiculous situation. Weiss's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, "Could it be the power of time?" Lord Wang Teng is truly remarkable. Beerus, taken aback, replied, "Weiss, what did you just say? The power of time? That's the realm of angels." While Lord Wang Teng is formidable, mastering such celestial power seems rather improbable. At that moment, a feminine voice chimed in, "No, it is entirely possible." Lord Wang Teng is indeed extraordinary. It is not surprising for him to exhibit such powers. Weiss immediately rose, exclaiming, "Sister." Indeed, the swift Beerus appeared beside Weiss. Her speed nothing short of astonishing. Goku slowly got to his feet, his heart racing with disbelief. How incredibly fast. I thought I had evaded him. Yet I was still struck. What manner of speed is this? Wang Teng calmly declared, "Yield." Goku, taken aback, responded, "Lord Wang Teng, while your punch was indeed powerful, I refuse to concede. For some reason, I am now ablaze with fervor." Goku instantly erupted with energy, blue flames surging forth as he charged once more at Wang Teng. The arena was soon left with a blue afterimage, and in the face of Goku's astonishing speed, Wang Teng vanished from his spot. The two disappeared from the arena, and the air was filled with resounding booms. Yikes! Goku intermittently reappeared, relentlessly attacking Wang Teng, yet each strike was effortlessly dodged. The air was thick with Goku's kinetic force, and in the next instant, he used instant transmission to appear right before Wang Teng, delivering a powerful punch. However, to Goku's astonishment, Wang Teng once again evaded with an uncanny maneuver, reappearing beside Goku. Alarmed, Goku realized it was too late to evade as Wang Teng struck like lightning, landing a heavy blow on Goku's chin. Goku was sent flying backward, leaving a long trail across the arena, finally stabilizing himself after retreating several meters. Invisible? Why does not even a trace of his attacks remain? In the seventh universe's resting area, Piccolo felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, his already green face growing even greener. Why can't I see his attacks? Vegeta wore a look of astonishment, his mind racing with strategies. Wang Teng moved like a specter once more, while Goku quickly rose. Tenfold Kaioken. He unleashed a surge of energy, a brilliant red aura merging with his blue flames, a terrifying presence radiating outward. Goku braced himself for Wang Teng's assault. Despite his full vigilance, Goku was struck in the abdomen once again. At that moment, he felt as if he might vomit his stomach acid, and Wang Teng had vanished once more. Thus, Goku endured a relentless series of blows. Maintaining a defensive stance, he was unable to predict where his opponent's next strike would come from. He had not anticipated that even elevating the Kaioken to 10 times would leave him unable to perceive his adversary. At that moment, a voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in for 1 hour in the 6th universe. Time reversal ability increased to 6 seconds. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a base combat power of 100 million. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a stand-in." Overjoyed by the cascade of rewards, Wang Teng was astonished by the richness of the 6th universe's signing rewards. "System, what is the function of the stand-in?" Wang Teng inquired. Shortly thereafter, the function of the stand-in was conveyed to his mind. The stand-in could absorb damage on behalf of the host when danger approached. Each use required a recovery period of 10 days. Elated by this newfound information, Wang Teng realized he essentially gained an extra life, one that could be reused, a remarkable boon. After the signing was complete, he turned his gaze toward Goku, who still maintained his defensive posture. With the time reversal now at 6 seconds, Goku's chances of victory were further diminished. Thus, he charged forth once more, and Goku immediately sensed Wang Teng's attack. He quickly attempted to block, but the astonishing 6 seconds of time reversal meant that he was struck on the chin before he could even react, sending him flying. Chapter 34, Goku's Defeat. Thud, thud, thud. Goku staggered backward for several steps before barely managing to stabilize himself. Huff, 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 he gasped, frustration boiling within him. Damn it, I still can't see. He quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Wang Teng. Howa! Goku roared, his blue divine aura now enveloped by a raging red flame, rapidly ascending. His hands gleamed with a brilliant light. "Now let's see how you evade this." Energy blasts erupted instantaneously, flooding the space in an instant. Each blast shone like the blazing sun, suspended in midair. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. This is... He was correct. Goku was employing the very technique he had used against Android 17. Goku smirked. Lord Wang Teng, now let us see how you escape. With a mighty grip, he launched energy blasts toward Wang Teng. However, he had grossly underestimated the power of time reversal. With 6 seconds at his disposal, Wang Teng deftly combined time reversal with instant transmission, effortlessly dodging the lethal onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The arena erupted with terrifying explosions. In the next instant, Wang Teng appeared right before Goku, delivering a fierce punch to his abdomen. Goku, disbelief etched on his face, stammered, "How is this possible? How did you do that?" Clutching his stomach, Goku collapsed onto the arena floor. The onlookers in the resting area had barely comprehended what had transpired. Kakarot. Vegeta's face mirrored astonishment. Wang Teng looked down at Goku, saying, "Do you now understand the disparity? Surrender." Groaning on the arena floor, Goku protested, "Surrender? How can I possibly lose here?" Beerus remarked nonchalantly, "Goku has no chance of winning. It is best to concede." Ha ha ha. Lord Wang Teng has indeed mastered the power of time, which is quite astonishing. It seems Goku faces a formidable challenge. Weiss chuckled. Goku felt a surge of disbelief. He had not imagined that even with Super Saiyan Blue and tenfold Kaioken, he could not force his opponent to transform. Had their gap grown so vast? Damn it. He felt an intense unwillingness. Goku slowly rose to his feet. He had to admit, Lord Wang Teng was undeniably powerful. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of your attacks. But I will not concede. At that moment, an ethereal white divine energy enveloped Goku, and his aura underwent a significant transformation. Wang Teng's eyes widened in shock. This is the embryonic form of the Ultra Instinct. This is bad. A terrifying aura rapidly expanded outward from Wang Teng's center, and he charged toward Goku. Time rewound instantly, and his attacks became unfathomable, delivering a crushing blow to Goku. Goku immediately felt an indescribable agony coursing through his entire body. Ouch, that hurts. He transformed back into an ordinary human and collapsed to the ground. Whis' eyes were fixated on Son Goku. The voice of Beerus echoed immediately. Whis, what was that just now? The autonomous Ultra Instinct? Whis nodded solemnly, stating, "Indeed, Lord Beerus, it was the autonomous Ultra Instinct." To think Goku actually grasped the essence of it and managed to invoke a rudimentary form of the autonomous Ultra Instinct. Given time, he would undoubtedly master it. Beerus roared. "When did you teach him? Why was I not informed?" Observing the furious Beerus, Whis chuckled. "But Lord Beerus, were you not asleep?" "Humph." Beerus merely snorted and took a seat. At this moment, Wang Teng was also immensely astonished. He hadn't expected Goku to comprehend the autonomous Ultra Instinct under his pressure, which was significantly ahead of the original timeline. It appeared that Wang Teng's involvement had already altered the course of events. Wang Teng glanced at the referee and urged, "What are you waiting for?" The referee promptly rushed over, assessed the situation, and announced, "The victor is contestant Wang Teng." Wang Teng looked at the fallen Son Goku and remarked, "You performed admirably. I hope you master the autonomous Ultra Instinct soon, so we can engage in a rematch." Gohan in the resting area exclaimed, "Dad." He quickly dashed onto the stage to assist Goku back to the resting area. Meanwhile, Hit from Universe 6 observed Wang Teng on the stage, murmuring, "That fellow's speed is indeed extraordinary. He seems to possess a technique akin to the time skip. I wonder who among us is superior?" However, unbeknownst to Hit, their mastery over time manipulation was worlds apart. Wang Teng's time rewind could stretch an astonishing 6 seconds, whereas Hit's time skip could only manage a mere 0.1 seconds. The difference in effectiveness was monumental. Once the time skip failed, one's inherent strength became of paramount importance. Just then, the large screen began to roll again. Before long, Hit's visage indeed appeared opposite Wang Teng. The referee promptly declared, after Wang Teng's victory, "His next opponent is Hit from Universe 6. Hit immediately stood up, his expression still cold and unperturbed. He leaped off the stage and positioned himself opposite Wang Teng. Kampa nervously watched the arena, for Hit was the last contestant from Universe 6. At this moment, Wang Teng and Hit locked eyes, both lost in their thoughts. In the resting area, Goku, having regained consciousness after treatment, turned his gaze to the stage. "That is Lord Wang Teng's opponent. That fellow is so calm. After witnessing the previous match, he remains so composed. I sense that, though he is trying hard to conceal his aura, I can still perceive a sharp energy akin to a needle. How formidable," Goku murmured. Beside him, Vegeta wore a serious expression and inquired, "Hey, Kakarot, what just happened? How did you get hit so unexpectedly?" In response to Vegeta's question, Goku scratched his face and replied, "I don't know. It just felt strange." Every time it seemed he would strike, he inexplicably vanished, as if time had stopped. Yes, just like time had stopped. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta appeared even more troubled. Subsequently, he smirked. Whatever, I absolutely will not lose. At that moment, Beerus had once again dozed off. Whis, this fellow named Hit sounds familiar. Do you know his background? Whis, still smiling, responded, Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus, you're dozing off again. Don't let the inspector see you. As for Hit, I've heard he is one of the elite assassins of Universe 6. He has never failed to capture his prey. Hearing the mention of the inspector, Beerus immediately became more alert, his eyes fixated on the stage. An assassin? The inspector should be fine, right? Amidst the crowd's cheers, the referee's voice rang out. The match begins. As the contest commenced, Hit assumed a remarkably compact stance, piquing Wang Teng's interest. Wang Teng waved at Hit, observing the disdain in his opponent's demeanor. Hit sprang into action, his speed astonishing. The spectators gasped, so fast. Hit unleashed a rapid punch, but upon contact with Wang Teng, it was mysteriously evaded. The next moment, an incredible aura erupted from Wang Teng. Boom. Hit was sent flying. Whis wore a broad smile. Ho ho ho. The inspector is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engulfed in tumultuous emotions, having failed to perceive the exchanges between the two. So fast, it was impossible to see their strikes. Contemplating his impending battle with one of them, Vegeta quickly began to strategize. Looking at the downed Hit, Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment. He had hoped to witness the might of the time skip, but upon acquiring the ability to rewind time, he realized the time skip was quite trivial before him. His time rewind could reach an astonishing 6 seconds, while Hit's time skip was a mere 0.1 seconds, rendering the encounter rather lackluster. Perhaps influenced by his Saiyan bloodline's combative nature, he was only interested in fighting powerful opponents. He found no excitement in one-sided battles. Wang Teng glanced at the resting area where Vados and Whis were, feeling a surge of anticipation. They had promised him a match once the contest concluded. With that thought, Wang Teng raised his hand. Referee, I forfeit. The arena fell silent at the sound of his not-so-loud voice. Hit stared, astonished, at Wang Teng's declaration of forfeiture. Why? Victory was within his grasp. Having just witnessed his time skip, it was far superior to mine. What an incredible individual. Upon hearing Wang Teng's forfeit, the referee promptly announced. Since contestant Wang Teng has forfeited, the next match will be between contestant Hit and contestant Vegeta. Furthermore, this will be the final match. The victor shall be crowned the champion of this tournament. At that moment, shock filled Beerus's eyes. Whis, why? Why did the inspector concede? He could have easily won. Whis's expression turned unexpectedly serious. Lord Beerus, this is the inspector granting us an opportunity. What follows will be the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6. Whoever loses will face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He turned to Vegeta and said, Vegeta, in this match, you must win. No matter what. Goku shouted, go for it, Vegeta. Vegeta slowly rose, making his way to the stage, his mind replaying Hit's earlier movements. He understood that this would be a formidable battle. At that moment, Beerus suddenly recalled something and addressed Whis, saying, Whis, please swiftly impart the method to counter the individual from the 6th universe to Vegeta. Whis raised his head and replied, rest assured, Lord Beerus. Entrusting it to Vegeta will suffice. Beerus's gaze darkened ominously. If Vegeta should falter, are you aware of the repercussions? The esteemed prosecutor will undoubtedly seek to settle accounts with me, and I fear. Whis chuckled heartily. Oh ho ho. There is no need for such pessimism. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten that Vegeta has surpassed his limits? It is the likes of Kampa who should be concerned. Vegeta and Hit stood resolutely at the center of the arena. As the two took their positions, the referee promptly declared, the match begins. In an instant, Vegeta erupted with energy, an astounding wave radiating outward. With a fierce shout, a blue divine aura burst forth, enveloping the entire stage in a terrifying surge of power. Transformed, Vegeta brimmed with confidence. Come on. He sprang into action, darting across the arena with remarkable speed, attacking from an unconventional angle. In response to Vegeta's rapid assault, Hit's form blurred, and in a flash, Hit's fist struck heavily against Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. This guy? His attacks are indeed imperceptible, and his strength is formidable. However, it appeared that Vegeta had gleaned some insight from the previous exchange. In the next moment, he surged forward once more, launching an astonishing punch at Hit. Bang! In the face of Vegeta's rapid strike, Hit merely extended his palm and caught Vegeta's fist effortlessly. Hit's voice was calm. You cannot win. Concede. Upon hearing Hit's words, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. Concede? You expect this prince to surrender? What a jest! Unperturbed by Vegeta's defiance, Hit swiftly retaliated with a punch. Vegeta was sent flying backward. Thud, thud, thud. After soaring several meters, he barely managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, Vegeta's mind replayed Hit's attack patterns incessantly. His eyes widened suddenly, and a faint smile graced his lips. So that's how it is. To validate his thoughts, Vegeta charged at Hit once more. With a thunderous shout, he propelled his fist toward Hit with great force. Hit merely shook his head. Futile. Vegeta's fist was deftly evaded as Hit's body became ethereal once again, his ghost-like punch arcing toward Vegeta. In a moment of instinct, Vegeta tilted his head slightly, successfully dodging Hit's blow for the first time. Bang! The two swiftly separated. Hit was internally astonished. He had evaded it. Was it mere coincidence? Meanwhile, Vegeta, standing opposite Hit, was brimming with confidence. Your attacks are hardly impressive. Yet internally, he was equally astonished, for the opponent's ability to manipulate time was indeed remarkable. Hit, in disbelief, could not fathom that Vegeta had unraveled his time skip technique, so he launched another assault. Vegeta focused intently, his eyes narrowing. Here, he unleashed a punch that collided heavily with Hit's fist. An incredible force radiated outward. Bang! Both combatants recoiled. In the spectator area of the 6th universe, Kampa's eyes were wide with disbelief. How is this possible? He actually landed a hit on Hit? Vegeta smirked. Your technique is ineffective now. What will you do? Hit's expression shifted unpredictably. Then he replied with a grin. It was merely a coincidence. At this, Vegeta's lips curled into a mocking smile. Coincidence? Very well. Allow me to let you experience it once more. Vegeta's body surged forward again, moving at blinding speed, leaving behind mere phantoms on the stage. Hit quickly discerned Vegeta's attack pattern and activated his time skip technique to counter. The two clashed rapidly in midair, and as they did, Hit's eyes widened slowly. For all his attacks were being intercepted by Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, Vegeta seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to Hit's chin. Ah! Hit cried out, immediately hurtling to the side. His body crashed heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Gasping for breath in midair, Vegeta proclaimed, "Now you've witnessed my prowess, you scoundrel." Meanwhile, the 7th universe's spectator area erupted in cheers. Well done, Vegeta. Bulma waved her fists, fervently rallying him on. Dad. Trunks' eyes sparkled with admiration. A smile finally graced Beerus' face. That Vegeta is performing splendidly. Once the match concludes, I must reward him. Goku, equally astonished, remarked. Could it be that Vegeta is reading Hit's movements? Impressive indeed. Chapter 36, Growth. At that moment, Hit was perplexed as to how his opponent could accurately predict his position. Vegeta's lips curled upward. It is not too late for you to concede. Hit regarded Vegeta's confident visage with an icy gaze. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Hit, a purple flame rising ominously. Observing Hit's terrifying display of power, Vegeta remarked with a smirk, at last. You are prepared to unleash your full strength? Let me see just how formidable you truly are. With that, Vegeta surged forward, cloaked in purple flames, launching a rapid assault against Hit. His fist struck with incredible speed, leaving a trail of blue energy on the arena floor. As Vegeta's rapid attacks rained down, Hit responded swiftly, and the two began to clash furiously in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of white energy rippled through the air. Vegeta's strikes intensified. Yet Hit remained undeterred, countering with remarkable strength and his time skip technique, successfully blocking Vegeta's onslaught. Hit's eyes widened suddenly as he seized the opportunity in the gaps of Vegeta's attacks, retaliating with fierce punches. Vegeta found himself on the defensive, dodging Hit's relentless strikes. In the 7th universe's spectator area, Goku's gaze was fixated on the two fighters, murmuring, that guy is far too strong. He is overpowering Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. The battle between the two intensified, with Hit's attacks growing ever faster. Though Vegeta fought valiantly, he struggled to maintain his defense. Frustration etched across his face. He clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. I have clearly deciphered his time skip technique. Yet why is this so arduous? As Vegeta grappled with the mounting pressure, Whis in the spectator area remarked with a chuckle, it seems Vegeta is becoming somewhat anxious. Although he had deciphered the opponent's ability to remain in a momentary state for 0.1 seconds, the formidable strength of his adversary was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Beerus' expression turned serious as he fixated on the arena, for this bout could very well determine his fate. On the stage, Hit regarded Vegeta coolly and stated, while you have grasped the principle of my time skip, you must still enhance your speed to overcome that fleeting moment, which poses a significant challenge for many. Furthermore, you must anticipate my movements. In this regard, you are the only opponent I have encountered capable of such a feat. However, this is where it ends. Vegeta's face flushed with indignation at Hit's words. An astonishing aura erupted from Vegeta, with blue flames surging upwards, subtly transitioning towards a deep azure. You dare to underestimate me. I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta charged forward. Crash. Ugh. Hit was evidently caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden surge in speed. And before he could react, he was struck squarely in the abdomen. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Hit suddenly burst into laughter. What a thrill. I can scarcely remember the last time I experienced such exhilarating combat. You are the only one to have unraveled my time skip, but this is not my limit. I grow stronger in the face of adversity. In the next instant, I shall become even more powerful. In the blink of an eye, Hit vanished from his position. Crash. Vegeta's fist collided heavily with Hit's. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows repeatedly, fierce gusts of wind radiating outward. Vegeta was astounded to discover that Hit's speed had increased. Just as he was reeling from this revelation, Hit's fist struck his chin without warning, staggering back several steps. Vegeta struggled to regain his balance. Vegeta. Goku's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes. Hit's time skip duration had extended from 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. Could it be true that he truly grows stronger in response to challenge? Wang Teng murmured. Upon hearing this, Whis smiled and remarked, Lord Wang Teng, in truth, Hit has experienced growth. In a remarkably short span, he has evolved. The spectators around, upon hearing Whis' words, were left agape, astonished that the opponent's talent was so prodigious that he could simply grow stronger at will. Hit withdrew his fists and casually placed his hands in his pockets. I never anticipated growth, a concept I had never considered before, until today, upon witnessing you. Even I must acknowledge that perhaps I too should evolve. Now, my time skip has indeed expanded to 0.2 seconds. Vegeta, his face contorted with rage, retorted, You scoundrel. In truth, Vegeta had been taken aback. Having believed Hit's time skip was still at 0.1 seconds, thus, when it escalated to 0.2 seconds, he fell victim to it. Gazing at the increasingly formidable Hit, Kappa in the 6th universe's spectator area exclaimed with excitement, Hit is truly impressive. Quickly defeat him and claim victory, and the 6th universe shall triumph. Disregarding the astonishment of the crowd, Hit merely waved his hand dismissively at Vegeta. Incensed by the taunting gesture, Vegeta immediately erupted with fury. He leaped back swiftly, launching energy blasts from his hands. As the energy spheres hurtled towards him, Hit leaped nimbly into the air. Vegeta had anticipated this move and shot another energy blast skyward. Following that, an onslaught of energy blasts erupted, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds in the air. Amidst the fiery spectacle and thick smoke, Vegeta cackled, Haha, perish. The ability to elevate oneself in battle has always been the hallmark of Saiyans. What gives you the right to grow rapidly and surpass me? Now you understand the gravity of the situation. Just then, Hit appeared instantaneously behind Vegeta, activating his time skip, and in an instant, he had landed several punches. Faced with such a rapid assault, Vegeta had no time to anticipate the strikes and was sent flying. Subsequently, an energy blast erupted from Hit's hand. A tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing the arena in a thick haze of fire and smoke. At that moment, Hit glanced at the referee and called out, Hey, referee, shouldn't you confirm his life or death? In the spectator area, Gohan's face tightened with concern. Is Uncle Vegeta all right? Hearing Gohan's words, Wang Teng reassured him softly. Do not worry, Gohan. Vegeta will not fall so easily. Let us not forget, he is the proud prince of the Saiyans. Upon hearing Hit's challenge, the referee immediately began searching for Vegeta's figure amidst the smoke. Just then, a blue silhouette burst forth from the haze. Suspended in midair, gritting his teeth, he roared. This level of challenge expects me to concede. You underestimate me, Vegeta? As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta's blue aura intensified fiercely, deepening in hue. Hit gazed at the airborne Vegeta with surprise etched across his face. I had not anticipated your growth. It appears that Saiyans can indeed evolve in battle. Your self-regard is excessive, Vegeta bellowed. Compared to Saiyans, you are but a mere speck of sand. Chapter 37, A Brutal Clash. Vegeta vanished like a bolt of lightning, his speed now having reached an entirely new echelon. Hit's eyes darted as he sought Vegeta's form, feeling momentarily at a loss. Impossible. At that moment, Vegeta's blue figure suddenly materialized before Hit. Cold sweat broke out on Hit's brow, his mind reeling in shock. What is this speed? He has become exponentially stronger. In the 7th universe's spectator area, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, murmuring, Vegeta seems to have transcended the Super Saiyan blue barrier. Meanwhile, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Indeed, he is evolving towards a deeper blue. Just one more leap, and he may reach the pinnacle of that realm. Vegeta, as the Prince of Saiyans, possesses remarkable talent. Upon hearing this, Gohan exclaimed in shock. Deep Blue? Vegeta has actually surpassed his limits. It seems the 7th universe is destined for victory. Beerus chuckled. In the face of Hit's ferocious punches, Vegeta swiftly retreated, but at that moment, his speed was simply too overwhelming for Hit to evade. A powerful punch slammed into Hit, sending him hurtling sideways. Hit's eyes were wide with disbelief. His speed had increased by at least threefold. Unbelievable. Vegeta erupted with energy, the blue divine aura surging dramatically, an astounding momentum radiating from him. Having elevated his power to its zenith, he charged towards Hit, intent on finishing the battle before Hit could fully recover. Just as Hit rose to his feet, Vegeta's relentless fist struck him squarely on the chin once more. Staggering back, Hit struggled to maintain his footing. Hit staggered back several paces, and as he lifted his gaze, he saw Vegeta charging toward him once more. Quickly regaining his composure, Hit activated his instant transmission. However, at this moment, Vegeta's power had eclipsed that of Super Saiyan Blue, his speed now exceeding 3 times that of before, rendering his movements utterly elusive to Hit. In astonishment, Hit exclaimed, his speed surpasses even my instant transmission. This cannot be. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta's fist connected with his body. The faces of those surrounding them were painted with profound shock. Ugh! Hit spat out white saliva, his body trembling uncontrollably. The might of a Saiyan is beyond your imagination. Our pride does not permit failure. With the next move, I shall determine the victor. As Vegeta's voice echoed, he reappeared before Hit, launching another formidable punch. Hit was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Kappa rose, bellowing, Hit, get up. What are you doing? Can you still call yourself the Universe 6 #1 assassin? Hearing Kappa's roar, Hit shakily stood up. His power and speed had increased so dramatically. How could this be possible? He had never encountered such a Saiyan before. Hit murmured in disbelief, gazing at the standing Hit. Vegeta sneered, you won't be able to stand again after this next move. This is the consequence of underestimating a Saiyan. The blue divine aura surged with Vegeta's shout, his energy seemingly escalating further. At this moment, Vegeta's power had reached the brink of Super Saiyan Blue, on the verge of attaining the deeper blue level with just a single opportunity. Vegeta's strength had reached its zenith. The terrifying aura made the entire arena tremble. Vegeta's power. It's astonishing. It can rival that of a Super Saiyan Blue utilizing Kaioken. Goku exclaimed in shock. Has Vegeta broken through again? Piccolo observed. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow, his complexion greener than before. Looking at the fully unleashed Vegeta, was smiled. Surprised at how much Vegeta had grown during this battle, he was continuously progressing in his own unique way. Indeed, Vegeta is a formidable warrior. At this moment, Vegeta's strength was drawing perilously close to that of a god of destruction, albeit the weakest kind. He was still far from the power level of someone like Beerus, who had reached the pinnacle of a first-tier angel. Whoosh! Vegeta shot forth, leaving a lingering deep blue shadow in the air, his energy sphere rapidly coalescing. Boom! Hit swiftly leaped to evade. Seeing Hit ascend into the sky, Vegeta smirked. Die? Huh! Another astonishing energy sphere was unleashed, and Hit's eyes sharpened. He understood that there was no escaping this attack, so he crossed his arms defensively. Wah! The prince's assault was rapidly unleashed from Vegeta's hands. Countless energy spheres surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions. The sky was instantly engulfed in flames and billowing smoke. Hit! Kappa stood up, his gaze fixed intensely on the sky. Just then, Vegeta's final attack arrived. His hands crackled with golden lightning. Die! Ultimate flash! Whoosh! The golden super energy sphere detonated. Boom, boom, boom. Krillin and the others closed their eyes. The sky was ablaze with flames. Thick black smoke billowing. Huff, huff. Vegeta gasped for breath. I've won. Vegeta did well. Goku shouted excitedly, feeling the dwindling power within him. A smile of relief spread across Vegeta's face. It was finally over. At that moment, a cry rang out. An astonishing purple aura erupted from the flames, dispersing the thick smoke, revealing Hit's battered form. He was now covered in multiple wounds, blood flowing freely, yet the purple aura surrounding him remained potent. What? That guy still has strength left. Vegeta's face was filled with disbelief. Just then, Hit charged forward, his head crashing heavily into Vegeta. Ugh! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. Both warriors fell to the ground simultaneously. All around, the spectators watched the fierce battle on the arena, their fists clenched in nervous anticipation. Whis, observing the two fallen fighters, was utterly astonished. Their tenacity and strength exceeded his expectations. At this moment, both warriors were on the brink of exhaustion. It was a battle of willpower. Whis's voice resonated softly. Gohan, both of their wills are incredibly strong. They are both worthy warriors. I hope you can learn from them and become a guardian of the universe. Hearing this, Gohan nodded solemnly. Having vowed to become a formidable warrior like Whis, he would not back down. Hit. The resting area of Universe 6 was eerily quiet, the tension palpable. As Kampa's heart raced anxiously, Whis' concession had brought hope to Universe 6, yet Vegeta's power had surpassed their expectations. Both fighters had reached their limits, and the outcome was anyone's guess. Hit's potential was exceptional. This battle had pushed him beyond his limits, but if he did not continue to grow, he risked losing this match. Vados stated with seriousness. Chapter 38, The Battle Against Vados. Hit, quickly rise. That Vegeta is clearly running on fumes. Kampa shouted downwards. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, beginning to struggle to rise. You insufferable fat pig, how dare you underestimate me? I am Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. Perhaps inspired by Vegeta's determination, Hit gritted his teeth and began to climb up as well. Moments later, Hit astonishingly stood up before Vegeta. Huff. Huff, huff. Hit gasped for breath. Vegeta stared at the rising Hit, utterly astonished, murmuring, I never imagined this guy would rise before me. I must admit, you are a strong warrior, and I, Vegeta, acknowledge you. However, I will not concede so easily. Vegeta pushed himself off the ground, and with a thunderous shout, his blue aura surged once more, standing up with all his might. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta was also breathing heavily, clearly having exhausted all his energy to stand. At this moment, both fighters were in dire straits. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed in alarm. Dad. Trunks gazed intently at the arena without blinking. Good job, Vegeta. That's how my Bulma's husband should be. At this moment, Bulma was shedding tears while shaking her fist and exclaiming. The conditions of both fighters had reached their limits. Whoever could seize the initiative stood a chance of triumphing in the contest. Whis murmured. In the next instant, Vegeta and Hit both sprang into action, charging towards one another. Fists extended. Huh. Both roared, exerting every ounce of their strength, striking fiercely against each other. Ugh. Their fists collided with each other's faces. Once again, they staggered back. Thud. The sound of their falls resonated loudly. The onlookers held their breath. Who had emerged victorious? Kampa asked uncertainly. However, everyone wore a grave expression, their eyes fixed intently on the arena. The referee immediately rushed to the ring, scrutinizing the condition of both fighters. They lay on the ground, gasping for air. Then, the referee's voice rang out. I will count down from 10. Whoever stands up first will be declared the winner. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. With each count, the crowd's anticipation heightened. Yet, when the countdown reached its conclusion, neither stood up, just as the referee was at a loss. Wang Teng's figure descended slowly from the resting area onto the stage. His voice echoed softly. This martial arts tournament has been remarkably successful. The warriors of the 6th and 7th universes deserve commendation. Of course, both Beerus and Kampa have also played indispensable roles, and in light of their diligent efforts, previous matters are hereby forgiven. Upon hearing this, Kampa and Beerus released a sigh of relief. They realized that the position of God of Destruction had finally been secured. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice resounded once more. Beerus, Whis, shall we commence our battle? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, then smiled at each other before gracefully taking to the stage. Sister, it is your turn to face the esteemed inspector. I have already experienced your power. Whis said with a smile. At this, Beerus's face remained cheerful. Whis, you truly possess a knack for passing the burden on to your sister. How very familial of you. Whis chuckled silently. Observing their intentions, Wang Teng furrowed his brow but soon felt reassured. After all, his strength was merely at the pinnacle of a first-level angel. At best comparable to Beerus. If he faced two formidable angels simultaneously, he would likely be swiftly defeated. However, if it were only one, perhaps he could hold his ground. Moreover, if his opponent was Beerus, he might even indulge her a little. With this thought, Wang Teng declared, in that case, let me battle against Beerus. As for the two on the stage, I shall leave them in Whis' care. Whis shook his head, realizing he was the only one to bear the brunt of the labor. With a flash of brilliance from his angelic staff, Vegeta and Hit were swiftly lifted, following him towards the resting area. Watching Whis depart, Wang Teng softly said, Beerus, let us begin. Beerus beamed. As you command, Lord Wang Teng. How long can Lord Wang Teng withstand Beerus's prowess? Beerus murmured. Hearing this, Whis replied with a smile. Perhaps Lord Wang Teng will surprise us all. Huh. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Teng unleashed his energy, a deep roar emanating from his throat. In the next moment, a golden aura erupted from his body. Boom. Whoosh. The entire planet quaked violently, the air crackling with the force of the golden energy. An astonishing power surged from Wang Teng, silver lightning swirling around the golden flames. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 4, yet he did not cease. That terrifying energy continued to escalate. This overwhelming force seemed to fill the entirety of the sixth universe in an instant. And across from him, Beerus maintained a radiant smile. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard, murmuring, so strong. Lord Wang Teng's power continues to rise. Meanwhile, Piccolo was left dumbfounded, his expression grim. This is absurd. This energy is monstrous. Beerus, Compa, and Whis all regarded Wang Teng's escalating power with grave expressions. Huh. Wang Teng's roar grew louder. Simultaneously, his astonishing power surged once more. At that moment, the entire sixth universe trembled in tandem with Wang Teng's voice. The sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, with flashes of golden lightning intermittently illuminating the scene. The spectacle on the stage resembled a cataclysmic event. Huh. Wang Teng's hair began to turn white, the golden flames growing increasingly fierce. The crackling sounds echoed continuously. Strands of silver lightning coiled around Wang Teng's form. At this moment, he radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance. How terrifying! Is this the power of Lord Wang Teng? It's utterly unimaginable. The entire sixth universe is quaking. Compa murmured in disbelief. For when he first faced Wang Teng, the latter's strength had not been nearly as astounding as it was today. Even if he were to step into the fray now, he would likely find only defeat. That extreme sense of terror and pressure left Compa swallowing hard. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng's strength has risen significantly. It seems my sister's path to an easy victory is unlikely. Whis was astonished to discover that Wang Teng's power had increased considerably since their last encounter. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Teng had devoted immense effort to cultivating his foundational combat power, and with the systems signing in, achieving his current strength was entirely reasonable. The stronger one's foundational combat power, the more terrifying the amplification of Super Saiyan 5. Thus, even a slight enhancement in his foundational combat power would result in an exponential increase upon transforming into Super Saiyan 5. Observing the immense, terrifying power radiating from Wang Teng, Beerus's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. Lord Wang Teng, shall we commence? Chapter 39, The Mighty Power of Beerus. Here we go. The instant Wang Teng's words fell, his body surged forward with remarkable speed. At that moment, he moved faster than lightning. Piccolo and the others could barely discern his movements. In a heartbeat, Wang Teng stood before Beerus. He then unleashed a powerful punch. This strike was delivered with the terrifying strength of Super Saiyan 5, and Wang Teng was entirely serious. The power of Lord Wang Teng is truly extraordinary, Beerus murmured, feeling the force of Wang Teng's assault, yet she dared not underestimate it in the slightest. Extending her delicate hand, she prepared to block. Bang! Clash! In the next instant, their fists collided, and a wave of formidable energy radiated outward. Beerus's expression remained unchanged, but she distinctly felt the terrifying force emanating from their clash. Lord Wang Teng seems to possess the formidable power of a peak-level first-tier angel, which is truly astonishing. Subsequently, an indomitable force emanated from her palm, propelling Wang Teng away. Thud, thud, thud. After regaining his balance, Wang Teng swiftly resumed his high-speed movement, executing a rapid hand chop aimed at Vados. At that moment, Wang Teng activated his time reversal ability. Sensing an imminent threat, Vados, endowed with the combat prowess of a peak-level third-tier angel, was enveloped by a mysterious force and retreated swiftly. Wang Teng's astonishing strike met only air. The expression on Vados' face transformed. She finally adopted a serious demeanor. She had not anticipated that Wang Teng's mastery over time had reached such profound depths. Although he was not yet on par with Whis, he had undoubtedly surpassed most of the lesser angels. Evaded, Wang Teng was equally astonished, as he had exerted all his strength in that attack, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. This left the usually dominating Wang Teng with an unexpected sense of disappointment. Vados, in turn, began to regard Wang Teng as an adversary of equal caliber. Regaining his composure, Wang Teng launched a kick towards Vados, his terrifying whip-like legs sweeping through the air with fierce momentum. In response to this aggressive onslaught, Vados simply struck his leg with her palm, sending Wang Teng flying at an angle. As he soared away, a radiant light flickered in Vados' hand, and a powerful energy blast was swiftly unleashed. Whoosh! The energy blast shot forth, hurtling towards Wang Teng. He quickly steadied himself and delivered a powerful punch to counter the energy blast. Boom! An astonishing explosion resonated throughout the arena. Hee. Lord Wang Teng's attack is not to be trifled with, or else it will explode. Vados chuckled softly. A thick cloud of smoke instantly enveloped Wang Teng. Lord Wang Teng! Gohan exclaimed in concern. Just then, Whis' voice rang out. Rest assured, such an attack cannot harm Lord Wang Teng. At those words, Gohan felt a wave of relief. Indeed, the law of smoke without injury held true here. As the smoke dissipated, Wang Teng's silhouette swiftly darted out. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained any substantial injuries. Clenching his teeth, Wang Teng let out a fierce roar, and an impressive golden aura surged forth. He then unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. This is my return gift. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Teng released a rapid barrage of energy blasts with remarkable speed. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds erupted, and black mushroom clouds soared into the sky. He understood that these energy blasts would likely not harm the mighty Vados, but they could at least bolster his morale. For he had been on the defensive since the onset of the battle, constantly pressured by his opponent. As the smoke from the explosions gradually cleared, Vados' beautiful figure reappeared in Wang Teng's line of sight. Indeed, a thin protective shield had materialized around Vados. The previous attack had not only failed to injure her, but had not even sullied her attire. Vados then remarked, such energy blasts are merely a waste of strength. Lord Wang Teng's actions are rather unwise. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's expression grew increasingly serious. Whoosh! Just as her words fell, Wang Teng's form vanished as if it were a specter. When he reappeared, he was already behind Vados. His speed was so astonishing that even Goku and the others could not react in time. So fast, Goku exclaimed. With a powerful punch, he struck towards Vados. Sensing the danger approaching from behind, Vados swiftly turned and countered with her own punch. As a formidable first-tier angel, Vados commanded immense strength, and Wang Teng did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. Moreover, Vados' power exceeded his expectations, compelling him to unleash every ounce of his strength with each strike. Clash! Their fists collided with tremendous force. Wang Teng felt a surge of immense power coursing through him, pain radiating from his wrist to his arm. Subsequently, his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. Whoosh! Thud, thud, thud. Wang Teng's feet skidded across the ground as he struggled to stabilize himself. When he lifted his head, Vados had already launched a sweeping kick towards him. Caught momentarily off guard by the height of her kick, Wang Teng was struck squarely in the face. Bang! He was sent flying to the side. Damn it, he muttered, somewhat dazed. Using his palms to brace against the ground, he quickly regained his footing, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Swiftly shaking off his momentary daze, he confronted the approaching Vados. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Clash, clash, clash. The sky was filled with ripples of white energy. A gust of wind swept down from above. Suddenly, Vados smirked, seizing the opportunity during Wang Teng's swift attacks to deliver a crushing stomp to his chest. The impact of her high-heeled shoe seemed to concentrate all its force onto a single point, delivering devastating damage. Whoosh! Bang! A sound of air being torn apart filled the air as Wang Teng's body plummeted from the sky. Boom! He crashed heavily onto the arena, creating a massive crater. Countless fragments of stone scattered in all directions. Wang Teng rubbed his aching chest, reflecting on the terrifying strength of women, especially those who are both beautiful and powerful, as this damage was undeniably real. However, he recognized that Vados' power was indeed formidable and unlike Whis. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within him. He quickly rose to his feet, brimming with a combative spirit, and returned to the arena, standing opposite Vados. Observing Wang Teng, who had endured her multiple powerful strikes yet appeared unharmed, Vados could not help but express her astonishment. Lord Wang Teng truly embodies the resilience of the warrior race, the Saiyans. Your capacity to endure is remarkable. The battle between the two immediately sent the audience in the resting area into a frenzy. Incredible. Both Lord Wang Teng and Vados are extraordinary. Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The awakened Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it. I never anticipated that my strength would fall so short compared to theirs." At that moment, Kampa felt a wave of apprehension. Their long-standing master-servant relationship had made him forget Vados' formidable prowess. What shocked him even more was Wang Teng's ability to contend with Vados. His strength was leagues beyond his own. Hee, sister remains as powerful as ever. Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus must step up his game, or else he'll be surpassed by Lord Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Beerus simply snorted dismissively and turned his head away. Chapter 40. Success. Wang Teng and Vados locked eyes, gazing intensely at one another. Remarkably, neither showed signs of heavy breathing, completely masking the intensity of the battle they had just endured. Lord Wang Teng's strength is truly astounding. I had anticipated that the fight would conclude swiftly. However, to her astonishment, despite the prolonged confrontation, no substantial damage had been inflicted. Given this situation, she resolved to unleash her true capabilities. With a smile adorning her face, Vados addressed Wang Teng, her astonishment palpable as she realized he could withstand her onslaught. Initially, she had presumed Wang Teng's strength to be merely on par with that of Kampa, but now she felt she had gravely underestimated him. Vados, do not hold back. Unleash your full repertoire of techniques. Wang Teng replied with a composed demeanor, though it appeared he had exerted himself to the utmost. Yet, he still possessed hidden cards yet to be played. Should he reveal all his trump cards, there remained a chance to contend. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that Vados' prowess was far beyond mere appearances. She embodied the strength of a third-level angel, whereas he had barely attained the level of a first-level angel. To achieve victory, he would need to resort to unconventional tactics. Very well, then, Lord Wang Teng, be on your guard. Vados nodded with a smile, her expression swiftly turning serious. She had abandoned any intention of further probing and was prepared to unleash her full strength. An astonishing white energy began to emanate from her, and in that instant, the aura of the divine enveloped the entire arena. At that moment, Vados appeared as an untouchable goddess, hovering in the air, her sacred aura slowly enveloping her form. Ho ho ho, sister is getting serious. Lord Wang Teng may be in peril now, Weiss remarked with a chuckle. As the prosecutor of the divine realm, Wang Teng immediately sensed the terrifying divine energy radiating from Vados, the overwhelming pressure evoking a sense of exhilaration within him. Feeling the astonishing divine power, Wang Teng clenched his fists, preparing himself for the impending confrontation. His fists tightly gripped, the veins on his arms bulged, as the power of intention coiled around him. While a potent divine aura enveloped the golden flames surrounding him, Vados' expression momentarily faltered. This is the power of intention. Only a select few gods could comprehend the power of intention, yet its manifestation depended greatly on one's combat prowess. For instance, while the god of destruction from the second universe had grasped the concept of intention, he would still be no match for Beerus in a real confrontation. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, both their bodies vanished from sight. Bang, bang. The air was immediately filled with the sounds of their collisions. Ripples of white energy resonating with explosive force. Their silhouettes intertwined in the air, leaving the spectators below utterly dumbfounded. Bang! A fierce gust of wind surged downward. In the seventh universe's spectator area, Sun Wukong and Vegeta gaped in astonishment. This battle was overwhelmingly powerful. They were among the pinnacle of fighters in the seventh universe, ranking among the elite across the cosmos. Yet, witnessing the might displayed by Vados and Wang Teng made them acutely aware of their own limitations. Each of them could effortlessly overpower the duo combined. This is impossible? Damn it, those two brutes. Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes filled with frustration. Lord Wang Teng and Vados are simply extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing Lord Beerus. Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, Beerus gritted his teeth and bellowed, Hey, Wukong. Just because you're silent doesn't mean you're mute. Have you ever witnessed my true strength? As he caught Beerus's menacing glare, Wukong hastily waved his hands, too intimidated to speak further. Ho ho ho, Lord Wang Teng has actually applied the power of intention in combat, and he can hold his own against sister. How astonishing. Weiss's voice echoed softly. With the strength Wang Teng displayed at that moment, he had surpassed all the gods of destruction, including Beerus. It was likely that only by fully mastering the Ultra Instinct could Beerus hope to contend with Wang Teng. However, compared to sheer power, Wang Teng's culinary skills were even more unforgettable. Weiss chuckled, covering his mouth. Boom, boom. As the intensity of their battle escalated, the arena had become dilapidated, even the protective barrier cracking with numerous fissures. Waves of white energy flashed throughout the air. Boom, bang. The sounds of their clashes reverberated continuously. Then, with a resounding crash, a massive energy blast plummeted from the sky, instantly obliterating the arena and leaving a gaping chasm in its wake. Wang Teng and Vados floated in the air, gazing at one another. Wang Teng's heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of shock, as he realized he had exerted all his strength yet gained no advantage. And he sensed that Vados had only utilized about half of her power. At that moment, Vados raised her delicate hand and pointed from a distance. Wang Teng felt an irresistible force surging toward him at breakneck speed, leaving him no time to evade. He had no choice but to shield his chest with his arms. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, and Wang Teng felt immense damage surging through him. As the flames dissipated, he surged from the smoke, his body charred and appearing quite disheveled. His clothing was tattered, and as he grasped at it, it tore to shreds, revealing his well-defined physique. Vados' eyes sparkled as she smiled. Lord Wang Teng, your physique is quite well maintained. Wang Teng let out a derisive chuckle, channeling all his strength into his palms. A massive white-blue energy sphere emerged in his hand, held aloft with astonishing power. Vados, how about you try this move? gazing at the terrifying energy sphere capable of obliterating this planet. Vados merely shook her head with a smile. It's futile, Lord Wang Teng. There's no need to waste your energy. Disregarding Vados' caution, Wang Teng hurled the energy sphere forward. Whoosh! As the energy sphere descended, the atmosphere of the battlefield erupted into chaos. Countless pebbles began to lift from the depths of the chasm. Observing the descending energy sphere, Vados simply extended a finger and lightly tapped the air. The astonishing energy sphere halted midair, unable to advance even an inch. In the next moment, the energy sphere transformed into countless specks of starlight, vanishing from sight. Vados' beautiful visage broke into a smile. See? I told you it was useless. Yet, Wang Teng had already vanished from his position, and a voice resonated beside Vados' ear. My objective has been achieved. Startled, Vados swiftly turned, only to find Wang Teng charging toward her with outstretched arms. Having never been so close to a man, she panicked, momentarily forgetting to defend herself as Wang Teng enveloped her in a tight embrace. Their gazes locked, the distance between them shrinking to mere centimeters, allowing them to feel each other's breath. Impudent! A delicate shout rang out, and Vados unleashed an astonishing surge of divine power, sending Wang Teng flying away. Chapter 41. Vados, let's give it our all. Vados floated in the air, her face flushed, suddenly realizing she had acted a bit out of line. After all, Lord Wang Teng was her superior, and her instinctive shout had invoked her utmost power. Is everything all right, Lord Wang Teng? She inquired softly. Wang Teng dismissed the formidable energy with a wave of his hand. It's nothing. How could I possibly be injured? Let us continue. Upon hearing this, Vados gently responded. A deep roar emanated from Wang Teng's throat, which instantly transformed into a golden streak of light, vanishing from sight. Whoosh! When he reappeared, Wang Teng was already before Vados, unleashing a flurry of tempestuous attacks aimed at her. His speed was astonishing, causing Vados to momentarily hesitate, forcing her to evade backwards. It seems Lord Wang Teng's strength has increased. Has he grown stronger? Is he enhancing his power in battle? If that is the case, we must resolve this swiftly. Vados exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Wang Teng's punches grew increasingly powerful, as if his strength were inexhaustible. This was Vados' first encounter with such a formidable opponent. Crash! The two collided once more. They quickly separated, and at that instant, Vados delivered a swift kick, her long leg rising rapidly, momentarily stunning Wang Teng. A heavy kick struck his chest, and fleetingly, he recalled the beautiful scenery he had just witnessed. Although it was captivating, the damage was undeniably significant. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, massaging his chest, and swiftly retreated. He had anticipated that Vados possessed such overwhelming strength, no matter how he attacked. He could not overcome her. If he relied solely on martial prowess, he felt he had no chance against Vados. Thus, he resolved to take a bold risk. Though perilous, he had no choice but to try. Kaioken. An explosion of terrifying red energy erupted around him, and at that moment, Wang Teng felt unparalleled pain coursing through his body. He gritted his teeth and roared, his power intensifying, causing the very sixth universe to tremble violently. Wang Teng was unleashing the Kaioken. Goku immediately gasped in disbelief. No one understood the Kaioken better than he. How is this possible? His Kaioken is even more terrifying than Kakarot's. What a monstrous being! Vegeta muttered through clenched teeth. The Kaioken? I never expected Lord Wang Teng would master the same technique as Goku. Vados will no longer have it easy. Beerus remarked softly. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus. While it is true that Lord Wang Teng's power has exponentially increased, so too has the burden on his body, complicating matters. Plus, my sister is not so easily defeated. Whis chuckled. Vados gazed at Wang Teng, who had suddenly unleashed an astonishing aura, her expression filled with surprise. How can this be? How could Lord Wang Teng also wield such a technique that places immense strain on the body? She had not anticipated seeing it again. Aside from that Saiyan from the 7th universe. Tenfold Kaioken. Surrounding Wang Teng, the golden aura was now enveloped in a peculiar crimson flame, his momentum vastly surpassing that of Goku's use of the technique. At that moment, the protective barrier around the arena could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into fragments. Seeing this, Vados furrowed her brow, contemplating. The price for enjoying Lord Wang Teng's culinary delights is far too great. This is proving to be quite troublesome. Subsequently, a faint layer of holy white energy enveloped her, unmistakably formidable. Goku was astounded. He had trained arduously to master the tenfold Kaioken while in Super Saiyan Blue, and he had spent an extensive period honing the technique. Yet Wang Teng, now transformed into Super Saiyan 5, possessed strength exponentially greater than Super Saiyan Blue. To think he could elevate the Kaioken to tenfold was a staggering revelation for Goku. At this moment, Goku even questioned whether Wang Teng was human, as his performance was exceedingly abnormal. As Wang Teng stabilized his power, he floated in the air, exuding an aura of dominance. Yet he alone understood that he could hardly maintain it for more than a few minutes. Hence, he resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. In the next moment, Wang Teng raised his palm, and a golden energy sphere rapidly coalesced, growing larger and larger. Before long, a colossal energy sphere hovered in his hand, radiating an aura capable of annihilating worlds. Whoosh! Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the energy sphere was hurled forth. Vados' gaze sharpened, and as she beheld the swiftly approaching energy sphere, she made no attempt to evade, for such an action would likely reduce the planet to mere ashes. She raised her right hand, summoning a rose-red energy sphere that instantly materialized in her palm and began to expand at an astonishing rate. In an instant, it matched the size of Wang Teng's energy sphere. The rose-red sphere crackled with tiny bolts of lightning, exuding a fearsome presence. Go! A soft voice emanated from Bardos's lips. The rose-red energy sphere surged toward the golden one. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! The two energy spheres collided with a cataclysmic force, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that reverberated through the air, producing a deafening sound. The entire planet quaked violently from the horrific impact. The fierce wind sent the distant resting area swaying like a fragile boat in a tempest. Witnessing this, Whis immediately stood up, an astonishing power emanating from him as he enveloped the resting area in a protective barrier. Everyone felt a gentle force shielding them. Then a tremendous explosion erupted. The two terrifying energy spheres detonated, sending shockwaves soaring skyward. Boom! Boom! A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded before the spectators. Wang Teng and Bardos ascended rapidly into the cosmos, for the planet could no longer endure such a cataclysmic clash. Another strike would likely obliterate it entirely. Since Lord Wang Teng possesses such formidable strength, I shall also summon my utmost power for this battle, or it will be challenging to determine a victor. Bardos's solemn voice resonated. Her words aligned with Wang Teng's intention, for he too could not sustain the Kaioken for long and required a swift resolution. Be careful. Just as the words left his mouth, Bardos's form vanished like a wraith. Her speed was astonishing, leaving only a faint white afterimage behind. As her physical body disappeared without a trace, Wang Teng sensed the chilling divine energy emanating from her, realizing she had unleashed her full strength. Whoosh! When Bardos reappeared, she was already behind Wang Teng. Wang Teng reacted swiftly, but alas, he was still a beat too slow. A ferocious blow struck him with tremendous force. Whoosh! Wang Teng was immediately sent hurtling through the air. Under the full might of Vados, he was unceremoniously blasted away. Chapter 42. The Arrival of Zeno. Whoosh! Vados's form vanished from sight once more, her figure eluding capture entirely. Her speed was so astonishing that it left no room for reaction. Wang Teng struggled to control his body, murmuring to himself, "Is this the power of an angel?" In this moment, Vados's strength had indeed transcended the ordinary. The pinnacle combat prowess of an angel was terrifyingly formidable. Both her speed and attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. Boom! Boom boom! Vados unleashed a flurry of strikes. And at this moment, Wang Teng found himself utterly defenseless, reduced to a mere punching bag. He could not even catch a glimpse of her figure, helplessly enduring blow after blow upon his body. The speed was too overwhelming. Even with my current power multiplied tenfold through the Kaioken, it was exceedingly difficult to keep pace with Vados. Is this truly the power of an angel? Wang Teng pondered rapidly. If he could comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique, combined with his current strength, would he not stand a chance against Vados and perhaps even defeat her? Although he had gained the method to cultivate Ultra Instinct upon his arrival, he had merely scratched the surface over the years, barely reaching the threshold of proficiency, let alone mastery. After battling Vados, Wang Teng had resolved to perfect his Ultra Instinct, for only then could he aspire to stand at the zenith of strength within the Dragon Ball universe. It seemed imperative that he engage in combat with a master of Ultra Instinct next time. Perhaps only through first-hand experience could he glean some insights. Bang! 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 Vados continued her relentless assault. With each strike, Wang Teng felt an excruciating agony. Vados herself was astonished that Wang Teng could withstand such punishment, enduring so many hits while maintaining that astounding transformation. In his mind, Wang Teng was frantically devising countermeasures, for if this continued, defeat was but a matter of time. He was overwhelmed with urgency, yearning to retaliate, unwilling to remain perpetually on the defensive. Unnamed planet of Universe 6. The onlookers gazed at the aerial battle broadcast by Whis, watching Wang Teng as he endured blow after blow, swallowing hard, too apprehensive to breathe. Although the screen only revealed a blurred image of Vados, They all understood the grim reality. Wang Teng was being soundly thrashed. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, for it was the first time he witnessed Wang Teng in such a passive state. The situation was undeniably dire. At this moment, Wang Teng was thoroughly at a disadvantage, constantly absorbing punishment. Should this progress continue, he would have no chance of victory. How could my sister wield such formidable angelic power? Wang Teng is in grave danger. Whis' expression grew serious. Hey, Whis, you must find a way to halt this battle. If the Grand Minister were to suffer any harm, Lord Zeno would not spare us. Beerus barked sternly. Upon hearing Beerus's exclamation, Whis' demeanor shifted. He knew full well that Beerus spoke the truth. If the Grand Minister were to perish here, Lord Zeno's wrath would annihilate both the 6th and 7th universes in an instant. While he and Vados might escape with their lives, Beerus and Kampa would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, at this level of combat, Whis was likely the only one capable of intervening. Any others who dared approach would only serve as fodder, obliterated in an instant. Just then, a transformation occurred. Wang Teng's entire body turned crimson. A formidable aura of red flames surged upward. After enduring so much punishment, Wang Teng finally resolved to unleash his ultimate effort. A low growl erupted from his throat. 20-fold Kaioken. As the Kaioken activated, Wang Teng felt an overwhelming, cataclysmic power emanating from his being, as if he were ablaze. Crimson flames erupted from his form. An indescribable agony coursed through him, and Wang Teng's eyes widened in determination. The moment of truth had arrived. Whoosh! Wang Teng's body vanished from sight. Vados, speeding towards him, gasped in shock. What? How is this possible? In the next instant, her eyes widened as a fiery fist collided forcefully with her abdomen. Vados immediately felt as though her previous meal was about to resurface, a surge of gastric acids erupting from her. In the following moment, Wang Teng vanished once more. A flash of anger crossed Vados' face. Her speed surged yet again, now approaching that of instantaneous movement. Their fists collided with tremendous impact. Whoosh! Both were sent reeling backward. At this juncture, Wang Teng's body was overwhelmed. Even the slightest movement felt excruciatingly burdensome. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his strength into his palm. Kamehameha. In this moment, Wang Teng, ablaze with energy, unleashed a terrifying strike. Faced with Wang Teng's formidable assault, astonishment flickered across Vados' features. She swiftly gathered her own energy, conjuring an incredible energy sphere. Whoosh! The astonishing energy sphere shot forth. Whis' eyes widened at the sight. Sister, stop. In the next moment, he appeared in space, yet it was already too late. The two forces collided with tremendous force. Boom. A cataclysmic energy storm ripped through space. Whis, witnessing the irreversible situation, prepared to employ time reversal in a desperate attempt to salvage the chaos. At that moment, the two terrifying energy spheres detonated, and Wang Teng, positioned closest, was immediately engulfed. Realizing there was no time to spare, Whis shielded Vados and vanished from space. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. A staggering explosion of energy reverberated through space, producing a deafening roar. The cosmos transformed into a blinding white light amidst the horrific explosion. As the explosive energy subsided, countless fragments drifted through the void. Unnamed planet of Universe 6. Gohan collapsed to the ground. For although the broadcast had ceased when Whis vanished, the sheer terror of the energy collision remained etched in his mind. Worry etched the faces of all present. Beerus and Kampa wore expressions of deep concern. We can only hope that Wang Teng is unharmed. Just then, Whis and Vados appeared instantaneously. Beerus' eyes widened in alarm, his voice trembling with anxiety. Whis, where's the Grand Minister? At this, Whis clenched his jaw. Unable to utter a word, Kampa rushed forward. Hey, Vados, what has become of the Grand Minister? Vados mirrored Whis' expression, then softly replied, Kampa, it seems that Wang Teng. Hearing the intermittent utterances, Kampa felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down, causing him to collapse onto the ground in shock. At that moment, a figure materialized not far from the crowd. Kampa, Beerus, Whis, and Vados widened their eyes in astonishment. Subsequently, Kampa and Beerus' expressions shifted dramatically, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat. The two immediately became flustered, their voices trembling with trepidation. The Omni King. Two guards of the Omni King emerged from the ground. Standing on either side of him, the surrounding gods were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Vegeta crossed his arms and remarked, Who is this suddenly appearing little one? Piccolo murmured, Who is it? Beerus' body began to tremble involuntarily. The Omni King, the sovereign at the pinnacle of the 12 universes. At this revelation, Vegeta and the others' eyes widened like saucers. Whis gently urged, Lord Beerus, you must greet him promptly. Chapter 43, The Omni King. Let us hold a tournament once more. Kampa swiftly stepped forward. In the next moment, Beerus and Kampa stood in perfect alignment. Bowing deeply, we pay our respects to the Omni King. Whis and Vados positioned themselves beside them, slightly inclining their bodies. Whis inquired, "How have you been, Lord Omni King?" Vados followed suit, adding, "I trust you are in good health." In response to the salutation from the two angels and the destroyer gods, the Omni King's voice, tinged with a childlike tone, echoed, "Mm." Behind him, all the deities present knelt in unison. The Omni King scanned the crowd and remarked, "Where is little Ting Ting?" Upon hearing the Omni King's affectionate address, Whis and the others felt a pang of alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they understood that today might not bode well for them. The 6th and 7th universes were likely facing imminent destruction. Just then, a feeble voice resonated, "Lord Omni King, I am here." Whoosh! The figure of Wang Teng appeared before them. Whis and Vados exchanged glances, increasingly perplexed by this inspector. The terrifying explosion they had been caught in made them doubt their ability to emerge unscathed. Yet here stood Wang Teng, unscathed, though it was evident that he had suffered backlash from the power-enhancing technique. The formidable energy had somehow left him unharmed. Wang Teng's survival was entirely due to a substitute granted by the system. At the moment that terrifying energy approached, he had decisively utilized the substitute to absorb its destructive force, thus narrowly escaping disaster. As Wang Teng appeared, the Omni King immediately ascended, hovering before him. "Little Ting Ting, oh, how is it that you are injured?" The Omni King's concerned words warmed Wang Teng's heart. This little sovereign had finally shown a hint of compassion, making Wang Teng feel that his previous efforts to curry favor were not in vain. "It's nothing, Lord Omni King. I was practicing with someone and used a technique with side effects. I shall recover shortly." Wang Teng's voice resonated softly. The Omni King glanced back. The guards beside him immediately understood and stepped forward, pointing a finger at Wang Teng from a distance. Wang Teng felt a strange power surge into his body, instantly dispelling the side effects of the Kaioken technique. As he sensed the invigorating energy coursing through him, even more potent than before, Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at the unique resilience of Saiyan physiology. "Lord Omni King, may I ask what brings you to our humble presence today?" Wang Teng inquired. The Omni King's childlike voice chimed again. "Today, I discovered that there were unauthorized activities happening here, and I wish to remind them that they must not shirk their responsibilities." Upon hearing this, Kampa and Beerus were drenched in sweat. The Omni King continued, "Since little Ting Ting is here to supervise, there should be no issues." Kampa and Beerus exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. "Little Ting Ting, what do you think of the two destroyer gods?" the Omni King suddenly asked. Wang Teng pondered briefly and replied, "Lord Omni King, as for Beerus, he is more fond of sleeping and gourmet food than destruction. And Kampa has been careless with his eating habits, resulting in quite a change in his physique." Upon hearing this, the Omni King casually remarked, "Perhaps we should consider replacing one of the destroyer gods." Kampa and Beerus felt as though they could perish from despair. Wang Teng was not one to comply with their wishes. Wang Teng's voice resonated once more. "Fortunately, both have shown ambition and, under my supervision, have been relatively diligent." Hearing this, the Omni King nodded approvingly. "Then I shall entrust this matter to you, little Ting Ting. I look forward to your report in a few months." At this, Kampa and Beerus felt a weight lift from their hearts. The Omni King's voice echoed once more. "In truth, I merely intended to offer a reminder, but upon observing, I found it quite entertaining, quite delightful indeed. Thus, I would like to invite participants from other universes to compete together. That is my intention. What do you think, little Ting Ting?" In response, Wang Teng smiled. "It seems our thoughts align, Lord Omni King. It will undoubtedly be a most intriguing affair." Just then, Goku, having heard that a tournament was to be held, lit up with excitement. "Really? That is fantastic. I'll get to compete against the masters from other universes." Kampa and Beerus exchanged alarmed glances at Goku's outburst. To their dismay, Goku walked towards the Omni King. Beerus was drenched in cold sweat. "Goku, you fool. Stop right there." As Goku approached, the Omni King's guards swiftly moved, appearing in front of him. Beerus and Kampa were in a state of utter panic. Goku mumbled, "Am I not allowed to get closer? I just want to say a few words." Lord Wang Teng is right there. The guards of the Omni King shook their heads resolutely. Beerus, in a state of distress, whispered, "Goku, come back. Do you really think you are worthy to speak to the Omni King? Can your standing even compare to Wang Teng's?" The Omni King asked, "Little Ting Ting, is he your friend?" Wang Teng chuckled, "I suppose so." Upon hearing this, the Omni King smiled at Goku. "Let him come over. It's fine." As soon as the Omni King's voice rang out, the guards vanished, standing behind him. Goku approached eagerly. The Omni King exclaimed, "The tournament was truly exhilarating. I witnessed your battle with little Ting Ting. It was remarkable. How about we hold another tournament soon?" Goku's face instantly brightened at this proclamation. "It's a deal." Just then, Goku extended his hand. Beerus and Kappa turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. As Goku reached out, the guards behind the Omni King's expression hardened. Wang Teng shook his head at the two of them. The guards halted their impending action. The Omni King appeared elated. Little Tung Ting, join us. The three hands joined together. It's a deal. Their voices resonated in unison. After speaking, the Omni King waved to the crowd. Then I shall take my leave. Little Tung Tung, I await your arrival. Wang Teng nodded. Beerus and Kappa immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, respectfully proclaiming, "We bid farewell to the Great King." Subsequently, the Great King vanished along with his attendants. Once the Great King departed, Beerus and Kappa promptly collapsed onto the ground. After catching his breath, Beerus exclaimed, "Goku, you are far too reckless. Were it not for the presence of the Great King, we would have been doomed. Understand this, should the Great King wish. He could annihilate all 12 universes in the blink of an eye." Goku was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Is he really that powerful? However, the Great King does not seem like a villain. He wouldn't do such a thing. Beerus, Wang Teng spoke up. Well then, this competition comes to a close. The next tournament hosted by the Great King will be a true matter of life and death. Let us regard this as merely a practice match. Everyone must train diligently upon returning. Upon hearing this, Kappa was about to make a hasty exit. Kappa, leave the Super Dragon Balls to me. Wang Teng's voice resonated. Kappa replied with a smile. I was already planning to present them to you. However, I am just short one. Subsequently, Wang Teng collected 6 Super Dragon Balls into his possession. Chapter 44, The Super Dragon Balls. As Kappa and Vados departed with the representatives of the 6th universe, Wang Teng gazed at the 6 Super Dragon Balls appearing in the starry sky, contemplating what wish to make. At that moment, Bulma had already produced her custom Dragon Ball radar. The radar was incessantly flashing with the unique signals emitted by the Super Dragon Balls. After scrutinizing it for a while, Bulma murmured, I can't locate any more. Even after expanding the search radius, there are only these 6 signatures. It appears we must seek the cosmic center from both universes. Krillin, with a reluctant expression, remarked, do we really have to go there? I'm starting to miss home a bit. Android 18 approached, stating, wait a moment, doesn't this indicate there are already 7 signatures? Bulma promptly magnified the range again, then exclaimed, indeed, there are 7. However, upon looking around, she could only see 6. Just then, Wang Teng approached. He whispered a few words to Whis, after which, Whis nodded and said, everyone, please enter the Transcendence Cube. Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Whis? Ha ha, everyone hurry up and get in. That's the will of the great Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately sealed his lips. Once everyone entered the Transcendence Cube, it swiftly ascended into the cosmos. Whis stood at the forefront of the cube, maneuvering it. Goku muttered, what could the great Wang Teng be planning? Upon reaching the starry expanse, Wang Teng nodded at Whis. Whis immediately understood, and the next moment, he waved his angelic staff. Instantly, whirlwinds appeared on the nameless planet where the competition had just occurred. As time progressed, the surface of the nameless planet cracked open with countless fissures, revealing a golden radiance. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, numerous fragments shot into the cosmos, and the nameless planet emitted a dazzling golden light. As the blinding brilliance faded, they opened their eyes to discover only 7 Dragon Balls remaining. The nameless planet had vanished without a trace. Bulma gasped, incredible. I never would have imagined that the planet itself was a Super Dragon Ball. Wang Teng's voice echoed. It must have been scattered after the last wish was granted, shattering the original asteroid. And the dust from the asteroid coalesced to form the previous nameless planet. Goku pondered, now that we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, how do we summon the Eternal Dragon? Wang Teng glanced at Bulma, recalling that in the original tale, she was the one who spoke the incantation to summon the dragon. However, she remained silent at this moment. Thus, Wang Teng addressed Whis, speak to the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the divine language, and summon the Eternal Dragon to fulfill my wish. Upon hearing this, Whis replied, as you command, great Wang Teng. Whis then articulated the divine language towards the Super Dragon Balls. It sounded akin to a foreign melody. After Whis concluded, nothing transpired. Whis was taken aback. Huh? Yet mere seconds later, the crimson stars of the Eternal Dragon began to radiate a blinding light. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Super Dragon Balls began to pulsate with resplendent brilliance. All 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted golden light, intensifying as if the entire universe was trembling. Vegeta exclaimed, hey, this doesn't seem good. Whis, standing calmly on the Transcendence Cube, responded, is that so? There will be no issues. As the radiance grew ever more intense, everyone shielded their eyes against the blinding light. Gradually, the light began to wane, revealing a colossal being within the cosmos. The Transcendence Cube appeared as an insignificant insect before it. The Eternal Dragon slowly opened its crimson eyes. The immense Eternal Dragon began to articulate a phrase in the divine language. Krillin muttered, "Is it speaking in the divine language, saying to express your wish?" Wang Teng took a cautious step forward, gazing at the Eternal Dragon, which was as large as a universe, with immense awe. His voice then reached Whis' ear. Upon hearing this, Whis was momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly. The great Wang Teng surely cares deeply for his sister. Very well, allow me to make the wish. Whis began to articulate the wish in the divine language once more, and the foreign melody resonated again. Subsequently, the Eternal Dragon's eyes shone brightly. The Eternal Dragon then uttered a lengthy discourse in an incomprehensible divine language, followed by a resounding roar, transforming into 7 Super Dragon Balls and scattering across the 12 universes. Bulma turned to Wang Teng. "What wish did you make?" Wang Teng smiled. "A secret." Goku murmured. "What a miser. What harm would it do to tell us?" Wang Teng chuckled, but offered no reply. Meanwhile, Vados piloted the Transcendence Cube back to the realm of the 6th universe's god of destruction, and her angelic staff shimmered. "This is a message from Whis," entered Vados' ears. "Sister, the great Wang Teng has created a culinary planet for you using the Super Dragon Balls. The coordinates correspond to the nameless planet where we just competed." Vados looked momentarily stunned. Instantly, the Transcendence Cube jolted. She quickly maneuvered inside the cube. Compa, nearly thrown off balance by the sudden movement, bellowed, "Do you even know how to drive?" Hearing this, Vados shook her head. "I was going to share some good news with you, but since you don't wish to hear it, never mind." Vados returned to the top of the Transcendence Cube. With a whoosh, the cube vanished into the starry expanse. Vados' heart echoed with the words, "Thank you, great Wang Teng." Whis and the others also journeyed towards the 7th universe. "You truly care for your sister." The calm voice of Whis resonated. Wang Teng smiled and replied, "It was merely a casual gesture, for he did not seek to grow stronger through the Super Dragon Balls, but rather aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball universe through his own efforts." Before long, after Whis returned Goku and the others to Earth, Wang Teng and Gohan followed Beerus and Whis back to the God of Destruction realm. "Beerus, how about making Gohan the candidate God of Destruction for Universe 7? You have no objections, do you?" Wang Teng remarked casually. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Beerus felt a surge of panic, yet, given Wang Teng's authoritative tone, he found it difficult to refuse. Beerus stammered, unsure of what to say. Wang Teng's expression turned icy as he inquired, "Beerus, do you have any objections? Furthermore, you won't be relinquishing your position anytime soon. This is merely a nominal title. It simply facilitates matters to have a candidate God of destruction." With Wang Teng's words reaching this point, Beerus had no choice but to nod in agreement. Whis, observing the kind-hearted and diligent Gohan, felt no reluctance regarding the matter. Subsequently, Wang Teng took Gohan back to their residence, where he chose to enter seclusion once more. Despite his current strength being at the pinnacle of a first-level angel, capable of momentarily contending with angels using the Kaioken technique, he still felt insufficient in the face of a life-and-death battle. His first modest goal was to attain the combat prowess of a second-level angel, so that he could genuinely pose a threat to angels after employing Kaioken. Alternatively, he aimed to comprehend the Ultra Instinct to a minor success, with his foundational combat strength. The power he could unleash would far surpass that of Sun Wukong. Hence, Wang Teng commenced his retreat. On the 3rd day of Wang Teng's seclusion, within the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7, the angel Sava from Universe 2, along with the God of Destruction Hellas, sat together with Beerus and Whis. A table before them adorned with 4 buckets of instant noodles. The flavor of these noodles was simply delightful. Sava took a bite, satisfaction radiating from his face. Having lived for countless years, he savored such delicious food for the first time, feeling that his visit to Universe 7 was well worth it. Observing the two who were unfamiliar with such culinary delights, Beerus couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Ha ha ha, while the noodles are indeed scrumptious, they pale in comparison to the dishes prepared by Lord Wang Teng, Whis remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Whis' words, Sava's eyes lit up with curiosity. Is Lord Wang Teng truly such a remarkable chef? Yet, we've been here for quite some time and have yet to see him. Beerus boasted. The Lord is busy with official duties and must be resting at this moment. At this, a female voice chimed in, TCH. Do you think it's the same for everyone? The Lord must certainly be preoccupied with his affairs. Hellas quipped while enjoying her noodles. Hearing this, Beerus immediately bristled with anger. Hellas, do you wish to fight? He glared at Hellas, who merely chuckled coldly in response. Huh, do you truly think I am afraid of you? Hellas stood up abruptly, slamming her hand on the table. The eyes of the two gods of destruction flared with intensity as they prepared to clash. Although she knew she was no match for Beerus, their strengths were not too disparate. In a real fight, The outcome was uncertain. Hellas, I've noticed since you grasped the concept of the realm of understanding, you've grown increasingly arrogant. While we cannot use our full powers against one another in regular combat, you likely wouldn't stand a chance against me, Beerus asserted, undaunted despite Hellas' newfound comprehension. The essence of the realm was indeed formidable, but it also depended on foundational combat strength. If that was too weak, one could not fully harness the power of the realm. Hee. Hellas smiled lightly. Beerus, the last time we fought was several million years ago. I assure you, I am no longer the same. While she may have once been outmatched, her diligent training and foundational strength since realizing the realm had instilled her with confidence. Oh. Beerus paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. To be honest, among the 12 gods of destruction, he held a fair respect for Hellas' strength, and her words piqued his interest in testing her abilities. Beerus, come. Hellas launched herself into the air, her body floating effortlessly. Humph. Beerus snorted, propelling himself upward as well. In the high skies, Beerus and Hellas locked eyes. It has been millions of years since we last fought. This time, I will show you the might of the realm. As her words faded, Hellas vanished from sight. Sensing the impending clash between the two gods of destruction, Whis and Sava swiftly summoned their angelic powers to create a protective barrier around the god of destruction realm. Without this barrier, the combat between the two would spell annihilation. In the next moment, Beerus surged forward explosively, meeting Hellas with equal fervor. Their fists collided with a resounding crash. Bang! They rapidly separated, the terrifying energy backlash and gusts of wind sweeping downward. Wang Teng, in seclusion, abruptly opened his eyes. Who was fighting? Such immense energy fluctuations. With a whoosh, he appeared before Whis and Sava. His arrival instantly drew their attention. Sava promptly bowed. Greetings, esteemed inspector. Hellas in midair swiftly performed a 90-degree bow. Salutations, esteemed inspector. Upon seeing them, Wang Teng was reminded of their encounter during the journey to the sixth universe. He smiled. Very well, please continue. I am quite intrigued by your battle. Wang Teng then settled beside the stone table. With Wang Teng's permission, Hellas turned her gaze back to Beerus. Hiya! A deep roar erupted from her throat, and astonishing purple flames burst forth around her, accompanied by incessant flashes of lightning. In that instant, the divine aura surged forth. Beerus scoffed. Humph, so you are truly serious. Then I shall not hold back. An impressive purple aura enveloped him as well, radiating overwhelming power. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, the two surged forward in perfect synchrony. Crash, crash, crash. The deep sounds of their collisions echoed through the air, sending white shockwaves reverberating throughout. Each strike and clash caused the surrounding protective barrier to tremble, while the ground was littered with debris, and silhouettes danced through the sky. Wang Teng, seated below, observed the aerial duel, nodding occasionally. The battle was indeed fierce and exhilarating, with both participants being top-tier gods of destruction, engaging with remarkable decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. Their speed was astonishing. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is truly fighting seriously this time. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Whis' observation. Meanwhile, Angel Sava remained fixated on the aerial spectacle, his expression inscrutable, leaving no one able to discern his thoughts. Ha ha ha. Lady Hellas has made significant progress in her strength. To think that one could subtly gain the upper hand in a battle against Lord Beerus. Moreover, it appears that both combatants still possess considerable strength. Lord Beerus, it seems you ought to take this seriously. Weiss took a sip of his beverage before adding boom, boom, boom. With each resounding clash, the entire realm of destruction trembled. The white sonic shockwaves in the air flickered incessantly. Boom, bang, bang. Following a series of collisions, a deafening explosion echoed, enveloping the skies of the destruction realm in thick, black smoke. Beerus and Hellas each retreated from one another. Destruction. A purple orb of destructive energy materialized in Hellas' palm. Wang Teng paused for a moment, then chuckled. This is the exclusive destructive power of a god of destruction. Whoosh. The purple orb hurtled toward Beerus. Humph. Such feeble destructive energy dares to harm me. What a foolish dream. A nonchalant voice emanated from Beerus, who swiftly conjured a purple orb of destructive energy in his own hand. The two orbs collided instantly, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom. Rumble. The purple energy surged skyward, and a fierce wind swept outward. A dense cloud of dust erupted instantly. Whoosh. Hellas' figure emerged from the black smoke, launching a tempestuous onslaught toward Beerus. Her speed was astonishing, forcing even Beerus to evade continuously. Tap, tap, tap. As he passively dodged and retreated, Beerus quickly created distance. Damn it. This opponent has indeed improved significantly. I can no longer underestimate her. This cannot continue. It spells trouble. Beerus furrowed his brow, muttering softly. Chapter 46. Beerus, Weiss. Instruct me in the Ultra Instinct technique. Just as Beerus was momentarily distracted, Hellas executed a sweeping kick. He seized her ankle directly. TCH, you bastard. Beerus gritted his teeth, astonished by Hellas' newfound prowess. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my true abilities. Beerus suddenly let out a cold laugh and flung Hellas away. Hellas floated in the air, her expression utterly serious. She understood that Beerus was not merely boasting. He indeed possessed such power. As a longtime rival, she was well aware of Beerus's strength. Among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus had always been the mightiest, and he had mastered Ultra Instinct. Although his mastery was not perfect, it was overwhelmingly powerful. Even against the other 11 gods of destruction, Beerus was confident of victory. Be careful. Beerus smiled confidently. Suddenly, a creamy white aura of divine energy enveloped his body. Subsequently, he vanished from his position like a specter. His speed was unfathomable. Wang Teng abruptly stood up, murmuring, "Is this what Beerus's Ultra Instinct looks like?" Upon hearing this, Weiss elaborated, "Although Lord Beerus has not fully mastered Ultra Instinct, it is still exceedingly formidable. Most gods of destruction are simply no match for him." Hearing this, Wang Teng's gaze was fixed intently on the sky, fearful of missing any detail. Whoosh! When Beerus reappeared, he was already behind Hellas. Hellas had no time to react, receiving a powerful punch from Beerus squarely on her back. Bang! Whoosh! Hellas was sent flying. Beerus's figure was so swift it became indistinguishable, vanishing once more. His velocity was impossible to track. Ultra Instinct enhances all aspects, whether speed or power, yielding a qualitative leap. Bang! Bang! Beerus's relentless strikes landed on Hellas. She was utterly unable to catch up with Beerus's speed. Such incredible velocity. At my current speed, I cannot contend with him. Hellas thought, Ultra Instinct is indeed terrifying. With that thought, she gritted her teeth, and a surge of mysterious power erupted from within her. A purple flame of energy surged upward. This is the power of intent. Wang Teng instantly sensed the extraordinary energy radiating from Hellas. However, it was distinct from his own. Realizing this, Wang Teng understood that the power of intent varies greatly, with different amplifications. Lady Hellas' intent amplifies her speed. Sawa, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Subsequently, Hellas' figure transformed into something ethereal. The two figures began to intertwine in the air. Wang Teng watched their battle, his mind swirling with thoughts. Over the years, he had been striving to comprehend Ultra Instinct, but had only barely scratched the surface. Without guidance from others, it was indeed tremendously challenging to grasp it alone. Yet witnessing Beerus execute Ultra Instinct today, Wang Teng felt as though he had gleaned some insights. Bang! 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 The two ethereal bodies continued to intertwine in the air. At this moment, their speeds had become equal, their striking fists colliding astonishingly. Bang! After another heavy collision, whoosh! Hellas' body crashed violently into the ground. Beerus lingered in the air. What is the matter? Is this your full strength? Although your speed has caught up with mine, your power falls drastically short. If you possess no other trump cards, victory shall be mine. Beerus's words ignited a fury in Hellas below. She slammed her fist into the ground. Despite her unwillingness, she recognized the truth in Beerus's words. She never expected that, aside from sleeping and indulging in delicacies, Beerus had never exerted himself, yet his strength remained so formidable. What to do? Am I to lose to this guy once more? Watching his smug expression, Hellas felt a surge of frustration. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Gritting her teeth, she charged once more at Beerus, their figures vanishing from the spot. It seems Hellas is in a precarious situation. Wang Teng murmured. Hearing this, Weiss smiled. After all, Lord Beerus has mastered Ultra Instinct. While Lady Hellas has acquired the exceedingly rare intent of speed, her power is still somewhat lacking. If she could awaken the intent of power, perhaps there might be a slim chance of victory. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's eyes widened in astonishment. He exclaimed, Weiss, is it possible for one person to comprehend two forms of intent? In response to Wang Teng's question, Weiss erupted into laughter. Ho ho ho. Indeed. When one surpasses the strength of a god of destruction, there lies the potential to comprehend the essence of power, which is a profound experience of strength. This essence manifests in myriad forms, and the type one can grasp depends entirely on the individual's insight. Of course, there are also prodigious talents capable of understanding multiple essences. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the power of these essences can indeed be combined with the mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng seemed to have stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities. It appeared that the methods to grow stronger were far more abundant than he had previously imagined. It seemed that his perspective had been rather myopic. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the ground nearby, and thick clouds of dust enveloped the battlefield. Wang Teng focused his attention in that direction, only to witness Hellas crashing down to the ground, while Beerus in the air was gasping for breath, evidently drained by the exertion of the Ultra Instinct. Beerus, I concede defeat. I acknowledge your formidable strength, but next time, I shall not be bested by you. Hellas' indomitable voice echoed. Beerus descended slowly, regarding Hellas with a newfound admiration. However, Hellas rose, snorted disdainfully, and turned to leave. Beerus' appreciation went unacknowledged by her, her face marred with frustration. One must understand that over the course of these tens of millions of years, she had persistently sought out powerful adversaries to hone her strength. Yet what of Beerus? To her knowledge, he had spent the majority of that time in slumber. Thus, she was profoundly dissatisfied with the outcome of today's encounter. Hellas approached Wang Teng and offered a respectful bow, for she no longer wished to linger in this place. Sava, Hellas called out. Here, my lady Hellas. Sava's voice remained as unwavering as ever. Let us depart. As soon as the words left her mouth, she soared towards the exit of the God of Destruction realm. Sava bowed slightly to Wang Teng. Esteemed Inspector, we shall take our leave now. You are welcome to visit the second universe. He then hurriedly followed Hellas, and thus, they departed from the God of Destruction realm of the seventh universe. After their exit, Beerus sensed a looming threat. First, he had been surpassed by Wang Teng. Then Wang Teng had been designated as a candidate for the God of Destruction, and now Hellas had grown so formidable. Beerus had begun to perceive a palpable sense of crisis. Consequently, he resolved to forsake sleep and commence his training. Whis, continue to guide me in mastering Ultra Instinct. Upon hearing Beerus's newfound commitment to training, Whis immediately smiled and replied, Yes, Lord Beerus. Wang Teng nodded with a smile, for this made things far more intriguing. Chapter 47, The Banquet. 3 days later, within the God of Destruction castle. A banquet. This meant a lavish spread of diverse delicacies, did it not? How wonderful. Whis and Bulma were engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the word delicacies, Beerus, who had been diligently training in the adjacent room, rushed over. He seized Whis' angelic staff and exclaimed, Of course, I must attend. Bulma's voice chimed in. Please ensure you and Lord Wang Teng arrive before noon tomorrow. Oh, and don't forget to bring Gohan back. Chi-Chi has been nagging about it for ages. Very well, see you tomorrow. After ending the call, Beerus returned to his training. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Lord Beerus has been increasingly industrious of late. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. He then conveyed this news to Wang Teng. Wang Teng pondered for a moment. Let Gohan accompany me. I seem to have forgotten to inform Chi-Chi. I shall seize this opportunity. Earth. At Bulma's banquet venue. The table was already laden with delectable dishes. Bulma was continuously welcoming the arriving guests. Chi-Chi, Goten, and Trunks sat at the table, eagerly awaiting the others' arrival. I wonder when Gohan will come. He just leaves without a word, that child. Chi-Chi murmured. Bulma approached, asking, Chi-Chi, has Goku not arrived yet? Chi-Chi, with an exasperated expression, replied, He went to the fields and hasn't returned since. He might just appear out of nowhere. Bulma smiled. In that case, let us start. Vegeta, with a serious expression, stated, Let us wait until Wang Teng and Beerus arrive before proceeding. Do not forget, a mere word from them could obliterate the earth. We must do our utmost to keep them pleased. Tien Shinhan concurred. It would be troublesome if they were to lose their temper. Bulma glanced at Vegeta. Very well. Meanwhile, Majin Buu was indulging himself, oblivious to the conversation around him. Just then, a beam of light flashed across the sky. Vegeta paused. It seems they have arrived. After the light dissipated, the four appeared at the banquet. Wang Teng greeted, Hello everyone. It is a pleasure to see you all again. Whis covered his mouth with a chuckle. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Gohan greeted everyone with a smile. Beerus surveyed the area and noted. It seems Goku has yet to arrive. At that moment, Goku's figure materialized behind him. Hey, Lord Beerus. Beerus was taken aback. Please, do not appear so suddenly. It might frighten the elderly. Upon seeing Wang Teng, Goku dashed over. Lord Wang Teng, you are here too. Recently, I feel I have improved. Shall we spar? Faced with Goku's enthusiasm for martial arts, Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. Dad, why are you dressed like that? Gohan remarked. Goku, realizing he was still in his work clothes, covered in dirt, replied, Oh, I see. Chi-Chi rushed over. Goku, how could you come without changing your clothes? It is so rude. Quickly, go change. Goku, looking flustered, responded, All right, I will go now. He hurriedly left the banquet. Subsequently, Chi-Chi turned her attention to Gohan, who was beside Wang Teng. Gohan, where have you been? You have been out of touch for so many days. Gohan appeared flustered. Mom, let me explain. But Chi-Chi did not afford him the opportunity, dragging him away. Gohan, you are a married man now. You must not run off like this. Do not follow in your father's footsteps. Just then, Wang Teng interjected, I wish to teach your son martial arts. Let him train under my guidance. What? Absolutely not. I refuse to agree. Chi-Chi, like a protective lioness, promptly rejected the idea. Beerus coughed twice. Please speak to Lord Wang Teng with respect. Furthermore, it would be wise for you to consider the Lord's proposal. Hearing this, Chi-Chi shouted, enough? No means no. I will not agree to it, no matter what. Wang Teng. Beerus. In the next moment, Beerus's expression turned icy. Bulma, noticing the change in Beerus's demeanor, immediately recalled the scene from her birthday banquet. She swiftly pulled Chi-Chi aside to persuade her. Wang Teng began to speak. At the upcoming tournament hosted by Lord Zeno, various powerful beings will be present. If the 7th universe were to lose in the tournament, the fate of Earth would be quite uncertain. My training of Gohan is solely to ensure the survival of our planet. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi reluctantly nodded her agreement. In the next moment, Goku reappeared, clad in his familiar martial arts gi. I'm back. Lord Wang Teng, let us spar. However, Beerus immediately restrained Goku. No, you cannot act recklessly. Lord Wang Teng does not have the time to indulge in your sparring. Goku quickly joined his hands in a pleading gesture. I beg you, Lord Beerus. Allow me to spar with Lord Wang Teng just once more. Ever since he was defeated by Wang Teng's time reversal technique, Goku had been troubled by the memory of how his opponent Han Ti even transformed into a Super Saiyan to overcome him. After returning, he had devoted considerable time to study and was now eager for another bout with Wang Teng. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng stepped forward and remarked, while I don't mind a duel, I find you too weak to pique my interest. Goku instantly deflated at these words. Just then, Wang Teng suddenly suggested, you could fuse with Vegeta? That would persuade me to engage in battle with you. Goku's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Wang Teng nodded affirmatively. Goku dashed over to Vegeta. Vegeta, let us fuse. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, retorted, you fool. Kakarot, why do you insist on sparring with Wang Teng? And fusion? Not a chance. Goku, with his hands clasped again, pleaded, please, Vegeta? Just this once. Vegeta roared in response, impossible. Don't even think about it. Unfazed by their bickering, Wang Teng chuckled, Whis, Beerus, let us go enjoy some delicacies. At this, smiles immediately appeared on Whis and Beerus's faces. Yes, Lord Wang Teng. While the group indulged in fine cuisine, Goku's voice rang out, Lord Wang Teng, Vegeta has agreed to fuse with me. We can compete now. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the proud Vegeta would consent, especially considering that in Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta would rather die than fuse with Goku, only resorting to it in dire situations. Since Vegeta had agreed, Wang Teng decided not to be coy and promptly rose to his feet. Then let us proceed. Whis, I entrust the protection of Earth to you. Reluctantly, Vegeta approached. Kakarot, you idiot. This is the last time. If you bother me again, I won't forgive you. Goku chuckled. I understand, Vegeta. The two immediately positioned themselves apart. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling a deep aversion to performing such a humiliating act in front of so many onlookers. Hurry up, Vegeta. Chapter 48, The Mighty Gogeta. Earth, Bulma's banquet scene. Vegeta shouted. Enough noise, Kakarot. Gritting his teeth, he struck the fusion pose alongside Goku. Fusion, they declared in unison. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a strange figure emerged. A terrifying aura instantly surged forth. Bulma murmured, is that the warrior resulting from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Trunks exclaimed, what immense power. It resembles Gotenk's outfit exactly. Chi-Chi pondered aloud. What should we call the fusion of Goku and Vegeta? Gokita? Vegeto? None of them sound appealing. Wang Teng smiled. What s in a name? Just ask him directly. Hearing this, the dashing Gogeta smirked. I am neither son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you. Listening to Gogeta's boastful declaration, Wang Teng felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, raising his hands in mock surrender. Then let me witness just how you intend to vanquish me. The two then soared into the sky. Gogeta and Wang Teng exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in Wang Teng's eyes. This was Gogeta, the so-called mightiest warrior in the universe. Indeed, he was distinctly exceptional. Observing the confident Gogeta, Wang Teng surged forward. Bang! The two collided. A series of explosive sounds echoed through the air. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed into a streak of white light, appearing directly before Gogeta, delivering a powerful punch. Yet Gogeta raised his palm effortlessly. Slap! With an air of nonchalance, he blocked Wang Teng's blow. Well, what? Their fused power is astonishingly formidable. Wang Teng quickly shifted into a serious demeanor. He hadn't anticipated that Gogeta could so easily counter his attack, and, most astonishingly, his body remained utterly unyielding. Lord Wang Teng, do you think I am still the same as before? I am now the strongest warrior. Gogeta declared coldly. He then unleashed a lightning-fast punch. Boom. Wang Teng swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the onslaught. The speed was indeed terrifying. Whoosh. Wang Teng quickly retreated, creating distance between them. In the blink of an eye, Gogeta teleported above Wang Teng, delivering a powerful kick. Wang Teng swiftly extended his arm to catch Gogeta's foot. Huh! With a fierce shout, he hurled Gogeta away. Gogeta spun through the air several times before regaining his balance. The spectators below were left utterly dumbfounded. Whis, Gogeta is indeed quite strong. How come I've never heard of this fusion technique before? Beerus spoke slowly. Whis replied with a smile, Lord Beerus, to be honest, this is my first time witnessing it too. Beerus glanced at Whis, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, consumed by an indescribable mix of emotions. Gogeta gazed at Wang Teng before smirking. Howa! A golden aura erupted, and Gogeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now he was Super Gogeta. Whoosh! Just as the words left his mouth, Gogeta charged at Wang Teng, delivering a heavy punch directly at him. At that moment, Gogeta's speed had reached an unfathomable level, leaving even Wang Teng caught off guard. The forceful punch struck Wang Teng squarely in the back. Whoosh! Boom! Instantly, Wang Teng's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the ground. The earth trembled violently. Gogeta looked down with a grin at the massive crater formed below. Thanks to the fusion, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap, overpowering even Wang Teng. Primarily, Wang Teng sought to test just how strong Gogeta truly was. The super warrior who had never faced defeat in the Dragon Ball saga. Moreover, Gogeta had achieved spectacular victories over formidable foes like Janemba and Broly. Not too shabby indeed. The strength is surprisingly formidable. Wang Teng gradually ascended from the deep pit, his voice resonating softly. Soon after, a golden radiance began to emanate from his being. Oh! Simultaneously, Wang Teng's aura underwent a profound transformation. What immense power! Truly worthy of Lord Wang Teng. As he sensed the astonishing strength unleashed by Wang Teng upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta could not help but express his admiration. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, an incredible aura swiftly radiated outward. A fierce gust of wind perpetually spread downward. Subsequently, the Super Saiyan Wang Teng and Super Vegeta exchanged glances from afar. At this moment, Wang Teng had begun to harbor a modicum of admiration for Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, both figures darted forth. Their velocity was akin to that of lightning. Wang Teng instantaneously appeared before Vegeta and swiftly unleashed a punch. Observing the oncoming fist, Vegeta merely smiled. With a swift pivot on his toes, his astonishing speed manifested, allowing him to leap into the air and evade Wang Teng's assault. What? How is this possible? This lad managed to evade my attack. Could his speed surpass mine? Taken aback by the unexpected evasion, a look of shock flickered across Wang Teng's face. However, his expression quickly transformed as he chuckled. It was merely a stroke of luck. Such a miracle shall not occur twice. Once again, his body surged forward. Whoosh! A rapid punch hurtled towards Vegeta once more. This time, Vegeta boldly chose to confront it head-on, neither dodging nor evading. Their fists collided with tremendous force. Bang! An astonishing power immediately dispersed. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged a flurry of punches. The sky was filled with the silhouettes of their fists continuously clashing. Remarkably, they managed to withstand each other's blows. Awe once again surged in Wang Teng's eyes. His foundational combat power had already reached divine levels. Yet he found himself unable to dominate Vegeta even after transforming into a Super Saiyan. This indicated that Vegeta's base power must also have ascended to the divine tier. Gritting his teeth, Wang Teng charged once more at Vegeta. Boom! In the next instant, a crisp sound rang out as their fists collided once again. A massive white shockwave erupted, instantly spreading outward. They could both sense the overwhelming power radiating from each other's fists. Indeed, Lord Wang Teng's prowess is truly remarkable. I must not let my guard down, Vegeta murmured. The moment Wang Teng retracted his fist, he swiftly delivered a kick towards Vegeta. Sensing the fierce wind, Vegeta quickly extended his arm to defend. Slap! Wang Teng's kick struck Vegeta's forearm, and they found themselves locked in a stalemate midair. Their teeth clenched tightly. They exerted pressure against each other. Bang! They separated instantaneously. As Wang Teng regained his footing, he had no intention of granting Vegeta a moment's respite. In a heartbeat, he conjured an energy sphere in his right hand. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot forth, barreling towards Vegeta. Vegeta once again showcased his agile speed, swiftly maneuvering to evade the projectile. Witnessing this, Wang Teng's hands glowed brightly as energy surged towards them. The prince's combat style roared forth. Incredible energy spheres were rapidly launched. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly as Vegeta skillfully dodged the oncoming energy blasts. His movements were as elusive as a phantom. Chapter 49, A Spectacular Battle. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions continued to resonate through the air. Vegeta utilized his incredible speed to evade in mid-flight. Boom. The air was filled with thick plumes of smoke. Below, the onlookers shielded their eyes with their arms, while the ferocious winds whipping from above rendered them unable to open their eyes. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Wang Teng gasped for breath. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, "Lord Wang Teng, I'm here." Startled, Wang Teng swiftly turned around. Whoosh! An incoming punch surged towards him, and he immediately met it head-on. The two engaged in fierce combat, and as time passed, Wang Teng felt increasingly challenged. He could not deny that Vegeta's power was on the rise. "Take this." A resonant voice echoed from Vegeta as he unleashed an energy sphere from his hands. Wang Teng was taken aback, realizing there was no time to evade, so he crossed his arms defensively across his chest. Boom! In the next moment, dense black smoke erupted, and Wang Teng was sent flying, bursting through the clouds of smoke. Lowering his arms, Wang Teng looked towards Vegeta and remarked, "You've got some skills." A smug smile appeared on Vegeta's face. "However, I've had my fun. Now it's time to get serious." Wang Teng clenched his fists, and with a fierce shout, an incredible energy surged forth, a golden aura bursting into existence as power flowed from within him. The entire earth began to tremble violently. Are they going too far? Do they truly intend to destroy the earth? Piccolo murmured. Whis, think of something quickly. Bulma yelled anxiously. Oh, let us just watch for now. If we interrupt now, Lord Wang Teng might become irate, Whis replied, casually consuming his food without a care in the world. Wang Teng transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, a crimson glow flickering around him. This bout was not merely for amusement. The clash between Dream and Vegeta represented an excellent opportunity for his own growth. Here I come. As soon as the words left his lips, he launched his attack, appearing before Vegeta in an instant and sending him hurtling away with a punch before he could react. Ouch, that hurts. Lord Wang Teng, you're not playing fair. That was a sneak attack. Vegeta exclaimed, clutching his face. Wang Teng shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't I say I was coming? Vegeta hovered in the air, declaring, then I shall unleash my full power as well. Super Saiyan Blue. Instantly, a divine blue aura erupted from Vegeta's body. Oh, a deep roar resonated as the surrounding sky dimmed ominously. At that moment, Vegeta's energy surged to an astonishing level. Wang Teng's expression grew solemn. He understood that the decisive moment had arrived. With his transformation complete, Vegeta smirked, be careful now. Whoosh. He vanished from sight, reappearing right before Wang Teng, his fingers thrusting towards him like sharpened blades. Faced with Vegeta's rapid onslaught, Wang Teng swiftly retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two figures intertwined in midair, the golden and blue silhouettes flickering and dancing, refusing to dissipate. How formidable. Their power is truly astonishing. Krillin murmured, his gaze fixed on the sky. The onlookers around him craned their necks, their eyes glued to the heavens, scarcely daring to breathe. Only Beerus and Whis, holding an enormous cake, savored their indulgence. Vegeta surged forward once more, witnessing the incredible assault from his opponent. In a swift motion, Wang Teng coalesced a sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it towards the rapidly approaching Vegeta. Reacting instantly, Vegeta conjured an even more formidable energy sphere. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky. Thick clouds of smoke billowed outward. Subsequently, the two combatants plunged into the haze, the sounds of their fierce engagement echoing. Ya. They exchanged rapid blows, their fists colliding in the air. Waves of white sonic booms reverberated throughout the atmosphere. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, whoosh, Vegeta suddenly vanished, only to reappear directly above Wang Teng. With clenched fists, he unleashed a devastating strike downward. Whoosh, boom. Wang Teng's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing into the earth. The planet trembled, and it must be noted, since the commencement of their battle, the earth had been quaking with trepidation. Lord Wang Teng, do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation? Vegeta began, but before he could finish his thought, whoosh. A shadow shot upward with incredible speed, landing a heavy punch squarely on Vegeta's chin. Vegeta spun backward in the air, regaining his composure while wiping the blood from his mouth. Damn it, he exclaimed, launching a counterattack. Bang! The two resumed their fierce exchange, and in an instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, with Wang Teng harnessing the power of Super Saiyan 4 and the essence of his will, matching Vegeta blow for blow. As the battle intensified, Wang Teng gradually discovered that his essence was enhancing his defensive capabilities. With each strike from Vegeta, the pressure he felt diminished, and even when struck, the force was swiftly eroded by the power of his essence. Bang! They separated once again. Vegeta was left astonished. As he had realized that his opponent had transformed into something akin to an unyielding boulder, his attacks seemed to have little effect. With a determined grit, he thought to himself, if this is the case, then I shall deliver a decisive blow. Prolonging this fight could indeed spell disaster. He concentrated all his energy into his fist, which now shimmered with incredible power. Wang Teng, immediately sensing his intent, gathered his own strength in response. The astonishing force they unleashed caused the earth to tremble anew. Huh, bring it on. They both roared. An awe-inspiring scene unfolded as their fists hurtled towards one another. The ground quaked violently beneath them. Crack! A crisp impact reverberated through the air. Both Wang Teng and Vegeta were momentarily stunned. In that instant, Whis appeared between them, effortlessly catching their fists. Do you intend to destroy the earth? Let us conclude today's bout. The banquet is about to commence. Exchanging glances, they withdrew their fists, bringing the skirmish to an end. Wang Teng and Vegeta returned to the banquet scene. Goten and Trunks gazed at the approaching duo, their eyes sparkling with admiration, as the might of both fighters was indelibly etched in their minds. Wang Teng found himself increasingly intrigued by Vegeta, sensing that the latter still had untapped strength. To truly defeat him, it seemed Vegeta would need to ascend to Super Saiyan 5. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta reverted to his original forms of Goku and Vegeta. Following this bout, Wang Teng gained a deeper understanding of his own power, emerging from the experience with invaluable insights. With the sparring concluded, everyone resumed the banquet, and several Saiyans indulged heartily. Their appetites were truly boundless. Krillin chuckled, smacking his forehead. Chapter 50, Goku falls ill. After the banquet, Whis and Beerus departed from Earth. Gohan chose to remain on Earth to spend time with his daughter, Pan. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, as Gohan's mentor, temporarily took residence in Gohan's home. Upon hearing that Wang Teng would not be returning to the God of Destruction's realm, Beerus felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. At Goku's home, I'm stuffed, Goku declared, clutching his belly. Chi-Chi, who was serving the dishes, raised her eyebrows in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth is wrong with you, Goku? You've only eaten half of your usual portion." Goku appeared disinterested in food. Beside him, Goten wore a worried expression, asking, "Dad, what's wrong?" Goku replied softly, "I don't know. I just have no appetite." Chi-Chi immediately pressed her forehead against Goku's, asking, "Do you have a fever?" Goku responded, "No." Chi-Chi's face fell. "Then are you going to die?" Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Goku shrugged nonchalantly. "I've died twice already. I don't feel like I'm about to die this time." Chi-Chi remained anxious, "But you can't even eat. That's outrageous." At that moment, Chi-Chi was overreacting. Goku had already cleared a table full of empty bowls, which, given Saiyan's unique physiology, amounted to a month's worth of food for an average person. Goku softly added, "I just didn't want to worry you." He recalled the incident when he went shopping and suddenly felt his body betray him. Even his instant transmission had failed, causing him to fall from the sky and sustain a lump on his head. Hearing Goku's account, Chi-Chi grew even more concerned. "Can you fathom what might be the cause? An ordinary doctor wouldn't understand your unusual body." Suddenly, Chi-Chi had a brilliant idea. Why not ask King Kai for advice? Goku, unfazed, replied, "I told you I'm fine. Stop making a fuss." Just then, Goten, sleeping on Goku's lap, looked up at him, and Chi-Chi also regarded him with concern. Goku, with no other option, rose to his feet. "All right, I'll be right back," he announced, activating instant transmission. Goku found himself in an unfamiliar bedroom. He glanced around, puzzled. This doesn't look like King Kai's place. Where am I? Surprised, Goku simply sat on the bed. At that moment, Bulma, freshly emerged from a shower and wrapped in a towel, walked out. "Hey Vegeta, you need to show your face at Trunks Sports Day tomorrow." Upon turning on the light, she was startled to find Goku staring back at her. Goku greeted her, "Ah, hi." Bulma let out a shriek, quickly tightening her towel around her. Vegeta barged in swiftly. "What is going on?" Upon seeing Goku seated on the bed, he exclaimed, "Kakarot." Goku squinted at him, "Yo." Bulma pressed the button on the wall, and in an instant, Goku found himself surrounded by an array of high-tech weaponry. "Are you ready?" she inquired. With an innocent expression, Goku replied, "I told you, it was unintentional." Bulma shouted, "Then what was that all about?" Goku responded, "I truly don't know. I certainly wouldn't deliberately intrude upon someone else's home." At that moment, both Vegeta and Bulma's faces flushed crimson. Vegeta roared, "Kakarot." Realizing he had misspoken, Goku quickly muttered an apology before vanishing with instant transmission. He subsequently appeared beside Krillin and Aral, eventually arriving at the summit of Korin Tower, murmuring, "What a predicament. It's far worse than I anticipated. Finally, he reached King Kai, who conducted a thorough examination. You have developed delayed chaos symptoms. If you recklessly manipulate your ki, you could find yourself unable to control it in a few days. Goku was taken aback. Recklessly manipulate? He recalled using the Kaioken tenfold in his Super Saiyan Blue form during his match against King Tien. Is it because of the Kaioken? After consulting a medical text, King Kai concluded, with time, you will recover. However, overusing the Kaioken tenfold is unacceptable. Goku, puzzled, queried, but Lord Tien also employed the Kaioken, and he used it at 20 times in his Super Saiyan form without any repercussions. Goku's inquiry momentarily stumped King Kai, but Goku continued to press for answers. Growing impatient, King Kai exclaimed, enough already. Can you even compare yourself to the esteemed inspector? He is a magnificent deity, greater than Lord Beerus, while you are merely a mortal. Upon hearing King Kai's response, Goku's expression turned sour. What should I do then? There's a tournament hosted by the Omni King coming up. King Kai insisted he must return home and rest, forbidding any further training. Left with no other options, Goku decided to seek out Tien for advice. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Goten awaited Goku's return at home. Gazing at her sleeping son, Chi-Chi murmured, I wonder if Goku is in trouble? It is at times like this that I must become stronger. I need to prepare a delicious meal that will uplift his spirits. Just then, the house began to tremble. Chi-Chi instinctively clutched Goten tightly. With a resounding crash, the house exploded. Goku emerged from the smoke. Evidently, he had lost control of his instant transmission and flight. At that moment, Chi-Chi, holding the startled Goten, glared furiously at Goku. With another loud bang, their house was reduced to rubble. Goku, wearing a sheepish grin, announced, I'm back. The veins on Chi-Chi's forehead throbbed. Goku, you destroyed the house. Goku had no choice but to accompany Chi-Chi and Goten to Gohan's residence. At that moment, Gohan was training with Tien. Both were floating in the air, enveloped in a mysterious glow. Meanwhile, Piccolo was tenderly caring for Gohan's daughter with a maternal smile. Goku immediately greeted Gohan and Tien. Hey, Gohan, Lord Tien. Upon hearing his voice, Tien and Gohan ceased their training and gently descended to the ground. Oh, it's Goku. What brings you here? Gohan rushed over, excitedly exclaiming, Dad. Goku, feeling embarrassed, replied, something happened, and I thought I'd stay for a few days. He then recounted the recent events concerning his condition to Tien and Gohan. After finishing, both Goku and Gohan anxiously awaited Tien's response. Tien's heart raced, and he slowly closed his eyes. Goku, this is a side effect of the Kaioken. More importantly, it may signify the successful cultivation of Ultra Instinct. During the tournament, you had already grasped the rudimentary form of Ultra Instinct. It seems I was correct. Opening his eyes and gazing at the tense expressions of Goku and Gohan, Tien thoughtfully stated, it's not a significant issue, so do not worry. Come, take a seat. Tien promptly assisted Goku in regulating the erratic ki within his body. Goku felt the change and exclaimed with delight, I'm fine. This is incredible. Thank you, Lord Tien. Upon hearing Goku's recovery, a smile immediately brightened Gohan's face. Tien looked at Goku and said, for the next few days, train with me and Gohan. Once your technique reaches a minor completion, your current predicament will dissipate. I merely provided temporary relief from your chaotic ki. Goku grew increasingly exhilarated at the prospect of training again. When King Kai told him to rest and lie down, he felt utterly unwell. Chapter 51, Little Fong Goes Missing. Chi-Chi beamed at her granddaughter. However, it seemed that Little Fong would only stop crying if held by Piccolo. The moment Chi-Chi touched her, she would wail, Goku, Gohan. And Tien entered. Upon seeing the three, Piccolo immediately stood up. Chi-Chi inquired, Piccolo, where are you going? Piccolo replied softly, I'm heading home. I only agreed to help Gohan with the baby, because he needed to train. I'll leave her in your care. I'm not that idle. Then, pointing at Chi-Chi, Piccolo added, Chi-Chi, you can prepare her weaning meals, right? Chi-Chi was taken aback. I've raised 2 children. You can trust me. Piccolo continued. Little Fong loves tuna and vegetable pancakes made with tofu. Chop up carrots, onions, spinach, and broccoli, and have them ready. Chi-Chi stared at Piccolo in astonishment. Piccolo glanced at Little Fong and remarked, she can walk around now. You must keep an eye on her. Then, he pointed again, the picture books are over here, and the toys are over there. If she cries at night, sing her a lullaby. Goku was taken aback. Sing? You mean you sing to her? A slight blush crept onto Piccolo's cheeks. Tien too was astonished, realizing that during his days of training, he had overlooked the fact that the once fearsome Piccolo had transformed into the ultimate caretaker. Gohan and Goku escorted Piccolo to the door. Just as he was about to leave, Piccolo added, one last thing, Little Fong is shy around strangers. She only stops crying when I hold her. If you truly cannot manage, just call for me. At this point, Piccolo wore an expression of pride. Then he turned and walked off into the distance. Goodbye, Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, come back soon. Goku and Gohan bid farewell to Piccolo. After walking just a few steps, Piccolo halted and turned back. And don't forget to brush her teeth before bed. It's essential to establish that habit early. Watching Piccolo chattering away in the yard, Tien chuckled and shook his head. It appeared that Piccolo had genuinely come to regard Gohan as his own son. Compared to Goku, Piccolo seemed more like a dedicated grandfather. In the end, Piccolo couldn't bring himself to leave. He cradled little Fong, beaming with joy. Another new day dawned. Tien, Goku, and Gohan trained together in the backyard. Just then, Chi-Chi rushed over. Mama, what's wrong? Gohan asked, perplexed. Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled. What happened, Chi-Chi? Wukong and Gohan were both enveloped in a haze of confusion. At that moment, Piccolo, who had gone out to procure ingredients, returned. Wang Teng cast a glance at Chi-Chi and slowly remarked, cease your tears. What has transpired? Speak swiftly. Chi-Chi, stammering through her sobs, replied, Xiaofeng is missing. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's visage grew even more pallid. He then bellowed, how could you not keep an eye on her? I warned you to be vigilant. She is capable of wandering off on her own. Meanwhile, Pilaf and his companions were startled by Piccolo's thunderous voice. Little Wu, cradling the infant Xiaofeng, murmured, Biko. Gohan, in a flurry of anxiety, exclaimed, what do we do? When Bidalai returns from work, she will surely be furious with me. Wang Teng retorted coldly, then hurry and search. Complaining is futile now. The group promptly scattered to begin their search. Piccolo's roar had so frightened Pilaf and his companions that they immediately dashed towards their robot. Once inside the cockpit, the hatch sealed shut behind them. Pilaf began frantically tapping the controls on the screen, shouting, lift off. The robot gradually ascended into the air. Moments later, it vanished into the horizon with a whoosh. Pilaf, drenched in sweat, sat in the cockpit, muttering, this is terrifying. Ashu, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, mumbled, we haven't even begun our nefarious deeds. There's no need to flee. Little Wu sighed in exasperation. King Pilaf, I brought her along too. Xiaofeng, in playful spirit, stretched out her tiny hand. Pilaf instantly leapt to his feet, exclaiming, what are you doing? Throw her out. Little Wu protested. How could I possibly do that? If anyone should throw her, it should be you. Pilaf shouted back. How could I commit such an act? Little Wu, frightened by Pilaf's outburst, broke into tears. The divine energy emanating from Wang Teng enveloped the earth. Before long, he detected a faint Saiyan aura. This faint signature seems to belong to Gohan's daughter, Xiaofeng. But how did she end up in the sky? In the next moment, Wang Teng vanished from his position. A gentle voice echoed in the ears of Wukong, Gohan, and the others, leave Xiaofeng to me. I shall ensure her safe return. Inside the robot, Ashu's keen sense of smell detected an unpleasant odor. King Pilaf, did you just pass gas? Little Wu quickly realized the implication. Could it be a diaper? Ashu yelled, open a window quickly. I cannot endure this stench. Xiaofeng glanced at Ashu and burst into laughter. Subsequently, she lunged towards Ashu, colliding heavily with his abdomen. However, the smell was overwhelming for Ashu. Not towards me. Oh no. Pilaf looked at the giggling Xiaofeng. Why are you still laughing? In his fury, Pilaf slammed his fist onto the control panel, causing cracks to appear. The robot immediately issued a red alert alarm. As danger loomed, the faces of the trio turned ashen. Ashu, feeling nauseated, swallowed back the rising contents of his stomach in fright. The robot's engine had ceased functioning. Meanwhile, Wang Teng had ascended to the skies. Just as he was about to intervene, an extraordinary power emanated from the infant. Gohan's daughter is remarkable. How intriguing. With that, Wang Teng's figure vanished into the air. After the engine failed, a terrifying burst of power erupted. The robot surged upward into the sky. Pilaf and his companions clung to one another in terror, exclaiming, it's over. The machine is uncontrollable. Little Wu cried out, oh heavens, we are finished. Please, save this child. As the robot ascended, Xiaofeng stood on the control panel, radiating a mysterious, white energy. She laughed joyfully, and a wave of white energy enveloped her. Pilaf and his companions were left in stunned silence. The luminous white light shot through the robot and into the sky. Whoosh! Xiaofeng propelled outward. The robot was obliterated. Pilaf and his companions, grasping Xiaofeng, were lifted high. She transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the heavens. In space, Xiaofeng, surrounded by a white aura, hovered weightlessly. Pilaf and his companions dangled desperately from her feet. Wang Teng gazed at this scene in astonishment, murmuring, she can harness ki at just 3 months old? Such talent surpasses even Gohan's. Xiaofeng looked at the cosmos, her face beaming with delight, as her tiny hands reached out, attempting to grasp the stars. Pilaf, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, we're floating in space. Yet she is still an infant. Ashu interjected, but she is a Saiyan. At that moment, Wang Teng appeared beside Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, come back with me. Upon seeing Wang Teng, Xiaofeng joyfully leaped into his embrace. Wang Teng then glanced down at the trio below. Pilaf and his companions were drenched in cold sweat. Whoosh! A flash of white light illuminated the area. Wang Teng whisked them away, disappearing into the vastness of space. Chapter 52, The Powerless Vegeta. On Earth, a white light streaked across the sky. At that moment, Wang Teng cast a glance at the trio clinging to Xiaofeng's ankle. They instantly felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Then, relinquishing their hold on Xiaofeng, they plummeted from the sky, embedding themselves in a large tree. Little Wu murmured, "That guy's gaze is terrifying." Ashu added, "I never want to come near these Saiyans again. They are utterly terrifying." Bidalai opened the door. "I'm home." Xiaofeng immediately called out, "Mama." Bidalai swiftly scooped up Xiaofeng, gently saying, "Have you been a good girl at home?" Wukong and the others were visibly exhausted, clearly worn out from the ordeal. Bidalai looked at the group, puzzled. "What's the matter?" Gohan stood up, frantically waving his hands. "It's nothing, nothing." Yet Bidalai sensed something amiss, softly telling Xiaofeng, "Xiaofeng, did you cause trouble for everyone? Your grandpa isn't well. You shouldn't worry him." Xiaofeng giggled, "Grandpa, Grandpa." She waved her tiny hands, searching for her grandfather. Wukong sprang up, brimming with excitement. Chi-Chi laughed. After just a few days apart, the little one has grown. Even Piccolo wore a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt. At that moment, the Wukong family was filled with joy and laughter. Meanwhile, the architect of this commotion, Wang Teng, was in the backyard practicing his mastery of the ultimate technique. 2 days later, at Bulma's residence in West City, Bulma was reviewing surveillance footage, concerned about Trunks and Goten, who had gone missing. She then approached Vegeta and explained the situation. Vegeta exclaimed in shock, "Trunks and the others boarded a spaceship?" Bulma, anxious, replied, "They were supposed to return home long ago, yet I cannot find them anywhere. I fear something may have gone awry, so I checked the security footage. To my dismay, I saw them boarding the time-traveling courier ship Manaka." Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. "Humph, who told you to recklessly purchase things all the time?" Bulma's expression shifted, and she retorted angrily, "What? Are you blaming me?" Vegeta, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Bulma, wearing a look of grievance, replied, "You say Trunks is missing and blame me for ordering dessert." At that moment, the time-space patrolman Gak interjected. "I apologize for interrupting your quarrel, but I must return." Bulma instantly brightened, saying, "Wait, Gak, don't be upset. You're the only one who can help me. I beg you, go retrieve Trunks and Goten. I heard the next stop is on Fire Boiling Star. They should be there." However, Gak expressed his reluctance, stating he was too busy to assist. Thus, Bulma played her trump card. "In that case, I will have to reveal the story of how you drew mustaches on the photo of the Galactic King. You'd be dismissed for that, wouldn't you?" Ultimately, Gak had to concede. "Fine, I'll bring them back, okay?" Bulma beamed, "Thank you." With a grimace, Gak boarded the spaceship, grumbling, "Nothing good ever comes from associating with Bulma." Vegeta scoffed, "Humph, you're being sent about it, Will." Bulma chimed in, "Vegeta must go too." Vegeta blinked in surprise. "I have to go as well?" Bulma specifically reminded him. "Of course, we're retrieving Trunks and Goten." Thus, Gak and Vegeta set off toward Fire Boiling Star. Subsequently, Bulma informed Chi-Chi about Goten's journey to Fire Boiling Star, which sent Chi-Chi into a flurry. She dashed to Gohan's backyard to relay the news to Wang Teng and the others. Upon hearing that Goten had gone to Fire Boiling Star, Wang Teng immediately realized the appearance of the superhuman water. He calmly announced, "Goku, Gohan, let us go." To Fire Boiling Star, a group of pink aliens, wielding high-tech weapons, was relentlessly pursuing Trunks and Goten. In their desperate struggle to protect an elderly man and Manaka, Trunks and Goten found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Just then, a golden ray shot from the high-tech weapon towards Trunks. Goten cried out, "Trunks!" Trunks' eyes widened, as he found himself devoid of any means of resistance. At that moment, the golden ray was suddenly deflected, exploding in mid-air. Boom! A figure appeared before Trunks. Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile broke across Trunks' face as he exclaimed, "Dad." Vegeta spun around with flair, "We'll talk later." Gak was astonished to discover that the very villain pursuing Trunks was the notorious supervillain, Guriel. Goten also landed beside Vegeta, who fixed a steely gaze on the enemy, instantly adopting a combat stance. Trunks cautioned, "Dad, don't get too close to them." Before Trunks could finish, Vegeta charged forward. Whoosh! He vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood behind one of the enemies, delivering a swift kick. With a scream, the foe was vanquished. Vegeta moved with blinding speed, each strike claiming the life of another enemy. Hovering in the air, he glared at the remaining foes, declaring, disperse at once. With a thunderous shout, Vegeta conjured a golden energy sphere in his hand. Whoosh! The energy sphere shot forth. Boom! An astonishing explosion erupted on the battlefield, the sounds of the blast mingling with the cries of the defeated. As the shock waves of the energy dissipated, only Guriel, the enemy leader, remained. However, the slain foes had transformed into a pink liquid, pooling on the ground, a peculiarity that Vegeta failed to notice. Gradually descending from the air, Vegeta stood before Guriel, coldly stating, "A motley crew, only you remain." Yet, Guriel showed no signs of anxiety, instead smirking mockingly. At that moment, the pink liquid began to envelop Vegeta. Trunks shouted, "Dad, be careful." In the blink of an eye, the pink superhuman water completely ensnared Vegeta. Vegeta gasped, "What is this stuff?" As the superhuman water fully encased him, Vegeta found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Gak stood dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. In the next moment, Vegeta was flung from the superhuman water. He crouched on the ground, gasping for air. Rising to his feet, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness flooded over him. "My strength?" Guriel approached slowly, chuckling. "I warned you. You were too careless. The superhuman water has transformed into your likeness." Vegeta seethed. "Who are you to dare assume my form?" The superhuman water Vegeta replied coolly, "I haven't assumed your form. I have absorbed all your powers. Now, I am truly Vegeta. You are merely my discarded shell." Vegeta struggled to accept this reality, roaring, "You dare call me a mere shell? What utter nonsense! You imposter!" Vegeta swayed unsteadily to his feet. "Hurry up and die." He struck a pose for his final flash, only to realize he could not even execute his ultimate move. His body trembled incessantly. The superhuman water Vegeta wore a mocking grin. "Is that what you intend to use?" Suddenly, he gathered an astonishing purple energy in his hand. Final flash. With a fierce shout, a devastating wave of energy shot forth. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted behind Vegeta and the others. Chapter 53. Gotenks vs. Superhuman Water Vegeta. The explosive sound echoed ominously behind Vegeta and the others. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he murmured, "What on earth is happening?" The superhuman water Vegeta chuckled, finally comprehending. "I am the true Vegeta." At that moment, Guriel, standing in the background, stepped forward to flatter. "Your power is astounding. I never imagined someone could possess such strength. Continue absorbing the powers of others." He glanced at Trunks, asking, "What about that guy?" The superhuman water Vegeta murmured, "Trunks." A look of indecision crossed his face, which Vegeta observed keenly. Guriel commanded, "Go. Absorb their powers." Just then, the superhuman water Vegeta unleashed several streams of superhuman water from his hand. Vegeta cried out, "Stop!" Trunks and Goten stood frozen in fear. At that moment, Gak gritted his teeth, his gun firing several rays that shattered the approaching streams of superhuman water. Gak declared, "To save the day in a moment of dire peril is the mark of a true elite." Vegeta shouted, "Trunks." Trunks immediately signaled Goten. With Monaka in tow, Goten and Trunks, alongside Vegeta, swiftly retreated into the distance. However, when Gak reveled in his triumph, he noticed that everyone else had vanished, leaving only two enemies glaring hungrily at him. Superman Water surged toward Gak. His face turned a sickly shade of green. Subsequently, he collapsed to the ground. A shock wave emanating from his feet, the dazzling radiance immediately obscuring the enemy's line of sight. He fled into the distance like a steel-armed Astro Boy. That was close. He had narrowly escaped. Yet, having barely flown a few meters, the shockwave beneath him dissipated. Gak panicked, exclaiming, "Oh no, this move can only be used once a day. But if I hadn't used it, I would surely have perished." With a scream of despair, Gak plummeted from the sky. Boom! A deep crater formed on the ground, dust swirling around. Superman Water Vegeta shielded himself from the encroaching dust with his arm. Dreadful, their power must be absorbed. Goten and Trunks concealed themselves in a hollow of a mountain. Gak, utilizing various super abilities, finally managed to escape, gazing at the fleeing Vegeta and others, murmuring, "These people have completely forgotten their savior." Hidden in the mountain hollow, Vegeta's face remained a mask of shock. Who on earth are those individuals? The move he used, the rocket cannon, did not seem to be a mere replication. Meanwhile, the Elder stood up, saying, "Allow me to explain. It was Superman Water that attacked us." A stunned Gak responded, "What? Superman Water?" The Elder exclaimed, "You know about Superman Water?" Gak spoke at length yet remained unclear. Observing this, the Elder continued, "Superman Water is merely a weapon created by us, the inhabitants of Fireboil Star, for self-defense." Vegeta gasped, "You mean it is a weapon?" The Elder affirmed, "Indeed. A most fearsome weapon." He proceeded to narrate the terrifying liquid weapon that could absorb human energy and become a replicant, Superman Water. He elaborated, "And those villains like Gak believe that by drinking Superman Water, their power will increase manifold. Subsequently, those who sought out Superman water, like Gak, were consumed, leading to today's predicament. Upon hearing this, Vegeta stood up, stating, "I understand completely, but I have two questions. The replicant's appearance and abilities are identical to mine, meaning Superman water has usurped my essence." The elder nodded, "Absolutely correct." Vegeta continued, "However, that fellow hesitated when absorbing Trunks' power. Why does he, being Superman water, act this way?" The elder chuckled. "This precisely demonstrates the exquisite technology of the Fireboil Star people, for he even faithfully replicated your inner self." Vegeta murmured, "My inner self? Indeed, I would never desire to seize another's power to become stronger." The elder crossed his arms, stating, "But his inner self is under the control of Superman water." Vegeta roared, "That scoundrel! Though he is me, he obeys the commands of a fiend. One more question, what happens to those whose powers are taken by Superman water?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the elder became flustered, saying they will die. Their bodies will begin to turn transparent, with only 3 to 5 minutes left. The first victims consumed by Superman water, Gak and his crew, had already vanished. Gak exclaimed, "Is there no way to counter this? If Vegeta disappears, Bulma will surely blame me." The elder confidently stated, "The only solution is to defeat Superman water." Vegeta murmured, "Just as one would defeat me?" Ultimately, after much deliberation, the group decided to have Gotenks confront the foe. Superman Water Vegeta and Superman Water Gak soared through the sky, relentlessly searching for Vegeta and his companions. Just then, a voice rang from below. "We are right here." Trunks and Gotenks shouted in unison. In an instant, Superman Water Vegeta and Gak appeared above them. They actually came out themselves. Superman Water Vegeta remarked, "Knowing you would lose, yet still stepping forward. Truly my son, but how could you possibly defeat me?" At that moment, Goten looked at Trunks and declared, "Trunks, let's crush this imposter." Trunks immediately responded, "All right, Goten, let's do this together." The two swiftly assumed their fusion stance. Fusion. When their fingertips touched, a radiant light illuminated the battlefield. The brilliance intensified, and Gotenks emerged from the luminescence. Gotenks raised his head and declared, "You imposter. I will teach you a harsh lesson." A look of disdain crossed Superman Water Vegeta's face. In the next instant, Gotenks vanished from his spot and reappeared before Superman Water Vegeta. Gotenks launched a rapid barrage of strikes towards Superman Water Vegeta, a flurry of fists descending like a tempest. Yet, Superman Water Vegeta effortlessly dodged all the attacks with his arms crossed. The next moment, smack! Superman Water Vegeta seized Gotenks' fist, chuckling, "Is this truly an attack?" Then, with a single punch, he sent Gotenks flying. Boom! Gotenks crashed heavily to the ground. Thick dust enveloped the area. That hurt. It really was ineffective. Gotenks slowly rose to his feet. "Very well then." Ha! A deep growl erupted from Gotenks' throat, and golden energy surged rapidly. The entire Fireboil Star trembled violently, as immense energy exploded forth from Gotenks. His hair elongated, the golden aura intensifying. As Gotenks roared, his energy reached its zenith. Silver lightning flickered within the golden aura. Gak, hovering above, gasped, "Will there be an upgrade after fusion? I yearn to harness that power." Superman Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Gak. Super Gotenks erupted with power. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared before Superman Water Vegeta. Chapter 54, Wang Teng arrives. Super Gotenks pointed at Superman Water Vegeta, proclaiming, "Watch me defeat you with a single move." Super Tornado Power Kick. An astonishing kick landed squarely on Vegeta's neck. A golden wave of energy instantly radiated outward. Superman Water Vegeta wore a mocking expression. Futile. Super Gotenks paused momentarily, quickly retracting his leg, shouting, "Then I'll use this move." Super Special Cracking Hammer. Super Gotenks clenched his fists tightly and leapt high, crashing down towards Superman Water Vegeta. Boom! An incredible surge of energy pierced downward, shaking the ground violently, dust swirling. Yet, Superman Water Vegeta stood immobile in the air, laughing, like a mosquito's bite. Super Gotenks, taken aback, swiftly retreated upward. He struck numerous flamboyant poses before shouting, "Flash Powerbomb." Countless golden energy spheres materialized around him. Whoosh! With a booming shout, the golden spheres raced towards Superman Water Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing explosions erupted in the sky. Countless fiery projectiles rained down, enveloping the area in thick smoke. As the black smoke gradually dissipated, the voice of Super Water Vegeta echoed, "This child's trick. He dares to challenge me?" The mighty Super Gotenks hovered anxiously in the air, exclaiming, "Ah, it's utterly ineffective." An elder, hiding behind Vegeta, lamented, "No, the disparity in power is too great." Gak murmured, "I wish to assist them, but I am in danger myself." At this moment, They noticed that Vegeta's form was becoming somewhat translucent. Super Water Vegeta snorted coldly. My shed skin, vanish quickly. Above, Grell urged, hurry and absorb Gotenks' power. Super Gotenks erupted with energy, his golden aura soaring. Humph, I absolutely cannot afford to lose. Just as the words left his mouth, he charged swiftly at Super Water Vegeta. When his fist was about to collide with Super Water Vegeta, an astonishing scene unfolded. Super Water Vegeta retaliated with even greater speed, landing a punch squarely in Super Gotenks' abdomen. Instantly, Gotenks felt an unimaginable pain radiate throughout his body. Subsequently, pink shadows flickered in the air, accompanied by Gotenks' cries. Under Super Water Vegeta's relentless assault, Super Gotenks was completely defenseless, left to endure the blows. Boom, boom, boom. Super Gotenks was struck multiple times. Boom. His body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground. A thick cloud of dust erupted into the air. In the next moment, Super Gotenks split into Goten and Trunks. Whoosh! Super Water Vegeta instantly appeared before the two, chuckling. No doubt, you are my son, truly audacious. But it is time to end this. As his fist was launched, Wang Teng appeared in an instant, seizing Super Water Vegeta's arm. I won't allow you to succeed. Super Water Vegeta exclaimed. Wang Teng. Son Goku and Son Gohan soon materialized beside Vegeta. Goku inquired, Vegeta, are you alright? Vegeta gasped, Kakarot. Gohan and Wang Teng. Goku glanced between the two Vegetas and frowned. Two Vegetas? Vegeta pointed and shouted, that one is a fake. Goku scrutinized closely, muttering, that one looks odd. It's a purplish-red Vegeta? Goten pointed at Super Water Vegeta, urging, Uncle Wang Teng, defeat this guy quickly. Trunks added anxiously, if we delay, Dad will die. Wang Teng nodded. He was thoroughly familiar with this super water phenomenon and knew well that this doppelganger possessed all of Vegeta's powers. Gazing at Wang Teng, Super Water Vegeta grinned. Wang Teng, I never imagined I would have the chance to battle you. Wang Teng replied with a smile, you don't think you can win, do you? The two locked eyes. Grell in the sky chuckled. Three remarkably powerful beings have arrived again. Goten warned, Uncle Wang Teng, be careful. This guy can absorb your power. Super Water Vegeta roared, I absolutely will not do that. This is a true contest of life and death, Wang Teng. I shall defeat you. And once I do, it will be your turn, Kakarot. Grell shouted from above, stop talking nonsense. Absorb his power quickly. Super Water Vegeta glanced at the sky, declaring, anyone who interferes with me will be eliminated without hesitation. Grell, furious and humiliated, retorted, dare you defy my orders? Very well. A beam of light emanated from his abdomen. And below, Super Water Vegeta writhed in agony, as if struck by lightning. Vegeta gasped, what is happening? The elder from Firepot Star remarked. Super Water wants the doppelganger to obey his commands. Vegeta seethed, who dares to issue orders to me? Super Water Vegeta murmured, I will not submit to anyone. Huh. Whoosh. In an instant, Super Water Vegeta was before Grell. Die, you piece of trash. A formidable punch swiftly soared past, and Grell was immediately struck. Hurtling backward. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through 3 mountains, buried beneath the rubble. The electric currents enveloping Super Water Vegeta dissipated instantly. Wang Teng observed this scene with a smile. Ah, still that proud Saiyan prince. Just like Babidi of old, history is astonishingly similar. The elder from Firepot Star looked on in disbelief. Incredible, he has broken free from Super Water's control. Super Water Vegeta murmured, now that there is no one to interfere. Let us begin. I shall wash away the humiliation of the last match. Wang Teng crossed his arms, grinning. Vegeta, bring it on. I am at your service. Whoosh. Wang Teng instantly appeared before Super Water Vegeta. Below, Son Goku clenched his fists, grumbling. Damn it, I want to fight Master Wang Teng too. Vegeta beat me to it. Meanwhile, Vegeta, unwilling to concede, shouted, hey Kakarot, that's just a fake. What does it even count as Vegeta? Super Water Vegeta swiftly swept his leg, but Wang Teng simply extended one hand, effortlessly countering the attack. Super Water Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury. Yet he found that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the grip of his opponent. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Teng reappeared above Super Water Vegeta. With a heavy fist, he struck down. Ah! A scream erupted as Super Water Vegeta plummeted downward. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered, dust billowing everywhere. Goku exclaimed excitedly, awesome. No wonder you're Master Wang Teng. Gohan beamed with delight. Super Water slowly rose again. Impressive. Wang Teng, you remain as formidable as ever. But I will not concede so easily. He began to ascend into the air. Meanwhile, as the two faced off, the super water that had been defeated transformed once more into purplish-red liquid, slipping away to hide. Trunks glanced at his now translucent father, urgently calling, Uncle Wang Teng. There's no time. Quickly defeat that guy. Vegeta gazed into the sky, murmuring, what is Wang Teng dawdling about? Chapter 55, Wang Teng vs. Super Water Vegeta. Super Water Vegeta erupted with white energy waves, a powerful aura spreading through the air. Wang Teng regarded his opponent with a smile. It seems I have underestimated you. In that case, let me reveal a fraction of my power for you to witness. He provocatively beckoned to Super Water Vegeta. Anger flared on Super Water Vegeta's face as he charged forward. His rapid punches hurtled toward Wang Teng. Facing the enemy's swift assault, Wang Teng remained unmoving in midair, allowing the punches to strike his face. Observing the impact, Super Water Vegeta's face broke into a grin. However, Wang Teng nonchalantly lifted his head back, directly shaking off the punches. Shock overtook Super Water Vegeta's expression. Gazing at the airborne Wang Teng, Vegeta seethed, that scoundrel Wang Teng, even at this moment, still indulging in play. This is inconceivable. The Super Water Vegeta's countenance darkened as he continued to retreat. Fists are not meant for such frivolities. Wang Teng's calm voice echoed. And in an instant, he appeared before Super Water Vegeta, delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through Super Water Vegeta's body, causing him to clutch his stomach, unable to stand upright. Lord Wang Teng's strength is astonishing. It seems to have grown even more formidable, truly remarkable. Goku observed the scene above, evidently stirred by Wang Teng's prowess. Damn it! Super Water Vegeta, filled with rage, straightened his posture, energy surging towards his hands. Final flash. With a swift motion, a violet energy sphere shot forth. Wang Teng raised his right hand, pressing it against the energy sphere, transforming the entire sky into a shade of purple. Clenching his fists tightly, Vegeta murmured, this impostor. In the next moment, as the brilliance began to fade, black smoke emanated from Wang Teng's palm, and the energy sphere vanished without a trace. Enraged, Super Water Vegeta erupted, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and swiftly charged towards Wang Teng. As the rapidly approaching adversary drew near, Wang Teng reacted with lightning speed, landing a punch squarely in Super Water Vegeta's gut, followed by a kick that sent him flying. Whoosh! Boom! Super Water Vegeta crashed into a small mountain. Wang Teng dusted off his hands with a chuckle. I didn't expect my power to be on par with Vegeta's. What a wasted anticipation. Hearing this, Vegeta's face flushed with anger as he shouted, Wang Teng, what do you mean? Am I weak? Wang Teng glanced at the now translucent Vegeta and replied with a smirk. Perhaps just a tad, otherwise you wouldn't be in such a dire state. Vegeta seethed you. With a sudden burst, Super Water Vegeta launched himself from the rubble, proclaiming, I will kill you. Aya! A deep roar reverberated from his throat as a blue, divine aura surged forth. An astonishing presence erupting that made the entire planet tremble. Wang Teng regarded Super Water Vegeta. Although his body was a purplish red, he was enveloped in a blue aura, resembling a true Saiyan. Wang Teng, prepare to meet your end. Super Water Vegeta bellowed arrogantly. In the next instant, Wang Teng materialized before him. Observing the rapid punches unleashed by his opponent, Super Water Vegeta dodged to the side, believing he had evaded the attack. Ugh! Wang Teng's fist landed heavily on Super Water Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to regurgitate stomach acid and bile. What just happened? I clearly dodged. Super Water Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, both realizing the truth. Time skip. Wang Teng was indeed employing the time skip technique. It seemed the imposter Vegeta was doomed. Goku chuckled. Without granting Super Water Vegeta a moment's respite, Wang Teng charged once more, activating the time reversal again. He delivered another forceful punch to Super Water Vegeta's face, sending him flying. Wang Teng vanished again, instantly appearing above the rapidly descending Super Water Vegeta, fists clenched tightly, delivering a powerful blow. Whoosh! Boom! The plummeting Super Water Vegeta crashed through 3 mountain peaks. Rumble! He was immediately buried beneath the rubble. This should be the end. Wang Teng's voice was casual as he gathered a golden energy sphere in his hand. Whoosh! The sphere was launched, resulting in a tremendous explosion amidst the debris. A fiery pillar shooting into the sky, the destructive force obliterating the surrounding mountains. Rumble! Thick clouds of dust enveloped the explosion's epicenter. Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression devoid of any joy from witnessing his adversary's defeat. That imposter, despite sharing his power, had not even touched Wang Teng, yet was reduced to this state, leaving him deeply unsettled. Hey, imposter, do you really think you can call yourself Vegeta? An old man hiding behind Trunks interjected. Hey, why are you cheering for the enemy? Vegeta spun around angrily. Shut up. What do you know? The old man immediately fell silent, afraid to speak further. Goku and Gohan exchanged wry smiles. In the next moment, an astonishing roar resonated from below. A blue aura surged upward, darkening the sky, an overwhelming energy ascending. Wang Teng curiously looked down, witnessing the blue aura rising. What is this? Goku marveled, casting a surprised glance at Vegeta. Vegeta, what kind of power is this? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed intently on the dust cloud below. Gradually, Super Water Vegeta emerged, not merely enveloped in blue, but deep blue. Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment, indeed. It is Super Saiyan Deep Blue. This imposter has surpassed the limits even Vegeta has not breached. Vegeta fumed. Damn it, that imposter. Super Water Vegeta hovered before Wang Teng, a triumphant expression on his face, declaring, did I not mention before? I am Vegeta. I have merely transcended my limits. Are you ready? This time, it will not be like before. As he beheld the transcendent Super Water Vegeta, a seriousness washed over Wang Teng's countenance. If that is the case, allow me to show you my true power. A deep roar escaped Wang Teng's lips as a golden aura erupted, surging rapidly. The entire planet trembled, fissures appearing in the ground below. Wang Teng began to transform, his energy reaching its zenith. Lord Wang Teng is about to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Gohan murmured, while Vegeta and Goku's expressions turned grave. With a thunderous shout, a crimson warrior materialized on the battlefield. Chapter 56, The Deep Blue Imposter Vegeta. The astonishing energy erupted in the air as the golden aura soared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His body covered in red fur, complemented by well-defined muscles, exuding an overwhelming presence. Let us commence, Wang Teng declared with a smile. The golden and deep blue flames painted the sky with two distinct hues, subtly suggesting a standoff. At that moment, Jack exclaimed, Hey Vegeta, your body seems to have dulled a bit again. The Super Water Vegeta taunted, your demise is finally at hand. But fear not, before you perish. I shall allow you to witness the tragic fate of Wang Teng. Just then, the elder of the fire pot extended his hand and said, Quick, take this. It is the key to sealing the super water. Perhaps it can buy us a little time. Vegeta paused for a moment, then immediately seized it and placed it in his mouth. Goku, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten were all astonished. Vegeta was actually sucking on a pacifier. With the pacifier in his mouth, Vegeta gazed skyward, silently vowing to himself, I must endure to witness the final showdown. Wang Teng was taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight of the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta with a pacifier. Jack swiftly took out his camera, knowing this moment was truly rare. Just as he was about to take a photo, the camera displayed a low battery warning. It ran out of power at such a crucial moment. Wang Teng looked towards the Super Water Vegeta, murmuring, Vegeta, considering you still possess this adorable side, I shall spare you and defeat this imposter. In the next instant, Super Water Vegeta launched a swift kick. Wang Teng blocked it with his left arm. Bang! Then Super Water Vegeta threw a rapid punch. But Wang Teng evaded and reached out, seizing Super Water Vegeta's face. Whoosh! Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, Wang Teng propelled his face into the mountains behind. And in an instant, he penetrated 3 mountain peaks. Countless fragments cascaded from the summit. Dense clouds of dust were blown downward. Whoosh! Super Water Vegeta swiftly emerged from the mountains, with Wang Teng hot on his heels. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed rapidly in midair. Rings of white sonic booms erupted around them. Their battle grew increasingly fierce. Super Water Vegeta unleashed another punch, and Wang Teng seized the opportunity to drive a knee into his abdomen. Instantly, he clutched his stomach, as Wang Teng's fist struck down heavily upon him. Whoosh! Boom! Super Water Vegeta crashed violently into a mountain, causing it to shatter into pieces, with debris tumbling down. The ground split open, forming a long fissure. Goku, Vegeta, and the others quickly flew aside, as the ground where they had stood was now obliterated. Whoosh! Super Water Vegeta charged at Wang Teng once more. The sound of fists colliding echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Rings of white sonic booms erupted again. The group landed on a high peak. The elder of the fire pot panicked. Is it truly safe here? Trunks worriedly remarked. Their combat is escalating. I wonder how long it will take to rescue Dad. What if it's too late? Hearing this, Gohan said, Please have faith in Lord Wang Teng. Gohan, Trunks exclaimed with a distressed expression. The elder of the fire pot suddenly recalled, We only need to defeat the main body. As long as we shatter the core of the super water, all replicas will weaken. Trunks exclaimed, Why didn't you say so earlier? The elder slapped his forehead. I had forgotten, as this was a matter from 100 years ago. The group immediately remembered the defeat of Griller by Super Water Vegeta, and upon the elder's confirmation, they realized that was indeed the core of the super water. Gohan and Goku, along with the elder, soared towards the location where Griller was defeated. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained steadfast, his gaze fixed intensely upon the heavens. When Goku and Gohan arrived at the site of Griller's defeat, they discovered that the super water had vanished. The elder stepped forward and reassured them, "Do not fret. The super water likely seeks that power as well. I suspect it is lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment." Wang Teng sent Super Water Vegeta flying with a powerful kick. Stumbling, Super Water Vegeta quickly regained his balance and charged at Wang Teng once more. He unleashed a fierce punch, but Wang Teng caught his fist, delivering a heavy kick to his abdomen. Super Water Vegeta was sent hurtling backward. Wang Teng's energy surged into his hands. The prince's battle technique roared forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy blasts shot out. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing explosions erupted upon the battlefield. Wang Teng relentlessly fired energy blasts towards the epicenter of the explosions. Thunderous roars echoed continuously. Flames engulfed the area, and dust billowed. Wang Teng gazed at the thick clouds of smoke at the explosion's core. He understood that since that being was Vegeta, it wouldn't be so easily vanquished. Indeed, there was smoke, but no harm. As the dust gradually settled, the figure of Super Water Vegeta slowly emerged. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, devoid of the initial grandeur. He dropped his arms, which had shielded his body. A look of fury etched upon his face. Damn it, this bastard. Why am I still losing? I have clearly surpassed my limits. Why can I not defeat that guy? I shall never admit to such a thing. The astonishing deep blue flame surged once more, fierce winds howling around. Gazing at the resurgent Super Water Vegeta, Wang Teng murmured, "I almost had him." Truly, the counterfeit Vegeta possesses remarkable tenacity. Since there is nothing pressing, I might as well indulge in some more playtime. Fortunately, Wang Teng was high in the sky, and Vegeta could not hear his words. Otherwise, he would surely weep in despair, for he was on the brink of death, while Wang Teng continued to toy with him. Subsequently, the two surged towards one another again, the deep blue fists colliding fiercely with the golden ones. Bang! Whoosh! They engaged in a rapid aerial battle, the stunning white sonic booms echoing once more. Vegeta stood on a high platform, his face contorted with dissatisfaction. Damn it! Why am I not the one fighting up there? The one who should defeat Wang Teng is me. Meanwhile, the main core of the Super Water pursued Goku and Gohan. Due to the Super Water's peculiar power attacks being ineffective, they dared not approach. Any proximity would result in their energy being drained. Goku urged, "Gohan, run. This thing is too strange." The two exploded with energy and soared into the sky. Super Water Vegeta was once again sent flying by a punch. Ha ha ha. Super Water Vegeta was gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. "I never expected you to be this formidable. I am somewhat tempted by your power. However, I shall not resort to such measures. I intend to defeat you thoroughly. For I am Vegeta." Wang Teng looked at the imposter before him and chuckled. "I never imagined a counterfeit could completely inherit Vegeta's proud demeanor. What a surprise." Super Water Vegeta roared in rage. The deep blue flames soared skyward once more. An astonishing aura enveloped the air around them. Wang Teng gazed at the surging energy radiating from him and chuckled. "It seems you wish to settle this once and for all. Come forth." Chapter 57, The Harvest. The Super Saiyan Water Vegeta erupted with an astounding aura. His deep blue energy flames spiraling skyward. "Let us determine the victor." Wang Teng bellowed in reply. The two charged towards each other, their formidable powers coalescing into their fists. The collision of the deep blue and golden fists resulted in an explosion that transformed the entire space into a blinding white. A terrifying gale and shockwaves of energy radiated outward. The massive rocks and peaks below disintegrated into dust. Goten and Trunks, standing beside Vegeta, could barely keep their eyes open. Just then, the Super Saiyan Water inexplicably abandoned its pursuit of Goku and Gohan and stealthily approached Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the peak where Vegeta and the others stood, its target set on Trunks. By the time Trunks noticed, it was too late. He gasped in horror. Hearing the commotion, Vegeta shouted, "Trunks!" The pacifier in his mouth fell away. At that instant, a scattering of purplish-red energy emerged from Vegeta, rendering his form ethereal. Trunks reached out as the rushing Vegeta approached. "Father!" The moment their hands nearly met, they passed right through each other. Vegeta had become translucent. Trunks gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. Vegeta surged past Trunks, positioning himself in front of his son. The Super Saiyan Water immediately lunged to engulf the vanishing Vegeta. Trunks screamed with all his might, "Father!" At that critical moment, Wang Teng, locked in a standoff with the Super Saiyan Water Vegeta, realized the dire situation unfolding. He understood that he had to eliminate this foe. Otherwise, Vegeta would meet his demise. With a fierce roar, Wang Teng unleashed his full power. An overwhelming energy erupted from his fist, striking the Super Saiyan Water Vegeta with tremendous force. Aya! With a horrific scream, the Super Saiyan Water Vegeta was obliterated. Just as it happened, the once ethereal Vegeta regained his corporeal form. He stared blankly at his own body, proclaiming, "Look at my body." Trunks immediately embraced Vegeta, weeping, "Thank goodness, Father." Just then, Goku and Gohan returned with the Elder from the planet of fire. Goku, looking bewildered, remarked, "Has Vegeta returned to normal? It seems Lord Wang Teng has triumphed." Wang Teng descended from the sky. Trunks expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Uncle Wang Teng." Goten added with a smile. "Uncle Wang Teng is amazing and so cool." Vegeta, turning away, muttered softly, "Thanks." Wang Teng smiled and nodded at the group. He then approached the now-dazed Super Saiyan water, which, having been destroyed, was momentarily immobilized. Once it recharged, it could once again devour others' powers. Observing it, Wang Teng frowned and began conversing with the system. "System, can this Super Saiyan water be absorbed?" His voice echoed in his mind. Shortly after, the mechanical voice of the system responded, "Greetings, host. Such primitive weaponry from a low-level planet can indeed be absorbed." Wang Teng's heart surged with joy. It could be absorbed after all. "System, absorb the Super Saiyan water," he promptly commanded. In the next instant, a brilliant white light shone, and the Super Saiyan water vanished from sight. Mere moments after its absorption, the system's mechanical voice resonated once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the planet of fire. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the combat technique Dragon Fist. Congratulations, host, for receiving a base combat power increase of 100 million points. Congratulations, host, for gaining an additional second in time reversal." A cascade of announcements rang in Wang Teng's mind, and he was astonished that not only had he reclaimed the Super Saiyan water, but he had also received such an abundance of rewards, a significant windfall indeed. The Elder from the planet of fire grasped Wang Teng's hand, repeatedly expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Wang Teng. It is thanks to you that the Super Saiyan water has vanished from the planet of fire." Wang Teng nodded, replying, "No need for such formality." The Elder then turned to Trunks and Goten, saying, "Thanks to your presence, the Super Saiyan water would have been seized by the frying man long ago. You are always welcome to visit again." Goten smiled and nodded, "All right." Goku stroked his chin, saying, "It was Lord Wang Teng who subdued the Super Saiyan water. Truly impressive. However, it is regrettable that I did not get to fight alongside Lord Wang Teng. I envy Vegeta." Vegeta snapped back, "What did you say, Kakarot? You did not assist at all this time." Goku chuckled, "Vegeta, it's amusing that a grown man was sucking on a pacifier just now." Vegeta's face flushed crimson as he turned away, softly muttering, "What did you say? I didn't hear you." Soon after, everyone returned to Earth. Biddy Lee, cradling Little Fong, watched as she continued to suck on her pacifier. "Little Fong, you won't need a pacifier when you grow up." Vegeta stared at this scene, utterly dumbfounded, feeling as though he had been struck with 1,000 points of genuine damage. Spotting the returning Goten, Chi-Chi rushed out. She hugged Goten tightly, exclaiming, "My Goten has finally returned. Are you all right? You weren't hurt, were you?" Goten replied softly, "Mm." Meanwhile, Trunks faced a reprimand from Bulma. "Trunks, you were too mischievous, sneaking into someone else's spaceship. Everyone was worried sick about you." Goten and Trunks chorused, "We know we were wrong." Vegeta stood trembling, aghast at the revelation that the object was indeed a pacifier. Wang Teng approached, chuckling, "Did you not know?" Vegeta roared, "Who would know? Had I known, I would have flatly refused to partake." Goku interjected, "Don't say that, Vegeta. If you had perished, there would be no contest of life and death. Besides, would you willingly lose to Lord Wang Teng?" Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Following the adventures on the planet of fire, Wang Teng's strength had progressed once more. Not only had his base combat power increased, but his time reversal had also extended to 7 seconds, and he had mastered the Dragon Fist, elevating his abilities across the board. For a full week thereafter, Wang Teng and Gohan dedicated their time to practicing the Ultra Instinct technique and sparring, both making significant strides. At this moment, Gohan's base combat power had notably increased, and in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he was sufficiently capable of being Wang Teng's sparring partner. One day later, the two continued their training in Ultra Instinct, when suddenly, Whis and Beerus arrived at Gohan's home. Upon their arrival, they swiftly made their way to Gohan's backyard. Beerus immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, proclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed inspector." Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, inquiring, "Beerus, what brings you here?" Beerus replied respectfully, "I have come to speak to you regarding Son Gohan." Wang Teng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Son Gohan? Pray enlighten me." Upon hearing this, Beerus continued, "It is because I have already appointed Gohan as the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. 3 days hence, an event known as the First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament shall be held in the realm of the First Universe's Destroyer, and I wish to take Gohan to participate." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng immediately became intrigued. "The first destroyer martial arts tournament, you say? How fascinating. Very well, I shall accompany Gohan there in 3 days." Beerus chuckled. "Then Vados and I shall await your esteemed presence in the realm of destroyers." With that, he exited. After exchanging words with Goku and the others, Wang Teng returned to the realm of the 7th Universe's destroyer with Gohan in tow. Chapter 58, The First Destroyer Martial Arts Tournament. When Wang Teng and Gohan arrived in the realm of the destroyer, Beerus and Vados were already there, awaiting their arrival. After customary greetings, Wang Teng gently remarked, "Let us set forth." Following this, Vados lightly tapped the ground with her angel staff, and the traversal vessel enveloped the three of them, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the realm of the 7th universe. During their journey, Wang Teng inquired, "Beerus, what exactly is this first destroyer martial arts tournament?" He felt perplexed, knowing well the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, which did not encompass such an event. The first destroyer martial arts tournament, Beerus pondered momentarily before elucidating, is a gathering established by all 12 universe destroyers, wherein the champion shall be awarded the title of First Destroyer. The reason for including Gohan is that the other universe destroyers will also bring their candidate destroyers to participate, and their contests will directly influence the future of their respective universes. Wang Teng nodded in understanding. How intriguing. Once their conversation concluded, Beerus settled into a meditative position, a faint aura of mysterious energy enveloping him. Upon Wang Teng's scrutiny, he discerned it was the Ultra Instinct technique. It was unexpected that Beerus was so diligently training. This martial arts tournament promised to be extraordinary. Wang Teng marveled and exchanged a knowing glance with Gohan, prompting both to adopt a similar meditative posture. Whoosh! A flash of white light darted across the 7th universe. 1 day later, propelled by Vados' swift flight, they finally entered the 1st universe. Before long, they arrived at the realm of the 1st universe's destroyer, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the 7th universe. However, the colossal arena suspended in midair and the opulent seating surrounding it immediately caught Wang Teng's attention. Noticing his gaze, Vados promptly explained, "Lord Wang Teng, this arena was constructed by the previous Grand Priest and has endured the test of time. Only here can withstand the cataclysmic battles of destroyers." At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Wang Teng's ears. "Greetings, Inspector." Following the sound, he turned to see the destroyer of Universe 2, Hellas, resembling an Indian maiden, smiling and bowing to him, with the angel, Sawar, standing beside her. "No need for such formalities," Wang Teng replied with a smile. He then surveyed his surroundings and noted several unfamiliar destroyers had already arrived. Wang Teng's presence instantly became the focal point of the gathering. The angels of various universes whispered to their respective destroyers, who hurriedly approached Wang Teng, bowing deeply in unison. "Greetings, Inspector." Observing the orderly ranks of destroyers, Wang Teng nodded and said, "Everyone, please rise. There is no need for such formality." A collective sigh of relief rippled through the assembled destroyers. Subsequently, the angels of each universe also inclined their bodies in greeting to Wang Teng. Notably, the angel Margarita from Universe 11 caught Wang Teng's eye. Her twin ponytails and youthful charm made her irresistibly endearing. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed as the destroyer of Universe 6, Kampa, and the beautiful Beerus arrived. Upon their arrival, they immediately approached Wang Teng. "Lord Wang Teng, how have you been of late?" Beerus' gentle voice reached him. Wang Teng responded with a smile, "Indeed, Beerus, you have become more beautiful." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile graced Beerus' face, while Wang Teng merely nodded at Kampa's greeting, which left Kampa feeling somewhat disheartened. This is an aura of profound intent. The formidable Margarita slowly approached, scrutinizing Wang Teng with keen interest. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "I never anticipated that Inspector was also a genius in cultivation." Her words immediately captured everyone's attention, and the multitude of angels turned their gaze toward Wang Teng, gradually realizing that this Inspector was not merely a figure elevated by connections, as rumored. As time passed, destroyers, angels, and candidate destroyers from various universes continued to arrive. All eyes remained fixated on Wang Teng, who had undeniably become the central figure of this martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, Gohan, accompanying Beerus and Wang Teng, sparked whispers among the attendees. The boy standing beside Lord Wang Teng, could he be the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe? He must be quite formidable to be by Beerus' side. However, does his youthful visage not seem a tad too naive? Yet, it was evident that Beerus himself had previously declared he would never appoint a candidate destroyer. This first destroyer martial arts tournament was shaping up to be anything but ordinary. As murmurs subsided, all awaited the commencement of the first destroyer martial arts tournament. It was aptly named For the destroyer who could clinch the championship for 3 consecutive times would earn the illustrious title of First Destroyer. This accolade would elevate them above the remaining 11 destroyers. Hence, the tournament held immense significance for all involved. Beerus had already won the title twice. Should he triumph again, the title of First Destroyer would truly belong to him, an outcome none of the other destroyers could tolerate. Furthermore, the contests among candidate destroyers represented the potential and future of their universes, as well as the honor of the destroyers themselves. Whoosh! A figure descended from the heavens. In the next breath, under the gaze of the multitude, an individual gradually took their place at the podium. The Grand Priest. Wang Teng instantly recognized the descending figure as the Grand Priest, the esteemed caretaker of the Omni King. Greetings, Grand Priest. As the Grand Priest made his entrance, all destroyers bowed deeply. Gohan, quickly pay your respects. Beerus cast a worried glance at the somewhat dazed Gohan and softly urged him. However, his seemingly hushed reminder drew the Grand Priest's attention. Beads of cold sweat formed on Beerus' brow. This is it. A calm voice emanated from the Grand Priest. Inspector, since you are here, please join me for a discussion. Wang Teng smiled and, in a low voice, reassured Gohan. Stay close to Beerus. Fear not. I will handle everything. Whoosh. In an instant, Wang Teng appeared before the Grand Priest. Long time no see, he exclaimed with a smile. You haven't changed a bit, but your aura is far more formidable than when you left. The Grand Priest replied, a smile gracing his face. You're quite ungracious. You promised to prepare a delicious meal for me upon your departure, yet you left without a word. I sincerely apologize. I shall make it up to you upon my return. Wang Teng responded. Hearing this, the Grand Priest nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, the seating arrangement on the platform transformed from 1 seat into 2. Since the inspector is here, let us see if these destroyer candidates have made any progress. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. The Grand Priest then turned his gaze towards the bowing destroyer candidates, his calm voice cutting through the air. You may all rise. Yes. The candidates responded in unison, gradually standing. As he observed Wang Teng seated beside the Grand Priest, Beerus exhaled in relief. He understood well the consequences of inciting the Grand Priest's wrath, but with Gohan under the inspector's protection, he believed there would be no issues. Gohan, do be cautious in the future. Avoid causing trouble for Lord Wang Teng. Beerus advised softly. Gohan could only manage a wry smile, feeling ill-prepared for such a situation, especially as he was still adjusting to the role of a candidate destroyer. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall serve as a judge alongside the inspector for this inaugural destroyer martial arts tournament. Let the competition commence. The Grand Priest's voice resonated through the ears of all present. The attendees were once again reminded of the inspector's immense authority, as even the Grand Priest showed him deference. In terms of rank, both the inspector and the Grand Priest were equal as first-class deities, yet their powers manifested differently. Lord Beerus, the Grand Priest has declared the tournament open, yet no one is taken to the stage. What are the rules of this destroyer martial arts tournament? Gohan inquired. Perplexed. Rules? Simply challenge whoever you wish and ascend the platform. Beerus explained with a chuckle. Gohan was further bewildered. Was this match truly so informal? It felt akin to a chaotic brawl. Just then, Topo had already stepped onto the arena. Hey, that kid from Universe 7. Are you interested in a little sparring? Topo's voice resonated throughout the destroyer realm, unexpectedly targeting Gohan first. Upon hearing Topo's challenge, Gohan clenched his teeth and leaped onto the stage. Observing Gohan's ascent, Beerus felt a surge of admiration. He hadn't anticipated that the seemingly timid Gohan would actually take action. Well done. He hasn't tarnished the reputation of Universe 7. Beerus muttered with a smile. Whoosh. On the stage, Gohan swiftly approached Topo. In response to Gohan's rapid advance, a mocking expression appeared on Topo's face. You are just a naive little boy, seeking your own demise. Topo believed himself to be among the elite candidates across the 12 universes. Yet the boy before him showed no sign of fear. In the next moment, Topo vanished like a specter, only to reappear behind Gohan, launching a powerful punch towards him. Faced with the onslaught, Gohan reacted instantly, gripping Topo's fist with both hands. With sheer force, he hurled Topo away. Whoosh! Boom! Topo's massive form crashed heavily onto the arena floor, prompting a wave of laughter from the crowd below. The other candidates witnessed the arrogant Topo suffer a significant setback, their faces betraying expressions of derision. Grand Priest, what do you think of this young lad? Wang Teng suddenly remarked. The Grand Priest paused momentarily before responding with a smile. This young man must have a special connection with you, does he not? Wang Teng realized he couldn't hide anything from the Grand Priest, who had governed the universe for countless years. Indeed, your insight is as sharp as ever, Grand Priest. The other destroyers from different universes were astonished by the display. They had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such strength from Universe 7's candidate. Just then, Topo slowly rose to his feet, his expression darkening as he teetered on the edge of fury. A violet aura erupted around him, causing his shirt to burst apart. Surrounded by the violet energy, Topo declared, "I had intended to spare your life, but since you seek death, I shall not hold back." Gohan was taken aback, realizing that Topo harbored such formidable power. No candidate destroyer was to be underestimated. He glanced at Wang Teng seated at the Grand Priest's table, who nodded in encouragement. A surge of excitement filled Gohan as he let out a deep roar. Incredible energy surged forth, golden flames igniting around him, causing the entire destroyer realm to tremble and the sky darken. As Gohan unleashed his voice, his form began to transform, rapidly ascending to Super Saiyan 4. The golden flames flickered with hints of silver lightning, creating an awe-inspiring aura that stunned the entire audience. The surrounding destroyers were visibly astonished, clearly not expecting a mere candidate to possess such immense power. As Topo beheld Gohan's transformation, he was equally taken aback, but there was no turning back now. He had to give it his all. Whoosh! In that moment of distraction, Gohan had already materialized before him, delivering a devastating punch to Topo's chin. Topo was sent hurtling backward. What? The crowd was in shock. Not only were the candidates astonished, but even some weaker destroyers felt their hearts race. Beerus's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, Topo rose once more, unleashing an overwhelming force from within him. The ground trembled as a fierce aura erupted from Topo. This was the essence of a destroyer. He had been underestimated. Where on earth did this guy find such power? Beerus pondered gravely. It's truly rare. I never imagined a mere mortal could wield the strength of a destroyer. Whis remarked with a smile. Understanding that Topo's power could no longer be concealed, Whis urged, Topo, let loose and fight with all your might, without any reservations. At this, Topo finally unleashed his full power, violet flames erupting around him in waves. In the next moment, Topo charged toward Gohan, clearly intent on reclaiming his honor. Gohan, now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, quickly sensed Topo's movement, his body moving with incredible speed as he summoned an array of energy blasts. Countless energy spheres shot forth, engulfing Topo in an explosive display. Boom, boom, boom. The arena reverberated with the sound of explosions. However, the formidable power unleashed by Topo was not so easily confronted. As the rapid, explosive energy blasts surged toward him, he swiftly retreated, conjuring a violet destructive energy ball in his hands. Destruction. Whoosh. In an instant, one of his energy balls was launched, obliterating the energy blast fired by Son Gohan. From a distance, Topo vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. Realizing he could not evade the attack, Gohan crossed his arms over his chest, bracing himself for the impact of Topo's heavy fist. Whoosh! Gohan was sent flying backward. Destruction. Seizing the opportunity, Topo quickly gathered another violet destructive energy ball. In a heartbeat, the energy ball was hurled toward Gohan. As Gohan, who had just crashed onto the arena, sprang back to his feet and leapt upward, he narrowly avoided Topo's destructive assault. Suspended in the air, Gohan swiftly raised both hands above his head. Magic Flash. Chapter 60. Topo vs. Gohan. Gohan's hands shimmered with radiant brilliance. The energy ball he had gathered shot forth instantaneously. Observing the rapidly approaching energy ball, Topo retaliated with a swift punch, sending the energy ball careening away. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and thick black smoke billowed into the air. Topo shook his tingling hand, exclaiming, "This kid possesses quite a bit of power. My arm is numb." Just then, Wei Mei shouted, "Topo, what are you doing? Hurry up and deal with that kid." At her command, Topo nodded, raising both hands above his head. An enormous violet destructive energy ball was instantly formed. "Kid, I initially had no intention of killing you, but your presence has disrupted my sense of justice. So do not blame me." Destruction. Whoosh! A purple-black destructive energy ball hurtled toward Gohan. Faced with a destructive energy ball exponentially more powerful than before, Gohan erupted with rage, golden flames of energy bursting forth. "I promised Lord Wang Teng to become the strongest warrior. I cannot falter here." Kamehameha. Gazing at Gohan as he focused his energy, Topo sneered, "Little brat, your power is but a flickering firefly to me. Die." With that, Topo pressed down with both hands. The destructive energy ball was enveloped in an overwhelming pressure. Sensing the weight above him, Gohan pushed his energy to its limits, the white-blue light in his hands flashing brilliantly. "What you say is impossible for me." Wave. Whoosh. The white-blue shockwave surged forth, colliding with the black-purple destructive energy ball amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The fierce gust of the destructive energy ball halted mid-air, terrifying energy radiating outward. sending debris flying from the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Teng sat calmly above, unfazed. The great priest cast a casual glance at Wang Teng. Gohan is channeling energy into the Kamehameha. Amid Gohan's roar, the purple-black energy ball gradually began to retreat. Weiss, do you see a figure within Gohan? Beerus inquired, astonished. To which Weiss replied with a smile. Are you referring to Lord Wang Teng? Beerus nodded emphatically, affirming, indeed, at a certain moment, it seemed as if Lord Wang Teng's presence enveloped Son Gohan. Toppa, witnessing the retreat of his destructive energy ball, stared wide-eyed, astonished that a human could withstand the power of destruction elevated to such heights. He then roared, in that case, I shall show you what true destructive power is. No sooner had he spoken than Toppa conjured an even larger violet destructive energy ball, pulsating with astonishing energy. Destruction. With a fierce shout, Toppa hurled the colossal purple destructive energy ball. Boom. The immense energy ball crashed heavily onto the previous destructive energy ball. And Gohan immediately felt the pressure intensify. This is bad. It seems Gohan is in trouble. Beerus exclaimed. Just then, Weiss's voice chimed in. Lord Beerus, do not panic. Perhaps Gohan has an ace up his sleeve. Look at Lord Wang Teng's composed demeanor. Beerus turned his gaze to the podium, observing Wang Teng sitting serenely, devoid of any concern, and redirected his attention back to the arena. Gohan was being pushed back by the terrifying destructive energy ball, leaving a long trail carved into the arena beneath him, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Toppa taunted, Give up, you have no chance of victory. Stop your futile struggle. Hearing this, Gohan's eyes widened in determination, a series of low growls emanating from his throat. I have fought hard to reach this point. There is no way I will concede. I aspire to be a powerhouse like Lord Wang Teng, and anyone who stands in my way will pay the price. Tenfold Kaioken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A crimson aura surged atop the golden flames, unleashing a terrifying energy. Wei Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How can a mere mortal possess such terrifying power? Wang Teng, observing Gohan's explosive transformation, felt a swell of pride, for he had trained him himself. After teaching Gohan the Kaioken, he never anticipated Gohan would master it so swiftly, surpassing even Goku in terms of timing. Tenfold Kaioken. Gohan's shout resonated throughout the realm of the gods of destruction. The white-blue Kamehameha was instantly fortified with immense energy, pushing back both destructive energy balls at a gradual pace. Toppa's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed. How is this possible? How can this happen? How can a human withstand the power of destruction? With a furious cry, he exerted all his strength against the destructive energy ball. Gohan was forced to take a step back, but his gaze transformed, resolute and unwavering. As Gohan's deep roar echoed, the white-blue shockwave erupted with incredible force, completely overpowering the destructive energy ball, threatening to consume Toppa. At that moment, whoosh, Wei Mei's figure appeared unexpectedly in front of Toppa. Destruction. A faint voice emerged from his lips. In an instant, all the energy balls in the air were obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Gohan was taken aback, staring at the sudden appearance of the clown god of destruction. His expression a tumult of emotions. How shameless can you be? Beerus's voice thundered. Whoosh. In the next moment, Beerus stood upon the arena. The two locked eyes from a distance. The air seemed to freeze. Beerus and Wei Mei simultaneously nodded at the two in the ring. Gohan and Toppa stepped back from the arena. Beerus, show mercy where you can. You have already won. There is no need for complete annihilation. Wei Mei spoke in a somber tone. Enough with the pleasantries. Beerus roared in fury, evidently infuriated by the audacious actions of Whis. In the next moment, he sprang into action. Whoosh! He vanished from his position, the Ultra Instinct flaring to life, a radiant white divine energy enveloping him. When he reappeared, he was right before Whis. Slap! A resounding sound of a slap echoed. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Whis inexplicably received a blow, sent hurtling backward. What? The destroyers gasped in disbelief. Even the mighty destroyers failed to perceive Beerus's strike. This underscored the astonishing swiftness he had attained. Boom! Whis crashed heavily onto the ground. Staring at Beerus in shock, he couldn't fathom how a casual blow from Beerus could leave him in such disarray. Gritting his teeth, a wave of indescribable humiliation surged within him. As a fellow destroyer, being knocked down by a mere slap was a disgrace he could not afford to have spread among the ranks of destroyers. At that moment, in his state of shock, Beerus vanished once more. Whoosh! When he reappeared, he delivered a forceful kick to Whis. With a scream, Whis was sent flying off the stage, crashing into a massive boulder. He lay buried beneath the rubble. Beerus's cold voice resonated. In my eyes, you are even less than a pest. Chapter 61, The First Destroyer. Beerus stood upon the arena like a god of war, looking down upon the crowd, while the other destroyers below dared not voice their anger. A faint smile graced King Tenga's face. Beerus certainly commanded respect. However, the other destroyers seemed woefully inadequate, lacking even a single worthy opponent. Upon hearing this, the Grand Priest nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Tenga's sentiment. Beerus cast his gaze upon the crowd and spoke nonchalantly. If you are afraid, feel free to join forces. I fear no one. Standing on the arena, he exuded an overwhelming presence, a domineering aura that suppressed all around him. Under the weight of this powerful energy, the arena fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Minutes ticked by. 5 minutes had elapsed since Beerus ascended the stage, yet none dared to challenge him. At that moment, it felt as though the entire realm of destroyers had gone mute. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Beerus, do not push your luck too far. For Beerus had reached an astonishing pinnacle of power, akin to that of a top-tier angel, and among the gathered destroyers. Only Katra from Universe 4 and Hellas from Universe 2 could hope to match his strength. Whoosh! 2 violet beams flashed. Katra and Hellas simultaneously launched their attacks, indicating that Beerus had genuinely provoked them. Whis observed the sudden appearance of the two with a quiet remark. On the arena, Beerus chuckled, 2 defeated foes. Do you truly believe that joining forces will lead to victory? It was indeed somewhat disgraceful for 2 destroyers to conspire against a single one. Yet they could no longer tolerate Beerus's earlier conduct. However, facing him alone was daunting, hence the current predicament. Redirecting his focus, Beerus stepped forward and vanished. Katra and Hellas immediately braced themselves. Whoosh! In an instant, Beerus reappeared before them, while the other destroyers below remained oblivious. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Thud, thud, thud. Katra and Hellas were sent flying by Beerus's attack, stumbling several steps before regaining their footing. Shock registered on the faces of the other destroyers. How had Beerus become this powerful? Kampa gasped in disbelief. In response, Beerus's attendant, Vados, smiled slightly. Lord Beerus has further advanced his Ultra Instinct. Perhaps Lord Kampa should consider shedding some weight and training. Upon hearing Vados' words, a flush of anger crossed Kampa's face as he bellowed, Silence, Vados. On the arena, the 3 warriors clashed fiercely, the air crackling with white shockwaves. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their incredible collisions reverberated. A fierce gale swept downward. Boom. Suddenly, 2 figures plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The angel, Sava, exclaimed, Lord Hellas. As everyone focused, it was indeed Hellas and Katra who had been knocked down. Beerus hovered in the air, gazing down at them. A calm voice echoed, Destruction. A colossal purple sphere of destructive energy materialized in Beerus's palm. Hellas and Quitra's expressions fluctuated, astonished that Beerus had grown even stronger since their last encounter. Yet, retreating now would spell disgrace. Thus, they quickly regained their composure, unleashing their energy, a violet flame surging forth. A roar erupted from their throats. Destruction. Together, they conjured a purple sphere of destructive energy. A terrifying wind ravaged the arena. Whoosh! The spheres of destruction were hurled forth. To the astonishment of all, they collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. The shockwave of energy radiated outward. Boom! The explosion reverberated, sending Hellas and Katra hurtling away, crashing heavily onto the arena hundreds of meters away. Yet, in midair, Beerus maintained his stance, showing no signs of movement. The Ultra Instinct represented a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. Speed, strength, and defense had all qualitatively improved. At this moment, Beerus's might towered far above theirs. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. The 2 remained on the ground. Whether injured or resigned to defeat remained unclear. Witnessing this scene, the remaining destroyers gasped in shock, quickly calculating their odds against Beerus. Ultimately, a bitter smile emerged on all their faces. There was no chance of victory. Their calculations revealed that even 2 destroyers against Beerus held no hope. However, uniting all remaining forces against Beerus was a matter of pride they could not swallow. Destroyers were meant to be equals. Should they band together against Beerus, the Grand Priest above would likely not stand idly by. Yet, they had overestimated themselves. Even if all remaining destroyers joined forces, they might still not match Beerus. Exchanging glances, the remaining destroyers spoke in unison, We concede. And Beerus, standing upon the arena, scoffed. How utterly boring. Not a single worthy opponent in sight. As the voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the arena below. The destroyer gods exchanged glances, a peculiar heat rising to their faces. Beerus, singularly, had subdued all the destroyer gods. Following this day, his prestige among them would soar to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the Grand Priest stood up and proclaimed, Since the competition has concluded and the victor is clear, I hereby announce that the winner of this first Destroyer God tournament is Beerus. He shall henceforth be known as the Supreme Destroyer of the Divine Realm. The assembled crowd wore somber expressions. The recently defeated Kampa and the angel Margarita from Universe 11 gazed upon Beerus with faces marked by discontent. No one had anticipated that the battle would culminate in such a manner, with Beerus having completely surpassed them all. After this confrontation, the renown of Beerus as the foremost destroyer would reverberate throughout the 12 universes. Thus, the first Destroyer God tournament was nearing its grand conclusion. As the Grand Priest prepared to depart, it signified the complete closure of the event. At that moment, Wang Teng's voice pierced through the air. Grand Priest, please hold. I have a request. The Grand Priest cast a puzzled look, softly inquiring, "Oh?" A smile lit up his face almost instantly. Is my little brother feeling restless again? Since Wang Teng's arrival, he had spent considerable time with the Grand Priest, who had grown quite familiar with his nature, having previously urged him to cultivate. Witnessing the triumphant Beerus now stirred something within him. Wang Teng replied with a grin, "Only one who knows me well, Grand Priest." Contemplating Beerus's mastery of the Ultra Instinct, Wang Teng felt compelled to engage in a contest. After all, such an opportunity was not one to be missed. The Grand Priest settled back down, his voice calm as he declared, "Let there be an additional match, with the Inspector against the Supreme Destroyer." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's announcement, the deities who had intended to exit paused in their tracks. In an instant, Wang Teng transformed into a streak of light and appeared on the stage. Addressing Beerus, he bowed respectfully. "Beerus, unleash your full power without hesitation. You cannot harm me." Wang Teng's commanding words resonated with authority. Chapter 62, Wang Teng versus Beerus. Wang Teng and Beerus stood on the stage, gazing at one another from a distance. "Beerus, show me all your might. I hope your strength will meet my expectations. Otherwise, you know the consequences," Wang Teng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Beerus, who immediately broke into a cold sweat. In the next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Beerus, with purple flames rising incessantly. In truth, Wang Teng harbored no animosity toward Beerus. Although he often spoke of destruction, he was, at heart, quite empathetic. Witnessing Beerus unleash such formidable energy, Wang Teng let out a furious roar. A golden blaze erupted from within him, forming a colossal pillar of light that soared skyward. Silver lightning crackled around the golden flames, and Wang Teng's appearance began to shift dramatically. The overwhelming energy surged, causing the entire Destroyer realm to tremble violently. The sky darkened suddenly, and as Wang Teng bellowed, the golden light pierced through the clouds. A torrent of flames radiated from his feet, expanding outward, causing even the sturdy stage to develop tiny fissures. With another roar, Wang Teng transformed into Super Saiyan 5. His silver hair flowed, and a white tail danced freely. "Beerus, we may commence." Although it was not the first time Beerus had witnessed Wang Teng's transformation, he was still gripped by a sense of trepidation. "Lord Whis, do you think Lord Wang Teng will be all right?" After all, Beerus is now the Supreme Destroyer. Gohan asked with concern. "Haha, Gohan, there's no need to worry. If anyone should be concerned, it's Lord Beerus." Whis chuckled softly. In the next moment, Wang Teng launched his attack, a flash of gold, and he was suddenly before Beerus, delivering a straightforward punch without any embellishment. Whoosh! The fierce force of the punch surged forth, and Beerus, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly employed Ultra Instinct. He slightly tilted his body, executing a minimal motion to evade Wang Teng's strike. Bang! 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 In the next instant, Wang Teng redirected his assault, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon Beerus. Crash! 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 The two clashed rapidly in midair, their figures intertwining at speeds that defied belief. The other Destroyer gods below were left astounded, unable to fathom that the seemingly youthful Inspector was, in fact, a formidable powerhouse, rivaling Beerus himself. All washed over the faces of all the destroyers and angels present. Boom! The two swiftly separated. Wang Teng smirked, "Be careful. The power of intent is already in play. Time reversal has quietly commenced." Whoosh! Wang Teng's form began to dart across the arena at an incredible pace. His speed was so astonishing that the Destroyer gods could hardly perceive his movements. Only the angels from each universe could keep up. Little brother Wang Teng's strength has soared tremendously. He is now entirely different from when he first arrived. The Grand Priest mused from above. In an instant, Wang Teng was before Beerus once more, delivering a powerful punch. This attack was unlike any other. Not only did he wield intent, but the time reversal was continuously engaged, causing Beerus's actions to slow dramatically in Wang Teng's perception. Beerus quickly assessed the trajectory of Wang Teng's strike and swiftly dodged to the side. Ugh! A heavy punch landed unexpectedly on Beerus's abdomen. sending a jolt of pain coursing through his entire being. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Beerus retaliated with a swift kick. Smack! Boom! The collision of Beerus's kick against Wang Teng's arm produced a sharp sound, followed by a massive shockwave that rippled through the air. Beerus's expression shifted dramatically, for in that instant, he sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Damn it, I never anticipated the inspector was this formidable. I believed I had overestimated him. Yet it seems I underestimated him. Beerus thought grimly. Wang Teng would not squander this golden opportunity. As he forced Beerus back, he launched a direct punch. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Wang Teng's fist, Beerus quickly retreated. Empowered by Ultra Instinct, his speed was incredible, and in an instant, he created distance between himself and Wang Teng. So fast, truly a testament to perfected Ultra Instinct. Though it has not yet reached the pinnacle of perfection, the situation has become exceedingly precarious. Wang Teng gazed at his opponent, who exhibited astonishing speed, murmuring to himself. As Beerus retreated, he contemplated his strategy. But at that very moment, Wang Teng's attack surged forth once again. A sphere of energy erupted from Wang Teng's hand in an instant. Whoosh! Observing this, Beerus immediately ascended into the sky, while Wang Teng's energy sphere detonated explosively at the edge of the arena. Swiftly locking onto Beerus's figure, Wang Teng's hands radiated with brilliance. A golden aura flared up instantaneously. Ha! 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 Whoosh! 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 Countless energy spheres were unleashed in rapid succession. The prince's battle technique re-emerged. The multitude of energy spheres he had gathered sped towards Beerus with great velocity. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions ensued, engulfing Beerus in a thick cloud of dust. Swish! 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 Wang Teng offered no respite to Beerus, relentlessly hurling energy spheres at an astonishing speed. As numerous projectiles darted into the black smoke. Boom! 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 The sky reverberated with explosive sounds. Flames flickered, and dark smoke billowed outward. The gods of destruction below twitched their lips, deeply sympathizing with Beerus's plight. Huh! With a thunderous roar, a violet barrier materialized above the arena. All attacks were immediately repelled by the shield. Panting heavily, Beerus gasped for breath. As the purple barrier expanded outward, the dust was swiftly dispersed. Wang Teng regarded Beerus, who had retracted the barrier, his expression shifting constantly. At that moment, Beerus's resigned voice echoed. Lord Wang Teng's attack is far too formidable. I have no choice but to activate the barrier. Please exercise caution from here on. Hovering in the air, Beerus summoned the signature power of a god of destruction. A violet sphere of destructive energy appeared instantaneously. Destruction. Whoosh! The destructive sphere hurtled towards Wang Teng at an unfathomable speed. Wang Teng, upon witnessing the rapid approach of the destructive force, immediately activated time reversal. To Wang Teng's eyes, the destructive sphere appeared to move at a snail's pace. Whoosh! In an instant, Wang Teng vanished from his position. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the arena. The violet energy expanded outward, and Wang Teng had no doubt that if this destructive sphere struck a planet, it would undoubtedly obliterate it. Beerus hovered in the air, his eyes fixated on the epicenter of the explosion. Suddenly, a wave of urgency surged within him. Activating the Ultra Instinct, he was capable of perceiving threats from every angle, leaving little room for ambush. However, Wang Teng was an exception, for with his mastery over the flow of time, Beerus's movements appeared to have slowed to infinity in Wang Teng's perception. Boom! A powerful fist collided with Beerus's face. Whoosh! Beerus plummeted downward like a cannonball. Chapter 63, A Fierce Collision. Not one to squander such a golden opportunity, Wang Teng swiftly gathered an energy sphere in his right hand. Whoosh! The energy sphere was released in an instant, aimed directly at the descending Beerus. Boom! Before Beerus could react, the sphere exploded. Flames erupted into the sky, and thick smoke enveloped the area. Whoosh! 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 Wang Teng rapidly fired 3 additional energy spheres. Boom! Boom! The energy spheres detonated repeatedly, sending black smoke spiraling upward. The gods of destruction below were left dumbfounded, clearly taken aback by Beerus's disarray. Despite recently ascending to the throne of the foremost god of destruction, Wang Teng has indeed made remarkable progress, having left the divine realm for only a few days. His battle prowess has escalated to this extent, remarked the Grand Priest, somewhat astonished. Wang Teng understood that such attacks would not be sufficient to vanquish Beerus. The smoke from the explosions gradually dissipated over time, revealing Beerus once more to Wang Teng's sight. Although the previous assault had not harmed Beerus, his god of destruction attire was now caked in dust, rendering him quite disheveled. However, excitement radiated from Beerus's eyes. It has been ages since I've engaged in such an exhilarating battle. Lord Wang Teng, let us continue. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, enveloped in a mysterious white aura, moving at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of white light, prepared for Beerus's rapid assault. Wang Teng swiftly met him head-on. Whoosh! Beerus's fist struck the air, creating a resounding sonic boom. After the initial blow, Beerus realized he had merely struck Wang Teng's illusion. His attack having missed, he gritted his teeth and resumed his high-speed movement. Bang! 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 The air crackled with the energy backlash from their clashes, as fierce winds whipped downward. Videl looked up, her teeth clenched tightly, utterly astonished that the seemingly easy-to-defeat Beerus was now embroiled in a fierce struggle. Go, Wang Teng! Exclaimed Gohan, anxiously watching the intense battle above. Beerus, increasingly alarmed, had not anticipated that even when utilizing Ultra Instinct to its utmost, he would still be unable to gain the upper hand, leaving him astonished at Wang Teng's strength. Whoosh! 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 Each collision between the two reverberated through the air like explosions, the low rumble of impacts echoing as their speed escalated, and their attacks quickened. Boom! Boom! With each powerful strike, the entire realm of the gods of destruction trembled as fierce winds swept the ground, creating deep craters. The realm was nearing its breaking point. A white sonic wave shimmered in the air. Boom! Boom! Another violent impact occurred, followed by a tremendous sound. As a figure plummeted rapidly from the sky, Beerus found himself teetering at the edge of the arena, his expression grim as he gazed upward. Kamehameha! A soft voice echoed from above, as the sky became illuminated with a radiant blue-white light. In that moment, Wang Teng unleashed the Kamehameha, a technique from the Turtle School, now wielded with cataclysmic power. Whoosh! Wave! As Wang Teng shouted, the blue-white shockwave surged towards Beerus. You think this move can defeat me? You underestimate me far too much. Destruction! A faint voice emerged from Beerus's throat as he gathered a massive violet destructive sphere in his palm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the violet destructive sphere collided with the Kamehameha. The astonishing destructive force relentlessly clashed against the formidable Kamehameha. Ha! 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 Wang Teng's voice erupted with a thunderous roar as an astonishing golden aura surged around him, amplifying his power and drastically enhancing the impact of the Kamehameha wave. Beerus immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How infuriating! His body was being relentlessly pushed back on the arena, leaving a long trail in its wake. Destruction! The sacred white aura surged forth as Beerus summoned the Ultra Instinct to its zenith. The destructive energy sphere began to exhibit extraordinary levels of devastation, and Wang Teng's Kamehameha wave was barely holding its ground. Witnessing this scene, Wang Teng felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Beerus's current combat prowess, which was exceedingly formidable. If this continued, it would not bode well. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened with determination. Wang Teng's intentions were clear. Upon seeing the look in Wang Teng's eyes, Gohan immediately deduced his thoughts. Wow! This is the first time I've seen Lord Beerus so earnest. Lord Wang Teng's strength has truly escalated, possibly surpassing the barrier of the first angelic tier. Moreover, he is concealing a technique to augment his power. The outcome of this battle is truly unpredictable. Whis murmured. Boom! The collision of their powers unleashed a series of astonishing sonic booms in the air as shockwaves expanded outward, compelling everyone nearby to muster their strength to withstand the relentless energy surges. The entire realm of the god of destruction trembled. The Grand Minister's eyes sparkled with intensity. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind. Tenfold Kaioken. A thunderous shout resonated from above. Immediately, a crimson aura enveloped Wang Teng's golden flames. An overwhelming force erupting forth. The Kamehameha wave surged with electrifying energy, its blue and white radiance intensifying. Boom! As the Kamehameha gradually pushed the purple destructive energy sphere backward, earth-shattering explosions echoed. The entirety of the first universe seemed to tremble. Boom! The terrifying energy finally detonated at the center of the arena, flames shooting skyward as the dreadful energy radiated outward. Beerus! Kampa gasped, clearly startled by the previous force. He certainly did not believe Beerus would emerge unscathed from such an attack. Lord Kampa, please observe closely. Vados' voice resonated softly. Phew, phew, phew. Wang Teng gasped for breath, gazing at the astonishing explosion below, his lips twitching. To have evaded such a blow, how impressive. Just as these words left his mouth, whoosh. Beerus's figure materialized directly behind him, delivering a powerful punch. Unexpectedly, at the most critical moment, Beerus's Ultra Instinct unleashed in astonishing speed, evading the terrifying shockwave in an instant. Facing Beerus's rapid assault, Wang Teng charged forward to meet him. Their fists collided directly. Boom! The staggering shockwave radiated from the point of impact, spreading outward. In the next moment, Wang Teng's figure vanished like a phantom, his speed augmented by the Kaioken, making it truly inconceivable. Only a crimson afterimage lingered in the air as he completely disappeared. When he reappeared, he found himself behind Beerus. Beerus had no time to react as Wang Teng landed a heavy punch on him. Bam! Whoosh! Beerus was sent flying downward. Chapter 64, Narrow Victory. Beerus's body plummeted towards the ground. Whoosh! Wang Teng's form vanished once more. At this moment, he was as swift as lightning. His speed was so rapid that it was nearly impossible to track. This was the terrifying potential of combining Super Saiyan God with the tenfold Kaioken. Primarily due to Wang Teng's recent accomplishments in signing in, battling, and training, which had significantly bolstered his foundational combat prowess. Bam! 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 Wang Teng unleashed a flurry of strikes, and Beerus was treated like a mere punching bag, utterly unable to retaliate. Under the overwhelming combination of power and speed, coupled with time manipulation, Beerus found himself without any means to defend, relegated solely to a passive role of receiving blows. So fast, at my current speed, I cannot keep up with Lord Wang Teng. Beerus pondered amidst the relentless onslaught. Before attending the first God of Destruction tournament, he had elevated his Ultra Instinct to a consummate level, mere steps away from perfection. He never imagined he would be defeated by Wang Teng. Bam! 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 Wang Teng continued to assail the defenseless Beerus. Each strike landed with precision, inflicting unimaginable pain upon Beerus's body. Beerus, what is wrong? Have you exhausted your strength? If this is your limit, it is rather disappointing. Wang Teng taunted while launching his attacks, verbally assaulting Beerus as well. Having always occupied the lofty position of God of Destruction, he had never endured such humiliation. An indescribable sense of indignity surged within him. And Beerus had never yearned for strength so desperately. Just then, a surge of terrifying white energy erupted from within Beerus. A blindingly radiant divine force enveloped him, and his aura shifted dramatically. Crack! Wang Teng's fist was abruptly seized by Beerus's hand. An astonishing power exploded forth, sending Wang Teng hurtling backward. Shock registered in Wang Teng's eyes as he struggled to utter a few words. Perfect Ultra Instinct. The Grand Minister's eyes gleamed with surprise. Oh, has he broken through his limits? Indeed. Whoosh! Wang Teng's body vanished once more, his fist striking like a bolt of lightning. Under the rapid-fire assault, combined with time manipulation, the speed of Wang Teng's punches was nothing short of extraordinary, reaching Beerus in an instant. As he gazed upon the speeding fist, Beerus's eyes sharpened with intensity. He merely tilted his head slightly and evaded the blow. What? How is this possible? Beerus managed to dodge my attack. Has the perfect Ultra Instinct enhanced him to such an extent? Astonishment flickered across Wang Teng's face. It was crucial to note that he had exerted his full strength in this attack, bolstered by the power of time, yet Beerus had effortlessly evaded it. What a joke! I will not be defeated. Wang Teng roared internally, charging once more at Beerus. Whoosh! Another punch was unleashed. Beerus once again evaded with ease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of rapid attacks followed. But, predictably, each one was effortlessly dodged by Beerus. At this moment, Wang Teng found himself somewhat unsettled. He had not anticipated that achieving perfection in the Ultra Instinct would yield such a tremendous enhancement. Just moments ago, he had been dominating the battle. To his astonishment, the tide of the fight had turned. Lord Beerus had managed to completely keep pace with Lord Wang Teng's speed. In the blink of an eye, Lord Beerus had comprehended the flawless Ultra Instinct, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Even Whis expressed his astonishment. The other gods of destruction stood frozen in place, their complex emotions beyond articulation. The weight of Beerus's power had loomed over them like a colossal mountain. Yet, within mere minutes, the already formidable Beerus had achieved another breakthrough, leaving some of the weaker gods of destruction devoid of any inclination to engage in battle. Helios and Kutra clenched their fists tightly, their faces filled with resentment. Whis, what in the world has transpired? Wasn't Lord Beerus being passively assaulted? How has his power and speed surged so dramatically? Could it be that Lord Beerus has mastered a technique for instantaneous power amplification? Gohan inquired, bewilderment etched upon his face. In response, Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus has merely transcended his limits. Upon hearing that Beerus had indeed surpassed his limits, Gohan clenched his fists, now genuinely concerned for Wang Teng. In the aerial battlefield, Wang Teng launched several attacks against Beerus once more. However, the outcome was no different from before. Each of his strikes was effortlessly evaded by Beerus, indicating that the latter's speed had far surpassed his own. How infuriating it was to encounter such a predicament, where even with the tenfold Kaioken enhancement, he could inflict no damage upon him. Wang Teng's expression was one of utter dismay. Lord Wang Teng, your power must surely exceed this. If this is your limit, then victory shall be mine. Beerus remarked quietly, gazing at Wang Teng. At that moment, he felt an immense exhilaration, as the match he had once deemed lost had completely reversed after mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct. It seemed he had thoroughly deciphered Wang Teng's movements. Beerus, do not let your triumph cloud your judgment. Even if you have attained the perfect Ultra Instinct, winning against me is still a century away. The final outcome of this battle will remain unchanged. As soon as the last words left his lips, Wang Teng's fists clenched tightly. 20-fold KO Ken. A low growl escaped Wang Teng's lips, and an unimaginable force erupted from within him. The crimson aura surged higher and higher. The entire realm of the gods of destruction was shrouded in darkness, as though the apocalypse were upon them. Huh! With Wang Teng's shout, the golden aura engulfed in crimson flames soared skyward, piercing the heavens. Gradually, the sky brightened. Whoosh! Wang Teng had already bolted forward. However, the Ultra Instinct required no cognitive deliberation. His body instinctively assessed and evaded danger. Whoosh! Wang Teng's fist was swiftly anticipated by Beerus. Yet, he realized that the opponent's speed had become too swift for him to evade in time. Astonished, he quickly retaliated with a punch. The two fists collided with tremendous force. Boom! An unimaginable surge of power radiated outward. Wang Teng and Beerus locked eyes. Bang! They both swiftly retreated, understanding that neither of their strengths could endure for long. Thus, they resolved to settle this swiftly. Subsequently, the two charged at each other. The crimson flames and the divine white aura erupted simultaneously. Beerus! Wang Teng bellowed. Beerus roared back. Bring it on. The astonishing force made the entire realm of the gods of destruction tremble. Even the first universe quaked violently, as countless mortals gazed up at the sky in terror. Whoosh! Both had pushed their powers to the utmost limit, and before the astonished gazes of all, the red and white lights collided heavily. Chapter 65, The Crisis of the Future World. Boom! A terrifying storm of power instantly spread outward. The very fabric of the realm of the gods of destruction began to tremble. The clash of red and white energies continued unabated. As the two roared, their powers reached a pinnacle. As time progressed, it was Beerus, having comprehended the perfect Ultra Instinct, who gained the upper hand. The white energy gradually engulfed the red power entirely. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted on the battlefield, flames engulfing the entire space, with billowing black smoke. The horrifying energy spread relentlessly. Hoo! Beerus gasped for breath, clearly reaching his limit. Lord Wang Teng. Gohan stood frozen in place, then shouted out. Was closed his eyes. Zampa's eyes widened in shock as he pondered strategies in his mind, murmuring, this time, Pabaku is in trouble. The Grand Minister will not let him off easily. The expression on Beerus's face was one of profound despair. The surrounding gods of destruction wore looks of astonishment or delight in misfortune. The Grand Minister's gaze was grave, although Wang Teng's aura had vanished. He sensed that something was amiss. Beerus slowly descended onto the arena, internally cursing his carelessness. He had never expected that in exerting his full power, he might have truly killed Wang Teng. His mood plummeted, devoid of any joy that victory might have brought. At that moment, a faint voice whispered in his ear, Beerus, you've grown too complacent. In the next instant, Wang Teng, enveloped in crimson flames, appeared behind Beerus. His finger pointed at Beerus's head, capable of ending his life with a mere thought. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, impossible, I had him. Simultaneously, a wave of relief washed over him. The surrounding gods of destruction were left speechless, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even the angels from other universes displayed surprise. In that moment, the entire venue bore witness to a singular expression on the Grand Minister's face, for he understood that those favored by the Omni King are not so easily vanquished. Wang Teng recalled the earlier situation with trepidation. Had it not been for his substitution technique, he would have faced near-fatal injuries today. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. His power had been depleted, leaving him with no strength to continue fighting. Yet, he could scarcely fathom how Wang Teng had evaded such a tremendous blow. Taking a deep breath, for words escaped Beerus's clenched teeth. I concede. Upon hearing Beerus's admission of defeat, Wang Teng gradually retracted his Kaioken and Super Saiyan transformation. Returning to his ordinary self, Wang Teng let out a long sigh of relief. With the competition reaching this point, this edition of the Tournament of Destruction had come to a complete close. Following the Grand Minister's announcement of the successful conclusion of the Tournament of Destruction, the deities began to depart from the realm of the first universe. Before their departure, they cast a profound gaze upon Wang Teng, their eyes brimming with both reverence and trepidation. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Grand Priest, Wang Teng, along with Whis, Gohan, and Beerus, transformed into a radiant beam of light and vanished into the cosmos. Within the span of 2 days, the quartet returned to the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 7. Wang Teng was immensely satisfied with the inaugural God of Destruction martial arts tournament, for through his battle with Beerus, he had gleaned several insights into the Ultra Instinct technique. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Whis and Beerus, taking Gohan back to Earth. Upon arriving at Gohan's home, Wang Teng immediately chose to enter seclusion. The tournament had a profound impact on Son Gohan as well. Every moment of the battle was etched into his heart, significantly contributing to his growth. In the future world, at this moment, the cities of the future had been reduced to ruins, littered with the remnants of civilization. The last remaining warrior, Trunks, was fleeing into the distance. Just then, a shadow streaked across the sky, crackling with golden lightning, exuding an aura of terror. In the shadow's enormous hand, a golden radiance shimmered incessantly, and in the next instant, countless energy blasts were hurled from that hand. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts detonated throughout the city. The entire dilapidated metropolis was instantly engulfed in flames. Trunks took refuge behind a massive stone, witnessing the devastation unfold before him. The future world resembled a hell on earth. In the next moment, the shadow swiftly darted away into the distance. Once the shadow had departed, Trunks cautiously began to move. Gasping for breath, he hurried to Bulma's laboratory. Meanwhile, Bulma was diligently operating the machinery within the lab. At that moment, Trunks' voice echoed, "Mom." Bulma turned in surprise and was greeted by the sight of Trunks not far away, her face instantly lighting up with a charming smile. "It's Trunks." Trunks approached with a grin, and Bulma exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Are you all right?" To which Trunks cheerfully replied, "I'm fine. How about you, Mom?" He then noticed the fuel for the time machine on the machine. Bulma explained, "This is only enough for a one-way trip. After a year, this is all we have." A look of despondency crossed Trunks' face. Bulma quickly reassured him, "Don't be disheartened. As long as it's enough for a one-way trip, we will find a way." Trunks looked at Bulma and said, "But if I go one way, I can't come back." Bulma replied confidently, "We will find a way to return, though it may be somewhat risky." Upon hearing this, a smile returned to Trunks' face. "You should rest here. I'll go," he insisted. Bulma smiled back, "Don't worry about me. Time is of the essence." Thereafter, Bulma began to operate the control panel, separating the fuel for the time machine from the machinery. "We must get this to Capsule Corp as quickly as possible," she stated. Trunks immediately offered, "I'll make the run. You stay here and rest. You haven't slept, have you?" Hearing Trunks' words, Bulma chuckled, "I'll go with you. It's better to face whatever comes together. If you encounter that monster alone, and this container is destroyed, all our efforts over this past year will be in vain." As she spoke, Bulma lifted the container holding the time machine fuel. Seeing Bulma's determination, Trunks reluctantly conceded, "All right then." With Trunks acquiescing, a smile returned to Bulma's face. But her expression soon turned serious. "Also, Trunks, remember how many lives were sacrificed to create this energy. You must not forget. Some things require you to sacrifice everything to accomplish, for you are the hope of us all." Upon hearing this, Trunks' expression became exceedingly solemn. "Yes," Bulma promptly declared. "Then let us be off. Mai is waiting too." Just then, a terrifying explosion resounded from above the laboratory. Instantly, flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed. Trunks shouted, "Mom," instinctively shielding Bulma behind him. After the explosion, Trunks pushed aside the debris in front of him. In the next moment, Bulma, who had been sheltered behind Trunks, wore an expression of horror. The equipment was destroyed. At that moment, Bulma sensed imminent danger and thrust the fuel into Trunks' arms, exclaiming, "Trunks, run." No sooner had she spoken than another deafening blast echoed, resulting in yet another explosion within the laboratory. Chapter 66, The Emergence of Black Goku. After the explosions, Trunks realized that Bulma had vanished from his side, and he frantically searched for her. "Mom." Just then, the shadow appeared at the entrance of the laboratory, with Bulma in its grasp. Trunks quickly rose, calling out, "Mom." Bulma shouted, "Go quickly." Trunks. Clenching his teeth, Trunks trembled with rage. At that moment, the shadow launched an energy blast from its hand. Seeing this, Trunks swiftly leaped to the side. Boom! The energy blast detonated instantly, enveloping the entire laboratory in thick smoke. Trunks emerged from the smoke, disheveled, and beheld the laboratory transformed into a sea of flames, the explosions continuing unabated. Realizing that Bulma could not possibly survive such a horrific explosion, tears streamed down Trunks' face. Yet he was the last hope. With a heavy heart, Trunks could only flee into the distance, vowing, "Mom, I will return here. I will save this world, Earth." Since participating in the inaugural God of Destruction martial arts tournament, Wang Teng had remained in seclusion. Through his battle with Beerus and his first-hand experience of the Ultra Instinct technique, he had grasped several key insights and resolved not to leave his seclusion until he fully comprehended Ultra Instinct. Gohan understood that this period was particularly crucial for Wang Teng. So he took on the role of guardian, ensuring that no one entered the backyard during this time. Gohan and the others had shifted their training to the front yard, and upon learning that Wang Teng resided there, Vegeta had visited a few times with Trunks. Ever since being effortlessly defeated by Wang Teng on planet Fireboil, he had vowed to surpass him. However, with Wang Teng in seclusion, Vegeta had no choice but to seek guidance from Whis in the God of Destruction's realm. In the future world, Trunks, clutching the fuel for the time machine, arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated building. He quickly entered and approached the door of a room, knocking softly. As soon as he knocked, a female voice drifted through the door, "Trunks." Upon hearing this, Trunks turned and smiled. Mai's face brightened with a smile. "You're back." She gazed at the fuel Trunks was holding and gently asked, "Where's Bulma Andy?" Upon seeing Trunks' expression, Mai's demeanor shifted dramatically. Trunks' despondent voice resonated. "She sacrificed herself to help me escape. That bastard in the shadows can sense my energy." As these words were spoken, Trunks clenched his fists tightly, tears streaming down his face. He then abruptly opened his eyes and declared, "But Xiaowu, the energy extracted at the cost of my mother's life can allow us to return to the past." No sooner had he finished speaking than a piercing howl echoed from the sky. Startled, Trunks quickly concealed his energy and hid at the stairway. At that moment, a swirling black vortex appeared in the air. Trunks instantly realized that the Dark One was about to descend once more. He swiftly handed the time machine fuel to Xiaowu and drew the sword from his back, rushing out of the building with haste. The sky crackled with golden lightning, and soon a shadow darted out from the clouds. Observing this, Trunks charged forward with his sword raised. The Dark One's hand glowed ominously as energy blasts swiftly shot forth. Trunks deftly evaded, leaping into the air while swinging his sword. Subsequently, a beam of sword light soared into the sky. At that very moment, several energy blasts hurtled towards Trunks. Watching the blasts grow larger before him, he swung his sword with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated throughout the air, flames instantly engulfing the sky. Just then, the Dark One charged through the inferno, unleashing another energy blast at an incredible speed. Trunks was unable to evade in time, and he had no choice but to raise his sword to meet the blast. Bang! Trunks was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiaowu, witnessing this from within the building, could no longer stand idly by and rushed out. "Trunks!" Trunks shouted, "Stay back, you must escape." Ignoring his cries, Xiaowu quickly reached his side and insisted, "What nonsense are you speaking? I will distract him. You are the one who must survive." She then placed the fuel into Trunks' hands, stood, and began firing her gun at the Dark One. The Dark One moved swiftly through the air, evading her bullets effortlessly. At that moment, an energy blast sped towards her, and in Xiaowu's terrified gaze, she was consumed by the blast. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, and flames filled the air. Xiaowu was hurled backward, crashing into the building behind her, her fate uncertain. Enraged, Trunks bolted forward, quickly scooping up Xiaowu, his face a mask of fury as he looked at her lifeless form. At that instant, the Dark One descended slowly from above. Trunks roared, "You bastard!" The Dark One finally revealed his true identity, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong. If Wang Teng were present, he would surely call out his name. "Black Wukong." Black Wukong chuckled, "The time has come. Today marks the day you cease to breathe, you Saiyan." Trunks glared furiously. Black Wukong continued, "Say farewell to this world, Saiyan." Trunks surveyed his surroundings, contemplating. The buildings were not completely destroyed. The enemy likely remained unaware of the time machine. Perhaps he could activate it successfully. Very well. Observing Trunks' unyielding spirit, Black Wukong mocked, "Do you wish to defy me? Knowing you cannot win, yet still stubbornly resisting. Saiyans truly are foolish." The two exchanged glances from afar. Black Wukong added, "Rest assured, I will soon send you to reunite with that girl. For the foolish, death is indeed a mercy." Trunks could no longer bear to listen, a deep roar emanating from his throat. A golden aura erupted, and a powerful energy surged forth. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. "You bastard! How dare you! Kill!" Xiaowu, enveloped in golden flames. He set Xiaowu down and charged forward in a furious blaze. His speed surged dramatically as he delivered a heavy punch to Black Wukong's abdomen. Trunks pressed the attack, unleashing a swift kick, but Black Wukong effortlessly blocked it with his arm. In the next moment, Trunks launched a flurry of attacks, but they were all easily deflected. Bang! Trunks was sent reeling. Whoosh! Black Wukong vanished from sight, only to reappear before Trunks, landing a powerful kick directly on him. Acid and bile erupted from Trunks' mouth as he staggered backward, leaving a long trail in his wake. Black Wukong offered no respite. Attacking relentlessly, Trunks quickly defended himself. The two were soon locked in combat. Crash, crash, crash. The white sonic booms rippled outward. The battle intensified. At that moment, Black Wukong seized an opening during Trunks' attack, delivering a devastating kick. Boom. Trunks' body smashed into the wall of the building behind him. Black Wukong unleashed several more kicks, sending Trunks crashing into the structure. Boom. Black Wukong swiftly retreated, his hands aglow as countless energy blasts erupted forth. Boom. Boom. The ground shook violently as fierce explosions echoed, smoke enveloping the entire building. As the dust began to settle, Trunks collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Chapter 67. Back to the past. Black Wukong floated in the air, laughing. Is this how it ends? For a proud warrior, this is rather pathetic. Trunks glared furiously at Black Wukong above. In the next moment, Black Wukong conjured a golden energy blast in his hand. Farewell. Trunks stepped back, falling to the ground, his hand fortuitously grasping the fallen sword. Black Wukong bellowed, ready to unleash the golden energy blast. Witnessing the terrifying energy gathering in Black Wukong's hand, Trunks seized the sword and hurled it forward. The sword flew with incredible speed, catching Black Wukong off guard. What? The rapidly approaching sword collided with the energy blast he had conjured. Boom! An astonishing explosion erupted in the air. Flames erupted in all directions, thick smoke billowing. The sword performed a swift spin before returning to Trunks' hand, and in one fluid motion, he sheathed it behind him. Trunks shouted, "Die!" As the golden energy blast shot forth from his palms. Black Wukong realized he had no time to evade and quickly crossed his arms defensively. Boom! The golden energy blast engulfed Black Wukong entirely. Thick smoke filled the air, and the ground trembled beneath them. As the smoke began to clear, remarkably, Black Wukong emerged unscathed on the battlefield. Clenching his teeth, he waved his arms in frustration. Damn it, where did he go? Trunks had vanished from sight. Trunks swiftly arrived at the Capsule Corporation, standing before the time machine, and promptly inserted the blue energy source he held in his hand. Instantly, a radiant blue light illuminated the interior of the time machine. Clenching his teeth, Trunks leaped into the time machine. With a flurry of operations on the control panel, the machine began to emit a thunderous roar, and a dense white mist billowed from beneath it. The time machine gradually powered up. Meanwhile, Black Goku hovered in the air, roaring, trying to hide. Don't waste your efforts. A peculiar glow enveloped his body as he began to seek out Trunks' energy signature. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply and spotted the time machine suspended in the air, completely shrouded in white light. Inside the time machine, Trunks murmured, "Dark man." Black Goku's hands immediately shimmered with light, and a purplish-black energy sphere coalesced in an instant. Do not think you can escape just by boarding the aircraft. It's over for you, Trunks. The purplish-black light flickered fiercely, and with Black Goku's thunderous shout, it shot forth with tremendous speed. Whoosh! The time machine vanished from its original location. Black Goku was taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" Boom! The energy sphere detonated in the city, engulfing the area in flames and billowing smoke. Black Goku frantically searched for Trunks' presence. Where could he have fled to? Where is he? He quickly attempted to sense Trunks' energy again. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the entire future world was devoid of Trunks' presence. Gone. Completely vanished. On Earth, Trunks was enjoying lunch with Pilaf and his companions. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a fierce wind that swept around. Trunks stood up in shock, gazing upward. Whoosh! The time machine suddenly materialized in the air. In the next moment, it crashed heavily to the ground. Trunks immediately dashed toward the time machine. He wiped the dust-covered window and discovered someone unconscious inside. There's a person here. Pilaf and the others gasped in surprise. What? Be careful. It might be an alien. Trunks patted his chest confidently, saying, "Don't panic. I can handle a mere alien." Little Mai pointed at the time machine, exclaiming, "Trunks, look. It says Capsule Corporation on that machine." Trunks was astonished. Is it real? Do we have such a product at home? Quickly, go call my mom. Hearing this, Pilaf said, "Asu, run and fetch her." Before long, Bulma hurried over. Trunks asked, "Mom, do you recognize the person inside?" Bulma stood below, asking, "Is it a boy with blue hair?" Floating above, Trunks nodded, "Yes, that's right." Bulma gasped, "This is not good." After a collective effort, the unconscious Trunks was swiftly transported to a room. Bulma urged, "Hang in there. I'll go call Vegeta." She dashed toward another room. Asu was puzzled. "Why do you need to call Vegeta?" Little Mai exclaimed. "What connection does he have with Uncle Vegeta?" Pilaf's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be a love child? The three of them turned to stare at Trunks. Are the two related? Little Mai looked at the young Trunks, and then glanced at the unconscious one. They looked so alike, almost identical. Trunks felt struck by lightning, murmuring, "No, it can't be." Bulma rummaged through the room for a device to contact Whis. After some effort, she finally located the device. Bulma quickly addressed it. "Whis, hello Whis. Please pick up quickly." In the God of Destruction's realm, Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta were enjoying a meal when suddenly, the angelic staff lit up. Whis cheerfully picked it up. "I'm here." Bulma's face appeared on the angelic staff. "Whis, is that you?" Whis replied with a smile. "It seems my communication device is coming in handy so soon. Do you have any other delicious food?" Bulma was taken aback. "What?" Whis continued. "Thank you for your kindness. But we have just finished eating." Bulma urgently replied. "I have other matters. Please call Vegeta." Vegeta immediately responded, "What is happening?" Meanwhile, Beerus was thoroughly displeased, bellowing, "Stop this nonsense. Who allowed you to use that thing for such trivial communication?" In response, Bulma retorted, "It's not trivial, it's an urgent matter." Subsequently, Bulma rushed into the room where the unconscious Trunks lay, focusing the device on his condition. Trunks returned in this state. At that moment, the unconscious Trunks displayed a pained expression, and Vegeta immediately shouted, "What?" Meanwhile, Trunks began to panic, thinking, "Wait, why does he share my name?" Pilaf felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. These brothers have the same name. Trunks' expression darkened further. Just then, Bulma shouted at everyone, "Everyone, be quiet." Vegeta's gaze fell upon the pained Trunks, his expression tightening with concern. Bulma asked, "Vegeta, do you have any senzu beans?" "Oh no, not right now." Vegeta replied. "By the way, Bulma, have you tried contacting Kakarot? He must have senzu beans." Meanwhile, Beerus chuckled. "Hey, Whis, this seems quite entertaining. We should go too." Whis stroked his chin. "Good idea, we can enjoy dinner as well." Thus, Whis took the two of them and transformed into a streak of light heading toward Earth. Bulma promptly called Gohan's home, briefly explaining the situation. Just as Gohan hung up the phone, he saw Krillin emerging from the backyard. Gohan exclaimed in surprise, "Krillin, you're out of training. How did it go?" Krillin smiled. "I had some minor gains." Although he said this, his expression indicated he had achieved quite a bit. Gohan then relayed the message he had received from Bulma. Krillin chuckled. "Sounds quite intriguing. Gohan, Goku, let us go check it out." Chapter 68. Big Trunks and Little Trunks. Whoosh. Krillin immediately sensed Trunks' energy and activated instant transmission, bringing the three of them to Bulma's residence in an instant. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of the three, Bulma exclaimed, "Krillin, Gohan, Goku has come too. That's wonderful." Krillin stepped forward slowly and saw the pained expression on Big Trunks' face. With a flick of his hand, a senzu bean appeared. Krillin had visited Korin Tower upon arriving on Earth and had picked up a few senzu beans, which he hadn't had the chance to use until now. In the future world, Black Goku stood in the air, his teeth clenched, his face etched with fury. How could this be? That guy's energy suddenly vanished from this world. "Fear not, for I shall undoubtedly find you." Black Goku seethed with fury. A dark purple aura erupting around him, fierce winds swirling violently downward. Earth. Wang Teng cast a senzu bean towards Bulma. Approaching Trunks, Bulma's face was etched with sorrow. What could have transpired to inflict such grievous wounds upon him? Gently, she lifted the head of future Trunks. "Trunks, this is a senzu bean. Consume it at once." Little Trunks, observing his mother's concern for future Trunks, began to question his own existence. As future Trunks swallowed the bean, his eyes fluttered open. Bulma inquired with worry, "Are you all right?" Goku approached, urging, "Hold on, Trunks." Meanwhile, Wang Teng stood with arms crossed, awaiting Trunks' response. Suddenly, as future Trunks opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon Goku. Memories of Black Goku slaying his mother and his beloved Mai ignited a furious blaze within him. With a sudden surge, future Trunks launched a punch at Goku. Quick as lightning, Goku seized his wrist, an astonishing gust of wind radiating outward, leaving onlookers in shock. Future Trunks bellowed, "You scoundrel!" Goku, taken aback, questioned, "What's wrong?" "Trunks? It's me, you bastard!" Future Trunks shouted. At that moment, Bulma delivered a swift slap across Future Trunks' face. "What are you doing?" The slap jolted him awake. "Is that really you, Uncle Goku? I thought you perished in the battle with Cell." Goku chuckled. "Well, a lot has happened since then. I'm back." Just then, a flash of light signaled the arrival of Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta. Vegeta dashed in, relieved to find Trunks unharmed. Whis and Beerus approached Wang Teng to pay their respects. Wang Teng nodded. "Now that everyone is here, let us hear the tale from this young man." All eyes turned to Trunks. "Uncle Goku." He bowed respectfully. "I apologize for my sudden attack." Goku laughed. "You startled me. It's been ages." Bulma interjected, her tone serious. "Trunks, what on earth is happening?" Future Trunks turned to Bulma Mom. Little Trunks, upon hearing this, was instantly perturbed. Poir, alongside his companions, whispered, "Something's amiss. This is quite a predicament." Trembling, future Trunks approached Bulma and knelt before her. "Mom," Bulma gently asked, "what is wrong, Trunks? What has occurred?" Beerus leaned towards little Trunks. "Hey kid, your name is Trunks too? Isn't it?" Little Trunks nodded. "Uh-huh." Whis stroked his chin. "I see. Time has been tampered with." Beerus blinked in surprise. "What?" Future Trunks murmured as he knelt before Bulma. "I've finally arrived. I'm in the past." "Mom," Bulma softly urged, "have you calmed down?" Future Trunks rose, declaring, "I'm fine now." He turned to Vegeta. "Father." Poir and his friends immediately huddled together, whispering, "He just called him father." Mai added, "I sense a complex situation." "Indeed. A love child?" Poir chuckled. "This secret must be revealed." The trio wore smiles as Poir exclaimed, "Hey, you adults. Look at how anxious this young man is." He pointed at little Trunks. "This young lad is also named Trunks. Both Trunks call the same parents. This child is utterly baffled." Bulma swiftly silenced them with a fist. "Enough. Both of them are Mai and Vegeta's children. What of it?" Poir, Mai, and the others were left agape. Bulma slapped her thigh. "This child is from the future." She gestured towards little Trunks. Beerus remarked, "Indeed." Little Trunks stared blankly at future Trunks, murmuring, "Is this person the future me?" Future Trunks replied, "Please take care of me." In response, little Trunks softly echoed, "Please, do take care of me." At that moment, Wang Teng strolled towards the courtyard, gazing at the colossal time machine. The others followed him outside. Whis observed the time machine, solemnly stating, "Remarkable events seem to unfold one after another." Beerus was equally astonished. "I never imagined a time machine truly existed." Whis continued, "I thought humanity could never create such a device." Wang Teng approached the time machine, scrutinizing it closely. Time had always been a domain reserved for angels, yet Bulma had ingeniously harnessed advanced technology to construct a machine capable of bending time. Then, Wang Teng addressed Bulma. "You are indeed a genius." Bulma smiled. "Are you finally acknowledging my brilliance?" Wang Teng replied gravely, "This is indeed extraordinary. Traversing time, manipulating the past and future. However, this is a grave offense, you understand?" Both Bulma and future Trunks recoiled in shock. Whis, standing behind, nodded in agreement with Wang Teng's words. In the future world, Black Goku relentlessly scoured the entire planet. "What is happening? I have searched everywhere, yet cannot sense his energy. Trunks, where are you?" Angered, Black Goku unleashed his fury, launching energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions rocked the dilapidated city, engulfing it in flames. Suddenly, Black Goku recalled that Trunks had vanished in an instant. In that very moment, he had disappeared. Pointing a finger, he pondered, could it be the time ring? Back on Earth, Whis reminded everyone. Though Lord Wang Teng has already stated this, I shall reiterate. Manipulating time, traversing the past and future, is a serious crime. Time must flow in one direction. If reversed, even the slightest alteration, such as plucking a flower, could profoundly impact future history, altering cities and causing monumental shifts in civilization. Ultimately, this could even lead to the obliteration of a planet from the universe. Chapter 69, Vegeta, where has your pride gone? Upon hearing the gravity of Whis' words, Bulma glanced at Wang Teng once more, softly stating, "I understand this is a significant matter, but," Whis continued, "thus, even the gods are strictly prohibited from recklessly manipulating time." Wang Teng nodded in agreement. "Indeed." Future Trunks murmured, "Gods?" Little Trunks explained, "These three hail from the realm of the gods." Future Trunks gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, Beerus spoke, "Even in the face of annihilation, you have no grounds for complaint." Date was taken aback. "Annihilation?" Bulma exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? The time machine was constructed by me, but not by my current self." Beerus chuckled, "There's little difference." Anger immediately flared on Bulma's face as she retorted, "There is a distinction." To everyone's surprise, Date knelt before Whis, exclaiming, "No, please wait, Lord Whis. These two are the true deities. I am merely a humble attendant." Bulma rushed over and whispered, "Trunks, they are not deities. They are the god of destruction and the angel." Trunks sincerely knelt on the ground. "Lord Angel, Lord God of Destruction, we have done no wrong. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Goku interjected, "Please, Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, show us mercy." Whis gently inquired, "What say you, Lord Beerus?" Upon hearing this, Beerus glanced at Trunks and softly remarked, "Considering Trunks' filial piety, I shall overlook this transgression this time. Let it not become a precedent." Just as Beerus was about to voice another thought, he swallowed his words. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin were busy harvesting vegetables at Goku's home, wiping the sweat from their brows. Krillin mused, "This reminds me of our training under Master Roshi." At that moment, Chi-Chi arrived, being carried by Goten. "Hey, something's wrong. A major incident has occurred." Piccolo was startled. Is Gohan in trouble? Chi-Chi alighted on another vegetable basket, shaking her head. Goten exclaimed, the time machine has arrived. Krillin gasped, you mean the time machine? Piccolo murmured, oh, is it Trunks? Chi-Chi quickly added, it's quite lively at Capsule Corp right now. I heard Goku and Vegeta went there. Realizing that something significant had transpired in the future, Piccolo concluded, it must be something grave in the future. Krillin suggested, we should go take a look. Piccolo nodded in agreement, and the two ascended into the air. In an instant, they unleashed a powerful wave of energy and vanished. Goten also took to the skies, calling out, wait for me. Chi-Chi, quick on her feet, jumped up to grab Goten, saying, no, you can't go. You need to stay home and study. Goten protested with a pained expression, but this might be crucial for Earth. Chi-Chi firmly replied, the upcoming exam is far more important than Earth. At Capsule Corp, everyone sat opposite Trunks. Lord Beerus inquired, what has happened in the future? Vegeta speculated, could it be Majin Buu? Date, with a serious expression, replied, no. The emergence of Majin Buu was perilous, but I followed the Kaioshin's orders and ultimately defeated Dabura and Babidi, preventing Majin Buu's arrival. However, then a more terrifying enemy appeared. Goku, intrigued, asked, what sort of enemy? Date once again bowed apologetically to Goku. I sincerely apologize. I should not have attacked Uncle Goku so suddenly. Goku waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, don't worry about it. Date raised his head, saying, actually, I mistakenly believed I had not returned to the past. He was right before me. Goku was taken aback. You mean? Vegeta's expression turned grave. What is going on? Date explained. He claims to be Son Goku. Vegeta's face instantly contorted in shock. What? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Goku's forehead. Is it me? Upon hearing this, an image of a cold, black-clad Goku surfaced in Beerus' mind. It truly was him. Whis and Beerus both turned their attention to Trunks. Vegeta pointed at Goku. You mean the enemy claims to be Son Goku and resembles this fool? Date nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Goku's expression became comically incredulous. What an absurdity. Date continued. We refer to the one clad in black as Black Goku. Goku was momentarily stunned. How outrageous. He seems even cooler than I do. At that moment, Bulma approached. That name is rather cliché. Date replied helplessly, but it was still named by my future mother. Bulma's face turned awkward as she laughed. It is me. But not quite. Date continued. Then that guy, when he appeared on Earth, declared that for the sake of justice, he would annihilate all Earthlings. He claimed to have destroyed several planets and their inhabitants. Following a year of battle, nearly all humans on Earth were obliterated. My mother. Just before I came to this era. Hearing this, Bulma shouted, did I die? Date sadly nodded in affirmation. Vegeta angrily remarked. So you shamelessly fled to this era? Date was taken aback. Father. Goku quickly intervened. Let's not speak so harshly, Vegeta. However, Vegeta dismissed his words, pointing at Goku. You be silent. The proud Saiyan had fled to this place, turning his back on the enemy. In response to Vegeta's accusations, Date, visibly agitated, insisted, that's not true. Vegeta retorted furiously, don't make excuses. Just then, Bulma presented her future notebook before Vegeta, stating, don't misunderstand. Vegeta, the answers are written here. My future self left a message. Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta immediately wilted. Bulma opened the notebook for everyone, declaring, my future self said to refuel and organize the machines in this era, then return to the future with you all. Vegeta exclaimed excitedly. So I'm being sent to deal with future Kakarot? Goku, looking exasperated, replied, that's not me. He just looks a lot like me. Lord Beerus suddenly stood up, saying, this sounds quite entertaining. I shall join in the fun. Vegeta was taken aback and hastily said, Lord Beerus, you must not intervene. Allow me to handle Kakarot. At that moment, Bulma joyfully raised her fist, proclaiming, then it's settled. We shall fly to the future to seek my revenge. Smiles spread across everyone's faces, clearly indicating their unanimous decision to proceed. While Bulma prepared the fuel, Lord Beerus summoned Trunks to an open area. Trunks, let me assess your strength. If it is insufficient, you cannot protect the future world. Gohan immediately chuckled, that's fantastic. Lord Beerus intends to train Trunks. A smile also appeared on Vegeta's face, clearly anticipating the event. Goku, with a resigned smile, remarked, I also wish to spar with Lord Beerus. Beerus and Trunks stood facing each other in the clearing. Make your move, Trunks. Trunks' gaze sharpened suddenly. I understand. Huh. A deep roar erupted from Trunks' throat, and golden energy surged forth, a powerful aura erupting around him. With Trunks' shout, his energy intensified, the golden flames crackling with electric sparks. Trunks elevated his energy to its zenith, transforming directly into a Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 70, Testing the Waters. Gazing at the transformed Trunks, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. Trunks' metamorphosis instantly sent tremors throughout the entire Earth, with nearby cities experiencing fierce storms. Bulma, observing the two in the sky, murmured, "This is not good. Please don't take this too seriously." Subsequently, Bulma pressed a button on a remote control, and a beam of green light shot from the rooftop of the Capsule Corporation, enveloping the two in a protective green net. With a smile, Bulma remarked, "Now you can unleash your full potential without worry." Wang Teng chuckled, "All right, go ahead. Don't disappoint me." Big Trunks promptly affirmed, "Yes." Little Trunks encouraged, "Give it your all, future me." Trunks charged towards Wang Teng with a fierce onslaught of punches. Wang Teng closed his eyes and began swaying his body left and right. Trunks' astonishing speed failed to land even a single blow on Wang Teng. The fierce gusts of wind swept downward but vanished without a trace upon hitting the protective shield. Little Trunks exclaimed, "What?" After so many attacks, not even one hit. Trunks then unleashed another punch. Crack! Wang Teng effortlessly blocked Trunks' punch with his palm, then smiled. "Is this all the strength you possess, Trunks? No wonder you couldn't protect the future world." Trunks retracted his fist, his face filled with despondency. It was the same when facing Black Goku. "My attacks were utterly ineffective. Am I truly this powerless?" Observing the dejected Trunks, Wang Teng gently encouraged, "You are a Saiyan. Muster your spirit. Give it your all." At these words, confidence returned to Trunks' face as he gripped the sword strapped to his back. "If that is the case, I shall strike with all my might." Wang Teng nodded. Trunks drew his sword, and an imposing aura surged forth. He leapt high into the air, thrusting his sword towards Wang Teng. The surrounding protective barrier immediately began to crack under the pressure. The remote control in Bulma's hand sparked with energy. Beerus, watching from above, chuckled, "That kid has some skill. But even so, can he defeat that dark version?" Vegeta and Goku stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Wang Teng simply extended a finger to withstand the might of Big Trunks' formidable attack. Trunks pressed down with all his strength, yet remained utterly immobile. A tempest of emotions surged within him. A full-force strike, effortlessly blocked by a mere finger. Wang Teng smirked, applying a tad more pressure with his finger. Bang! Trunks was immediately sent hurtling away. Whoosh! Wang Teng appeared above Trunks in an instant, extending his finger once more, applying a gentle pressure. Trunks felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. With a cry of despair, he plummeted downward. Boom! Trunks crashed heavily into the ground. Wang Teng descended slowly, and Trunks had reverted to his normal form, struggling to rise from the deep crater. Wang Teng turned to leave, his voice drifting back, "Gohan, I entrust Trunks to your training. Take him to the hyperbolic time chamber." Whoosh! Wang Teng vanished from the spot. Bulma and the others rushed over. Trunks. After a brief respite, Trunks gradually stood up. This divine being is truly impressive. His strength far surpasses that of the dark entity. Vegeta scoffed, leaning against a nearby pillar. Gohan quickly helped Trunks to his feet. Tears welled up in Trunks' eyes as he exclaimed, "Master Gohan." Gohan paused, then recalled that Trunks' power in the future was honed by future Gohan's training. Gohan murmured, "My future self, allow me to continue training Trunks." At that moment, Krillin descended from the sky. "Long time no see, Trunks." Trunks exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin." Krillin extended his right hand, saying, "Hi, how have you been?" Piccolo cut to the chase. "Trunks, has something happened in the future?" Trunks' expression shifted immediately. "Yes, to be honest just then." A bolt of golden lightning flashed across the sky. Beerus and Whis gazed skyward in astonishment. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the air. Black Goku materialized before them. He murmured, "Where is this?" Trunks shouted, "The dark entity." Black Goku looked down. "So Trunks is here." He then spotted Goku and smiled. "Isn't this Son Goku?" Goku stepped forward. "Are you the dark entity?" The lightning behind Black Goku gradually dissipated as he glanced at the ring on his hand, saying, "I see now. I have transcended time." Bulma, staring at the figure above, gasped, "He looks just like him." But Wang Teng just left. Krillin observed the sky, questioning, "Who is that guy?" Trunks' face was now filled with fury. Suddenly, Whis spoke up, "Lord Beerus, look at that person's right hand." Beerus glanced at the ring on Black Goku's hand, confirming, indeed. That is, Black Goku scanned the surroundings. He first noticed Vegeta. Then, spotting the two behind, he exclaimed in surprise, "Even the god of destruction, Beerus, is here." Trunks shouted, "Hey, how did you get here?" A sinister smile spread across Black Goku's face. "It seems I followed the time portal you opened to arrive here. Did you summon me to kill you?" Trunks retorted angrily, "What?" He prepared to strike. Just then, Vegeta's voice rang out. "Stop. You cannot defeat him now." In the next moment, Goku soared into the sky. "I'll take the lead." Goku positioned himself opposite Black Goku, grinning, "You really do look just like me." Black Goku chuckled in return, "I've long heard of your reputation, Son Goku." As the impending battle loomed in the sky, Gohan hastily retrieved the communicator Wang Teng had given him, attempting to contact him. However, after a considerable wait, there was no response. In truth, Wang Teng had experienced a sudden epiphany regarding the Ultra Instinct technique during their earlier battle, prompting him to return to Gohan's home for a period of seclusion. Once he emerged from his retreat, he would undoubtedly see Gohan's message and rush over. Goku gazed at Black Goku, smiling. Although I don't know who you are, that doesn't matter. I've heard you're quite formidable. Let me test my skills. All eyes were fixed on the sky. Black Goku replied, "It is a great honor. I too was eager to spar with this body." Hearing this, Goku gasped, "Huh? What is going on?" Black Goku chuckled. "There's no need for you to know." In this fleeting moment, a golden energy sphere swiftly coalesced in the palm of Black Goku's hand. Whoosh! The golden orb surged towards Son Goku at an astonishing speed. Goku's expression shifted in alarm as he immediately crossed his arms over his chest. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the two collided. The golden energy orb unleashed an overwhelming pressure, forcing Goku to stagger backward. A trail of dust and smoke marked the air. Chapter 71, Goku vs. Black Goku. The golden energy sphere propelled Goku further back. The terrifying sense of oppression rendered Goku unable to escape. Boom! Goku was directly smashed into a mountain by the golden energy orb. Thunderous explosions echoed. Black Goku swiftly darted towards the source of the explosion. Observing from above, Piccolo inquired, "Who is that guy?" To which Bulma replied, "He is my enemy." Piccolo was taken aback. Enemy? The group then pursued the direction in which their foe had fled. Beerus murmured, "Son Goku is fighting Son Goku? This is becoming increasingly entertaining. But I never anticipated Lord Zamasu would leave." Black Goku halted beside the mountain, the epicenter of the explosion now enveloped in smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Goku was seen crashing against the mountainside, appearing utterly disheveled. However, Goku's lips curled into a smirk as he nonchalantly lifted his head and soared to face Black Goku. Goku chuckled, "Your strength must surely exceed this level." It turned out that their earlier skirmish was merely a probe, which was quite astonishing. Black Goku's lips curled up in delight. How gratifying to receive such an evaluation from you. Goku offered a slight smile. Huh. He unleashed a surge of energy, and the golden flames erupted, while silver lightning danced amidst the flames. A terrifying aura radiated forth. Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Gazing at Goku's transformation, Black Goku murmured, "So, this is Super Saiyan." Goku grinned and charged towards Black Goku. "Now it's my turn." Undeterred by Goku's rapid advance, Black Goku welcomed him with open arms. Bang bang bang. The two immediately engaged in combat, their rapid punches colliding incessantly. The sky resounded with a series of white circular sonic booms. Seizing an opportunity while Goku was unprepared, Black Goku landed a kick on the outer side of Goku's thigh, causing him to lose his balance. With this advantageous opening, Black Goku delivered a fierce punch. Reacting swiftly, Goku clamped his legs around Black Goku's fist, his own fists coming together to strike powerfully against Black Goku. Whoosh! Black Goku plummeted downward. Goku's hands shimmered with brilliant light. The prince's technique whistled through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An array of energy spheres instantly shot forth. Just as Black Goku regained his footing, the energy spheres were upon him. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions erupted immediately. Flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. A massive crater formed in the ground. Piccolo and the others gradually arrived at the battleground, gazing at the smoke-shrouded pit. In the next instant, a black energy flame shot skyward. The smoke was swiftly dispersed. Black Goku emerged unscathed from the center of the crater. Goku looked at the appearing Black Goku, a faint smile gracing his face. Below, Black Goku burst into laughter. Incredible. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Son Goku? Goku floated in the air, grinning. We are truly alike. We both become exhilarated in the presence of formidable foes. The next moment, Black Goku erupted with energy, the black flames rapidly ascending. Black and purple light enveloped his body, significantly amplifying his power. Witnessing this, Son Goku's eyes gleamed with intensity. His energy has increased. Cloaked in black and purple flames, Black Goku ascended slowly. Let me observe the might of the strongest warrior of the fighting race. In the blink of an eye, Black Goku charged swiftly at Goku. His fists rained down ferociously upon Goku, who could only adopt a defensive stance. The sounds of fists colliding echoed, while turbulent airwaves surged through the sky. Black Goku's punches quickened, and Goku, caught off guard, was struck hard in the abdomen. Following that, another kick landed on Goku. He was sent flying into the distance. Black Goku raised his right hand, and energy spheres began to rain down upon Goku. Goku swiftly adjusted his body, deftly dodging the energy spheres in midair. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres exploded from the sky down to the ground. Goku spun on the ground before soaring back into the air. Krillin, sweating profusely, remarked, "That black Goku's energy is continuously rising." Din murmured, "What is Uncle Goku doing? Why isn't he unleashing his full power?" Vegeta added, "His habit of holding back from the outset is rather vexing." Din gasped, "A bad habit?" Black Goku and Goku clashed once more, their battle intensifying. The fierce winds generated by their collisions swept downward. Fists collided, knees met, and they fought to a standstill, each evenly matched. They both withdrew their fists, gradually separating and gazing at each other from a distance. Goku chuckled, "What are you probing for?" In response, Black Goku retorted angrily, "I was just about to ask you the same." Hearing Black Goku's words, Goku replied, "I await your full strength." Black Goku smirked, "No need to rush. Let us take our time." Whis murmured, "This dark counterpart is indeed formidable." To which Beerus nodded, "He resembles Son Goku. Yet he is not Son Goku. I sense a peculiar aura emanating from that dark figure." Goku hovered in the air. "It seems I must push myself harder to compel you to unleash your full power. Come on." He surged forward, launching a flurry of attacks against Black Goku, his punches growing increasingly rapid. Several strikes landed against Black Goku. Suddenly, Black Goku fiercely grasped Son Goku's fist, and his black flames erupted, flinging Goku away. Goku crashed heavily into a mountain. Boom! Thunderous roars followed, as dust and debris filled the air. At that moment, Black Goku traversed the sky, releasing purple lightning, while white energy waves expanded. Black Goku felt as though his body was being torn asunder. Just then, Goku launched a rapid assault, delivering a powerful kick directly to Black Goku. Black Goku was sent flying, tumbling backward for several meters before stabilizing his form. Goku gradually approached. Black Goku clutched his chest, moaning in agony, then suddenly raised his head and laughed. "Wonderful. This pain will only make me stronger." Goku was taken aback. "You truly make me uncomfortable." Black Goku erupted with energy, the black flames surging dramatically, his power inexplicably escalating. Krillin exclaimed, "That guy's strength has increased once again." Black Goku swiftly concentrated a golden energy sphere in his right hand, significantly larger than the previous one. Whoosh! Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the energy sphere was propelled forward with great speed. As the sphere hurtled towards him, Goku extended both hands and pushed against it. With a thunderous shout, Goku's body was enveloped in a magnificent golden aura, propelling the sphere upward. However, just as Goku diverted his gaze from the golden sphere, Black Goku had already reached his side, delivering a powerful kick. Goku let out a cry of agony as he plummeted downward. Boom! He crashed into the ground, a thick cloud of dust instantly enveloping the entire area. The astonishing shockwave rapidly swept to the side. Young Trunks stood protectively in front of Bulma, shielding her from the relentless gusts of energy. Meanwhile, the time machine on the ground was toppled by the ferocious winds. The Great T exclaimed, "The time machine." Upon hearing this, Black Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he cast a glance at T, then turned his gaze toward the time machine below. The time machine? Is that what it is? Chapter 72, Black Goku. As long as I comprehend him, I shall grow stronger. Finally, amidst Trunks' cries of alarm, Black Goku discovered the time machine, realizing how Trunks had returned to the past. He gazed at the time machine below and murmured, "So that's how you travel to this place?" Just then, a tremendous sound erupted, and Goku, enveloped in golden flames, burst forth from the pit. "You've lost focus." A heavy fist struck Black Goku in the abdomen. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through Black Goku's body, causing him to expel the contents of his stomach. Seizing the momentum, Goku shouted fiercely and delivered a powerful punch. Observing this, Black Goku rapidly surged with energy, dark flames rising around him, and met Goku's astonishing punch with his own. Clash! The two formidable forces collided with a resounding impact. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy immediately radiated outward. The two continued to channel their strength into their fists, their shouts reverberating through the air. Their fists locked in a stalemate. A dreadful force was engaged in a relentless struggle. At that moment, the time ring on Black Goku's hand emitted a blinding light. A black hole materialized behind him. In the next instant, Black Goku was drawn toward the black hole. Goku, having retracted his Super Saiyan power, murmured, "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Black Goku summoned all his strength, still struggling. Yet the black hole exerted a formidable pull, causing his body to tremble before it. Black Goku exclaimed in shock, "This! Perhaps the distorted timeline seeks to restore itself." Just then, Black Goku glanced again at the time machine, gritting his teeth as radiant energy surged from his hand, rapidly forming another golden energy sphere. The sphere shot forth, and a sinister smile crept across Black Goku's face. The onlookers gasped, "This is bad." At that moment, whoosh! Wang Teng's figure suddenly appeared, and upon witnessing the swiftly approaching energy sphere, he extended his right hand and effortlessly deflected it. The sphere was sent soaring into the sky. Boom! The sound of a tremendous explosion echoed. Black Goku could finally no longer withstand the force and was engulfed by the black hole. The sky returned to normal. Looking at the figure that appeared, Goku exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful, it's Lord Wang Teng." Piccolo gazed at the spot where Black Goku had vanished. "He's gone. That guy has completely disappeared." Whis squinted slightly and remarked, "He did not vanish by his own will. This is likely a reaction of the power of the time ring to the temporal distortion caused by the time machine's traversal, pulling the dark entity into this era. However, the distortion, much like a wound striving to heal, attempts to restore its original state. Thus, the time ring forcibly drew the dark entity back to its original time, as if returning to its rightful moment. In the future world, Black Goku reappeared in the sky. He surveyed his familiar surroundings, murmuring, "So, I've returned." Feeling the pain radiating from his chest, a manic smile suddenly spread across his face. At that moment, the agonizing pain caused him to lose control of his body, and he slowly descended from the sky, crashing onto the ground. Clutching his chest, he lay on the ground, groaning, and then murmured, "Son Goku. This is the power of Super Saiyan Son Goku. I have successfully engraved his combat style into my body. This should make my strength impeccable, right?" He looked up at the vanishing black hole. "I can no longer return to that era." Subsequently, Black Goku stood up, his body gradually ascending into the air. Anger etched on his face. So close. Who was that last person? They actually thwarted my attempt to destroy the time machine. Soon, Trunks will return here again. How infuriating. On Earth, Trunks gently descended and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lord God." Wang Teng replied with a smile. It was merely a small favor. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing that Black Goku's presence had completely vanished. "Have I arrived too late? Did that scoundrel Black Goku escape?" Goku suddenly inquired. "Trunks, how did that guy perform compared to when you battled him in the future?" Trunks recalled the future, where he had been utterly helpless against Black Goku. In the future, he seemed even stronger. Goku expressed astonishment. "Not by much, just a little." Upon hearing this, Trunks nodded. A smile immediately appeared on Goku's face. Just then, Vegeta's voice echoed. "Then you can rest easy. Kakarot's true combat power is far beyond this. By the way, so is mine." Trunks wore a look of utter surprise. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly remarked, "The dark entity's energy intensified while fighting you." Hearing this, Goku replied earnestly, "It feels profoundly enigmatic." Wang Teng slowly approached. Whis and Beerus immediately bowed in respect. He nodded lightly, saying, "Beerus, Whis, did you notice the ring that shone on that dark entity's finger when he vanished? It doesn't seem like something a mere human could possess." Trunks exclaimed, "What?" Upon hearing Wang Teng's question, Whis respectfully replied, "Lord Wang Teng. That is known as the Time Ring, a ring that can only be wielded by the Kaishin." Everyone was astonished. "The Time Ring?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. "That dark entity is a Kaishin?" Beerus pondered for a moment. "Not necessarily. None of the Kaishin resemble Goku." Wang Teng cast a glance at Whis. Whis continued, "It is generally believed that the Time Ring can only travel to the future or return from the future to the present. It cannot go back to an earlier past, and even in the realm of the gods, returning to the past is strictly prohibited." Goku scratched his head, looking perplexed. "The future, the past, the present. It's all so confusing." Trunks asked, "So, as long as one possesses that ring, can they also return to the future?" Wang Teng's voice came softly. "Only the Kaishin can wield the time ring. Moreover, to traverse time in reverse is a matter of grave consequence. Humanity must not be permitted such abilities." Trunks murmured, "I am sorry." Goku exclaimed with excitement, "That dark figure possesses a time ring. Could he return once more?" In response, Whis remarked, "Who can say? I sense that traversing time is not his intent." Disappointment clouded Goku's eyes as he said, "Then we must await Bulma's creation of fuel. Only then can we confront him in the future." In the future world, Black Goku incessantly reflected on his battle with Goku. The memories of that fight were indelibly etched into his body and soul. His physique began to adapt to Son Goku's combat style, and in an instant, a wave of energy erupted forth, obliterating a building in its wake. Clenching his fists, Black Goku murmured, "These movements blend seamlessly with my body. Is this truly Son Goku?" Soon, a more powerful golden energy sphere materialized in his palm. Whoosh! The energy sphere was swiftly launched. Boom! An astonishing explosion resonated throughout the city. Flames shot skyward, and the already dilapidated city was once again reduced to ruins. Floating in the air, Black Goku muttered, "I desire to know more." I long to understand Son Goku. For in understanding him, I shall grow stronger. Chapter 73, Journey to Universe 10. After all matters were resolved, Trunks accompanied Gohan to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, King Tenkai, Beerus, Whis, and Goku were en route to Universe 10. Along the way, Goku excitedly inquired, Whis, is that fellow truly from Universe 10? What sort of individual might he be? I am so thrilled. Whis replied with a smile, based on his energy signature. He bears a striking resemblance to the beings of Universe 10. King Tenkai interjected nonchalantly, let us hasten our journey. Under Whis's guidance, the group swiftly proceeded toward the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Having traversed approximately half the distance, Goku trembled with excitement, exclaiming, oh, I can hardly contain myself. Lord Tenkai, who is Zamasu? Tenkai shook his head and said Whis. Upon hearing this, Whis promptly replied, yes. This individual. Oh. He previously served as a Supreme Kai in Universe 10. His prodigious combat abilities garnered him recognition, and he is being groomed as the next Supreme Kai. Goku gasped in astonishment. Is that truly the case? Observing Goku's exhilaration, Whis chuckled. Indeed, it is true. Witnessing Goku's eagerness, Tenkai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. For he understood that in the original tale, Goku's combative spirit led him to defeat Zamasu, thereby setting off a chain of catastrophic events. In the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10, Zamasu poured tea for Gaosu. Please enjoy this tea. Gaosu inhaled its aroma and remarked, slightly sweet, fragrant, truly delightful. I shall indulge. After taking a sip, Gaosu smiled. The tea brewed by a pure-hearted individual is clear in color and exceptionally enjoyable. Zamasu immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the compliment. Master Gaosu, there is something I have pondered for quite some time. I wonder if humanity is truly worth preserving. Thus far, I have witnessed countless human endeavors, prosperity, conflict, and extinction. A ceaseless cycle. To me, this seems profoundly foolish. Gaosu replied, such is the nature of humanity. Zamasu stood abruptly, agitated, declaring, is it worth protecting a being that mindlessly repeats such folly? Might it not be better for us to terminate this erroneous cycle? In response, Gaosu stated, the duty of the Supreme Kai and the Kais is to create, not to intervene directly. You should be aware of this. Hearing this, Zamasu remained fervently insistent. Are you suggesting I stand by and watch humanity's errors in silence? Gaosu regarded Zamasu with a firm gaze. It is not about inaction. You must protect and nurture them. That is our responsibility. Only one being is permitted to intervene directly, and that is the god of destruction. Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. Gaosu's tone grew suddenly stern. Zamasu, listen carefully. Understand your position and strive to learn more about humanity. Zamasu closed his eyes, seemingly ignoring Gaosu's words. Raising his voice, Gaosu reiterated, Zamasu. Finally, Zamasu reluctantly responded, yes. At that moment, a brilliant light flashed. Tenkai and his companions arrived at the Supreme Kai realm. Gaosu gazed upward in astonishment. Upon recognizing Tenkai and Beerus, both Gaosu and Zamasu immediately knelt before them. We pay our respects, esteemed inspector. Tenkai nodded and greeted, greetings. Gaosu then turned to Beerus. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome, Lord Beerus. Beerus maintained a stoic demeanor, nodding slightly. Whis cheerfully greeted, it has been quite a while. After the formalities, Gaosu raised his head respectfully, saying, Inspector, this is my disciple, Zamasu. Zamasu instantly lifted his head, exclaiming, it is a great honor to meet you, esteemed one. At that moment, Goku swiftly approached Zamasu. Zamasu gazed at the suddenly appearing Goku in surprise. A human? Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. You are the famed genius warrior of the Kais, are you not? Anger flashed across Zamasu's face instantly. How could a human be here? Whis whispered to Tenkai. It appears this is his first encounter with Goku. Tenkai nodded. Goku, be respectful. You must properly introduce yourself. Goku immediately straightened up comically, proclaiming, I am Son Goku. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. On this auspicious day, I humbly express my gratitude for your time. Gaosu looked on in astonishment. Son Goku. Tenkai's voice resonated. Please rise. Supreme Kai? Gaosu and Zamasu dared not stand until they received permission, respectfully standing aside. Zamasu, bent over, secretly glanced at the human who dared to enter the sacred realm, harboring deep disdain within his heart. Noticing the attention both Zamasu and Gaosu bestowed upon Goku, was quietly remarked, he resides on planet Earth, the 4032nd green planet in the 7th universe. Beerus added, indeed, he is a Saiyan from the food-rich planet Earth. Zamasu murmured, Saiyan? Who is this fellow? How could he be alongside the inspector and the god of destruction? In the next moment, Goku began to poke and prod Zamasu. You seem quite skilled among the Kais. Zamasu's face contorted with anger as he retorted, do not touch me so freely, human. Just as he raised his right hand, Gawasu seized it. Cease it, Zamasu. Do not be disrespectful in the presence of the esteemed inspector. Awakening from Gawasu's reprimand, Zamasu stood respectfully to the side. Gawasu immediately knelt once more. My apprentice is lacking in decorum. I kindly ask for your leniency, esteemed inspector. Tenkai observed Zamasu in silence. The entire Supreme Kai realm felt as if time itself had stilled. Gawasu was drenched in sweat, while Zamasu kept his head bowed low, lost in thought. After a moment, Tenkai finally replaced his stern expression with a smile. Rise, Supreme Kai. I shall not hold this against you. Gervis rose from his previous position, a palpable sense of relief washing over him as he respectfully stepped aside once more. Following this, his voice rang out with reverence. What instructions do you have, esteemed inspector? At that very moment, however, Goku, undeterred, approached Zamasu and proposed, how about a sparring match? I traveled all this way just for that. Upon hearing this, anger flared again on Zamasu's face. How dare you, as a human? Wang Teng swiftly extended his right hand, yanking Goku back with force, sending him flying. Let's not waste time on trivialities. Goku crashed heavily onto the ground, exclaiming, ouch. Please, don't strike so suddenly, my lord. Rising to his feet, he complained. Wang Teng replied coolly, Weiss. Weiss inclined his body slightly, responding, yes. To be candid, a person has arrived on Earth in the 7th universe, adorned with a time ring. Zamasu murmured, a time ring? Weiss continued, moreover, that individual is not a Supreme Kai. A look of shock spread across Gervis's face. How is that possible? Beerus spoke in a grave tone. Furthermore, that person's visage is strikingly similar to that individual. As he spoke, Beerus pointed towards Goku behind him. Gervis glanced at Goku in astonishment. So what do you think? Any leads? Gervis scratched his head, musing, this matter is indeed perplexing. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng softly inquired, do you still possess the time rings here? Gervis assured him, rest assured, esteemed inspector. I shall safeguard them with utmost seriousness. Chapter 74, Gohan's Training Extravaganza. Upon hearing Gervis's assurance, Wang Teng smiled. Then let us see them. Gervis immediately gestured for him to follow, his respectful voice ringing out, please, esteemed inspector. Step into the temple. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Guided by Gervis and Zamasu, they soon arrived at a structure inscribed with the character for realm. Once inside, Wang Teng took a seat within the temple, awaiting Gervis's return with the time rings. Weiss quietly remarked, Lord Wang Teng. It appears that Zamasu is unaware of the existence of the time rings. Wang Teng nodded, responding, indeed, let us observe further. Before long, Gervis's voice echoed from afar. I apologize for the delay, esteemed lord. He approached, holding a box with reverence, Zamasu following closely behind. Gervis placed the box upon the table and opened it, revealing 5 rings, 1 white and 4 green. Please, esteemed lord, behold. They are all here. Wang Teng glanced at them and softly called, Beerus, Weiss, come and examine this. The two promptly approached. It's genuine. No doubt about it. They murmured. Gervis sighed in relief upon hearing their affirmations, smiling with respect. I'm relieved to hear that. But why do the esteemed ones come to our 10th universe amidst troubles in the 7th? Weiss replied, we are also on a visitation tour of other universes. Gervis wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing, I see. Nevertheless, it is a tremendous honor to have you here. Shortly thereafter, Wang Teng and his companions departed from the realm of the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. On their return journey, Wang Teng inquired, Weiss, have you discerned anything? Weiss softly replied, are you referring to Zamasu? Beerus and Goku exchanged bewildered glances, completely unaware of any issues concerning Zamasu. Wang Teng nodded, stating that Zamasu, as the apprentice Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, exudes an aura of hostility and seems to harbor significant prejudice against humans. Weiss stroked his chin, contemplating for several moments. Are you suggesting that the dark figure is connected to Zamasu? Observing Weiss's keen insight, Wang Teng smiled. Exactly. That Zamasu is inextricably linked to the dark figure. Beerus, momentarily taken aback, quickly asked, what is your command, my lord? Wang Teng's gaze sharpened. Eliminate Zamasu. Hearing this, shock washed over Beerus's face. Yet he recognized the finality in Wang Teng's eyes, understanding that this matter left no room for negotiation. Thus, Beerus respectfully replied, understood. A glint of unspeakable brilliance sparkled in Wang Teng's eyes as he contemplated. It is imperative to prevent the 3 Zamasus across different timelines from meeting, otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control. He directed Beerus to eradicate the primary timeline Zamasu, while the Zamasu from the timeline where Goku perished had already transformed into Black Goku. The next target would be the Zamasu from the future timeline. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Teng gazed toward the starry sky, his eyes resolute. On Earth, within the hyperbolic time chamber, A series of thunderous explosions resonated as a figure was propelled downward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Gohan descended slowly from the air. "Trunks, are you alright?" Gohan called, noticing Trunks suddenly cease his movements. Trunks shook his head, responding, "I'm fine, Master Gohan. Please, continue." Huh. In the next instant, Trunks unleashed a tremendous surge of power, golden energy flaring up around him. Subsequently, he launched a furious assault on Gohan. A barrage of attacks raining down upon him like a tempest. In the face of Trunks's relentless onslaught, Gohan remained unperturbed, calmly defending himself. Trunks was astonished to discover that his attacks either missed Gohan or were effortlessly blocked, proving utterly ineffective. Huh. Trunks quickly distanced himself from Gohan, energy surging in his hands as he conjured a golden energy sphere. Whoosh! The golden energy sphere shot towards Gohan. Watching the rapidly enlarging sphere before him, Gohan shouted, "Awe!" Golden flames surged forth, a terrifying aura erupting like a tsunami. Gohan clenched his fists and struck the energy sphere with great force, sending it hurtling away. Boom! An astonishing explosion reverberated through the air, flames engulfing the sky, and thick smoke billowing. "Trunks, unleash your full power," Gohan commanded. Trunks nodded, placing his hand on the sword at his back, a fierce energy erupting forth. "Here it comes." He raised his sword and lunged swiftly toward Gohan. Gohan's expression shifted dramatically as he extended his hand to grip the sharp blade, though the relentless pressure radiating from it was truly alarming. Despite Trunks currently possessing only Super Saiyan 2 strength, the power he wielded with the sword seemed to surpass that of Super Saiyan 2. Trunks exploded with energy, a deep growl emanating from his throat as golden flames surged, causing the entire hyperbolic time chamber to tremble. Oh! Gohan instantly felt the ferocious energy emanating from the sword in his grasp. Witnessing this, Gohan's lips curled into a smile as he unleashed his own aura, his golden hair lengthening as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Trunks was stunned to find that, with Gohan's transformation, his sword remained utterly still. His lips trembled as he exclaimed, "Is this the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan? How astonishing!" As Son Gohan withdrew his hands, Dot felt an immediate lightness in his grip, nearly toppling over. Observing the battle between his father and Black Goku, it became evident that the latter could grow stronger during combat. However, if this was the extent of that power, before he could finish his thought, a deep roar erupted from Son Gohan. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy burst forth, the golden aura intensifying with ferocity. His power surged at an astonishing rate. Impossible. To think it could still escalate at this level. How terrifying. Dot murmured in shock. Unconsciously, Trunks took several steps back. As Gohan's furious cries continued, a red warrior materialized before Dot's eyes. With black hair adorned with red edges, a body cloaked in crimson fur, and a swinging red tail, a terrifying aura emanated from him. Gohan's voice gradually resonated. "This is the Super Saiyan 4th level." Staring at the astonishingly powerful Gohan, Trunks' jaw quivered in disbelief. "Super Saiyan, 4th level. This is utterly terrifying." Observing Trunks' astonished expression, Gohan chuckled. "This is but a trifle. Lord Tien's Super Saiyan 5 is truly earth-shattering." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks felt as though he were a frog at the bottom of a well, having previously believed that Super Saiyan 2 was the pinnacle of their transformations. Little did he know, the spectacle before him shattered all his preconceived notions. "Are you saying that the Divine Master can achieve a transformation even more powerful than that of Master Gohan?" Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. "Have my father and Uncle Goku also reached such incredible heights?" Gohan contemplated briefly before responding. "Father and Uncle Vegeta have taken a different path, transcending the limits of Super Saiyan to attain a divine state, which they refer to as Super Saiyan Blue." Super Saiyan Blue, Trunks stammered. At that moment, he felt utterly overwhelmed, confronted by an array of concepts beyond his comprehension. Chapter 75, The Message from the Omni King. Gazing at Gohan's astonishing strength, Trunks exclaimed, "Master Gohan, why haven't my father and Uncle Goku trained towards Super Saiyan 4? In response, Gohan pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps it is due to the circumstances at hand." Trunks murmured, "Circumstances?" Gohan proceeded to recount the events surrounding Beerus' arrival on Earth in great detail. Beerus had been searching for the Super Saiyan God and to safeguard the planet. Goku and the others had sought the dragon's assistance to unveil the transformation method of the Super Saiyan God. Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta had pushed beyond that foundation, thus achieving Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. Master Gohan, please subject me to the most rigorous training." Hearing this, Gohan met Trunks' resolute gaze and nodded. "Then let us commence." Thus began Gohan's rigorous training regimen for Trunks. On Earth, at Capsule Corp, having already disrupted the main timeline, Beerus returned to Capsule Corp, where he and Whis sat at a table awaiting a delectable dinner. Meanwhile, Lord Tien floated nearby, practicing his Ultra Instinct technique. Suddenly, his communicator beeped. Tien slowly opened his eyes and answered the call. Soon, the projection of the Omni King appeared in the air. Upon witnessing the sudden projection, Tien bowed slightly. Greetings, Lord Omni King. How have you been? Meanwhile, Beerus' demeanor shifted upon hearing the words Omni King, causing him to tense up. Standing rigidly as beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, he quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle, stammering, on this auspicious day, despite the long journey. Just as Beerus struggled to articulate his thoughts, Whis appeared beside him. My apologies, Lord Omni King. I hope you are well. The Omni King's sweet, childlike voice responded, Little Tien. Long time no see. I contacted you because I have a matter to discuss. Beerus kept his head bowed low, not daring to utter a word. Tien smiled and asked, What is it, Lord Omni King? The Omni King got straight to the point. I wish to see Son Goku. Hearing this, surprise flickered across Tien's face. Behind him, Beerus and Whis' eyes widened, letting out a sharp gasp. Shortly thereafter, Tien ended the call with the Omni King. Beerus, please find Son Goku, Tien said calmly. Beerus, still sweating profusely, nodded in agreement. Before long, Goku appeared at Capsule Corp. Observing Beerus, who was still sweating profusely while seated, Goku inquired, What is up, Lord Beerus? I have urgent matters to attend to and little time. Beerus answered solemnly, Lord Tien will explain everything to you. Goku, puzzled, approached Tien, who finally opened his eyes. The Omni King wishes to see you. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, You mean the Omni King? Tien nodded. Indeed, the Omni King has summoned you to the palace immediately. At this, Goku's expression turned serious. Is this about the martial arts tournament? Tien shook his head. I cannot say. Just then, Goku uttered a shocking statement. Can I go next time? The fuel for the time machine is almost ready. Beerus could no longer contain himself, yelling, Fool. The Omni King said to go immediately. You must go without delay. Goku paused. Chuckling, Lord Beerus, don't be angry. I'm on my way. He then turned to Tien, asking, By the way, how far is it? Tien replied, If you fly, it might take 2 days. Goku exclaimed in disbelief, 2 days? But there's no time to waste running that far. Hearing this, Tien felt a headache coming on. Beerus, it's up to you. Take Son Goku to see the Omni King. I will be training. Beerus was taken aback, never expecting Tien to pass the burden to him at such a crucial moment. Lord Inspector, are you not going? Tien smiled. Do you not understand my meaning? Beerus, now drenched in sweat, replied, I understand. I shall leave this task to the little god. With that, Tien closed his eyes, a mysterious white aura beginning to emanate from him. Observing this nonchalant attitude, Beerus cast a discontented glance at Goku, feeling a wave of frustration. I wonder what the Omni King sees in this fool. Whis suddenly interjected, By the way, Goku, aren't you friends with the Supreme Kai? Goku nodded yes. Whis smiled. If you accompany the Supreme Kai, you could reach the Omni King in an instant. Goku was astonished. In an instant? Really? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately exclaimed, What a splendid idea. Traveling with that fellow will surely put my mind at ease. Whis, you shall accompany Goku. Whis, taken aback, inquired, What about Lord Beerus? Lord Wang Teng has permitted you to join as well. Casting a glance at Wang Teng, who appeared unfazed, Beerus replied, I shall abstain from joining. It seems I have suddenly remembered other matters to attend to. Upon hearing Beerus's decision not to go, Goku reconfirmed, What? You're not coming? Enraged, Beerus seized Goku by the collar and sternly declared, Listen closely, do not cause any trouble while you're there. The fate of the entire universe hinges on your demeanor. Remember, should you provoke the Omni King, you, I, and this world may all meet our demise. Keep that in mind. Goku chuckled, Lord Beerus, your expressions are simply too amusing. At this, Beerus managed to regain his authoritative demeanor, tossing Goku aside. You truly do not comprehend. He then glanced back at Wang Teng, pondering. If Goku truly angers the Omni King, it may require the intervention of the Grand Minister to plead on our behalf. With a smile, Goku scratched his head. I told you, there is nothing to worry about. I'll be quick, just wait for me. Meanwhile, Bulma was diligently working on fuel production, making some progress, which elicited cheers from the 3 Slavs summoned to assist her. Beerus scrutinized Goku's martial arts uniform and remarked, Is this what you intend to wear when meeting the Omni King? Goku blinked in surprise. Is that not acceptable? Beerus replied nonchalantly. Then hurry and change into something more appropriate. Goku protested. That sounds like a hassle. Perhaps I won't go at all. Rendered speechless, Beerus could only relent. Whis quickly interjected. I shall apologize on his behalf, citing the haste of our departure. Beerus had no choice but to acquiesce. Listen, the matters concerning the Dark People and the Time Machine must remain confidential. Should the Omni King learn of this, it would undoubtedly incite his wrath. You understand the implications. Upon hearing Beerus's warning, Goku recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Beerus turned to Whis. One more thing, Whis. Ensure that the Supreme Kai remains unharmed. I entrust this to you. Whis smiled. I am fully aware. Goku was taken aback. Lord Beerus is actually concerned for others. At this, Whis burst into laughter. Ho ho ho. The Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are linked. Should the Supreme Kai perish, so too shall the God of Destruction. Goku exclaimed, is that true? So to defeat Lord Beerus, one merely needs to conquer the Supreme Kai? Wait, that sounds rather dull. Beerus's face contorted with rage. Whis. How could you divulge such critical information so carelessly? Chapter 76, Meeting the Omni King. Whis observed the furious Beerus and chuckled. How rude. However, I merely shared this with Goku, so there's no need for concern. Goku grinned, scratching his nose. Indeed, you can rest assured. My lips are sealed. Beerus looked at the unreliable Goku, filled with 1,000 worries. In an instant, Whis appeared beside Goku, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let us be off. Whoosh. The two vanished from the spot. In the 7th universe's Supreme Kai realm, Supreme Kai Shin gasped, what? You wish to go to the Omni King's palace? Goku pleaded. Yes, we would like to trouble you to take us. Whis added, thank you for your assistance. Hearing their requests, Supreme Kai Shin replied, that is not an issue. Just then, the old Supreme Kai, standing behind Shin, interjected, but you are not even a deity. Goku scratched his head. I find that puzzling. Meanwhile, the last figure, Jebet, wore a shocked expression. Even I have never been to the Omni King's palace. The old Supreme Kai glanced at him. Indeed, I have only been there thrice myself. Jebet appeared utterly bewildered. Is that so? The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Goku. Please be mindful of your demeanor. Goku, feeling exasperated, replied, why does everyone keep saying that? Do I seem impolite? The old Supreme Kai retorted bluntly, indeed, you do. Goku chuckled, you must be joking. Observing Goku's expression, the old Supreme Kai sighed in resignation. It seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. At that moment, Supreme Kai Shin spoke up, let us set forth. He positioned himself between Whis and Goku, placing a hand on their backs. Kaya Kaya. Whoosh. The three vanished from sight. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the Omni King's palace. Goku marveled. Wow, is this the Omni King's home? At that moment, the Grand Minister awaited them not far away. With a smile, he greeted, welcome, travelers from afar. My apologies for not receiving you properly. Supreme Kai Shin and Whis immediately bowed. We are well, thank you. The Grand Minister chuckled. Your esteemed name must be Son Goku. Goku extended his right hand high. Supreme Kai Shin quickly prodded Goku with his left arm. Feeling Shin's piercing gaze, Goku straightened up. Yes, that is indeed my name. Following this, Whis spoke. Due to the urgency of our journey, please forgive his informal attire. The Grand Minister smiled. There is no need for concern. For you, that outfit is perhaps formal enough. Goku nonchalantly replied. Yeah, that's right. How did you know? Supreme Kai Shin hurriedly stepped on Goku's foot, shooting him another glare. In that instant, the Grand Minister smiled. Please, follow me. The three followed the Grand Minister as he led them toward the Omni King's palace. Along the way, Goku murmured, that person seems ordinary, but perhaps they are quite powerful. Whis responded, you are correct. The Grand Minister ranks among the top 5 in the entire universe in terms of combat prowess. Quite renowned. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, that's incredible. Whis immediately placed a finger to his lips. Show. Do not be disrespectful. Do not utter anything about wanting to challenge him. Goku looked at Whis. But I'm quite curious. Whis replied, I will only tell you this. He could easily overpower me with just a finger. Goku became even more excited. So formidable. This trip is truly worth it. Whoosh. The group vanished from the spot. Upon reappearing, they found themselves standing before the Omni King. The Omni King sat upon his throne, flanked by 2 attendants. The Grand Minister promptly knelt on one knee. Son Goku approached to pay his respects to the Omni King. The Omni King's high-pitched voice echoed. Ah, Son Goku, you have arrived. In the next moment, the Omni King soared down from his throne, standing before Goku. I am truly delighted that you could come. Supreme Kai Shin immediately knelt on the ground. Facing the Omni King, Goku extended his right hand once more high. Supreme Kai Shin shot a glance at Goku. Goku, realizing the faux pas, retracted his hand and smiled. Shouldn't I say hello? What brings you to summon me? The Omni King's body began to float gently upwards. He grasped Goku's hand with his tiny fingers. Let me tell you, I truly desire to make a friend. The Omni King twirled around Goku. Because I have developed an affection for you, I wish to call you my friend. Goku was taken aback and replied, well. The Omni King's expression also froze on his face. Is there a problem? Goku immediately frowned, asking, what should friends do after becoming friends? The Omni King smiled, saying, let's play together. Upon hearing this, Goku softly responded, that's fine, But is that the reason you summoned me? The Omni King maintained his cheerful demeanor. Is that not acceptable? The kneeling Kaioshin Shin was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, absolutely not. Goku's potential friendship with the Omni King left him overwhelmed with gratitude. The Omni King cast a glance at Kaioshin Shin and said, you may remain silent. Upon hearing this, Kaioshin Shin immediately lowered his head, trembling all over. The Omni King turned his attention back to Goku, asking, what do you wish to say, son Goku? Goku replied, just call me Goku. The Omni King laughed, Goku? Then what shall I be called? Goku found himself in a quandary, scratching his head and saying, let me think. How about Aquan? The eyes of the guards behind the Omni King sharpened. The Grand Minister's eyes gleamed with joy. Whis widened his eyes in astonishment. Kaioshin Shin's cold sweat continued to flow. He felt utterly doomed. Unexpectedly, the Omni King chuckled, Aquan? Quite delightful. What shall we play? Goku clasped his hands together and said, I'm sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. I'll play with you once I finish my tasks, alright? At that moment, the Omni King's guards swiftly flew over. Do not speak so disrespectfully. The Omni King immediately turned around, his voice low and stern. Do you wish to disappear? The two guards of the Omni King broke into a cold sweat. We dare not. The Omni King then turned back to Goku with a smile. After you finish your tasks, will you play with me? Goku eagerly replied, yes. I can also introduce you to even better friends. The Omni King exclaimed in delight, really? Goku grinned. You can count on me. Upon hearing Goku's promise, the Omni King cheerfully said, then it's settled. Let us do that thing we agreed upon last time. Goku was momentarily perplexed. What do you mean? In an instant, the Omni King grasped Goku's hand. Goku immediately recalled, smiling. Oh, it's this. He held the Omni King's hand and swung it up and down. The Omni King laughed. That's it. So much fun. No one else can do this. Goku exclaimed in surprise. No way. It's too simple. The Omni King continued. I wish to learn more about such things. Goku surveyed the surroundings and said, it seems a bit dull here. You should come to Earth for some fun. The Omni King promptly handed Goku the button to summon him. Fantastic. This is for you. Goku was momentarily taken aback. What is this? The Omni King replied, just press this button, and I will arrive instantly. Goku immediately pressed the button. The Omni King grimaced. Pressing it now is futile. Because I'm right here. Goku quickly tucked the button away. Observing Goku do so, the Omni King smiled. Remember to introduce me to friends, okay? Chapter 77, Arrival in the Future World. Goku extended his right hand. Alright then, see you. Their hands clasped together. The Omni King said, until next time, Goku. Goku turned and called out, hey, Kaioshin, let us head back. Kaioshin Shin was already exhausted on the ground. Is it over? Goku effortlessly lifted Kaioshin Shin. It's over. It's over. Kaioshin Shin exhaled a long sigh of relief. Goku hoisted Kaioshin Shin onto his shoulder, turning to say, Aquan, see you. The Omni King waved his little hand. The Grand Minister led the group away from the Omni King's palace. Upon returning to the entrance of the Omni King's royal palace, Goku set down the exhausted Kaioshin Shin and inquired. Kaioshin, are you alright? Kaioshin Shin murmured, sigh. The Grand Minister quietly remarked, your friend is truly interesting. Hearing this, Whis replied, indeed. The Grand Minister glanced at Whis and said, I also look forward to meeting him again. Whis smiled. He will be delighted to know. The two slightly bowed to each other. The Grand Minister's farewell echoed. No need to see you off. As Whis flew over, Kaioshin Shin immediately recited a spell. Kai Kai. The three vanished from their location. In the 7th universe Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin sighed in relief. As long as you return safely, Kaioshin Shin quietly said. By the way, Goku, you promised the Omni King that you would bring friends to meet him. Who do you plan to bring? Goku smiled while scratching his head. I haven't decided who to bring yet. Do any of you have recommendations? Kaioshin's expression instantly shifted to one of shock. Just then, Whis' voice echoed. Really? Saying it before confirming? Goku frowned and replied. I didn't say it that way. Could he send me back? Kaioshin Shin appeared worried. If the Omni King discovers you were merely speaking casually, it would spell doom. Goku chuckled. I'll think of someone later. Whoosh. Goku and Whis returned to the Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing the two, Beerus exclaimed excitedly, back already? Looking at Beerus, Goku reassured, don't be so scared. Aquan is quite nice. Beerus's eyes widened, his body twitching slightly. Aquan. Upon hearing that name, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Wang Teng remained in a state of meditation, showing no signs of awakening, as if he already understood the outcome of this trip to the Omni King's palace. After a while, Goku, Vegeta, Wang Teng, and Trunks boarded the time machine. As everyone watched, the time machine slowly ascended. Wang Teng left Gohan on Earth to safeguard the safety of this timeline. As the time machine gradually lifted off, Bulma gazed at them, thinking, Lord Wang Teng, Vegeta, Son Goku, Trunks, I entrust you to each other. The next moment, The time machine vanished into thin air. Whoosh! The group found themselves in an unfamiliar timeline. After the time machine landed, they jumped out. Trunks pressed a button on the time machine, and it instantly transformed into a capsule. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings. One word: tragic. Goku exclaimed, "Everything is destroyed. Is this the future?" Then, Trunks recalled something and quickly dashed forward. Wang Teng and the others followed closely behind. Trunks picked up a hat. Vegeta inquired, "What is this?" Trunks looked around, his face filled with anxiety. "When I left, I was lying here. But now, there's nothing around." Just then, Wang Teng's voice echoed, "Goku, Vegeta. You two stay behind to confront the dark forces. I will deal with Zamasu in the future world. Don't you dare die." As soon as the words were spoken, Vegeta bellowed, "Do not underestimate others. Your concern should be for the dark beings." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng chuckled and vanished from sight. Goku gazed at the desolated future world, softly inquiring, "Will Trunks join the battle as well?" Trunks nodded affirmatively, yes. Just then, Vegeta's voice rang out. "He is merely an apprentice. I am sufficient on my own." Goku turned to Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, that's unacceptable. Trunks may sit this one out. But you must share some of the fight with me." Vegeta resolutely replied, "No way. This time it's my turn." However, Goku was far from disheartened. "Let us decide with rock, paper, scissors." Vegeta coldly retorted, "Not happening." The two began to bicker, leaving Trunks stationary. Astonished that the dark beings he feared were merely viewed as slightly stronger opponents by Uncle Goku and his father. Rock, paper, scissors. The sounds echoed. And Goku lost to Vegeta. Vegeta laughed. "How could I possibly lose to such a despicable tactic?" At that moment, Trunks interjected, "Father, let me join as well. This is my home, our world, and I wish to fight for it." Vegeta declared firmly, "No. If things turn dire, you must retreat to the past or seek Wang Teng. Do you understand?" Goku chuckled. "I never thought that guy would say such things. He has certainly grown." Once the three were prepared, Goku clenched his fist and declared, "All right, let us depart. We cannot allow ourselves to be defeated by Lord Wang Teng." Whoosh! A white aura surged from the trio, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Black Goku stood atop a tall building, surveying the ruins of the future world. This sight is truly sorrowful. Yet, I can see the earth liberating itself from the pestilence of humanity. Its future will blossom with radiant splendor. The construction of the Peach Blossom Spring world is imminent. Foolish humans, await your judgment. At that moment, a golden energy sphere ascended rapidly, instantly turning the sky into a radiant gold. Black Goku was momentarily taken aback, staring at the sudden golden light. Not far away, Vegeta maintained his offensive posture. Goku remarked, "Now he will know our location." Indeed, the very next second, golden lightning crackled through the clouds, and thick mist began to swirl. Vegeta looked up at the sky and grinned. Finally, it has arrived. As the mist dissipated, Black Goku's figure appeared in the air. Upon sighting the newcomer, Trunks clenched his fists, seething, "Dark being." Black Goku's expression shifted in shock. "I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly." Vegeta erupted with fury, his blue divine aura soaring, unleashing an astounding energy. He confidently stated, "I will only tell you one thing. You will ultimately perish at the hands of this Super Saiyan Blue." Trunks gazed, astonished at the suddenly transformed Vegeta, thinking, "This is the Super Saiyan Blue Master Gohan spoke of. It truly is a divine state. I can barely sense this energy." He then turned his attention back to Black Goku, who appeared unfazed by the Super Saiyan Blue, as though he had encountered it before. To Trunks' astonishment, Black Goku began to clap. "Not bad. Is this what it means for a warrior to don the essence of a deity?" In the next moment, Black Goku instantly appeared before Vegeta, lifting his chin with a finger. "You've trained for quite a while, haven't you? But at the end of the day, you are still human." Whoosh! Vegeta's heart raced as he quickly retreated to create distance. Super Blue Vegeta gritted his teeth. Damn it. How could he exploit my opening? Compared to his battle with Kakarot, his energy had grown stronger. Yet, in the face of Super Saiyan Blue, it was all futile. Vegeta charged fiercely toward Black Goku, unleashing a barrage of swift punches. Black Goku's eyes widened in shock. Vegeta's speed was astonishing, and he could not evade in time. He raised his arms to shield his body as Vegeta's powerful fist struck him with tremendous force. Boom, 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 boom. Black Goku was sent flying backward, crashing through several buildings. Whoosh! Vegeta instantly positioned himself in front of the retreating Black Goku, launching another tempestuous attack. Ya, boom. Black Goku was utterly powerless to retaliate, continuously enduring the onslaught. Goku folded his arms, frowning. Seeing someone who looks just like me getting pummeled feels somewhat complicated. Now I understand the emotions Vegeta felt during the battle on planet Potifu. Trunks turned to Goku, saying, "Uncle Goku, but at the end of the day, he is still human. Could it be that his true form is divine? Perhaps he is Zamasu. Goku pondered. That seems to be the case. Lord Wang Teng has mentioned such things. Yeah. Vegeta delivered a heavy kick directly to Black Goku's torso. Whoosh. Before he could even touch the ground, Vegeta reappeared behind him, delivering another fierce punch. Boom. Black Goku was embedded into the stone wall. Vegeta erupted with fury, his blue divine aura surging once more. Yeah. He launched another rapid assault on Black Goku. The stone wall behind Black Goku shattered into pieces. However, despite Vegeta's relentless and tempestuous barrage, Black Goku did not display any signs of pain. Instead, he wore a sinister smile. His eerie grin startled Vegeta, prompting him to leap back. A chill ran down Vegeta's spine. That sensation was. Black Goku approached slowly, grinning and brushing off the dust from his body. In the next moment, Black Goku launched a swift offensive. With an unimaginable speed, he delivered a crushing kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta felt a searing pain radiate throughout his body, and the contents of his stomach erupted forth. Whoosh! Vegeta was sent spiraling backward, but he gritted his teeth and forcefully stomped the ground. Boom! Dust and debris erupted into the air, barely allowing Vegeta to halt his backward momentum. Trunks gasped in shock. Father! Just then, Black Goku reappeared directly in front of Vegeta. Vegeta glared furiously. Black Goku spoke slowly. A human body can achieve such prowess. As a reward, I shall show you something extraordinary. Vegeta paused. What? In the next instant, Black Goku unleashed a ferocious roar. Ah! A terrifying energy surged forth, sending debris flying everywhere. Golden lightning rained down from the sky. The entire future world began to shake violently. A vibrant, pink aura surged skyward. Vegeta exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Trunks' eyes widened in astonishment. The Dark One transformed in hue. Black Goku's hair turned a striking pink, enveloped in a radiant pink divine aura. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks shared a complex expression. The transformed Black Goku spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "How do you like this color? Isn't it beautiful? Name it as you wish. I shall call it pink. Thus, I am Super Saiyan Pink." Trunks gasped in shock. Super Saiyan Pink. In the next moment, laughter echoed as Black Goku ascended slowly. At last, I have completely appropriated Goku's power. Goku, you should be elated. You have reached your most splendid pinnacle through me. Goku gazed into the sky, perplexed. I don't comprehend what you're saying. With a clenched fist and a face full of pride, Black Goku retorted, "You are merely human. How could you possibly grasp the noble essence behind my words? My ambition, my beauty, yes, everything about my existence is the epitome of solitude." Goku frowned. That guy is truly repugnant. At that moment, Vegeta bellowed, "Dark One, who are you speaking to? Your opponent should be me." To this, Black Goku replied nonchalantly, "Do you not understand? Your time on stage has ended." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. "What did you say?" Black Goku's voice echoed once more. "It is time for you to exit the stage." His words ignited a furious blaze within Vegeta. Vegeta erupted with rage and charged at Black Goku. Whoosh! His rapid punch was deftly evaded by Black Goku's sidestep. Black Goku coldly remarked, "You truly are unaware of your own limitations." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a swift punch toward Vegeta. Bang! Without even turning his body, Vegeta raised his palm to block Black Goku's strike. Black Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. Cursed be it. The pink aura surged once more, and Vegeta felt his fist suddenly grow heavy. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a punch. His fist struck Black Goku's face with tremendous force, and in the next moment, Vegeta launched a flurry of rapid attacks against Black Goku. Countless heavy blows rained down upon Black Goku. He was sent reeling backward. Vegeta's fist gathered a terrifying strength. "I will shatter you. Perish." Gazing upon the beleaguered Black Goku, Vegeta raised his fist to strike. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The corners of Black Goku's mouth curled into a smirk, and a pink lightsaber materialized in his right hand. Caught off guard, the pink lightsaber pierced through Vegeta's body. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. What is happening? Goku and Trunks' eyes were similarly wide with disbelief. Black Goku's voice rang out. "Earlier, I referred to you as a mere supporting role. Allow me to amend that. You are the appetizer, Vegeta. A delectable appetizer indeed." Vegeta muttered, "You bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Black Goku yanked the pink lightsaber from Vegeta's body. A stream of blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth, and the blue aura vanished in an instant. He plummeted downward. Thud! A thick cloud of dust erupted upon impact with the ground. Without even exerting his full strength, Vegeta fell victim to Black Goku's treacherous ambush. Had Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Deep Blue from the outset, the outcome might have been drastically different. Trunks, witnessing his father's descent, shouted, Father. Black Goku's laughter echoed from above. Thanks to the appetizer, my power has increased. Very well, next, I shall devour the main course and ascend to an even higher realm. Trunks seethed, damn it. Goku stepped forward decisively. Step back. Trunks murmured, Uncle Goku. Chapter 79, Wang Teng. So, you are here. Goku advanced with a thunderous roar, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, the divine blue aura soaring into the air. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, this is Uncle Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. He is unleashing his full power from the very start. Goku's calm voice resonated, Trunks, take care of your father. Then, Goku soared into the sky. In the next moment, Super Saiyan Blue Goku stood face to face with Black Goku. You once said that pain would make you stronger. Now I understand what you meant. Upon hearing Goku's words, Black Goku pointed the pink lightsaber at him, declaring, I currently reside in a realm unattainable by humans. You must yearn to experience this power as well. Goku smiled indeed. Perhaps. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Black Goku. As the energy blasts hurtled toward him, Black Goku wielded the pink lightsaber with precision. Boom, boom, boom. Astonishing explosions erupted in the air, a thick cloud of black smoke engulfing the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Goku appeared before Black Goku, launching a furious punch. Black Goku quickly raised the pink lightsaber to defend. Bang! The two collided instantaneously. A tremendous force radiated outward, sending gusts of wind spiraling downwards. The sky reverberated with the sounds of their fierce clashes. The pink and blue auras darted about like two meteors, colliding intermittently, locked in a fierce struggle. Trunks rushed to Vegeta's side, but his gaze remained fixed on the sky, and then he exclaimed in shock, it's a stalemate. Vegeta's faint voice broke through. No? That is not it. Just then, Black Goku swung the pink lightsaber with rapidity, and Goku was unable to evade in time. His chest was immediately slashed open. Goku glanced down at his chest, and Black Goku seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! Goku smashed heavily into the earth, clouds of dust swirling around him. Black Goku slowly descended onto a dilapidated rooftop, struggling to rise. Goku gazed at Black Goku on the rooftop and remarked, how formidable. Then, Black Goku surged with power, the pink aura ascending, as he channeled his strength into his hands. A pink energy blast coalesced in Black Goku's grasp. This ends now. Goku observed in shock as Black Goku prepared his stance. The Kamehameha? At that moment, a voice rang out from the sky. You shall not be allowed to continue your rampage. Upon hearing this, Black Goku immediately dissipated the energy blast in his hands. A golden light flashed. Zamasu appeared in the air. Goku gasped, Zamasu? How did he end up here? Where is Lord Wang Teng? Vegeta, too, struggled to turn his head. Roaring, where has that bastard Wang Teng run off to? Zamasu promptly descended beside Black Goku, both of them wearing expressions of mirth as they gazed down at Goku. Zamasu began, we once made a pact. It is my hand that shall ultimately deliver the fatal blow to Son Goku. Goku and his companions fixed their intense gazes upon the duo. With a swift effort to regain his composure, Goku rose to his feet. Zamasu, I never anticipated your presence here. Upon hearing this, Zamasu chuckled, are you surprised? We are partners, after all. My appearance here is only natural. Goku, deep in thought, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Where had Wang Teng gone? Given his strength, dealing with a foe like Zamasu should have been a trivial matter. He then resumed his serious scrutiny of the two adversaries. Regardless of the circumstances, they were undeniably our enemies. Vegeta, sitting up, muttered, that scoundrel Zamasu. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through him, causing Vegeta to collapse once more. Trunks, immediately alarmed, exclaimed, Father. After a moment, he checked for breath and sighed in relief. He still had a pulse. He was merely unconscious. Zamasu laughed soon. The world I have long anticipated will come to fruition, a world of righteousness. At this, Goku roared, what are you talking about? Yet Zamasu continued unabated, in that righteous world. Humanity will have no place. Goku bellowed, I will not allow you to succeed. A divine azure aura erupted around him. In the air, Zamasu summoned a purple energy blade in his right hand, thrusting it toward Goku. Goku also extended his fist, ready to counter the impending assault. At that moment, a figure materialized instantaneously. Without warning, a foot struck Zamasu squarely in the abdomen. He was sent hurtling backward. Boom, boom, boom. His body crashed through several towering buildings. Gazing at the newcomer, Goku exclaimed, Lord Wang Teng. Trunks' face lit up with joy as well. Wang Teng looked at Black Goku, whose expression flickered between light and shadow. And then at the fallen Vegeta, his voice calm. There isn't a soul in the North Kai's realm. So, you escaped to this place, Zamasu. He then flipped his hand, revealing a Senzu bean. Trunks, catch. He tossed the bean over, Trunks caught it, though his eyes remained fixed on the battle above. Wang Teng's voice rang out again. Trunks, that is a Senzu bean. Quickly administer it to Vegeta? Thankfully, upon his arrival on Earth, he had visited Kirin Tower, and there were still plenty of Senzu beans in the system space. In the next moment, whoosh, Zamasu soared into the sky, instantly positioning himself beside Black Goku. He looked at Wang Teng, who had suddenly appeared, and said softly, "You are a god? Why do you aid humanity?" To this, Wang Teng replied with a smirk, "I operate solely on my whims. I help whoever I choose. Who are you to question me?" Upon hearing Wang Teng's blunt retort, Zamasu's gaze sharpened dangerously, then prepared to perish. Huh. Zamasu lunged at Wang Teng once more, yet to Wang Teng, the attack moved as slowly as a tortoise, as the time reversal had already commenced. Boom. Wang Teng delivered a powerful kick to Zamasu's nose. Blood gushed forth. Zamasu felt as if he were on the brink of madness. "Hey, partner, let us strike together." Black Goku nodded in agreement. In the next second, both launched their assault on Wang Teng. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sounds of fierce combat. Rings of white sonic booms erupted, and a fierce wind swept downward. Boom. The three combatants rapidly separated. At that moment, both Black Goku and Zamasu wore expressions of shock. To their astonishment, their combined efforts yielded no advantage whatsoever. Trunks stared intently into the sky, muttering, "Is this the power of the divine? Truly astounding." Just then, Goku shouted, "Trunks, hurry and give Vegeta the Senzu bean." Trunks suddenly realized he had been so captivated by the aerial battle that he had completely forgotten to aid his father. What a blunder. He quickly placed the Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. Gulp. After swallowing the bean, Vegeta's eyes slowly opened. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and then gazed skyward. Muttering, "Now that Wang Teng has arrived, it appears I shan't have the chance to intervene. How infuriating." Trunks looked at the revived Vegeta, elated. "That's wonderful, father." Vegeta merely snorted in response, remaining silent. Chapter 80. The Tragic Zamasu. Wang Teng, Zamasu, and Black Goku regarded one another from a distance. In the next second, Zamasu and Black Goku exchanged glances and charged forward once more. Faced with their rapid approach, Wang Teng immediately met them head-on, and the three once again engaged in battle. Zamasu and Black Goku relentlessly wielding their energy blades against Wang Teng, yet each strike was thwarted by his fists. Bang, bang, bang. The astonishing energy shockwaves rippled outward. Subsequently, Wang Teng unleashed a stunning punch from an unorthodox angle, sending Zamasu hurtling backward. A cry of agony escaped Zamasu as he plummeted downward. Meanwhile, Black Goku, gritting his teeth, lunged again at Wang Teng. At that moment, Black Goku felt a blur before his eyes. Whoosh! Goku appeared before him. "Your opponent is me." Gazing at the suddenly manifested Goku, Black Goku was filled with rage and charged forward with his pink energy blade. Goku, undeterred, met the incoming blade with his own, and in an instant, the two clashed fiercely. Wang Teng's gaze lingered on the two for mere seconds before shifting back to the recovering Zamasu. Zamasu had regained his footing, slowly emerging from the deep pit. Just then, Wang Teng's hand glimmered with energy, and, to Zamasu's astonished eyes, he unleashed several energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. Boom, boom. In an instant, the energy blasts detonated upon hitting the ground. Zamasu desperately dodged the incoming blasts, utterly beleaguered. The sounds of explosions echoed, and smoke enveloped the entire scene. As time passed, the smoke gradually dissipated. Just as Zamasu burst forth from the haze, Wang Teng was already before him. Boom! An energy blast struck him squarely in the abdomen. He was sent flying, akin to a fallen kite. Boom! An explosion resonated. Zamasu was buried beneath the rubble. Vegeta watched as Goku joined the fray, his teeth clenched tightly. What a despicable act, Kakarot. At that moment, Trunks suggested, "Father, let us join forces and defeat the Dark One." To this, Vegeta bellowed furiously, "Silence. How can you utter such words? Where has your pride gone? Where is the pride of a Saiyan?" Upon witnessing Vegeta's fury, Trunks dared not utter another word, his gaze fixated on the battle unfolding in the sky. A thunderous roar erupted from Zamasu's throat, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended from the ruins. Suspended in midair, his teeth clenched in frustration. How infuriating, an attack from my blind spot. Observing the re-emerging Zamasu, Wang Teng remarked with a faint smile, "Quite resilient, I must say. But will you rise again next time? Don't disappoint me." Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Teng vanished from his position, reappearing before Zamasu in an instant. A powerful kick landed squarely on Zamasu's abdomen, too swift for him to react. Whoosh. Bang. Zamasu crashed heavily into a dilapidated building. Dust and debris enveloping the entire structure. Wang Teng hovered in the air, his eyes drawn to the fierce clash between Goku and Black Goku, each combatant evenly matched. Goku plummeted from the sky, only for Black Goku to be sent flying moments later, both seemingly equally formidable. At that moment, a faint voice whispered in Wang Teng's ear. "What are you looking at?" As he turned, he spotted an energy blast racing towards him. With no time to evade, Wang Teng swiftly extended his right hand. Boom! The formidable energy blast was instantly deflected. Wang Teng chuckled, a mere parlor trick. Before he could counterattack, several more energy blasts surged towards him. In response, he maneuvered through the air with remarkable speed, effortlessly dodging every shot under the influence of time reversal. A cacophony of explosive sounds filled the sky, thick smoke clouding the atmosphere. Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Teng appeared behind Zamasu, executing a rapid sweeping kick. Zamasu's eyes narrowed, and he vanished in an instant, causing Wang Teng's fierce kick to strike nothing but air. At that moment, Zamasu condensed an energy blast in his hand, directing it towards Wang Teng's abdomen. Whoosh! In a critical situation, Wang Teng activated instant transmission. His figure instantly materialized before Zamasu, delivering a powerful uppercut to his chin. Zamasu shot upwards into the sky. Wang Teng's energy surged explosively, a white aura enveloping him as his hands radiated brilliant light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy blasts erupted from his palms. The sky reverberated with deafening explosions, thick black smoke blanketing the heavens. As the explosions gradually subsided, Wang Teng remarked with a smirk, "Hey, Zamasu, could you take this more seriously? This is rather dull." In the next moment, Zamasu burst forth from the smoke. Trunks gasped in astonishment. His wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. Witnessing such a remarkable sight, Wang Teng maintained his composure, merely observing Zamasu. His voice resonated softly. "It seems you have acquired immortality through the Super Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Zamasu's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know? That's impossible. Who are you? A god, yet you choose to assist humanity? Wisdom is the greatest gift bestowed upon humanity by the gods, yet they squander it. Are such beings truly deserving of assistance?" Gazing at the increasingly frenzied Zamasu, Wang Teng's calm voice pierced through. How pitiful. A god consumed by obsession and desire can no longer be regarded as a god. Today, I shall cleanse the divine realm. At this proclamation, Zamasu erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, what do you understand? Only immortality embodies the essence of a god. With a body as perfect as mine, what makes you think you can kill me? Wang Teng and Zamasu locked eyes, the latter acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to Wang Teng's. Though he possessed immortality, he recognized that continuing this fight would yield no victory. Just then, a distant howl echoed through the air. Both Wang Teng and Zamasu turned to see Goku fleeing towards them. "Run, Lord Wang Teng." Meanwhile, Black Goku was gathering a terrifying amount of energy. The Kamehameha wave, radiating a vibrant pink glow, illuminated the battlefield. As the devastating shockwave approached, Zamasu smirked and vanished from sight, reappearing behind Wang Teng, seizing both of his arms. "Attack now," he bellowed. Hearing this, Black Goku hastened the formation of his shockwave. Goku rushed towards Zamasu, ready to deliver a punch. However, before Goku could reach him, Wang Teng collided his head forcefully against Zamasu's. Goku halted midair, startled. Zamasu instantly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Just then, Black Goku's Kamehameha was fully charged. "Wave! It's here!" Whoosh! The pink shockwave hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. Alarm flooded Goku's face as he shouted, "Run, Lord Wang Teng." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged as he grasped the slightly dazed Zamasu, positioning him in front of himself. "Goku, move to my rear." Upon hearing this, Goku activated instant transmission, appearing behind Wang Teng. Boom! The terrifying Kamehameha wave engulfed the three of them. Flames erupted skyward, thick smoke billowing continuously. A grin spread across Black Goku's face. Finally rid of them. In the next moment, Wang Teng emerged from the smoke, holding Zamasu aloft. Black Goku's expression shifted dramatically. "What?" Gazing at Black Goku's astonished face, Wang Teng chuckled. "So you intended to eliminate your partner. But it seems he possesses immortality, thwarting your desires. Here, take him back. Do as you wish." With that, Wang Teng tossed Zamasu towards Black Goku. Zamasu arced through the air towards him. Just then, whoosh, bang, an energy blast erupted from Wang Teng, detonating upon Zamasu's form. Black Goku was immediately enveloped in thick smoke.